In this world, there is a hero and a demon king. A hero is someone who fights in the name of the empire. As for the demon king, he is the true lord of the demon realm. The hero receives his powers from the world and uses them for one purpose: to kill the demon king. But the demon king only exists for the sake of killing the hero. The demon king's loyalists are called squad leaders. Officially, there are 12 squad leaders in the demon kingdom, from the 1st to the 12th. But in reality, there is one more, hidden in secret squad leader. Squad commanders are cruel and powerful subordinates of the demon king. It is believed that no one can oppose them, but even demons like them have a hard time dealing with the hero. However, there is someone who has already killed the hero once before. The people of the demon kingdom and even the army of the enemy empire don't know about the secret: the Zero Squad Commander. The Zero Squad Commander was the one who killed the last hero. It was the strongest commander in the demon realm. Dion Hart, known as Demon Arut in the demon realm, was the second person in the demon castle after the demon king. He was the most valued by the demon king. He was the only person in the castle, and unlike the other demons, he really didn't want to see anyone's blood. On the table was a letter of resignation. Demon King Caver, who was sitting at the table, looked at the paper on the table and saw the resignation letter. His eyes widened and his face turned pale. The man with red eyes and white hair looked at the agitated expression on the king's face and said in a firm voice that he was resigning. A hand clenched into a fist struck the table. That the most powerful commander suddenly announced his resignation was unimaginable. The demon king scattered the papers on the table and stood up. He scattered the papers lying on the table with such force that one of them covered Arutu's face. The demon king looked at Arut and asked what was the reason he wanted to leave. Kaur fell down and grabbed Arut's legs. Maybe he wasn't being sincere. Maybe it was just a test. He raised his head and met his gaze with red eyes. He trembled and asked why Arut was doing this. His eyes, which had been motionless the entire time, trembled slightly. It wasn't obvious at first glance, but the demon king was able to catch it quickly. Finally, Caver let go of our hero's legs and asked what he didn't like about the demon king's castle. Perhaps he wasn't shown respect by his subordinates, or was he discriminated against because he was human? Although the demon king spoke in a stern tone, but he himself did not believe that they could have done something like this. Dion Hart, known as Demon Arut, in the demon castle possessed such a powerful force that no one had no choice but to recognize it. He was someone who was revered and respected by everyone. He is the strongest card in the demon king's hands. Who would have the strength and courage to mess with him? The demon Arut replied that his subordinates had done nothing wrong. The demon king asked him what was the reason. Why is he leaving? From the look on Arut's face, he couldn't understand what he was thinking. Arut asked the demon king, was he going to kill him? It was just genuine curiosity. The king said that there was no way he could kill Arut. He changed to a calmer tone and said that he just wanted to know why Arut was going to leave. The demon king grabbed Arut by the shoulders and said that he treasures him very much. Perhaps Arut is leaving because he hasn't been outside the kingdom for a long time, or because his body was itching to fight. Suddenly, the bitter smell of blood spread throughout Daeon's mouth. Blood dripped onto the desk, littered with papers. The guy clamped his mouth with his hand and muttered an apology for staining the table with blood. The demon king shouted for the Zero Corps commander's doctor to be summoned. The entire castle shook from the demon king's screams, and chaos ensued. The attending physician Ben came running in. The demon king stood there, clutching his head with his hand. The attending doctor examined Arut sitting on the sofa. The doctor was also a demon. Seeing how angry the king was, the doctor hurriedly gathered his medical bag and prepared to die. The demon king sat with a doomed look and only asked, "How is Arut?" Dr. Ben understood that Demon Arut's body was damaged, as he had single-handedly taken on the hero's self-destruct power. The trauma he had received in the fight with Hero was making itself felt. Kaur put his hand on his knee. He said he hadn't called the doctor here to hear what he already knew. He sat with his head down in silence. He emitted an aura that said that the Demon King would deal with the doctor later. The Demon King ordered the doctor to cure Arut as soon as possible. The Demon King's eyes glittered angrily. The doctor knew what would happen to him if he didn't cure his patient. Therefore, Dr. Ben replied that he would do his best. He said that he gave Sir Arutus a medicine that helps with internal injuries. The Demon King told our hero that he wants him to go back and focus on his recovery, and they will continue their conversation next time. He ordered the servants to escort the Zero Corps commander to his chambers. Arut was placed on a bed and wheeled to his room. He was accompanied by nurses and a doctor. While Arut was being carried, the demons were whispering amongst themselves that the Zero Corps commander had vomited blood again because he had thrown himself in front of the hero's body when he decided to self-destruct. Some said it was amazing that he had sustained such light injuries. Others said that he was still second to the Demon King. Even in his weakened state, Arut is the talent closest to the Demon King. Some respected him despite being human and considered themselves lucky to have him on their side. Arut realized that he was completely screwed. He was so eager to retire and live a normal life. People were still fussing around him and asking how he was feeling. His pulse was back to normal. Then they brought him a wet towel because he had a fever. The demons, led by Dr. Ben, bowed as they said their goodbyes, and the doctor told the guy to get a good night's rest. We see a room with a high bed. In the middle there was a canopy hanging over the bed. Arut was lying on his bed with a wet towel on his head. He realized that he was not talented at all but the weakest person. After a while the maid brought him a drink. Our hero felt a little better. He sat down on the bed. Suddenly the glass slipped out of Arut's hands. He asked the maid to go out. He wanted to be alone. Arut thought that even the maid did not want her hands to touch his hands. As soon as Arut left the room, he immediately met the Demon King, who asked why he was taking a walk when he was not fully recovered yet. Our hero was brought a huge piece of meat, and Kaur asked him to eat the whole thing, but it was too much. Arut lay on the bed and thought that he is the only human in this demonic realm, born with the weakest body that collapses at the slightest hint of stress. He is mistakenly thought to be strong, and thus he became the commander of the Zero Corps, a subordinate of the Demon King. For now, he can pass off his weakness as a consequence of his fight with the hero. But what would happen if someone found out that he was simply born with a naturally weak body? His abnormally white hair and red eyes and skin so pale it's almost transparent is proof of that. He even loses blood easily because of it. If word of this gets out, he'll die immediately. He couldn't stay here anymore. He needed to get out of the demonic realm as soon as possible. The doors swung open and Ed, the assistant commander of Zero Corps, entered the room. Arutus greeted him with a cheerful look. Ed was one of the few demons he could feel comfortable around. Ed had just returned from the human world. He had gotten a new cube known as the Mirror Cube. He went to the human world and brought trinkets for Arutus to play with to dispel boredom. The assistant gave the cube to Arut, in the hope that he could quench his boredom. He anxiously asked Arut what happened to him. The guy replied that he was fine now. Ed also thought that Sir Arutus's health had deteriorated because of the battle with Hero. He really wanted to do something to make him feel better. Arut said that it was all his own fault, but Ed replied that Arut stopped Hero for the sake of saving all the demons. Ed thought that he would find a way to cure Sir Arut, even if he had to beat up Dr. Ben. The deputy asked Sir Arutus to rest properly. The boy thought there were few demons who would care for him the way Ed did. He was grateful to him, though the Demon King cared for him too, even too much. Arut hoped that nothing that could cause a misunderstanding would happen. The Demon King stood in his office, resting his hand on his desk and holding a piece of paper. It was still the same resignation letter from Sir Arutus. Kaur didn't understand what Arut was thinking. He really was unpredictable from the first moment they met. Arut had just killed that very hero of humanity. The demons said that Arut had blocked the hero's self-destruction. How is he still on his feet after taking that power upon himself? The Empire had sent a rather interesting guy to the demon realm. He showed such great bravery and loyalty by jumping into the center of the battlefield for the Empire. Dayon Hart. The Demon King thought that he would never send such a useful man to such a dangerous place with his life on the line. When the Demon King saw that Dayon Hart had defeated the hero, he immediately offered him to join his army. Now the Demon King was pondering that Arut had become too free after he joined them. But now he couldn't send him on a mission. Kaver ordered a meeting of the Corps commanders to be called. That should satisfy Arut at least a little. The Demon King was very pleased with his idea. Arut was very angry. He went to the king's summons without being able to rest properly. First, the king himself had asked him to do so, and now he was suddenly calling a meeting of Corps commanders. Guy wondered if all the other commanders would be there. He was scared to death of ordinary demons, and he was facing a meeting with the commanders. It looks like the Demon King wants Arut to walk to his doom. He had to watch his facial expression. He better not mess with the demons. He wouldn't win if a fight broke out. The corps commanders sat waiting for Arutus. There were many rumors about him, but few had seen him in person. One of the demons was present when Arut killed the hero. Then the Demon King asked Arut who he was. The demon said that guy nonchalantly replied that he was the demon Arut. Our hero at this time was also passing by and heard the demons talking. He said that his name was Dion Hart. The demons immediately fell silent. They thought that Arut was in a bad mood. They thought he had a lot of stress built up because he doesn't get a chance to fight. They decided to get out of his way before he killed them. Arut thought bitterly that he couldn't kill any of them even if he wanted to. He would definitely lose if he got into a fight. He had a feeling that the misunderstandings were getting bigger as time went on. But thanks to that, no one messed with him. Arut clenched his fists. He couldn't let anyone find out that he was weak before he got out of the demon realm. He must act confident. There were 2 guards standing at the door, chatting merrily about something. Looking at them, Arut thought that he should behave in such a way as not to show his fear to anyone. Demons, seeing our hero, were very scared themselves. The guy told the guards that he was the commander of the Zero Squad demon Arut and ordered to open the door. When he entered the hall, the corps commanders were already sitting at the table. The Demon King looked at Arut happily. Outwardly, our hero was calm. He stood and looked confidently at those present. But in his heart he was terribly cowardly. He was very scared. The commander of the First Corps, Jakar, told him that he should sit next to the Demon King. The Third Corps commander, Asild, looked at Arutus and thought that he seemed so weak. He couldn't believe that Arut was so strong. Asild would love to fight him. Adelia, the commander of the Fourth Corps, and Velitan, the commander of the Sixth Corps, were discussing amongst themselves the reason why Arut was late. 11th Corps commander Ririnel thought indignantly, "How dare this block of muscle Asild dare disrespect Sir Arutus?" Our hero sat down in the chair next to the Demon King. He thought, why are there so many corps commanders here? He was scared. The Demon King asked him how he was feeling. Arut apologized for being late. He thought to himself that he was late on purpose because he didn't want to come. A servant who came up behind him offered the guy a drink. He poured a glass of red wine from a bottle. Arut was happy. This was alcohol. When there were meetings in the demonic realm, one could drink as much expensive alcohol as they wanted. That was the only reason the guy came here. When Arut drank the glass, he realized that it was juice. Did they disrespect him so much that they poured him grape juice instead of alcohol? All the commanders were sitting around the table. Each had a glass of wine in front of them, and only Arut had juice poured. Arut thought he was being discriminated against. He was terribly annoyed. The Demon King said that he was the one who ordered the juice to be poured into his glass. Arut felt sick to his stomach. He thought that Kaur had finally found out the truth about him. That's why they had gathered here. The corps commanders had gathered here to kill him. The Demon King asked Arutus not to be angry, and said that he was the reason he had called this meeting. The king ordered the 6th Corps commander Velitan to share the details of the document he had presented to him earlier. Velitan said that the 12th Corps was still defending the village from the monsters, but the number of monsters had increased dramatically, and the 12th Corps could no longer handle them. They have suffered such heavy losses that they are not even able to hunt demonic monsters. The reason obviously must be because of the demonic monsters that destroyed half of the village. The demons evacuated the remaining residents to a large walled city. Commander Velitan said that they don't know when there will be an ambush there. Therefore, they need reinforcements to hunt down the demon monsters. The squad leaders were discussing where the 12th Corps commander had gone. After all, even simple demonic monsters could become formidable opponents if they grouped together. Arut listened to them with an indifferent expression on his face. They made such a fuss, although he could understand their surprise. The Demon King's power creates countless demons even if the Demon King himself has no intention of doing so. Among the demons born, only 40% can truly be called demons. The rest are nothing more than misfits who have been called demonic monsters. Among the demons that the Demon King created, there were creatures that were only loyal to their instincts and desires. Arut couldn't believe that the commander of the 12th Corps had lost to these demonic monsters. But what did it have to do with him? 6th Corps Commander Velitan kept reporting that they are fighting every day because the demonic monsters are too many. They don't know the reason for the sudden increase in their numbers. The now deceased hero was killing these monsters. The Demon King thought that it was no wonder he was killed. Everyone remembered that Lord Arut was the one who killed the hero. Arut sat there as if on pins and needles. He hadn't actually killed Hero. He had been expecting to be killed all along. Moreover, wasn't the Demon King the one who tried to kill Hero in the first place? Arut looked at the Demon King with a desperate look and mentally begged him to say something. Demon King Kaver looked into those eyes and thought of his own. He said that the Zero Corps would be sent as reinforcements. Arut was shocked at what he heard. He couldn't believe his ears. The Demon King was happy with his idea of sending Arutus there to relieve his stress. He was sure that Arut would love it. The 6th Corps commander thought that the Demon King was talking as if he was sending Arut to patrol the neighborhood. He assumed that the Demon King thought that the Zero Corps commander would be able to do what the 12th Corps commander couldn't do. Everyone envied Arut and thought that he was so strong that the Demon King would trust him so much. Arut tried to refuse, saying that his body was far from being in perfect condition, and mentally begged the king not to force him to go there. The commanders were very surprised that Arut didn't want to go to battle with demonic monsters. They believed that he was suppressing the urge to rage within himself, calmly assessing the state of his body. The squad leaders still didn't trust Arut, but they believed that he was acting like a great commander. The desire to fight him made the commander of the 3rd Squad, Asild, even stronger, because Arut was not only strong, but was capable of making good judgments. King Kaver replied that he wasn't asking Arut to overstretch himself, but to take command of Zero Corps and relieve the tension in this village. After all, that's easy for him. Our hero even felt dizzy. If they knew how difficult it was for him. Mentally, he refused this proposal 1,000 times, but he could not voice it aloud. The boy clenched his fists resolutely. He thought that whether the Demon King decided to send him or not, he would definitely escape from this cursed demonic realm. Out loud, however, he said that he agreed to go to this village. We see a dark forest and a road in the forest, on which a carriage, illuminated by 2 lanterns, was traveling. A rider on a demonic horse was riding ahead. Arut sat in the carriage and dozed off. He thought that this day had finally arrived. When the Demon King asked him to go, our hero packed very quickly. He put his luggage into his suitcase and told King Kavaru that he was burning with desire to go to the aid of the 12th Corps. He thought that even in the Empire, where he wanted to escape to, he would also have a hard time. After all, the Empire was ruled by a mad emperor who sent him to the Demon King, and a brother who hated him to death. Still, he felt that it would be much better than facing imminent death from the clutches of monsters. He propped his head up with his hand. Terrible thoughts crowded into his head. He decided it was better to think on the positive side. He looked at Ed, who was riding beside the carriage. Ed, like Zero Squad, knew his business well. So Arut could just back off, playing his part, and they would take care of the rest. Ed reported that they would soon reach the settlement. Arut ordered them to hold formation and not to relax. There was a bag lying on the bench next to him. Arut thought that even the Demon King had told him not to overwork himself. Our hero reached into the bag and took out a bottle of wine from there. It was a special wine. Created in the demon realm, it had an incredible flavor, so it was loved by many demons. Since Arutu was poured grape juice instead of wine at the commander's meeting, he stole the bottle of wine during the break. He uncorked the bottle and decided that he should at least taste the wine before he died. Rumor had it that this wine was so classy that it would send you to heaven in bliss. Arutus thought the wine was magnificent. Yes, demons are good at drinking. Our hero felt alive at last. He felt much more cheerful riding in the carriage. Arutus's assistant Ed was riding a horse next to the carriage. He thought Arut was acting suspiciously quiet, even pulling the curtains. Ed thought that Sir Arut was still not feeling well. Perhaps it was because of that incident before departure. The thing was that before leaving, Ed thought that Sir Arut wanted to go riding, but Ed didn't let him do it. The Demon King had ordered that Arut should ride in the carriage until his health was fully recovered. In fact, the guy didn't have any thoughts of riding. He was terribly afraid of that beast, the demonic horse that Ed was riding. The guy pretended to be very upset, but obeyed the Demon King's order. Since the aide had already served Sir Arutus for a long time, he figured that he wanted to ride the horse on horseback. Ed thought that Sir Arut held back many of his desires on a regular basis. He really wanted to tell him to do as he wished, but the Demon King's orders were given for the sake of Sir Arut's health. The demons riding ahead warned that they could see a settlement up ahead. They rode closer and saw a village burning with fire. There were many dead and wounded lying on the ground. It looked like the demonic monsters had already destroyed everything here and left. Arut said that they must be around somewhere and we should go after them. He commanded them to move forward. But suddenly they saw the demonic monsters. The monsters were waiting for them at the entrance. Ed commanded to get ready for battle. He shouted that they should fight for Sir Arutus, who was depending on them now. Among the demonic monsters were wolves with huge fangs, skeletons, goblins, and other monsters. All of them rushed towards the demons. The demons stood in front of the carriage and put their spears forward, protecting Arut's sphere. The demons fought desperately, chopping the monsters with their swords left and right. The monsters did not retreat, and even though many of them were already wounded, they still continued to attack the demons. Our hero's carriage was standing to the side, and the corpses of the monsters were lying nearby. Ed was desperately fighting the demonic monsters, but there was no end in sight. Suddenly, Ed saw a huge monster appear in front of him. It was an incredibly large wolf with red eyes and huge teeth. Ed was shocked. As soon as he let his guard down for a moment, the monster was already attacking him. At this time, the Demon King was sitting in his castle. Someone asked him a question: can one Zero Corps deal with monsters? Corps Commander Velatan stood in front of the king and suggested sending reinforcements to the Zero Corps because there were so many monsters. The Demon King wasn't worried. He thought that the Zero Squad was extremely strong, and mentally the king told himself that even if they faced real danger, he was Arutus with them. Ed threw the wolf aside with an incredible effort, wounding it in the neck. Blood rushed from the wolf's wound. He himself fell down, exhausted. He had 2 swords in his hands. Seeing the wolf's blood splattered all around, Arut was horrified. He almost fainted. Arut stepped out of the carriage and wandered towards the flaming houses. As he got to his feet, Ed started shouting after him and calling him. Suddenly, a dagger covered in blood was near Ed's face. Sir Arut stood in front of him and held the dagger near his face. Ed realized that Arut was acting just like he did after drinking. Arut asked him if he was also his opponent or not. Ed replied that there was no way he could be Sir Arut's opponent. After that, Arut turned to the other side and said while looking at the huge monster that he was his opponent then. Arut turned around and struck the monster with his fist with all his might. The demonic monster didn't just fall down, it exploded from the impact. Ed was terrified and shouted at Arut to not fight the monsters, but then Arut's mouth started bleeding again. Covered in blood, he sat down on the ground and leaned against the wall. Suddenly, the boy sensed danger. He saw monsters approaching. The boy struggled to get to his feet and tried to run, but a huge monster pounced on him and stretched its creepy paws towards him. Arut grabbed his dagger. There were already 2 monsters and each one wanted to devour him. Clutching the hilt of the dagger tightly, our hero struck. The monster howled in pain. Blood gushed from his wound. Another blow, and the monster's head was blown to pieces. Arut's eyes grew huge. His pupils narrowed. He felt very strong. The demons looked at him with delight and horror at the same time. This was the first time they had seen the Zero Squad commander in action. Arut was covered in blood. He was stabbing the monster's body with his dagger. Even though the monster was already dead, he struck again and again. The monsters, seeing how one of them had been killed, stopped. Our guy was going wild and couldn't stop. That's how he survived in this world with a very weak body. We see a beautiful hall with columns and a tall staircase. At the top sat a man on a throne, and at the bottom stood a man in a black cloak. The cloaked man reported that a warrior sent to scout the demonic realm said that the Zero Squad commander was involved in the beating. He was rumored to have displayed incredible strength and cruelty. It was said to be the most valuable talent in a demon king. The man sitting on the throne said that those words made him miss someone. It was Emperor Eduardo Desire. The emperor said that if they were so eager to get out of the demon realm, they should also prepare themselves. Emperor Eduardo told the cloaked man that he was giving him a special opportunity to obtain the achievement. Eduardo Desire told his subordinate that he could become that talent. When there was the 8 Years' War, this place was drenched in blood for the glory of the empire. The vanguard had fallen a noble death on the front lines. Arutus thought that they were just the meat of the empire in reality. This battle was just hell. Everyone fought bravely for the empire. Our hero didn't want to go into that hell and risk his life fighting for the empire. Daeonhart wanted absolutely none of that. He was not at all going to sacrifice himself for the interests of the empire that sent him to this hell. He had done everything he could to survive, and refused to die to their wishes. Dion Hart had to survive at all costs. He had to survive to get his revenge. He was with the hero at the time. The hero tried to transfer his power to him, but heroes don't transfer their power when they want to. His power was scattered all over the world. The hero's power passed through Dion like water through a sieve, not lingering. Dion woke up. He lay in his bed and realized it was a dream, but it was about something important. He lay in his room on his bed. Dion stood up holding his head and sat up on his bed. Dion saw his doctor, Ben, and his assistant, Ed. Ed was very concerned because Dion had slept for a full 24 hours. Ben said that they had managed to fix him up while he slept, but they were shocked to see him come back covered in blood. Dion Hart had no way of knowing how he could have come back here. Ed told them that the extermination of the demonic monsters had been successful. They scattered out of fear. Everyone returned to the Demon King's castle after Sir Arut collapsed. Arut asked, had the mission already been completed? He couldn't remember how or when he fainted. Dr. Ben suggested that Arutus had temporary memory loss. The injury was probably serious. He said that Arut was hit by a demonic monster, but he immediately jumped up. No one thought anything bad of it. Arut was shocked. Did he really have memory loss? He sat down and began to recall the events of the day. He remembered drinking a bottle of demonic wine in the carriage. Then he remembered how he had fought monsters with incredible strength, how one of his punches had caused explosions. He remembered how he sat under the wall, bloody and completely exhausted, but he couldn't understand how all this could have happened to him. It was as if it was all about someone else, not about him. It occurred to him that he had just been drunk and disorderly, and that he felt bad now because he had had too much to drink, not because of the wound at all. The doctor told him that he had heard that Zero Squad had completed the mission without a single casualty, and there were so many monsters out there. Arut thought that his assistant, Ed, and the Zero Squad had dealt with all the monsters themselves. He apologized to Ed and said that he had brought only trouble to the squad. But Ed smiled happily and said that Sir Arutus was incredible. He himself had personally defeated countless monsters. Dr. Ben told the guy that he had overestimated himself, so now his body was weakened due to the effects of the battle. Dr. Ben once again asked Sir Arut to be careful. Ed told Arut that only because of him they all stayed alive. Therefore, they would become stronger so he could trust them and rest in peace. Arut felt like he was going crazy. He had done absolutely nothing. He didn't have any of the abilities they were talking about. At this time, the Corps commanders entered the room with Arutu. The 4th Corps commander, Adelia, said that they heard that Sir Arut was awake. The 3rd Corps commander, Asild, shouted at her to be quieter as Sir Arut was recovering. They had come to pay their respects to the commander of Squad 0. The commander of Squad 1, Jakar, also came with them together. All 3 of them came to Sir Arut to pay their respects. Arut's nerves couldn't stand it. He was terribly afraid of demons, so he was mentally sending everyone to hell. He didn't say it out loud, but only thought about how he could get rid of them as soon as possible. Finally, the Corps commanders realized that they were being too noisy. They asked Sir Arutus to refrain from fighting within the walls of the Demon King's castle. The guy sat with his head down and thought, who could he kill? After all, it would be a miracle if he landed even a single blow. He was once again afraid that if they found out how weak he was, he wouldn't be shown mercy. Suddenly, Arutus had the idea to teach the demons mercy for the sake of his future. Then they might spare him after they learn how weak he is. The demons saw that they were inconveniencing Arutu and he got angry. They apologized for the inconvenience. Our hero replied to them that though he was angry, there was no need to be violent. Sometimes you can show mercy. After all, it doesn't hurt. Even when someone lies, even when someone is weaker, they must learn to show mercy to their neighbor. Arut was glad that he had come up with this move. In his opinion, it had to work. The demons replied that they would keep that in mind. Arut thought that although he expressed himself very nicely, it seemed like a sermon. Corps Commander Jakar thought that Arut was terrible even when he was forgiving, and said aloud that he heard that Arut had successfully completed the mission. Adelia, the commander of the 4th Squad, said that there are an unimaginable number of rumors about Sir Arut in the castle. They say that he slaughtered half of the monsters with his own hands. Arut coughed in surprise. He couldn't believe this incredible rumor. Our hero thought that at this rate, he would begin to take credit for other people's accomplishments. But his assistant Ed only smiled sweetly. Asild, the commander of the third squad, said that he had heard of Sir Arutus's heroism and had come to ask a favor. The smile slid off our hero's face. The conversation began to take some ominous direction. Commander Asild had asked Arut to spar, but only after he had fully recovered from the battle. Asild smiled happily. After all, sparring with the Zero Corps commander was every corps commander's dream. Arut was shocked. Sparring between the commander of the third squad leading elite troops to protect the Demon King. It was tantamount to suicide. Our hero sat with a lost look. He could hardly pronounce that word, sparring. And with whom to spar? With him. But the squad leader smiled happily and asked Arut to teach him a couple of moves. The squad leaders were already anticipating the sparring with Sir Arutus. They'll have thousands of spectators. Everyone would want to see the sparring. But Arutus said he didn't want any sparring. But the demons looked at Arut with hope, and he had no way to refuse. Arut thought that the third squad leader Asild could tear him into 1,000,000 pieces with a single blow. Thousands of thoughts were spinning in the boy's head. He wondered how he could get out of this situation. He grabbed his head and said that he was still reeling from the battle with the monsters. The commander of the third squad was surprised. Was Sir Arut avoiding the battle? But why? Arut looked at Asild's eyes full of suspicion. He realized that he would not be able to get away with such frivolous excuses. The squad leader said that he understood why Arut didn't want to participate in the sparring. In fact, he was probably concerned about his opponent's health. Asild couldn't understand and accept Arut's refusal to participate in sparring, but sparring could only end after someone's death. He thought Sir Arutus had full confidence in his victory. Asild, though he always had the courage to offer to fight commanders on equal footing, was never sure he would come out victorious. Arut sat with a nonchalant look. The squad commanders watched and thought that he was an incredible talent recognized by the Demon King. The commander of the third squad, Asild, said that he wouldn't have the spirit to fight Sir Arutus to the death. He couldn't guarantee his victory or say that he was willing to die. Asild bowed and said that although it hurt his pride, he thanked Sir Arut for listening to him. Arut made a displeased face, but he was actually happy that he wouldn't have to fight. His assistant Ed thought that Sir Arut was incredible as always. He made those hostile commanders treat himself with deference. Arut was still a bit in shock. He didn't understand how, but somehow he was able to avoid sparring. But there was still no way Asild was going to get away with it. He said that when he was strong enough and confident enough that he wouldn't die, he would ask Sir Arut to spar again. Arut only exhaled as once again he had to tense up. Asild felt unprecedented enthusiasm after making the promise of sparring. He said goodbye to the Zero Corps commander and ran to practice. Everyone was very surprised by the sudden departure of the third squad captain. Arut was upset. After all, he never got to say that he wasn't going to participate in the sparring. Asild hadn't had the motivation to do anything for a long time, but Arut was able to light a fire in him. Our hero thought he was going to go crazy with this. Seeing that Arut was about to pass out, his assistant rushed to him. Ed announced to those present that Sir Arut needed to rest. The squad leaders said their goodbyes and hoped that he would recover soon. Arut had only one thought on his mind: how to escape from the demonic realm. The squad leader J. Carr, who was suddenly about to leave, also asked Arut to spar after his strength was restored. Arut struggled to hold on. Dr. Ben joined them. The guy fell down, losing consciousness. The doctor and the assistant rushed to his aid. His heart was beating frantically. They put him on the bed and tried to calm him down. During the night, Arut somehow managed to get out of the palace. His aide told him that if he stayed in his room, he would not get better. The doctor recommended him to add exercises to his schedule if he wanted to get better as soon as possible. Arut thought back to the commander of the third squad, Asild, who was eager to fight him. These thoughts made our hero's head just tear apart. His stress level was incredibly high. He had a nervous breakdown, screamed that he wanted to be left alone, and kicked some object with his foot. The object flew out of the room and hit someone's head. A huge lump formed on the head of the demon that was hit by the object thrown by Arut. Arut entered the room where the demons were sitting. He saw that he had accidentally hit a demon in the head and wanted to apologize. The demons immediately bowed their heads to him and apologized for the inconvenience. The guy didn't quite understand what kind of trouble they had caused him. After all, he was the one who hit the demon on the head. The kid was sitting on the floor. The demons were teaching him wisdom as he was blocking the way, being an inferior incubus. Incubus are the lowest demons in the hierarchy of the demonic world. The boy raised his head and saw Sir Arutus, the commander of Unit 0, in front of him. The demons, thinking that Arut was in a bad mood, decided to just leave. Our hero was glad that the demons were gone, but he didn't know what he should do with this kid. It was the first time he had ever seen a demon that was weaker than him. The boy lowered his head and thought Sir Arutus was looking at him. He had heard that normally he was quiet, but if he suddenly flew into a rage, he displayed a ferocity unprecedented even for demons. He feared that his presence was annoying Sir Aruth, and thought that he might actually die now. Aruth asked him if he could stand up and gave the boy his hand. Our hero told the kid that he may not worry as those bastards were already gone. The boy looked at our hero and realized that his eyes were not looking at him with disgust, but rather with good intentions. The boy couldn't recall a time when he had been treated with such kindness. He said he was an incubus. Didn't Sir Aruth feel disgusted by physical contact with him? Our hero asked the boy if he felt disgusted by him because he was human. The boy replied that of course he did not feel any disgust. Arut said that it was exactly the same with him, and that the boy should not worry, and thought to himself that he too was trying his best to survive in the demonic realm. The boy was delighted. No one had ever treated him with such warmth before. The kindness shown by the Zero Corps commander was beyond his expectations. The boy asked if Sir Arutha had an extra minute. He would like to repay his kindness. The boy was puzzled. What else had this boy come up with? He felt like he was in some kind of trouble. At this time, the Demon King came to Arutu's room, but he was not there. The Demon King couldn't figure out where the captain of the Zero Squad had gone. Arut pondered whether to accept the boy's proposal. After all, he didn't have any business to attend to. The boy said he wanted to repay him for his help by giving him a tour of the garden and giving him an herb that relieves fatigue. He said he would understand if Sir Arutus had no time, as he was the squad leader and could be very busy. Our hero was surprised. It turns out that the Demon King's castle even has a garden. The kid caught up and apologized for the late greeting. He bowed and said hello to Arutus. The kid's name was Hien. He was the gardener taking care of all the plants in the Demon King's garden. Our hero liked the idea of taking a walk in the garden. He imagined a place with beautiful plants, flowers, greenery, and fresh air. He thought that this healing corner was vital to him now. Arut told the gardener that he would love to walk around the garden to calm his nerves. Gardener Hien invited Sir Arut to follow him. He led Arut to a garden full of fragrant, beautiful flowers and told him that they were in place. Our hero was delighted. It was a magnificent garden. But suddenly, one of the plants opened its mouth and tried to swallow Arut. Arut barely had time to dodge. These plants were carnivorous. The boy hugged the plant and told the flower not to pounce on Sir Arut. He apologized to our hero and said that the flower boy was very happy that Sir Arut had come. Our hero thought that this boy was just abnormal, and so was the garden. This garden looked normal only at first glance, and inside the garden there were only such carnivorous plants. Arut thought that he should get out of here. He said that he had an urgent matter and he needed to leave. The boy was upset because there were far more interesting plants inside the garden. Arutus made up on the fly that he had to meet his squad at the training ground. Hien was very upset that he didn't get to show all the plants to the Zero Squad leader. He thought that judging by the haste with which Sir Arut had left, he was indeed very busy. Hien thought that he should definitely come to the garden again and decided that he would prepare a gift for him. It seemed to him that Sir Arut really liked plants, so he decided to give him the cutest plant from the garden. Our hero was walking down the dark street. He still had goosebumps running down his spine. It would be strange to think that there would be someone normal inside the Demon King's castle. He returned to the castle and decided to go to his room. It was safe for him there, since there were dangers everywhere outside. The guy thought he really needed to see Zero Squad, though he used that as an excuse. His assistant Ed had told him many times that it would be good for him to meet with the Zero Squad and give them some parting advice. Arut came to the training ground hoping to meet someone from the squad, but there was no one there. He wanted to wait on the training ground for a while in case someone came. He saw the wooden swords his squad members were practicing with. The guy took one of the swords and thought that during the destruction of the monsters he was drunk and didn't remember anything. And now he had the perfect opportunity to test himself. Arut almost dropped the sword from his hands, so heavy it was for him. He thought that if he could hardly lift a wooden sword, what to speak of an iron one? It was all his damn weakness. He should get used to using a dagger. Suddenly, a group of demons led by his assistant Ed appeared in front of him. They were members of the Zero Squad. It was unclear when they had time to be here. Arut stood in front of them and thought of only one thing: not to let them see him drop his sword. The squad members greeted him and said that they were very worried about his health. Arut saw them and was startled, but the demons told him that they were on a break and not slacking off from training at all. His squad members rushed towards him, shouting that he was inimitable during the last mission. Arut said he was fine, but his whole appearance said the opposite. The demons thought he wasn't fine because he overreacted last time. They decided to protect their commander no matter what. Arut at this time thought, why are they looking at him like that? Arut had always chosen the tactic of disdain, so now he turned away and said that the demons had done well last time. He decided to cheer them up, and once they started practicing, he would sit back and watch. Our hero said that he was sure the members of Squad Zero would do just fine without his interference. He turned and walked towards the exit. At this time, one of those standing in the crowd with a dagger prepared to strike. Suddenly, Arut's foot twisted and he almost fell. Arut felt very embarrassed that he could not stand on his feet. It would be very humiliating if he fell down. At this time, our hero was attacked by one of the demons who was wearing a hooded cloak. Due to the fact that the guy almost fell, he managed to dodge the blow. The attacker couldn't understand how he dodged. The squad members began to ask Arutus interchangeably if he was all right. He realized that he was now under attack and needed to run away immediately. Turning awkwardly, he elbowed the attacker in the face so that sparks flew from his eyes. The one in the hooded cloak who had tried to attack Arut was sitting on the platform spitting blood. Arut himself couldn't understand how this happened. He started to slowly walk away. The attacker was sitting covered in blood, but his face looked familiar to our hero. Arut came back and looked at the face of the man sitting on the platform. It was a man. The hooded, cloaked man who attacked Arut thought to run. Arut raised his sword out of his last strength and swung. He realized that if he let this man get away, he would doom himself to danger. He swung the sword and the man who tried to attack him fell down. The sword was so heavy for our hero that his wrists immediately became sore. Arut ordered to lock up the stranger and report to the Demon King what had happened. Demons rushed to obey the order of their commander. Demons stood sad, because they allowed the stranger to enter the training area, and yet it was Sir Arut caught him. They figured he was disappointed in them. The Zero Squad members thought that Sir Arut, leisurely strolling along, dodged the attack with incredible speed and even attacked back. It seemed to them that their commander instantly took control of the situation and caught the stranger as he tried to escape. The demons bound the stranger and locked him up. The Zero Squad commander's status was so high that his mere presence overshadowed the entire squad. The demons were motivated to train even harder, but the commander's level is beyond all expectations. They thought they were unworthy of even the tip of his finger. Full of enthusiasm, the demons began to train with redoubled vigor. Meanwhile, Arut's wrist was swollen and inflamed from lifting the wooden sword. He kept massaging his hand to soothe the pain. Having gotten out of the unpleasant situation perfectly, he decided to go to his room to rest. Having had a good night's sleep, he woke up and asked what time it was. The Demon King was sitting at his bedside drinking coffee. He said that Arut slept very peacefully, probably very tired. Our hero thought it was a dream. The Demon King is sitting in his room by his bedside drinking coffee. Demon King Caver apologized for bothering Arut right after waking up and asked for some time. Thoughts were swarming in the guy's mind. After all, it wasn't like he wasn't causing any trouble. Why did the Demon King come to him and wait for him? So it must be something urgent. Suddenly he remembered the intruder who had infiltrated the training ground and thought that the king's visit was related to him. King Cower confirmed his hunch and asked to come with him. Arut descended with the Demon King down the stairs to the dungeon. There were torches burning on the walls and guards standing on the sides. Arut realized that this was an underground prison and the prisoner must be here. But why had the king brought him here? Had the stranger said something strange about him? In the cell, there were bloody bodies lying on the floor. Yesterday's attacker was sitting against the wall, covered in blood. When he raised his head, his face was also covered in blood. He looked at Arut with a hateful look. Arut was shocked by what he saw. What was being done to this guy this night? The Demon King grabbed the stranger by the hair and asked Arut if this person looked familiar to him. The stranger had the brute strength to slay a demon despite being a human. ever-increasing strength when it came to the Demon King. Arut looked closely at the face of the man sitting there and recognized him as a hero. A hero facing death during a battle with a Demon King could take two paths. Either self-destruct by inflicting incredible injuries on the Demon King standing next to him, or pay with his life to spread the power across the continent to create a hero fragment. People who keep fragments of the hero's power within them are also tacitly called heroes. But officially, only those who earned this status by outstanding achievements, receiving immortal glory, receive this status. Arut thought that this was all just to abuse the power from the Empire. The Demon King said that it was more correct to call him not a hero, but a remnant of a hero. Arut thought that if he were an officially recognized hero of the Empire, he wouldn't be so weak. But he was still a hero. It would be wrong to see him as a pawn that could just be gotten rid of. The Emperor wouldn't send a hero candidate here without a reason, so what's he up to? Arut asked the Demon King for permission to be alone with this man. The Demon King replied that he would wait for him outside the chamber. Arut realized that this person's target was only him. But what was the reason for this interest? The hero looked at the guy with hatred and said his real name, Daeon Hart, calling him a traitor. The hero said that Daeon earned the Emperor's trust and became a hero of the Empire, and then betrayed them and defected to the demon side. Daeon Hart laughed. He never would have thought he would deliver a message this way. Daeon thought the hero was a bargaining chip. The hero replied that he was given an important mission to eliminate His Imperial Majesty's traitor. Daeon said that wasn't true, and the proof was that Hero was calling him a traitor. He asked what sins Hero had committed to be thrown out like that. Daeon bent over Hero and said that His Majesty is aware of everything. He is aware of the reason Daeon is in the demon realm and his body. Everything. Daeon asked Hero why His Majesty sent him here to the dangerous demon realm to eliminate a traitor. Daeon raised his hand and said that Hero had time to think before he died. He walked out of the cell. From there, the curses to the Emperor that Hero sent to him were carried. As he walked out of the cell, he stopped and thought that he had only wasted his time. It had been useless. The Demon King was waiting for him and said that judging from the expression on his face, his curiosity had been satisfied. Demon King Kaver asked him, "What should they do with this brat? Would it be possible to use him in any way?" Arut replied that the decision was up to the Demon King anyway, but he felt that it was better to just kill this guy. The Demon King looked at Arut and said that he would deal with it himself, but Arut would have to fulfill something for him in return. The Demon King said that the first squad had requested immediate help on the front lines. They said they weren't dealing with a hero candidate, but a real hero. Our guy had a lot to think about. He was standing there very sad. Kaver told him that he should know that heroes and demons don't get along. But if the hero who appeared on the front lines wasn't a fragment that the Emperor could easily throw away, but a real hero, then ordinary demons would never get along with him. Arut listened to the Demon King with a downcast look. Furthermore, the Demon King was curious as to why the Emperor had sent both the hero fragment and the real hero here at the same time. He asked Arut to look into this mission and find out what the Emperor's intentions were. The guy stood there thinking, how could he have gotten himself into such a mess? The Demon King said that he needed to prepare to leave, and left. Arut's tongue began to lash out in fear. He thought he was going to hell. Ed had already harnessed his demon horses to the carriage. The carriage stood near the steps leading to the palace. Arutus stood waiting for the aide to complete the final preparations for departure. Tears flowed from his eyes. He realized he was going to his death. He had just been in an underground prison, and before he knew it, he was already being sent to some insanely scary place again. Arut felt like he was falling out of reality, and each time he felt like he was going crazy. He only remembered that the man in the underground prison would die soon, and the Demon King had instructed him to go to the front lines. Aide Ed completed the preparations for departure and reported to Sir Arutus that it was safe to go. Our hero walked down the steps and got into the carriage. He also remembered that there was a new hero. Arut decided that since he was going there, he should at least face this new hero to reassure himself. Ed knew that Sir Arut had extinguished his lust for battle by going to slay monsters, but he was sure that wasn't enough to fully satisfy him. Ed had heard that terrible things were happening on the front lines, but looking at Sir Arut's face, it was as if he was going on vacation. Suddenly a voice came from above. Someone called Arut's name. It was the commander of the 11th Squad, Ririnil. She shouted to Arut that she missed him very much. Ed and Arut stopped. The guy was very surprised to see Ririnel here. Arut asked Ririnel what she was doing here. He felt that despite her cute appearance, there was quite a strong demonic energy coming from her, second only to the Demon King. Ririnel told Arut that she heard that he was going to the front lines, so she brought him an amulet in the form of a pendant. Arut thought that this pendant looked suspicious, and why is she giving it to him? Perhaps it shouldn't be taken. Ririnel said that she put a protective spell on the pendant so it would keep Arut from dying at least once. She wanted to help him in some way. Our hero thanked Ririnel for her concern. Since she herself gives the pendant to Arut, it was obviously rude to refuse to accept the pendant. Arut took the pendant and stroked Ririnel's head in appreciation. It felt like a living, moving thing to Arut. Very unpleasant. He wanted to finish it soon as he was scared. He said goodbye to Ririnel. Ed thanked Ririnel separately, as he was very worried about Sir Arutus because of the aftermath of the last battle. But now he was calm, thanks to Ririnel's pendant. Ririnel thought that Sir Arutus has such a wonderful assistant. She asked him to continue serving Sir Arutus with the same dedication. The boy got into the carriage. Ed rushed after him and wanted to escort him. Arut rode in the carriage and thought, what consequences was Ed talking about? About the consequences he got after killing the hero? Ririnel sent hearts after the departing carriage and wished him a happy journey. Let's go back to the beginning of our story a little bit. Dion Hart wasn't actually holding back the hero of the Empire about to explode, nor was he absorbing the energy from his self-destruction. He was just a regular comrade of the hero of the Empire at the time. They had lost a lot of people. The hero of the Empire asked Dion Hart to stay here. Dion Hart was very surprised by such a request. The hero said that he would finish this battle alone with the Empire squad. But since this Demon King was known as the strongest in history, Hero couldn't guarantee Dion's safety. They needed someone to report the results of the battle to the Empire. The hero of the Empire assigned this role to Hart. Hero of Empire asked Dion Hart for only one thing, that he come back. Hero of Empire said that Dion has something to do while he's alive. If Hart comes back with results, it will be a great accomplishment. Upon his return, Hart will have the opportunity to have any wish granted by the Emperor. The hero of the Empire said that he would find out what that wish was when he returned. Dan Hart sat on a fallen tree and waited for the battle to end. He wanted to know the outcome, but his legs would not obey him. Whether shame or fear was driving him, he didn't know, or perhaps both. The role of a fellow hero was to clear the path and help reach the Demon King, but when he was asked to stay, he was relieved. He wanted to survive, but he needed to at least see the result of the battle. Dayon decided. If the hero and his squad won the battle, he would bring them back, and if he lost, he would report it to the Empire. If he took a look from afar, everything should be fine. Dion Hart crept quietly forward and peered out from behind the bushes. What he saw shocked him. He saw several dozen demons gathered around the hero. The hero of the Empire was kneeling with his head down, and the Demon King and other demons were standing beside him. The members of the hero's squad had been killed, every single one of them. The hero of the Empire was kneeling, his cloak covered in blood, and the huge Demon King was standing in front of him. The Demon King asked the hero what his last words would be. The Empire hero replied that it would be self-destruction. A bright flash illuminated everything around him, including Dayon Hart, who was standing on a rock watching from above. The hero of the Empire decided to self-destruct with an explosion. The guy thought that it ended very sadly, and he should let the Empire know about it. Suddenly, Dayon Hart heard a voice behind his back asking him who he was. Dayon Hart whispered in horror that it was a demon. He had never seen a demon so close. The demons swung around, ready to swat Dayon Hart like a small bug. The boy stared at the huge demon in horror, realizing that the hour of his death had come. The demon swung its sword at the place where Dayon was standing. The guy miraculously managed to dodge the blow. The demon swung the sword, but to no avail. Dayon managed to dodge all the time. Dayon realized that this was not the way to escape. There had to be some way to slow the demon down. The demon was huge. It was hard for it to hit Little Hart. The guy couldn't do anything at all with such a huge demon. It was a mountain of muscle. The demon was terribly angry that he couldn't manage to kill this booger. Dayon Hart somehow miraculously managed to get on the demon's shoulder. He managed to plunge the dagger into the demon's neck. The demon reached out its hand to him, and the boy was afraid that the wound the demon had received wasn't too deep. Daeon realized that with his strength it would be difficult to pierce such rough skin. What to do now? At this time, a small earthquake started, and the mountain where the demon and Daeon Hart were standing began to shake. The demon stumbled and flew down onto the rocks. Along with the demon flew our guy, who clung to the arm of the demon, plunging a dagger into his body. With a terrible rumble, the demon fell to the ground. No one could understand what was happening. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a huge demon lying on the ground, and a small man sitting on top of it, nailing the demon to the ground with his dagger. Daeon Hart waited in horror for his fate, but one thing he realized was that he had survived. The huge demon lay in a pool of blood, and Daeon Hart tried to pull his dagger out of its body. The guy realized he was able to survive because he landed on the demon. He had fallen off a cliff, which meant he was in the middle of the enemy camp. The demons were standing nearby, watching in horror. Demons could not understand who this man who fell from the sky. Why is he so strong that he killed a huge demon, the commander of the 7th Squad? It turns out that Daeon Hart not only fell into the center of the civilian camp, but also killed the demon squad leader right in front of their eyes. And then Daeon Hart saw the Demon King who was standing right in front of him. The hero of the Empire, who had not yet self-destructed, saw Hart and asked what he was doing here. After all, he knew that the hero was going to self-destruct, so why did he come? Daeon replied that he wanted to do his duty. Hero Empire hoped that at least Daeon Hart would survive. Daeon realized that the hero of the Empire had stopped the process of self-destruction. The hero of the Empire felt that he was dying, and asked the world to let Daeon Hart live. Afterward, the hero of Empire hugged Daeon, trying to transfer all of his power to him. The hero really wished that Hart was able to gain at least a fragment of his power. But the fragments of power flowed away like water through his fingers and scattered all over the world. The Demon King realized that this light coming from Hero was different from the light of self-destruction. The hero was trying to pass on his power. Giving up the last drop of his power, the hero of the Empire fell on Daeon Hart's chest. The boy thought that Hero was just a fool. He should have known that it was impossible to transfer Hero's powers to someone else at will. Did Hero really stop self-destruction for the sake of giving him all his powers? The hero of the Empire lay dead on the ground. Daeon Hart bent over him. His body was unable to absorb the hero's power. The demons thought that the man who fell from the sky had killed the hero. He had stopped his self-destruction and killed him. Daeon sat leaning over the hero, and the demons thought he was experiencing agony after receiving a blow from the hero of the Empire. From falling off the cliff, our guy's throat started to bleed. Basically, it didn't matter now since he wouldn't be able to defeat all those demons. Daeon thought that this was the end, and after all, he was trying so hard to survive. Suddenly, the Demon King approached him and asked him how he could smile in such a situation. The Demon King turned to Daeon and asked what his name was. Daeon decided that he needed to cling to every opportunity to survive and said his name was Daeon Hart. The Demon King invited him to join the ranks of the demon army. Daeon Hart couldn't believe that the Demon King had offered him to go to their side. The Demon King told Hart not to worry about the confrontation between humans and demons. Yes, Daeon Hart was trying to survive, but he never thought he would survive this way. It all started from the day when all the people in the Demon King's castle, including the king himself, thought that Daeon had outstanding strength. It didn't match the reality. They had gone so far that he was seriously worried about his future. Finally, Assistant Ed looked into the carriage and said that they had arrived at the place. It was the border between the human world and the demon world, and Arut had arrived at just such a place. The squad leader met Arut and said that he was waiting for him. The boy thought that judging by the condition of the commander, things were not going well here at all. Arut had absolutely no choice from the start. The squad leader noticed that Sir Arut's facial expression softened once he left the Demon King's castle. He was sure that Arut was looking forward to the battle. But right now, they were in a lull. He suggested that Sir Arut rest a bit from the road and prepare himself. Arut thought with fear, why would he need to prepare? The commander explained to him that he wanted Arut to join the battle as soon as the Empire units appeared on the horizon. We see the front lines of the human world. It was the barracks of the Empire. Neat white tents, awnings, and there were tables under the awnings. An officer was reporting to the commander that, according to human intelligence, the commander of the Zero Demon Squad would be taking part in the battle. In this regard, The Demon King's troops have been in high spirits since yesterday. The commander of the Zero Squad is the Demon King's Joker. He is even more outstanding than the commander of the first squad, who is the strongest among all 12 commanders. The man sitting at the table in front of the map grabbed his head with his hands. He thought about what to do, since there was no guarantee of victory. He decided to send an assassin for the Zero Squad commander, but his assistant told him that an assassin would not be up to the task. There were incredible rumors about the Zero Squad commander, but no one could reliably confirm them. Perhaps the existence of this commander was just an illusion created by the Demon King to boost morale. This was what the commander of the Empire thought. He came up with a plan. We need to find out the truth using only one assassin. Ed sat in the commander's tent and bandaged Arutu's hands. The boy was terribly reluctant to take part in the battle. He had never claimed to be a Zero Squad commander. The aide was very worried about Sir Arutha's condition. It was difficult for him to bandage the commander's hands because Arut was trembling badly. Our hero told the aide Ed that there was no need to be cautious. He was only going to face the new hero of the Empire anyway, and he would step aside. Ed replied to him that they don't know when the battle will start. The human world is right in front of them. They will have the sun rising soon, so they need to bandage Arut more carefully. Arut couldn't understand why Ed keeps following him without any complaints, constantly taking care of him. After all, Arut constantly vomits blood and faints easily, and also burns easily in the open sun. No matter how you look at it, Arut is the most useless person here. Why does Ed remain his deputy? Maybe Ed isn't a demon at all, but an angel. Ed threw a light cloth over Arut, which was specially made by the Demon King with magic. This cloth reflects the sun and maintains the normal body temperature. Sir Arut can now fight at his pleasure. The Demon King also cast a spell to make Arut's eyes, mouth, and nose see through. He constantly bragged about this cloth. Ed said that His Majesty appreciates Arut's sulfur immensely, and even cast a spell to keep his gaze clear. Arut thought that the Demon King is overflowing with magic and uses it everywhere. Demon magic is something that disrupts the order of the world. It is limited, and the demonic energy spent on magic cannot be replenished. Moreover, it is said that the more energy the demon has expended, the faster the hero will appear. Arutus thought that if the Demon King was using so much magic, it meant that he was confident of his victory over the hero. Ed finished bandaging Arut's hands, and now he was ready for battle. He was very comfortable, and it annoyed him. Ed, as always, was enthusiastic. He said that as long as they had Zero Squad, Arut shouldn't worry. Ever since the hero fragment invaded the training ground, all the squad members had been practicing like crazy. Arutus thought that he had no one else to trust, and it was good if the squad members took care of him. The boy said he would go check on the corpse of the 9th squad leader and look around. Ed didn't want to let him go, but Arut said he was already strong enough. Ed thought Sir Arut was enthusiastic, but that was just an excuse. Arut wanted to buy time and find a place to hide. He saw the demons who were carrying crates. The demons were surprised to see the Zero Squad commander. They said that they had suffered a lot, but now they could take it easy. They were confident that since the commander was with them, victory would definitely be theirs. Squad leader Jakare thought that the Demon King's decision was right. The mere presence of Arutus would raise the morale of the demons. The boy asked not to emphasize him. A scout sent by the Emperor to the demon realm saw Arutus and thought that he actually existed. The scout realized that this was the commander of Unit 0, and it was not a rumor at all, but the truth. The scout saw the commander's indifferent demeanor and the incredible pressure coming from him, even though he was wearing a robe. So the rumors about him are justified, but even if he's strong, he's probably not as strong as commonly believed. The scout thought that since he had confirmed the existence of the Zero Squad commander, he could return. But if he was already here, he decided to test the commander's skills and launch a deadly poisoned dart. At this time, Arut decided to return to the tent and turned around to go back. The dart flew a few centimeters away from his head. The scout thought that the Zero Squad leader had cleverly dodged it. Arut's eyes, free of the magical cloth, noticed the movement. The scout was horrified and thought he had been discovered and hid very quickly. Arut actually stepped on a rock and almost fell. He was called out by a squad member and asked what happened. Why did Sir Arut suddenly slump? The commander replied that he was just warming up. The demon said he was relieved that Sir Arut was already warming up. Our hero decided that there is no good place to hide here. Therefore, It is better not to loiter around, but to stay in the tent. The scout saw that the Zero Squad commander was about to enter the tent. Perhaps he was safe after all? He figured that the commander just didn't want his subordinates to know about the scout, so he was going to inform only trusted individuals to secretly capture him. He thought it was time to head back, but decided to take another chance to test the commander's skills. Ed was holding a bottle and a glass when Arut entered the tent. The aide asked Arut why he came back so quickly. Arut decided to change the subject and asked Ed what he knew about the new hero in the human army. Ed replied that the second squad leader was studying him, but no one has seen his face because he wears a helmet. But it is reliably known that he is skillful with a sword. The scout crept quietly to the tent and listened as the commander started talking about Sir Cruel, but said nothing about him. It seems that the commander had figured out that it was Cruel who sent the scout. Suddenly, Arut saw a bottle of wine standing on the table. It was the coveted alcohol that Arut had only dreamed of. Arut thought that Ed was preventing him from drinking alcohol, and he was slowly getting drunk himself. Ed immediately understood everything and said that he had put out a bottle of wine for him. Arut was pleasantly surprised. Can he really drink it all? Ed said that since they were not on the battlefield, they could have a drink to calm their nerves. Arut answered him that he was right. Ed thought it wouldn't be a big deal since Arut could do whatever he wanted during the battle. Arut sat down at the table and was about to drink some wine. Suddenly he thought he heard some sounds. Perhaps there was someone there. But he had a glass of wine in his hand and decided to ignore the sounds. The scout thought that the commander was a fool if he was distracted by the stone he had thrown and didn't notice that he had poisoned the wine in the glass by adding a deadly poison that would kill him with a single sip. Arut had already brought the glass to his lips, but he wondered whether he had heard a sound or not. The scout was waiting for the commander to take a sip of wine and die, but Arut did not drink, but poured the wine on the floor. Ed was greatly surprised and asked him why he did that. But Arut not only poured out the wine, but also threw a glass on the floor, which immediately broke. Arut said that a pest was lurking among them. Ed was shocked by his commander's action. In fact, Arut was shocked too. The glass itself flew out of his hands. Arut wanted to swat away the annoying fly that was annoying him by flying around him. The fly flew away quietly, and the glass of wine that Arut was holding in that hand slipped out and shattered. Arut felt very sorry for the spilled wine, and he told Ed that he had not done it on purpose. At this time, they saw a poisonous vapor rising from the wine spilled on the floor. Ed immediately realized that the wine was poisoned. Arutus wondered. It turns out that someone had poisoned his drink. He looked up and saw that there was a hole in the ceiling above the table. Arut realized that there was an intruder here who had poisoned his wine. The scout at this time had already fled and was far away from the demon camp. The scout thought that he should urgently report to the Empire, and preferably to Sir Cruel at once. The Zero Corps commander's abilities are not overrated. They are a force to be reckoned with. Squad leader Jakar realized that an intruder had entered the camp. His goal was to assassinate Zero Corps Commander Sir Arutus, but none of the demons noticed him. Commander Jakar said to search the entire area and see if there were any enemies in the camp. Arut thought that he might have actually died. Ed apologized to Arut and said that due to his stupidity he didn't notice the intruder until the last. Arut didn't think anyone could get past Ed, but that only proved how experienced the assassin was. The guy thought that because of that damn assassin, he couldn't get a drink. Arut turned to the assistant. Ed thought he was done for, but Arut asked if the bottle was sealed before he poured from it into the glass. Ed confirmed that the bottle was sealed. So the poison was poured from the top into the glass. That means you can drink from the bottle. The wine in the bottle is intact. Arutus was jubilant. At this time in the Empire's camp, an officer was reporting the intelligence data to his commander, Cruel. The officer said that the rumors about the Zero Squad commander had not been exaggerated, and the Empire had no chance of success. The assassin that Cruel had sent had returned after all, now that they have confirmed the existence of the Zero Squad commander and how powerful he is. It will take that hero to defeat the demons, since they have the Zero Squad commander on their side. The officer asked Cruel if he meant the other hero of the Empire. Since he wasn't here right now, Cruel made the decision to retreat. The officer was worried if it would seem like running away for fear of the Zero Squad commander. Then the demons would start looking down on them. Cruel replied that he would not back down. If any of the demons went after them, they only needed to make sure that they would definitely be killed. There was no need to raise their weapons for the sake of useless distant lands where not a single ray of light could reach. That's what they need to instill in the demons. They must show that they are not going to fight unless the demons invade the human world. Cruel said that he was ordered to take back the lands of the empire captured by the demon realm, not to expand their territory at the expense of the demon realm. They had already reclaimed the empire's lands, and they didn't need any more friction between the kingdoms, so that was why they were retreating. Cruel said that they should hope that the commander of the Zero Demon Squad wouldn't wreak havoc. The officer replied that he had heard that the latter rarely interfered in battles. At that time, a soldier came running in and reported that the demon troops were advancing towards them, and the Zero Squad commander was leading them. Cruel and the officer were in shock. All plans had been disrupted. Meanwhile, the Zero Squad commander, covered in blood, was fighting a soldier from the Empire. His eyes were burning with insane fire. The blood that poured around him, splattering him from head to toe, did not embarrass him at all. He was drunk and brave. He lunged at anyone who got in his way. Daeon Hart had somehow chopped off the arm of an Imperial officer. His dagger was covered in blood. His cloak was covered in blood. He saw nothing in front of him and went forward. His faithful assistant Ed was helping him. He grabbed the Empire officer by the throat as he wanted to attack the commander. Ed looked at the commander and thought that he had drunk the entire bottle, so that he was now completely drunk. But still, thanks to Sir Arutus, everyone is in high spirits. Ed let go of the officer's neck and he fell down, barely alive with fear. The Zero Squad commander seemed to him some kind of demon, a real devil. All bloody, against the red sky, he was horrible. With crazy eyes, with a mad smile roaming across his face, he seemed like the devil of hell. The officer thought he should fight to survive, but he didn't want to. He was very much afraid. His will was paralyzed by the mere sight of the Zero Squad commander. When the bloodied Zero Squad leader approached the officer, he leaned over him and asked why the officer was sitting here. Then our hero told the officer that if he wanted to live, he had to try. And if you don't even try, you will die quickly, just like that. With these words, the commander of the Zero Squad wanted to attack the officer, but he couldn't resist and fell down. The officer prayed for only one thing: to survive. Arut lost his balance and flew straight into a tree. Seeing the commander fall, his assistant Ed rushed to his aid. Ed carefully lifted his head and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, everyone saw a masked and ringed man. It was the new hero of the Empire. Ed saw the hero of the Empire, and there was a look of horror on his face. Drunken Arut still couldn't come to his senses. Ed kept shaking him and asking if he was all right. Suddenly, the amulet given to him by Commander Ririnel appeared in his blood-stained hand. It was Miss Ririnel's protective pendant, meant to protect him from instant death. If it wasn't for him, Sir Arut would have died from this attack. Arut and Ed sat under a tree and watched as the hero of the Empire approached them. The officer of the Empire came to his senses a little. Tears were streaming down his face from fear, but he realized that he was saved. This was the Empire's new hero, the star of the battlefield, Cruel. At this time, the Zero Squad leader rose to his feet and walked towards the hero. Ed shouted at him to stop, but it was all to no avail. Arut had a bloody dagger in his hands, and so they stopped in front of each other, the new heroes of the Empire, Cruel and the drunken commander of the Zero Squad, Sir Arut. Aruth asked Cruel, "Is he the new hero?" Cruel replied, "That's what they call him, though he doesn't think he deserves the title." Arut said he has heard a lot about him, but he thinks the hero's voice sounds very familiar. Could it be that they have met before? Arut asked Hero to take off his helmet, but Hero refused to take off his helmet in front of his opponent, though he too seemed familiar to him. Arut stood and played with his dagger. He assumed that Hero would not remove his helmet for him. In that case, Arut decided to do it himself. The guy lightning fast stabbed his dagger right into Hero's face, but Hero managed to dodge. Hero even lost sight of him for a moment and thought that the Zero Squad leader was very fast. But even though Arut was moving very fast, Hero was still able to track his movement and dodge. Hero had a long sword in his hands, while Arut only had a dagger. Therefore, Arut kept his distance from him. Still, Hero preferred to dodge the Zero Squad commander's blows. Arut approached Hero several times and was ready to unmask him, but he never succeeded. They fought one-on-one, and yet Arut wanted to confirm that Hero was unworthy of the title. Hero thought that the Zero Squad leader's attacks, though fast, were not powerful enough. Arut was so fast that he dodged any of Hero's strikes. His dagger was knocked out by Hiro's sword. Cruel decided he could handle it if he pressed the Zero squad leader with his stamina and strength, but the commander, strangely enough, repelled his attacks with his dagger. Arut's eyes blazed with red fire. Neither of them could defeat the other. As Arut sobered up, his attacks became weaker and weaker. The hero couldn't understand why his attacks were so weak. Could it be that the commander is hiding his true nature, or is not in the mood for battle? But either way, it gave him an advantage. Arut spread her hands and said that she was done for today. The hero of the Empire was outraged. How dare he? The war wasn't over, and the demons were the first to cross the line. When Arut told the hero of the Empire that it was over, he killed the commander of the 9th Squad. But even after regaining the Imperial lands, the hero didn't seem satisfied. He even invaded the demon world, and told them that they had only reclaimed their own. Aruta suggested that the hero of the Imperium not waste energy, but make an agreement that they both defended their territories. Cruel thought that the Zero Squad commander was right. There was no need to deviate from the plan and fight them when they had already taken back the Empire's lands. But on the other hand, if he continued the battle, he could get rid of the Zero Squad commander. The Empire hero turned around and walked away. The wounded Empire soldiers hobbled after him. This time, the hero of the Empire decided to retreat. While the demons were in high spirits, the Empire's troops had lost many, and it would be wiser to return to the original plan. Arut waved goodbye and said that he hoped they would never see each other again. The hero of the Empire commanded the soldiers that they too were leaving. Each of them went in their own direction, towards their troops. The demons spoke among themselves that they had finally forced the humans to retreat. "And this is the merit of Sir Arutus!" The commander of the 3rd Squad, Asild, was disappointed. Retreating like that. This could have been a great chance to advance. The Empire's troops were demoralized. He was sure there was a reason why the commander had stopped the battle since he was looking forward to it so much. Asild put his hand on Arut's shoulder and said that it was a great job. Suddenly Sir Arut fell on Asild's shoulder. His body completely stopped listening to him. Asild felt that the commander's body was very hot. Did he really show combat prowess in such a state? The commander of the 3rd Squad thought, why did Arut interrupt in the middle of the battle? But the commander seemed to be thinking about the future and suppressed his desire to continue fighting so that the enemy wouldn't notice his condition. Assistant Ed and Dr. Ben ran up to Arut. Asild realized that Sir Arut was exhausted from fighting in such a weakened state, but he is truly incredible. Everyone was now telling each other that the Zero Squad commander came out of nowhere and defended the positions. Arut had once killed the former commander of Squad 7 and stopped the hero of the Empire from self-destruction. Among other things, he was recognized by the Demon King himself. The commander of the 3rd Squad still felt out of place. But be that as it may, today Sir Arut showed why he was the commander of the Demon Realm's Zero Squad. Miss Ririnil felt that the pendant she gave to Sir Arut had broken. She was sure that Sir Arut was now in great danger and she didn't know what to do. Miss Ririnil decided to run to his aid, even though His Majesty had ordered her to guard the barrier from the demonic monsters. Suddenly, a carriage drawn by demonic horses stopped outside the palace, and Sir Arut came out of the carriage. The Demon King himself came down the steps to meet him. Demon King Kaver thanked Arut for his good work. The king said that he already knew everything from Jakar. And this time Arut had gotten wacky too. He never disappoints him. Kaver asked how was the meeting with the new hero of the Empire. Arut said he had to report to the king about the new hero. The Demon King invited Arut to come into the palace and talk there, as the 2nd Squad leader also brought him news about the new hero. The king told Arut to change his clothes and come to his palace. The 2nd Squad commander was too busy sorting all the information and would not come out of his office. The king and Arut sat in a room with beautiful furniture. The king gave Arut a stack of documents for him to familiarize himself with the information. The boy started reading the documents and was very surprised. Arut realized that he had suffered a memory lapse. He could not understand where he was. Then he realized that he was inside the Demon King's castle. But when did he get back there? After all, not long ago, he was still on the battlefield. He remembered that he only wanted to get drunk before he died, but he had passed out after drinking, even though he had only drank 1 bottle. Had his tolerance for alcohol gotten worse? Suddenly, Miss Ririnel jumped on him. She had returned from the battlefield, as she recognized that Arut had already returned as well. That's when Arut remembered about the pendant Miss Ririnel had given him. Wasn't it supposed to prevent his death once? The pendant was broken, so he was almost dead. But Ririnel had told him that he was able to supplant the Empire's new hero, and even defended the Demon Realm's territory. Arut thought that he had gotten drunk again and made a mess of things. That's when the guy remembered that he was holding some paper in his hand. He unfolded it and saw a photo. It was Cruel Heart, the new hero of the Empire, his older brother. On the battlefield, as Arut bent over the warrior he had killed, someone called his name. Arut saw his brother in front of him and asked for his help. Brother Cruel swung his sword. So Cruel is now the new hero of the Empire. I wonder since when. The boy went to his room and sat on his bed. He looked at his brother's picture and thought that the Emperor already knew everything that happened and made Cruel a hero anyway. If that's what it was all about, then maybe Arut should go back. Now that Arut saw the parchment, he began to remember that the Demon King had suggested that he go to the Empire. Arut said he agreed, and promised to find out more about the Empire's new hero. The Demon King said that the Empire would begin to suspect something if he was gone too long. Kaur placed a seal on Arut's chest. It was tracking magic and something like insurance. The Demon King said goodbye to Arut and asked him to let him know if he learned anything useful. This was the kind of conversation that took place between the king and Arut, whom he had just remembered. Since the seal was on his body, it meant that he was not dreaming about this conversation. Arut would lose his memories when he was under a lot of stress. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and his assistant Ed came in, saying that he had heard from the king that Arut was going to the human world today. Arut replied that it was true. He needed to find out something personal. He thought that Ed had something to tell him. Before this conversation, the Demon King had offered Ed to become a squad leader. Although Ed had dreamed of this all his life, but he was unprepared to hear such an offer and was very confused. Since the commander of the 9th Squad had been killed, his seat was vacant. Before that, all the places were taken, so the king appointed Ed as the deputy commander of Squad 0. The king felt that Ed was more than worthy of the position of commander. He offered him the position and asked him how he felt about it. Ed replied that if he became the squad leader, who would fulfill his duties as deputy commander of Squad 0. The king said that someone else would have to be hired for that role. The Demon King said that if Ed refused, the offer would go to someone else. But would Ed be happy that someone weaker than him would be his superior? Ed couldn't make up his mind to accept the king's offer. He stood there now and remembered that conversation. Arutus asked Ed once more, what had the Demon King said to him? Ed shook off his memories and answered Arut that the king had not told him anything. Ed thought it was better for Sir Arutus not to know anything about the king's offer. He told Arut that if he was leaving, he would instruct the cook to prepare food for his journey. Arut saw that Ed wanted to say something to him, but changed his mind. The servant reported to Arut that the carriage was ready. Arut looked around before getting into the carriage and told Ed to take care of himself until he returned. Ed bowed in farewell to the 0 Squad leader. In parting, Arut asked Ed if perhaps he would like something that could only be gotten in the human empire. He could bring anything Ed wanted. Ed smiled and thought, are there any bosses in the world who are so concerned for their subordinates? Ed said that Arut, while in the human world, should always wear the pendant and cape that Dr. Ben gave him. The aide thought that there was no superior who needed so much help, so he didn't want to become a squad leader. Ed decided that he wanted to be Deputy Commander Arut and wanted to help him with everything. So wherever the 0 Squad leader goes, as Deputy Commander, he will always be waiting for him here. We see a beautiful palace guarded by guards. Suddenly, they see someone in a gray cloak walking towards the gate. The man in the gray hooded cloak came closer. He was ordered to stand as this was the Earl of Heart's estate. The guard said that the Earl was not at home at the moment, and so outsiders were not allowed to enter. Aruth, back in the Empire, was once again Earl Daon Hart. He ordered the gate to be opened and removed his hood. The guards did not recognize him and told him that if he came any closer, they would use their weapons. Daon pulled the mask off his face and said that he was trying to enter his home and they dared to stop him. All the servants gathered around and began to bow to him and congratulate him on his return. A Hart County superintendent named Remember came out and greeted Daon. Remember had been here ever since Daon inherited the estate. His presence made the boy truly feel at home. The steward hadn't seen his master in 6 months. Daeon remembered that the public thought he had gone on an expedition to destroy monsters on the Emperor's orders. The boy said he had completed the task and returned. The manager saw the wound on Daeon's face. Daeon took Remember's hand away from his face and said that he was no longer a child. The old man replied that this was true. He was now an honorable earl, and invited him to go to his room. The count said that he wished to meet the Emperor at once, and ordered Remember to get everything ready to go. Daeon was sure that the Emperor already knew that he had returned to the Empire. Besides, he needed to ask the Emperor about Cruel urgently. The old man bowed and said that he would prepare everything right away. At this time, there was a man sitting at a table in the room with 3 others standing around him. They were discussing the return of Daeon Hart. One of the people present, Duke Illister Strabe, said that the Emperor's dog Daeon Hart had finally returned to see his master. Cruel Hart, Daeon Hart's brother, was also present. He was told that his younger brother had returned. Cruel said he would make a request to the Assassin's Guild. One of those present said that they still have a trump card up their sleeve, the Revolutionary Army. If this group of people trying to kill the Emperor gets in the way, it won't matter whether they get caught or not. Cruel apologized and said that he would contact the Revolutionary Army. The person sitting at the table thought that it was interesting to see how skilled the Emperor's hero, Honorable Earl Daeon Hart, was. At this time, Daeon had already completely changed his clothes and packed for the road. The guy was getting a little tired of it. The bathing, the changing clothes. At last there was an end to it. The carriage was served, and Earl Daeon Hart was ready to go on the road. As he got into the carriage, he said he didn't need so many attendants. After all, not many people know that he has returned. Daeon sat in the carriage and thought that in the demon realm he had to suck up to the Demon King, but here he would have to suck up to the Emperor. But the Emperor is as fearless as the Demon King. The current Emperor Eduardo Desire ascended to the throne after getting rid of all the competitors. He was the 9th prince, so he killed all of his siblings earlier in the hierarchy. He crowned himself in a blood-soaked robe. And even 10 years later, the subject is still hotly debated. At the end of the coronation, which began with the bloodshed of his kin, the king appeared. The king said that he would like to give up the old name of the kingdom and declare the state an empire. He said that henceforth he ruled the empire and began to call himself emperor. The other countries couldn't stay away, and so began a war that changed Daeon's entire life. An incredibly long 8-year war. The guy had no desire to reminisce. Due to his achievements in the war, Daeon Hart was given the title of Honorary Earl. Daeon chose his life's mission, and now he had to go back and forth between the demon world and the Empire. At this time, the guards escorting Daeon Hart's carriage were attacked by some people. These people had blue armbands with a white bird on their sleeve. It was the Revolutionary Army. But how had they learned of Daeon's return and gotten here? Hart thought things are bad. We need to join the battle. A man with an axe approached him. Daeon stood with his hands covering his face. The man with the axe took the mask off Daeon's face and said that he had found the Empire Dog. The organization formed during the 8-year war was called the Revolutionary Army. In the process of taking over other countries, they had lost their citizens and important people in their lives. They had nothing more to lose. The man with the axe grabbed Daeon by the throat. The guy thought that the Emperor had created such reckless bastards with his war. Daeon Hart didn't want to be their victim. He was worried because of their words about him being a hero, but he turned out to be nothing more than a pathetic dead man. A man with an axe in his hands threw Daeon Hart to the ground, pinned him down, and began to strangle him. Daeon screamed that he was not the Emperor's dog. The man got angry and said that he was the Emperor's very real dog. He has white hair, red eyes, and bad manners. Daeon at this time frantically searched for his dagger. He quickly pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into the handle of the axe that the man had already swung at him. As he blocked the blow, he found himself lying on the ground again with the axe already swung at him. Daeon lay there, unable to breathe. Blood was coming out of his mouth. The man with the axe couldn't believe that the hero was in front of him. Could the rumors be false? But still, he swung the axe, intending to strike the fake hero. In a few seconds, the axe would come down on Daeon's head. That was the end of it. But suddenly, a spear flew by, and a voice was heard ordering the man with the axe to stop. The spear slammed into the axe handle with force. The man who intended to kill Daeon Hart dropped the axe from his hands. In front of him stood 3 men dressed in white robes. On their clothes was the emblem of the Ghost Knights. These were the Emperor's men. devils born from the 8-year war led by Daeon Hart. One of the people who came asked if he needed to make a showdown or let them go just like that. It had already become a known fact that they had absolutely no rationality at all. Weakness and courage was their motto. These people threw themselves at the members of the Revolutionary Army. They killed them, enjoying the process of killing them. The people accompanying Daeon looked on in amazement at what was happening. The surviving member of the Revolutionary Army thought that if he faced them head-on, he would definitely lose. "We need to escape. Finish Daeon and escape." He grabbed Daeon by the neck again and started choking him, but Daeon dug his nails into his arm. Suddenly, Daeon flew away from him, and the man who was choking him screamed terribly. It turned out that Daeon had ripped chunks of meat out of the axeman's hand. Daeon said he wanted to rip the arm off completely, but he was too weak. His eyes were glowing red fire, his mouth was bloody, and his hands were bloody too. He said that since he was feeling bad, he would finish this guy off quickly. He picked up the axe and swung it over his head. The axe came down on his enemy's head. Blood splattered in all directions. Daeon Hart emerged from the carriage. On the ground, in a pool of blood, lay the man who had made the attempt on him. Daeon was covered in blood, his white suit splattered with blood. The man who had attacked him with the axe was already dead. So was it worth continuing? Daeon thought maybe that was enough, but then decided he needed to keep going. He needed to set an example so that no one would dare attack him again. He couldn't stop and continue to strike the man lying there. Blood splattered on those standing nearby, but Daeon kept stabbing and stabbing with the dagger. He wanted to make sure no one could forget this scene. The murderous ghost knights were waiting for him. They were happy to see their captain, but figured he didn't really need them. Still, they decided, since the captain had been attacked, there could be big trouble if it wasn't for them. Daeon Hart stood in a pool of blood, himself covered in blood, over the body of the man he had just ruthlessly killed. He stood staring with mad eyes. His hands were covered in blood. He thought he still had enemies left. Daeon ordered his knights to kill his enemies. His order was obeyed without question. Finally, the carriage pulled into the palace square. Daeon got out of the carriage, which was completely splattered with blood. The guards stopped Daeon and said that this was the imperial palace, and he could not enter without an invitation. But our hero gave his name. He said his name was Daeon Hart, and he must see his majesty urgently. The guards drew themselves into a line and apologized to Hart. They knew that the emperor had given Count Daeon Hart permission to visit him at any time. Count Hart was told that his majesty was in the banquet hall. At this time, the banquet hall was holding a banquet to celebrate the debut of the empire's new hero. Daeon Hart smiled. His smile was horrible on his bloodied face. He assumed that his older brother Cruel was at the banquet as well. In the hall, the emperor was seated on a throne, and people were all around him. Kneeling in front of him was Hero. The emperor asked if Hero had returned the lands that the demons had taken. The emperor sat on his throne with his foot on his leg. He was pleased that Hero was able to get the lands of the empire back. Cruel Hart stood, bowing respectfully. He said that he was merely doing his duty. The emperor raised his glass and said that today they were celebrating the birth of a new hero, Cruel Hart, and congratulated him on his debut. At this time, the doors opened, and Daeon Hart walked into the hall, covered in blood. The people at the banquet didn't recognize him at first, but then they noticed his red eyes and white hair. Everyone recognized the bloody stranger as the Honorable Earl Daeon Hart. He walked past his brother, but they didn't even look at each other. Cruel Hart thought that his dear brother had somehow gotten hold of the hero fragment. Daeon Hart walked up to the emperor and knelt before him, bowing respectfully. He removed his hood and said that he, Daeon Hart, saluted the emperor. Those present at the ball began to whisper amongst themselves that Count Daeon Hart was a vampire. A man from the Revolutionary Army, upon seeing Daeon Hart alive, thought the man had incredible tenacity. There were traces of Daeon's blood on the red carpet that covered the steps leading up to the emperor's throne. The emperor said hello and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He reiterated that Daeon could come to him whenever he wanted, but to show up here completely covered in blood and interrupt the banquet is disrespectful to the emperor. Daeon Hart apologized and said there had been an ambush on the way to the palace. The emperor was surprised. Who dared to attack a hero of the empire? He thought it was a good thing he had sent knights to accompany him. Eduardo de Serre thought Daeon had a story to tell and suggested they choose a private place. They sat in a private office, and the emperor said it was obvious from Earl Hart that there had been an ambush. Daon had no doubt that it was the work of the Revolutionary Army. Emperor Eduardo asked if Daon should send a doctor, and he inquired how he was feeling. Daon Hart, the hero of the empire, replied that he was fine. Everyone knows that everyone looks at him with negativity. Eduardo looked at Daon and thought that people are fools. Who else has been able to reach the same heights as Daon Hart? He was in the vanguard during the 8-Year War and accomplished the most tremendous feat. And when he left as Hero's partner, he was able to take his corpse, something no one else had been able to do before. A hero defeated by the Demon King is usually left for the demons to feed on. So if Daon Hart hadn't been able to save him, the hero would have met the same fate. An incredible achievement at that, to deal with the Demon King. However, it had its own price. The Emperor asked Daon if he had figured out how to break the curse. He talked about the Demon King's seal. Daon replied that he had figured it out. It wasn't a curse, but a tracking spell. However, the Emperor thought that Daon had become weaker because of the Demon King's curse. Eduardo thought that Daon still had a careless attitude towards his health condition. He had sent him there because only the Demon King could lift the curse. The Emperor said that, in that case, Daon should return to the demon realm, although he was incredibly uncomfortable sending such a talent to such a horrible place. Daon thought that the Emperor was using him as a spy in the Demon King's castle, but didn't say so directly. Eduardo inquired what new things were going on in the Demon King's castle. Daon replied that there is nothing new, but he met the assassin that the Emperor had sent to the Demon King's castle to kill Daon Hart. Although he was a mere pawn, he was still a candidate for hero. Hart asked the Emperor why he had sent him to the demon realm. Eduardo replied that it was trash, denigrating the title of hero. He assumed that he would die before he even got to the demon realm, but apparently he was able to survive thanks to the hero fragment. The Emperor told Daon that thanks to this guy, his status in the demon castle had surely been strengthened. Daon thought that the Emperor already knew a lot. Our hero stood up and said that he didn't have the chance to refuse his offer. The Emperor smiled and said it was fine, and he didn't mention it for the accusation. The better Daon was accepted, the easier it would be to get information. Since he was accepted even in the demon realm, he was truly a true talent. The Emperor asked the guy if there was something he really wanted to ask. This is his last chance? Daon asked the Emperor why he cast his brother Cruel Heart as the hero. After all, he knows his only regret is that he didn't kill Cruel. Cruel is the only survivor of the Hart family besides Daon. More accurately, he's the only one of the family who survived Daon Hart. Daon remembered his brother telling him when he was a kid that his father and mother had been waiting for him. Little Daon thought it was lunchtime and ran after his brother. Cruel asked him to hurry up. Little Daon was afraid that his brother would be punished because of him too. The older brother pulled his hand out of little Daon's little hand and said he was dirty after practice. Daon was upset. He didn't mind taking his brother's hand even if it was dirty. Daon ran after his older brother walking in front of him. Cruel looked back and asked if Daon liked the family portrait. After all, he looks at it all day long. Daon replied that looking at the portrait reminded him that they were a family. But Cruel said it was just a drawing. No need to wander around everywhere, they should stay in their room. The maids, meeting in the hallway, discussed the boy's red eyes and said they frightened them. They doubted that this boy was from the Hart family. Daon stood behind a column and heard the servant girls talking. But whenever he looked at the family portrait, he felt like he was part of the family. Of course, he wished he had been born with black hair and green eyes to match the family. When they got to the dining room, his father and mother were already sitting at the table. The father said they were late. Father told them to hurry up as they had to attend the banquet of the imperial family today. Mother looked at Daon anxiously and thought that he was not feeling well again. Mother told Daon that it would be bad if he fell ill on his return. She suggested that he stay home, but Daon really wanted to go. The father reassured the mother and said that Daon could not stay home forever. Mother was very worried about his health. Daon's father told his wife that she suggested that they lock up their youngest son forever. They have never shown him to the Emperor, so there are already all sorts of rumors going around. This can't go on like this. His father told him that it is always his responsibility to be on guard when he is away from home. No one must find out about his shortcomings. Daon didn't really understand what flaws his father was talking about. He thought that his parents were just unhappy with him. Cruel asked his father if it was true that he had hired a new sword master. His father replied that it was true because Cruel's skills were getting better and better. The atmosphere of the dining room immediately changed as soon as Daeon's brother spoke. Daeon thought his brother was amazing, but he was lonely even when they were all together. Little Daeon thought the loneliness was entirely his fault. He kept telling himself that he was part of the family too, and if he tried his best, he could be just like his brother. Then his family would love him. He was standing in the emperor's palace, dressed in his birthday suit, when someone called out to him. It was a boy and a girl who approached and asked if he was Daeon Hart. Little Daeon didn't know what was wanted of him, but it was the first time someone his age had spoken to him. Daeon said hello, but inwardly was very worried. What if he made a mistake? The boy asked Daeon why he was alone. He replied that his family had gone to see the sword master. The boy laughed. Doesn't Daeon understand why his family went without him? The boy said Daeon is the white crow in the Hart family. Daeon opened his mouth in surprise. He started screaming that it wasn't true. The unfamiliar boy said that Daeon's family couldn't love him and they abandoned him because he was a monster. Daeon couldn't stand such an insult and lunged at the boy with his fists. He then tried to explain to the boy that he was talking nonsense and his family loved him. The boy lunged at Daeon with his fists and said that he is not a member of the Hart family, even though he carries their last name. He's a monster. The boy's eyes became angry, his mouth twisted in anger. He said, Daeon is a creature who was abandoned by his own family. The unfamiliar boy became seriously angry. The other boy tried to break them up. Daeon lay on the floor beaten, but he didn't notice the blows. He was thinking about his family. Suddenly, Cruel noticed his brother being beaten and ran to his aid. He screamed and rushed to the boy who was beating his little brother. The family returned home. They called the doctor. The doctor said that Daeon has a very weak body and is extremely susceptible to stress. He also needs to avoid the sun, and he needs special care. Father and mother took their heads in their hands. Their family had never had a child born like this before. How could this have happened? Daeon lay in bed and cried. He apologized to his parents for being so weak. Little Daeon said that he would try to become a better person, only asking that the family not hate him. Brother Cruel held his hand and told him that everything would be okay. After all, no one expects anything from Daeon. Daeon thought he was a monster and started to choke. But then, his mother and father heard about the fight that had happened in the palace. They went into Daeon's room and asked him how could he get into such a fight. His father said he should have been careful outside the house. And what had he done? Daeon cried and apologized. He said the boy had attacked first. Daeon covered his mouth with his hand and didn't say anything about what those kids had told him. He was afraid his father thought the same way they did. His father said it was too soon for him to go out into the world. He would stay at home for a while. As he left, his father told Daeon to think about what he had done. Daeon sat there and cried. He thought his parents were disappointed in him, but he wanted to be loved so badly. He can't get in trouble anymore. He has to try harder to overcome his weakness. Daeon sat in his room, covered in books, and studied hard. He was forbidden to leave his room, and he could hear his family laughing through the window. His father, mother, and older brother were going somewhere. Daeon took out a wooden sword and thought, if he tried his best, his family would definitely recognize him. He decided to practice 30 minutes longer today to get stronger. Sweat rolled off him in hailstones. Daeon felt like he was dying, but he couldn't stop. He practiced until his mouth was bleeding. His brother came running in and took the sword from him. Cruel asked what he was doing it for, and Daeon replied that he was training to get stronger. His brother yelled at him that he didn't need to do anything, but just sit in the room. Blood was coming out of little Daeon's nose. He couldn't understand. How could he not do anything? No need to even try. Was it because he was a mistake? Cruel looked at his brother anxiously, and Daeon promised he wouldn't do anything. After all, no one expected him to do anything. Daeon apologized and said he needed to rest. He walked out of the room. He didn't know what he should do to be loved by his family. The servants carried his lunch to his room. Daeon sat in his room and the others ate lunch in the dining room. This went on until he was 14 years old. His brother Cruel was already 17 years old. His parents were constantly busy. Cruel came over to play chess with his brother. He would sometimes go into his room to play. Daeon couldn't remember the last time he saw his parents. They sat down to play chess. Cruel told him that the country was in chaos and their parents were incredibly busy. Daeon thought everyone made it sound like his parents were very busy, but he was sure it was all about them not wanting to see him. One day, When Dayon was already in bed and falling asleep, his mom came to him and quietly apologized to him, thinking he was asleep. Dayon swore to himself not to expect love from his family, but his mom petted him, adjusted his blanket, and left. Dayon lay there and cried. He really wanted to feel his mom's love, and he put some special meaning into her ordinary actions. Dayon hoped that his parents were indeed busy, especially since Cruel had said he wouldn't be able to come over to play chess for a while either. Dayon thought he was being needlessly hopeful again, and said out loud that it must be burdensome for them to find time for him all the time. Cruel said that when the war broke out, at least one family member was sure to be called up. At that time, strangers entered the room. Cruel asked who they were and what were they doing here. The stranger said that he had come to deliver a message from the Empire. He asked which of the two of them was Dayon Hart. The servant said that this young man with white hair over here is young Master Dayon Hart. The officer announced that Dayon should come with him. The officer said he would explain all the details along the way and grabbed Dayon by the arm. The officer led the boy, and the others thought he was so skinny. Can he hold a sword? They probably want to get rid of him on the battlefield. Suddenly, Dayon's brother stopped the officer and asked him to wait. He was sure it wasn't Dayon who had been ordered to military conscription. There was some mistake here. He was answered that the Hart family filled out the official imperial family paperwork. The officers only fulfill what was prescribed. Therefore, whether it is a mistake is best to ask the parents. Dayon was led by the hand out of the house and led in an unknown direction. The boy could not understand anything. It turns out that his parents decided to send him to war, but he is weak, and if he takes part in the war, he will simply die, unable to stand up for himself. He remembered his mother coming to him in the evening and telling him to forgive her. Perhaps even then she was asking for forgiveness for her act. Dayon looked back at his house, hoping to see his brother, but the doors were already closed. He walked with the officer and tears poured from his eyes. Did they all really want him dead? Because he was a mistake, an embarrassment to the Hart family. In the end, his family had abandoned him. Despite his weakness, he learned to wield a weapon. Soon they were all to be sent to the front lines. An officer told them that if they didn't want to die, they had to become stronger. Dayon was holding a sword that was too heavy for him. The officers didn't understand what this child from a famous family was doing here. All the children of nobles had already been sent to safety. It seems that the rumors about his relationship in the family were true. After all, you can tell at a glance that he can barely hold a sword. He would most likely die soon. Dayon was so young and he didn't want to die. From that day on, his life was hell, just not the same as before. All day long, he trained. The endless battles wore him down, but he never gave up. He learned to fight. It was the only way he could survive. The screams from all sides, and the sickening smell of blood. Dayon cried a lot, but there was no one to feel sorry for him. Dayon didn't want to die, so he learned to fight again and again. Through his tears, through the pain, he tried to learn how to wield a sword so that no one could kill him. But he didn't have the strength for such a weapon. He didn't want to die in a place like this. But the officer told him to pack up. How much longer can you think like that? If you can't hold a sword, you have to choose another weapon. Dayon looked at the officer with fear, and the man said that if you don't have a weapon, tear your enemies with your teeth. The older officer told Dayon that it was okay that he was young and weak. As long as he is here, he must fight to survive. Since Dayon couldn't handle a sword, he got himself a dagger. The dagger was lighter, so he handled it easily. He decided that he would survive no matter what. Dayon Hart would kill, and kill again in order to survive. It was a truly terrifying place. Blood flowing, people dying like flies. But Dayon somehow miraculously managed to survive. He often vomited blood and could do nothing with his body. He was just waiting to go home. Dayon wanted to avoid death and was anxious to go home. But to get home, he had to kill, and kill again. Dayon really wanted to go home, but sometimes he wondered if he had a home. Dayon remembered that he had a home, but was it a happy place for him? In the end, he managed to survive. The war was over and everyone had been given presents. Dayon sat there wondering if anything had been sent for him. This was the first time he had heard of such an event since the day he got here. Someone from the soldiers sat reading a letter written by a daughter who had just learned to write. Someone's mom had sent a home-cooked meal that he missed. Dayon hadn't given up hope of receiving a gift from his family either. But no gifts came in his name. Instead, he was given a letter appointing him commander of the front line. At that moment, he decided. The Hart family who had sent him to this hell would feel the same fate. Daeon walked up to his house. The door to the house opened as if inviting him in. His father and mother stood in the living room. They hadn't expected to see their youngest son. Daeon Hart would finally accomplish what he had planned. He said he had come back to greet his parents. Daeon's eyes sparkled with a bad glint. The father and mother were very surprised and frightened to see their youngest son. Daeon threw himself at his father first. The father wanted to protect his wife. Blood spurted from the father's mouth. The dagger strike was accurate. Daeon's mother rushed to her husband, but he was already dead. The dream Daeon had wanted to fulfill for years had come true. Daeon said goodbye to his mother and delivered the final blow. With insane laughter, he bent over his parents' bleeding bodies. In excruciating pain, he laughed hysterical laughter. And after all, his parents shouldn't have done this to him when Daeon had sought their love. They should have treated him better. So why was he in so much pain, so excruciatingly painful? It was what he wanted, what he hoped for, after all. Suddenly, Daeon heard his name called. His older brother appeared on the doorstep. Daeon looked up and saw his brother Cruel. Cruel cried out in horror. What had Daeon done? Daeon held out his brother's bloody hand and asked for help. Tears flowed from Daeon's eyes, but he realized his brother wouldn't help him. Cruel looked in horror at his little brother standing in front of his parents' corpses. He lunged at Daeon with his sword, burning with the desire to kill him. Daeon looked at his brother and thought that he was just watching from the sidelines, and eventually left him to his fate. The boy thought to himself that his brother would help him and just die. But no, it's Daeon who's about to die of agony. If Cruel died, that pain would probably go away. Just die. Daeon's mouth was bleeding. His eyes were insane. He stared at his bloody hands that he had just used to kill his own parents. And then he sank to his knees. His body had failed him again, but he cannot faint here. After all, he must kill his brother Cruel. Count Daeon Hart stood there, brooding. At that time, someone called out to him. Daeon woke up from his memories. Leon Raynor, the commander of the High Knights, was standing in front of him, asking what was he thinking about. After all, he wasn't even listening to her. Daeon greeted Miss Leon. Miss Leon Raynor, in turn, greeted the Count. She's the only normal person among the lunatics who are knights. Daeon was very happy to see her. Daeon woke up from his thoughts and realized that he was standing in the Imperial Banquet Hall. He remembered being ambushed by the Revolutionary Army while he was riding in a carriage. But when he found himself in the palace and changed clothes, he couldn't remember. Miss Leanne thought he wasn't feeling well. Perhaps he had received bad news from the Emperor. Daeon frantically recalled when he might have met the Emperor. If he had met him, he must have been under terrible stress. And how was he able to defeat the Revolutionary Army? Daeon asked, what was the occasion for the banquet? Miss Lean was surprised and thought he was joking. Daeon stood there with a lost look, and Miss Lean thought he really didn't know. She said that this banquet was in honor of the debut of a new hero, Cruel Hart. At that time, Cruel entered the banquet hall. He immediately saw Daeon. Daeon saw his brother and thought he had a nightmare for a reason. They stood against each other in the middle of the banquet hall. Daeon said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Unlike Daeon, Cruel had green eyes and dark hair, hallmarks of the Hart family that Daeon never thought he'd see again. The man he never wanted to meet again in his life stood before him. His own brother. Cruel had said that on his last expedition a few days earlier, he had encountered the commander of the Demon Army's Zero Squad a few days earlier. Daeon Hart stood with his arms folded calmly, and mentally he asked himself if Cruel had guessed it was him. Cruel went on to say that when he saw how the commander had easily raised the morale of the army, he remembered Daeon. Daeon didn't know what to say to the hero. He said that the morale of the Demon Army was high. Cruel had heard that Daeon had an easy time commanding on the battlefield. If only he was on Cruel's side. Daeon couldn't hold back his laughter. He apologized that he couldn't hold back because of how ridiculous it sounded. Daeon replied that he had no reason to fight on the same side as his brother, and asked him to stop making up unrealistic scenarios. Cruel agreed. He looked into his brother's eyes. Those eyes were still the same as they were then, eyes full of indifference and showing no interest. Daeon gritted his teeth in anger and thought that Cruel was a goddamn bastard. Daeon thought he'd enjoy the evening before he left and asked not to worry about him. Instead of chatting with the bastard, he decided to eat pudding. It would be a great time. Daeon decided to kill time before heading back out. Cruel told him that he heard that Daeon was leaving on a mission to destroy monsters. The boy continued to chew his pudding and didn't answer his brother. It made him angry that his brother kept talking to him. Daeon took another spoonful of pudding. His brother kept asking him if he was hurt. Daeon held up a vase of pudding and told his brother that he was annoyed with him. No need to pretend he cared about his little brother. Even if Daeon did get hurt, his brother would never know about it. The boy figured his brother would continue to watch from the sidelines like he always did, and like when he just watched little Daeon being taken off to war. They continued to stand between the tables set up for the guests. Daeon continued to eat the pudding. He thought he shouldn't have come to the palace, only ruined his mood. At that time, Duke Illister Straub, a young man in a suit, entered the hall. He said that the brothers were very touchy-feely with each other. Duke Illister was leading the opposition against the emperor. Daeon Hart bowed to the Duke, and the Duke said there was no need for formality. The Duke turned to Daeon and said this was the first time they were meeting in person. He had heard a lot about him, and extended his hand. Daeon was holding a vase of pudding and ignored the hand extended by Count Illustra. Daeon couldn't answer anything as his mouth was full of pudding. The guests in the banquet hall began to whisper amongst themselves that Earl Daeon Hart had ignored the Duke. These rumors quickly spread through the hall. The girls standing in the distance were discussing the fact that Count Daeon Hart was disrespecting the only Duke of the Empire. Cruel Hart and Duke Illister stood there, silently looking at Daeon Hart. The situation was turning out to be very ugly and ticklish, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had pudding in his mouth, so he couldn't say anything. He had to swallow first. He began to chew as discreetly as possible. Daeon noticed that the Duke was about to boil over with anger. He decided to just shake his hand. Suddenly, a young man showed up and said hello to the Duke. It was the Crown Prince of the Empire, Elpidius Dezera. Daeon was shocked. He couldn't understand why everyone here was gathered around him. In any case, there was a need to greet the prince. The Crown Prince said that the Duke hadn't been in the palace for a long time. The Duke apologized to the prince by bowing his head, but the prince said he was the one who needed to apologize. After all, it was presumptuous of him to wait for the Duke. Surely there were reasons why he didn't show up at the palace. And he thought to himself, why was the Duke hanging around the Earl of Hart as soon as he arrived? The prince decided that he would not sit idly by and protect Earl Hart. Earl Hart was finishing his pudding and was glad that attention had been diverted from his person. At this time, a shout was heard. Someone was shouting and calling for the Earl. Then a girl jumped on Earl Hart and hugged him tightly. It was the Princess of the Empire, Alethea Dezere. She told her brother that he should have called out to her if he was going to meet the Count. She looked at the Count with rapturous eyes and said that she missed him very much. The princess's brother, the prince, looked at her sternly and even shouted at her. Because the princess squeezed Earl Hart's stomach with her hug, pudding spilled out of his mouth. The princess thought it was blood. They started shouting for an imperial healer to be called. Daeon was very embarrassed because it was the princess's tight embrace that caused the pudding to spill out of his mouth. He tried to say that it wasn't blood, but they covered his mouth with a handkerchief and told him to be quiet. At this time, the emperor's voice came out asking what's all the commotion here. Daeon was shocked. The emperor also showed up, and with him General Nemesius. The general was the first hero of the empire. The princess told the emperor that it was her fault. The count was bleeding because of her. She couldn't contain her strength because she was very happy to see him. The emperor said that he would scold the princess later. For now, he apologized for her. The emperor said that the count was a hero and he couldn't start vomiting blood because of the princess's embrace. He was ambushed on his way to the palace, so it's probably an internal injury. The emperor offered to call an imperial healer, but Daeon refused. He replied that he was fine. The emperor said that since Daeon refuses a healer, he thinks it's because of the Demon King's curse. Daeon said that if it was a curse, even an imperial healer wouldn't help here. The guy decided to pretend he wasn't feeling well and go to his home. Daeon bowed to the emperor and said that he'd better leave. Basically, he had already accomplished his goals and met with the emperor, so he could go home. Daeon apologized once more for not being able to stay until the end. He was really feeling dizzy now. The emperor was expressing concern about the count's condition. Daeon realized he was saved, and he managed to get out of the awkward situation. Cruel took his little brother under his arm and helped him to his feet as he started to fall. Daeon figured he wasn't saved in the slightest since Cruel was supporting him. Daeon pushed his older brother's hand away and said he didn't need his help. Dan Hart was beyond angry. Why does his brother allow himself to be treated like this? And after all, during the 8-year war, Cruel had been the object of his boundless hatred. How dare he pretend to care about Daeon now? At this time, the Emperor placed his hand on Daeon's shoulder and called out to him. The Emperor looked at him with concern. He said that it could be seen that the Count was not feeling well and suggested that he go home. Daeon apologized to the banquet guests and said he was leaving. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been considered an insult, but to Daeon it was a show of tact. He walked out and thought that if he had stayed even a minute longer, he wouldn't have been able to take it anymore. Duke Illister and Cruel Heart stood and looked after Count Daeon Hart. Cruel Heart looked after his brother and thought of something else. The Duke looked at Cruel and thought of something else. They left the palace, and the Duke said that the Emperor was very tolerant of Daeon Hart. How dare Earl Hart show such an attitude towards an honored guest at a banquet organized by the imperial family in his honor? The Duke said that the Emperor's excuse for Daeon Hart was that he wasn't feeling well. He asked Cruel why he was also being overly gracious to his brother. Cruel replied to the Duke that he didn't want to spoil the atmosphere in the presence of the guest of honor at the banquet. The Duke said that he had gotten it right. After all, he knows why Cruel originally sought him out. Cruel stood in front of the Duke, sitting at the desk in his office. He asked the Duke if he could sponsor him. The Duke looked at Cruel Heart and thought that he was a poor man who had lost his family at the hands of his own younger brother. Cruel said that if Duke could sponsor him, he would be the best sword in his hands. Duke smiled and thought he wasn't foolish enough to turn down a loyal dog that came to him with a plea. But he was curious as to why Cruel was asking a favor of him specifically. Cruel had said that the Duke could make sure he could protect, and he thought to himself that it was unclear whether the Duke was stupid or clever. Now, standing in the garden of the imperial palace, the Duke said that he had always wondered what Cruel wanted to protect. But today, he finally realized. Cruel Heart had always wanted to protect himself from Daeon Hart. Duke had told Cruel that, and Cruel had not denied it. Duke said that their paths were converging, and the Emperor's loyal dog, Daeon Hart, must be eliminated. Duke thought that Daeon Hart, the Emperor's loyal dog, was far from the main reason. His heart told him that he was the biggest danger to the Empire. At this time, Daeon returned home in a carriage. With him came the captain of the knights, Miss Lian, who decided to escort him out. Daeon stood in his room while the Duke in his room thinking that he would kill Daeon no matter what it cost him. Miss Lian escorted the Earl home. She asked if he needed any help. The Count replied that he needed some rest, but suddenly he smelled the smell of burning. They saw a horrible picture. When Daeon left, everything was fine. Now his palace was on fire. Servants were standing outside the palace, but no one was trying to put out the fire. There were high knights standing outside the palace who were grabbing a servant by the chest. Daeon couldn't understand what they were doing here. The guy was in such a state that he couldn't tell if he was dreaming or if this was really happening. Still, he thought that due to the amount of stress he was under, he was seeing this illusion. But the heat on his skin was not an illusion. He asked the knights, "What are they doing here? And what is even going on here?" The knights saw him and started calling out to him. They shouted to him, "Captain!" But he was not a captain now. He was an earl. Furious, Daeon asked, "Since when did his home become a zoo for rabid dogs?" An object that looked like a bomb appeared in his hand. It was indeed a bomb with a lit wick. Daeon looked at this object that looked like a bomb. Miss Leon screamed when she saw the bomb in Earl Daeon Hart's hand. Daeon screamed too and threw the bomb as far away from his house as possible. The bomb fell between the rocks in the vacant lot. At the same instant, there was a tremendous explosion. Daeon wiped the sweat from his face. What the hell were those rabid dogs doing in his house? Miss Leon asked if Earl Hart was okay. The rabid knights approached him. Daeon Hart looked at them with his fists clenched. At this time, the guy with a bloody face who threw the bomb thought that Daeon was a real hero. He threw back the bomb that was thrown to him as a surprise attack. Daeon and Miss Leon stood looking at the fire. Suddenly everyone saw a stranger. The stranger had a symbol on his sleeve, a white dove on a blue background. The Revolutionary Army had even gotten here. The Mad Knights said that those bastard revolutionaries had thrown a bomb at Daeon's house, so they were quick to deal with them. Daeon asked, so why were they at his house? He was sure the High Knights had joined the official Knights of the Empire. Daeon grabbed his head with his hand. Had they really been kicked out because they were causing trouble? The knights began to hug their captain and said that maybe they were causing trouble. But they weren't kicked out of the empire. It was Captain Leon who stepped in for Daeon. She said that the knights were the only ones who had treated him with disrespect. How dare they allow themselves such behavior towards the Earl? Daeon thought that either way, they were bastards from the Revolutionary Army. As if the attack in the carriage wasn't enough. They had also ambushed the High Knights known as his personal knights. By all appearances, they are desperate to kill him. But what had he done to them in the first place? Daeon noticed 2 more guys sitting not far from his blazing house. One of the guys was probably injured. Daeon figured this guy had made a mess to save his comrade. If he wanted to get information about the Revolutionary Army, he had to catch at least one of them alive. Daeon's manager, Remember, pounced on these 2 guys who were trying to escape. He scattered them in an instant and grabbed one by the pecs. Remember said they almost missed the criminals. Daeon was sure Remember was no ordinary butler. The steward said he thought the Earl was in mortal danger, but he didn't expect Daeon to throw the bomb back at them. Rememberer asked if something had happened at the Imperial Palace. It had only been half a day, but Daeon looked very tired. He replied that everything was fine. Miss Leon answered in his place. She said that the Revolutionary Army ambushed Daeon on his way to the palace. He most likely has internal injuries. It became clear to Remember why the Count had returned so early. Remember said he would take care of everything and asked the Count to rest. The guy who was detained by the manager looked at Daeon Hart with hatred. There are 3 people standing in the way of the Emperor. One is the supreme commander of the 8 Years' War and the Emperor's personal guard Nemesius. The second is the man who keeps the populace calm with his outstanding policies and handling of finances, Chancellor Ardal. And finally, the commander of the vanguard of the 8 Years' War, the Emperor's faithful lapdog, Daeon Hart. He usually operates from the shadows, so his presence is unpredictable and hard to track. The guy who wanted to kill Daeon thought he was out on a monster-slaying mission this time. But who knows what kind of mission he signed up for behind closed doors. For the revolution to succeed, Daeon Hart must be removed. Despite his failure, the Revolutionary Army will not give up. The guy called Daeon Hart, the Emperor's loon. A knight jumped up to him and grabbed him by the chest. The knight asked, who the guy called the Emperor's dog? He said that from the very first day of the 8 Year War, no knight had ever raised a sword for the Emperor. Tears were streaming down the guy's face. The knight said, stop bothering Daeon when he was already tired. They raised their swords for Daeon Hart. The knight swung his sword over the guy's head with the words, die. Remember stood nearby and watched this scene. He looked at the guy with a sidelong glance and thought that now more would have to be cleaned up. There was a pool of blood spreading on the ground where the dead guy was lying. We see a city street with people walking along it. There was a little girl sitting under the wall of knowledge. No one paid any attention to her. The girl sat there crying. She was very hungry. She remembered how some man had almost killed her for touching his food. Since that day, she had not been able to eat a crumb. The girl thought that she was going to die soon. The girl thought that since people in the slum die all the time, her death would not be a surprise to anyone, and no one would cry for her. A man came up to her and told her she was almost dead. The girl recognized it was Paul, who held out a loaf of bread to her. The girl asked where he got the bread. Paul said at the Church of the Atonement. The boy said that the Church of Atonement visited the slum dwellers, and they gave the people free bread and water. The girl couldn't believe the bread was free. Perhaps there was something hidden inside. But Paul assured her that the bread was good. People had already eaten it and nothing had happened. The boy said he'd been thinking about her all week. After all, she hadn't eaten anything all week. The girl still couldn't believe it, because the Church of the Atonement is connected with religion. You have to pay a fee to be part of their congregation. Did they really give food and water to people for free? Paul said she could disbelieve if she didn't want to, but he would go to the Church of the Atonement himself. He told the girl that she could even throw that loaf away if she didn't believe him. The girl was very hungry, but she was very scared. She called the boy by name. The boy thought, who cares if they poison the bread and water or not? The girl asked Paul to wait for her. She wants to go with him because it doesn't matter if she dies of hunger or poison. Paul took the girl's hand. If they really do give sustenance, as they say, it doesn't matter if they bring damnation or salvation. Daeon Hart had returned to the Empire a week ago. The part of the estate that had been engulfed in fire had been cleaned up. The mad knights, who had returned unannounced, had been given their own residence by him. So all that was left was to wait for the Emperor's summons, enjoying life in the human world. Dion sat in his office and dealt with the overdue cases. He was dissatisfied. Why did someone want to build another dam on the estate? The manager said he was the one who wanted to build the dam. Dion immediately approved of the decision. The Count recalled how Remember had bravely thrown himself at the two guys. After that incident, he couldn't be carefree about the manager. Suddenly, he heard someone quarreling outside the window at the gate. The servant was talking to the mad knights who had taken all their food yesterday, and now they were ruining the property. Dion realized that there would be conflicts, because the knights of the manor and the higher knights don't get along with each other. He watched from the balcony and saw who was to blame. Dion realized that the high knights had nothing to do. Remember confirmed that the Emperor constantly sent them on missions. But since the knights were back under Dion's command, until he loaded them up with work, there was nothing left for them to do but train and wait for new challenges. Dion sat in his chair, clutching his head with his hands. He wondered why the Emperor had given them back to him. He was surprised to think that he missed the demon realm. Remember had said that the Emperor had returned the knights to him because he was worried about him. Dion sat at his desk in front of a pile of papers. He said if the steward needed a vacation, let him know. But Remember said he gets upset at such words. The manager said that it was standard practice for family knights to return, even if they had managed to become imperial knights. And if the Emperor didn't believe in Dion's loyalty, he wouldn't have returned the troops to him. It seemed to Dion that the Emperor simply couldn't handle them. The mad dogs would not be docile under the Emperor's rule. Dion couldn't understand why there were so many overdue cases piling up. He had handed over the Heart Manor to the Emperor since that day, and had only been temporarily taking care of everything. So why was there so much work piling up on him again? Dion said that if the Emperor was so concerned about him, then let him finally take over the lands already. Remember said that perhaps Dion wasn't aware, but the Emperor had transferred the ownership of the estate back into his name. This was the first time Dion had heard of this. He was very surprised. The manager pointed to a pile of papers and said that the official document was somewhere here. Dion grabbed his head. He felt he had to find a way to get the estate back to the Emperor again. Dion Hart was nominally given the title of Earl, due to his estate being on the border of countries. In fact, he was treated as a marquis. Dion didn't need the Hart estate. He doesn't have any good memories of it. Not even that. Only the worst memories are associated with it. Dion told Remember that he wasn't going to let it go. He needs to pay the Emperor a visit. At that time, a servant entered and announced that the Crown Prince and General Nemesius had come to see Dion Hart. Dion was very surprised. Why did the Crown Prince and General Nemesius come to see him? He walked down the stairs towards his guests. On the wall hung a painting covered with a red cloth. General Nemesius turned his attention to it. He figured that despite moving from the same Hart estate, Dion had still moved the family portrait here. The Count greeted the guests and invited them to come into the living room. The Crown Prince apologized for coming unannounced, but he needed to talk to the Count. Shortly before this visit, the prince had been telling at his palace that he had heard that the Earl of Hart had captured alive the revolutionary army that had ambushed him on his estate. The princess stood and heard his story. At dinner, the prince asked her why she was so gloomy. The princess cried and said that she was sure the Count no longer wished to see her, and all her efforts had gone to waste. The princess asked her brother, "She is beautiful, isn't she?" But the prince replied that he didn't think her efforts were serious at all. The princess really wanted Earl Dion Hart to like her. She said that she never wanted to bring such trouble. Earl Hart even started coughing up blood. The prince replied that it wasn't because of her, even though she jumped on him with a hug with all her might. The princess decided that she should apologize. Her brother immediately realized that she wanted to see the Count in person, but only he told her that it was not to be done. It was forbidden. Whether she came herself or summoned him to her, there would be a scandal. But the princess replied that it was even better that way. If she took advantage of the scandal, it would be an excuse to marry him. The prince even put his teacup on the table out of surprise. He said that she didn't love Earl Hart. The princess opened her eyes in surprise. After all, this is just an image created to deceive. But the princess didn't care. Even if she didn't love him now, she might love him in the future. The prince told her that if she showed him how logical she thought, her image of a silly princess would arouse suspicion. And the best thing was for her to stop thinking about it altogether. The princess replied that she and her brother should stay together no matter what, since the nobles were already in full swing, discussing who would inherit the throne. The princess said that the plan for Earl Hart was still in place. She has expressed her feelings for him and everyone knows it. Therefore, no one would dare to encroach on him. She wanted to tie such a talent to the imperial family, or rather the emperor. Her brother put his hand on her head and said that she had her own reasons for doing so, as she was not lacking in intuition. The crown prince told the princess that she could stop this at any time. The princess smiled and thanked her brother. She asked at the same time to find out what the count thought of her. The princess said that if the emperor's precious talent was upset because of that incident, they would be in a predicament. Therefore, the crown prince and the general came for the sake of finding out if Earl Hart was upset by the princess's behavior, and at the same time, to force him to work for the emperor. Hart was still not feeling well after yesterday. He didn't understand why these two had come here. Daeon bowed and said that he welcomed the future of the empire. That was what he called the crown prince. The crown prince apologized for the sudden visit, invited him to sit down. Daeon and the prince sat down on the couch, and the general remained standing to the side. Daeon asked what brought the crown prince to him. The prince replied that he wanted to discuss something with Daeon, and the general had some business to discuss with him as well. Daeon looked at the general. He was ready to tear him with his gaze. Was he really that hateful to the general? The crown prince began by apologizing again. Daeon replied that if it was for a surprise visit, there was no need to apologize. The prince came to apologize for what happened at the banquet. The princess had been incredibly rude that day. The crown prince said that he seriously told her off, so it won't happen again. Daeon replied that there was no need to apologize. The prince was glad that the count wasn't angry at them for the incident. Daeon thought that it was a show of warm feelings, so there was no need to be angry about it. But besides that, the prince said that he wanted to ask Daeon for a favor. Daeon got all tense. He didn't know what favor the crown prince would ask for if he showed up for it in person, but the crown prince suggested that Daeon become friends. Count Daeon Hart didn't quite understand what the prince meant. It turns out that he just wanted to get closer to Daeon, but since Daeon is always busy, they can't see each other often. Daeon was surprised. Did the prince really come all this way for this request? But the crown prince said that his title is too heavy. He can't even make a friendly visit to the person he wants to establish a relationship with. So he came under the pretext of apologizing for his sister's behavior. The crown prince asked if this offer was too awkward for the earl. Daeon replied that he would gladly accept the crown prince's offer. The crown prince wondered if it would be difficult for the Earl of Hart. The earl replied that he would be honored to become a friend of His Highness the Crown Prince. At the same time, Daeon noticed that the general was looking at him as if he was ready to finish him off if he refused. The prince was very excited and said that they would be friends. He would do his best to get closer to the count. Daeon replied that he was honored. The crown prince saw Daeon's hesitation and thought it was a huge pressure for him, but he didn't refuse. Contrary to rumors, Daeon Hart has a good heart, and he would actually be happy to get along with the earl. The prince invited the count to come to him whenever he happened to visit the imperial palace. They would spar, drink tea, and talk about life. As the prince heard the desired response, he hurriedly excused himself, but said that Daeon still needed to speak with the general. The crown prince said goodbye to everyone and left. Daeon didn't really want to be alone with the general. The crown prince was very happy and said he looked forward to seeing the count again. When the prince left, Daeon was left alone with the general. He knew that the general couldn't stand him. The general addressed Daeon, formally calling him the Honorable Earl Daeon Hart. It had been a long time since they had greeted each other in this manner. Daeon politely asked the general how he was doing. The general didn't procrastinate and got to the point. He said that His Majesty the Emperor wanted the count to hand over to him a soldier of the Revolutionary Army who had been captured alive. The general said that they needed to find out his identity and figure out their bases, but since the count was the one who captured this soldier, he had the right to refuse. Daeon was glad that the general got straight to the point. He too didn't want to have a long conversation with someone who couldn't stand him. He replied that he would of course hand the soldier over to the emperor. The soldier was brought out of the basement, who surprisingly turned out to be alive. The soldier was tied up, so Daeon suggested that the general take him away at once. The general looked at the Revolutionary Army soldier without saying anything. He turned to Daeon and said that the three had ambushed him. 2 of them were dead, though reports indicated that only 1 had been killed by the explosion. The general wanted to know the cause of death of the second soldier. Daeon didn't understand the general's question and asked again what he meant by that. The general asked the count if he knew how that man died. The general did not despise people without reason. By observing them up close during the 8 Years' War, he had found out the truth about Daeon Hart and his sudden change of identity. The nobleman was first drafted as a private soldier. As Daeon was assigned to the general's unit, he arrived and saw the lad sitting alone, surrounded by empty bottles. Essentially, this was a child too weak to survive in a war zone. Daeon chose brutality as a means of survival. To avoid dying, he chose to kill others, and it drove him insane. The general told him that he had been stuck here for 3 days and it was time to come to his senses. Daeon had barely lasted until now. It was Daeon Hart's way of survival, and no one would blame him for it. But since he had made that decision, he would have to accept the guilt that came with it. Daeon didn't understand what the general was talking about. In fact, he was still a child who was tormented by guilt after every battle. The general looked at him and realized that Daeon had finally decided to share his identity. Daeon repeated that he had absolutely no idea what the general was talking about. Daeon had 2 natures. The madman's nature turned on during bloody battles, driven by survival instinct, and his normal nature participated in ordinary battles and only memorized them. Daeon didn't memorize the details of battles, but since he was able to survive, he must be incredibly lucky. The general rephrased his question and asked if Daeon Hart remembered how the other soldier died. The general thought it was Daeon who killed the second Revolutionary Army soldier, but he might not have remembered it. The general thought he was disgusting because Daeon had given up his humanity. But if Daeon Hart chose to ignore it like he had done in the past, then the general would be very angry. The count said that he wasn't on the scene at the time, so he wouldn't be able to say for sure. Based on what was reported to him, the soldier was torn apart by a pack of wild dogs. The general realized that Daeon wouldn't admit to anything. He said a dry goodbye to the count, turned, and said it was okay not to see him off. Daeon said goodbye and wished the general a good journey. As he left, the general thought that, as he expected, nothing had changed. What wild dogs in Hart County could we talk about? The general was sure it was Daeon Hart who had killed the soldier. The weakness of someone who carries a huge responsibility on his shoulders could lead to disaster. That's why the general believed that Daeon Hart was a truly dangerous element. So why did His Majesty the Emperor favor Daeon so much and keep him to himself? The general returned to the imperial palace. Daeon Hart was sitting at home in his castle and was very pensive. When Daeon woke up, it appeared that he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, his steward Remember was standing next to him. Daeon asked him how long he had been asleep. The manager replied that he had not been very long. Remember said that the count had fainted. He was very frightened and just in case called a doctor to examine him. The doctor told Daeon that because of his weak body, fatigue and stress could have been the cause of the fainting. Remember gave advice to the count. Why doesn't he order the top knights to go on a monster taming expedition? These knights are causing trouble time and time again. There they would calm down and release their energy. The count liked the idea. Since there was a nest of monsters near the borders of the manor, he decided to send the knights there. Daeon asked, Remember to organize this as soon as possible. Those mad dogs would finally be out of his sight and he could breathe easy. As a matter of fact, it turned out that they were all riding horses together, Earl Daeon Hart and his knights. Daeon thought, why were these knights dragging him along? Miss Leon was riding along with them. She said they had almost reached the border. The Earl asked out of curiosity why he needed to be here with the knights. The knights thought, why should he miss such a fun task? He must be completely tired of sitting in his office all day and hadn't seen blood in a long time. Daeon thought they were nuts. Not seeing blood was even better. What were they even saying? He wanted to refuse the knights, but he failed. One of the knights fell to his knees, grabbed his legs, and begged him to go on the expedition with them. The higher knights told him that he was part of them. And why was he sending them off to have fun and not going himself? Daeon wondered, Taming monsters, what was the fun in that? The manager said Dayon could leave in peace. He would handle all the paperwork. The knights thought that the count was very busy to go on the expedition with them. They were the only ones who could save him from his routine. Dayon was completely reluctant to go on the expedition, but the butler told him that if he went, the bastard that was hiding in the county would make his move and reveal himself. The steward said he would catch the rat. We should go and rest properly. After such an offer, Dayon could not refuse the expedition. They really needed to catch a spy. After all, after the explosion, one of the spies escaped, and if they didn't catch him, Dayon would risk his life very much. One of the knights told the count that there was no need to be so shy. They know that he recently went on a monster-taming expedition alone and came back with a wide smile on his face. Dayon realized that it was only because he had properly rested in the Demon King's castle. The knights were offering Dayon to blow off steam this time as well, and then the monsters appeared in front of them. Everyone dispersed to their positions. The knights rushed forward. Dayon rode his horse without showing any enthusiasm. He missed the demon realm. He was physically comfortable there. Count Dion Hart was riding beside Miss Lian. He was sure that Lian was also tired, and he himself was very tired. Miss Lian was a knight who was personally recommended by the Emperor when Dayon asked for someone capable of controlling the bloodthirsty ghost knights. She sets the standard for knights, and is an incredible knight herself. Unlike those mad dogs, Miss Lian could easily join any order of knights. She asked the Earl if he would take part in the battle. Dayon replied that it would be better to let the knights have their fun. Miss Lian said that the Earl was very tactful. Dayon thought that he was not tactful at all. He just can't bat among these lunatics. He wished they'd just kill all the monsters so he wouldn't have to get involved. The knights were fighting not only the monsters but also amongst themselves, as they couldn't share who would kill the monster first. They asked the captain if he would join in the fun. Dayon was by no means eager to participate in the carnage. The knights still wouldn't leave him alone and called him to participate. They asked him to hurry up because they were almost done fighting. Dayon had a feeling that if he intervened, something bad would happen. Suddenly, an arrow stuck right into Dayon's shoulder. He sat on his horse and turned back a little. Miss Lian anxiously asked if he was okay. Dayon realized that if he hadn't turned around at that time, the arrow would have hit him in the throat. Was this really an ambush? Who were they? Representatives of another country? No, they wouldn't do that unless they wanted to start a war. Dayon thought if it wasn't them, then who was it? They're assassins sent by someone who wants Dayon Hart dead. The person who sent the arrow regretfully saw Dayon Hart dodge. Knight Lian looked at the Earl with concern. Dayon told her to. She cut the arrow as close to the body as possible so it wouldn't be seen. Miss Lian replied that if she cut off the arrow, Dayon would suffer more during the extraction of the tip. But Dayon was determined. He didn't want his injuries to be seen. Finally, Miss Lian cut the arrow from the tip, which sank into Dayon's shoulder. The lad was in extreme pain as the arrowhead penetrated deeper and deeper. He ordered his knights to prepare a preparation. He already had a smile on his face. A man from a neighboring kingdom was watching from the fortress wall. He realized that the person who was injured was the third hero of the Dion Hart Empire. His comrade replied that judging from his blonde hair and the fact that there were bloodthirsty ghost knights with him, it was most likely him. The representative of the neighboring kingdom thought that Dayon was calmly taming the monsters, but something strange was happening there. It was most likely an internal conflict. Dayon was a hero of the Empire, but the wound he had received was not going to heal at all. This person said that it was only 2 years after the end of the 8-year war, and Dayon Hart had been injured. The stranger from the neighboring kingdom was sure that the Empire didn't want a war right now. If they accused them of attacking the kingdom, they could get solid reparations from the Empire. At this time, Dayon had already taken his medicine. Miss Lian asked the Count what kind of drug we're talking about. He explained that it was a drug that temporarily disables common sense. Miss Lian was worried because it was a forbidden drug. Dayon said it was not a drug to be flaunted. The effects of the drug kicked in. Dayon shouted for the knights to kill the kingdom warriors who came out to meet them. Dayon himself rushed towards the soldiers in the front row. Dayon Hart made a magnificent leap and pounced on the soldier in front of him. It was the first soldier he had seen in a while. Dayon's eyes burned with crazy fire. His consciousness blacked out. He was moving with incredible speed. Daeon pounced on the soldier and pinned him to the ground with 2 daggers. Since Daeon had caught one soldier alive, he saw no point in letting the others live. The soldier was writhing in pain, but Daeon didn't let him go. The soldier's throat was bleeding. The battle was in full swing. The knights were finishing off the soldiers. Daeon stood in a pool of blood next to the soldier lying on the ground. Daeon told Knight Leon to keep an eye on the soldier so he wouldn't die. Miss Leon said she would follow orders. Daeon's mind was foggy. He still had no way to recover. And the knights were completely furious with blood. There was a soldier sitting on the ground, and Daeon thought he would die even if he didn't kill him. Nevertheless, he plunged his dagger into the body of the unfortunate man. Even the knights who had seen it were surprised. They were rabid dogs on the battlefield, but they had become knights, so they thought they should show magnanimity. Daeon Hart didn't think so. His knights looked at him with fear. The boy stood in front of another man he had killed, holding 2 daggers. He thought back to the words that had been spoken to him during the war. One must put aside guilt and leave only the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Those words were making a true demon out of him. Now Daeon Hart was telling his knights to let the madness consume them. It was all about survival, all about staying alive. The soldiers who survived thought they had picked the wrong enemy. Greed had ruined them. Cruel Hart sat in a chair and read the document. The man standing across from him asked, if they only inflicted wounds, would Sir Cruel still give them half the reward? Cruel said that he was only adding this small point to the assassination assignment. There's nothing wrong with it. The assassin said he had orders to kill Daeon Hart. So why did Cruel pay out of his own pocket to add such a clause? Cruel said that if Duke Illister found out about it, he would take full responsibility. Cruel sat thoughtful. His interlocutor thought that Cruel despised Daeon Hart more than anyone else in the world, but he did strange acts from time to time. Cruel thought his brother's end would be terrible. It was a ferocious swearing and screaming battle full of dirty tricks, an incredibly brutal battle. The man at the epicenter of the battle was waving his dagger with a mad smile. His eyes were shining. As Daeon tore his enemies to pieces, he resembled a bloodthirsty ghost. And such a horrible person was a hero of the Empire. The soldier lying on the ground bleeding who was wounded by Daeon thought that they didn't need to interfere initially. How could anyone stay sane after encountering such psychopaths? No wonder they are called ghostly death knights rather than supreme knights, especially their captain, the man without fear or favor, Earl Daeon Hart. He was closer to demons than humans. Daeon approached the soldier and said he didn't know if the money had blinded them or if they were just dumb as a cork, or maybe both at once. He plunged a dagger into the unfortunate soldier. Daeon's eyes burned with mad fire. He stepped on the dagger with his foot. He said he wasn't thrilled about the torture, but he needed to find out who was behind it. The dagger plunged into the unfortunate soldier's body all the way to the hilt, but the soldier remained silent. Emperor Eduardo sat in his office. He was told that he had received a complaint from the kingdom of Ilion. The Honorable Earl Daeon Hart was busy suppressing monsters near their borders. The Chancellor reported to the Emperor. He said that the kingdom insisted that the battle they were involved in as a result of the ambush near the castle was an attempted armed invasion. The Emperor was concerned if the Earl of Hart was all right. The Chancellor replied that the Earl had been shot in the shoulder with an arrow, so for about a month he will have difficulty using his arm. The Emperor guessed that the kingdom of Ilion was requesting some compensation. The Emperor realized that the kingdom had decided that the Empire would not get involved in the war since Earl Hart was injured. The minister guessed the Emperor's intentions. He told the Emperor that they could accuse the kingdom of Ilion of organizing an ambush and corner them, but the Emperor was adamant. Emperor Eduardo Desire ordered preparations for war. Just then, General Nemesius, who had maintained a nonchalant look upon hearing of the approaching war, was nearby. But the minister was shocked. He told the Emperor that it had only been 2 years since the end of the last war. But the Emperor thought that 2 years was quite enough time to rest. The Chancellor argued to him that the war would require enormous expenditure, but the Emperor stood his ground. He believed that it was possible to obtain money and resources in the process of conquest, for that was what had been done during the 8 Years' War. The Emperor turned to the Chancellor and said he was a tyrant. The Chancellor even coughed in surprise. The Emperor told him that he planned to conquer the continent, so this war is just in time. The chancellor replied that if the emperor wished to be a tyrant, he should not abdicate his duties. Eduardo remembered that conquering the continent had been his ultimate goal ever since he took the throne by killing his siblings. The responsibility of emperor had become his fetters. That responsibility had caused a catastrophe. The chancellor thought that the emperor had prioritized his guilt for killing his siblings, sidelining the people of the empire. This was, in any case, the wrong order of the hierarchy. If disaster could not be avoided, he still hoped it would not harm the empire. The chancellor was going to work out the budget for the war in secret. Eduardo was pleased that the chancellor was grasping things very quickly. The emperor asked the general if he had heard about the Church of Redemption that was gaining momentum in the slums. Eduardo replied that since the country was in chaos, he could understand the population turning to faith to calm down. But the Church of the Atonement has become too powerful. It was better to eliminate any threat before war broke out. The emperor planned to put Dayon Hart in charge of that, since he was the cause of the unrest. The general was surprised that Earl Hart had been wounded. But the emperor said that it was a matter of dealing with a small bunch of fanatics, and despite his injury, the earl should be able to handle it. The general said he objected. Dayon Hart is dangerous. The emperor remembered that Nemesius had always been wary of Dayon Hart. He told the general that he had always disliked the guy. Was it really because of his brutal way of disarming enemies? The general said it was just his way of survival, but Earl Hart had split himself into two personalities. Eduardo couldn't understand what the general was talking about. The general explained that the bastard has a mental health like a sand castle. After all, he can't even bear the weight of his own responsibility. And what would happen if his sanity finally collapsed? Eduardo saw nothing wrong with that. The general continued to insist, but the emperor was undeterred. He said he was already aware of this fact. The general could not understand why then the emperor was appointing the count to this mission. The emperor replied that the count would have to make the decision, and if something happened because of him, it would be his responsibility. The general couldn't accept this. If the sword was broken, it would affect its owner as well. The responsibility for the count's actions would shift to the emperor. Eduardo was calm. He believed that was the emperor's role. He was tired of listening to the general's objections and said enough was enough. By choosing the path of a tyrant, the emperor thought he could become a great ruler. Eduardo said that he would forgive the general's disrespect because he realized that the general was very loyal to him. The general realized that the conversation was over and apologized to the emperor. Eduardo said that he understood the general's concerns, but there was a reason why he wanted to keep such a dangerous man by his side. One day, Dayon Hart came to the emperor, got on his knees, and asked for permission to destroy his family. The emperor saw a crystal-clear sense of hatred, murderous intent and rage. He had nurtured the hatred for his family for 8 years, ever since he was sent to the front lines at his 14 years old. And so when Dayon was finally recognized for his service and was to receive what he desired, he wished for nothing more than vengeance. The emperor had no reason to deny him, but decided to use him as his sword. Dayon asked what he had to do for the emperor to let him destroy his family. Eduardo said that the hero of the empire was going on an expedition to kill the Demon King. He offered Dayon to accompany him and gave orders to face the Demon King as an ally of the hero. The result was incredible, because he was able to bring back the corpse of the dead hero of the empire. After that, Eduardo asked Dayon again if he felt the same emotion. He confirmed. With such an achievement, everyone would have to recognize Dayon as a hero, even if he didn't possess the hero fragment. The emperor gave his consent to destroy the Hart family. Dayon Hart had only dreamed of this. He thanked the emperor for his time. That night, Cruel Hart came home late. He noticed that someone had killed the people of his county. Cruel learned that the killer was his brother. Still, he managed to survive. Eventually, Cruel Hart became the emperor's trump card against Dayon Hart. Whatever the reason, Dayon Hart killed his own family, and the only survivor was Cruel Hart. The emperor realized to get rid of his brother, Dayon Hart still needs him, the emperor. And Cruel Hart serves Duke Illister to ensure his own survival. The two brothers have each other by the throat. So as long as Cruel Hart lives, Dayon Hart will be on the emperor's side. Dayon Hart stood knee-deep in blood. He was in a state of agitation. When he came to his senses and saw his hands up to his elbows in blood, he couldn't understand a thing. Earl Hart saw mangled soldiers bleeding. What on earth was this? Daeon didn't realize what was happening. His mind was truly consumed by madness, and it was all for his survival. Daeon couldn't take it. He grabbed his head with his hands as if trying to squeeze it and hold his consciousness. Daeon's second nature was closing his eyes to everything and telling him that he didn't need to remember anything. And even if he remembered, he needed to ignore it. It was Daeon's second nature whispering to him that he didn't do it, that he should forget everything and not remember. Daeon sat with his shoulder bandaged. He really didn't remember anything and thought he was dreaming. He struggled to come to his senses, trying to remember anything at all. Sitting in the carriage, he remembered that he had arrived at the border and an assassin had put an arrow in him while he was dealing with the monsters. At that time, one of the knights told him that they had arrived at the Earl's estate. Count Daeon Hart got out of the carriage. He didn't realize when they had time to return. While he was unconscious, the situation had already been resolved. He didn't remember anything. Miss Lien was standing beside the carriage. If it hadn't been for the wound on his shoulder, Daeon would have thought it was a bad dream. A servant threw a cloak over him, and Daeon called for Rembert. In the meantime, the manager had caught a spy at Hart Manor. One of the servants in the castle turned out to be a spy. He was tying a note to the foot of a carrier pigeon when the manager caught him doing it. But who was the customer? The servant said Remember was no ordinary butler. Blood spurting from the spy's neck, the butler's assistant finished him off with a single blow. Now the manager stood in front of the murdered man and thought it would be good to find out who the customer was, but the spy was dead. A white carrier pigeon flew from the spy. A servant dragged the murdered spy away. At that time, the manager was told that Earl Hart had returned. The manager corrected his tie and told the servant to follow the pigeon and find out who the spy was connected to and who was behind it all. A document fell out of the dead spy's pocket. It was his contract of employment. The manager said that he would cancel this contract with his power. The manager greeted Earl Daeon Hart sitting in his room. He asked the Earl how he was feeling. Daeon told him that the arrow had hit his left shoulder, so it didn't affect his health much. The manager was glad that the Earl was right-handed. There were a lot of documents piling up, which meant he could sign them with his right hand. Daeon smelled blood on the manager's breath. He was surprised and said he had just dealt with a spy. The drops of blood must have gotten on his suit. He was in such a hurry to greet the Count that he didn't change his clothes. The butler said he wanted to catch the spy alive, but the unexpected had happened. Daeon wondered, what kind of butler was it that killed the spy with his own hands? The manager said that he had heard that the Earl had also dealt with the assassin. Daeon replied that everyone died there too, so the instigator couldn't be found out. Butler said that since the Count also failed, then the instigator should be taken very seriously. Thus, the circle of suspects is narrowed down to the Revolutionary Army, the enemy country, or the head of the nobility, Duke Illister. The manager thought that it came down to the latter being the most likely suspect. The manager said that in any case it was impossible for the Earl to deal with this enemy on his own. Why not ask the Emperor for help? The manager immediately apologized if he had overstepped his bounds. Daeon Hart thought that his butler was very useful. He was planning to visit the Emperor anyway and return the Hart Manor to him. So maybe get it over with at the same time. He wants a peaceful, quiet life as soon as possible. There was a private meeting between His Majesty and Duke Illister at the Emperor's palace. Hart was asked to wait. Daeon Hart thought that he would be able to see the Emperor right away. He decided to walk around the palace to kill time. In the meantime, he met the Crown Prince and the Princess, who was screaming and trying to jump on the Count, but her brother held her back, reminding her that she had promised not to jump on him. The Crown Prince kept holding the Princess and apologized to the Count. Daeon bowed and said that he welcomed the future of the Empire. The Prince winked at him and said there was no need for such formalities. After all, they were friends. He asked Daeon if it was true that he needed something to occupy himself before meeting His Majesty. The Princess invited the Earl of Hart to tea. Daeon was very reluctant to attend. Out of politeness, he had to sit at the table with the prince and his sister. He said he was glad he had the opportunity to have tea at the palace. Daeon needed to say something nice, so he said he was honored. And he thought to himself that if he had known he was going to run into them, he would have come later. The princess treated Daeon to some cakes, and the prince said if he liked the tea so much, he would order it to be given with him. The princess, delighted, began to treat Daeon to cookies. She offered to taste one and another, and another, and another. Daeon had already filled his mouth full of cookies, but the princess was not satisfied. The crown prince asked if it was true that Daeon had been injured while slaying the monsters. He advised Daeon to be careful because of the curse that weakened his body. The princess knew that the count was injured, but Daeon said that he was participating in these monster campaigns under compulsion. The prince asked Daeon to be careful because he still has a long time to serve his majesty. Daeon thought that sounded ominous. In fact, he wanted to be free from his duties and live at his own pleasure. The crown prince continued to be frank and said that he had no desire to become emperor. Daeon choked on his tea. The prince reasoned that he and the emperor were only 8 years apart, and he should prepare to retire the moment the emperor resigned. Daeon sat there and coughed incessantly. He didn't need this information at all. He wasn't interested in politics. He didn't even want to hear about it. The crown prince didn't care, and said that if he had to take the throne, it would only be if something happened to the emperor. He hoped that would never happen. The princess said that his majesty is like a sibling to them, and they wish him nothing but happiness. Daeon recognized how much the prince and his sister respected their uncle, the emperor. If one remembered that the current emperor had killed all of his siblings along with their children, it would be difficult to give an explanation for the crown prince and princess's peaceful existence. Explaining their lack of hatred towards their uncle is rather strange, but there is a reason for it. The first prince, the father of Prince Elpidius and Princess Alethea, was very kind, unlike most of the imperial family. He was kind even to the 9th Prince Eduardo, who had no hope of claiming the throne. Until his death, he visited the 9th prince along with his children. Because of this, they value each other like siblings. Their relationship is even closer than a family relationship. It is said that if the first prince were alive, the 9th prince would never have picked up a sword. The crown prince took Daeon's hands and said that they were worried about his majesty, single-handedly carrying all the weight on his shoulders. He asked the earl to take care of him. The princess said to her brother, "Why does he burden the earl with such speeches? After all, he would have done so himself, even without his words." Daeon had already drunk 4 cups of tea and asked for permission to retire to the restroom. Daeon headed out of the garden where they were sitting and into the palace. The prince told his sister that the count must have escaped. This conversation was too much for him to bear. The prince was frank. The tip of the sword always pointed towards their uncle, the emperor. In his mind, the prince's thoughts were completely different. If this continued, he might never take the throne. The crown prince held his teacup in his hands and thought that the appeasement of 2 years had turned into an appeasement with a hidden threat. He took a lump of sugar with his tongs and said that the emperor needed someone who would be unquestioningly on his side. Since Daeon Hart was outstanding, having him on their side alone would help them turn the tide. That was why the princess was also trying to persuade him. The prince was glad for his sister's help. He hoped that Earl Daeon Hart would become a loyal ally of his majesty, so loyal that no matter who stood in his way, be it even members of the nobility, he would be able to kill them without too many questions. At this time, Daeon was walking around the palace looking for the restroom. He didn't realize where he was right now. At this time, a man came out of the door with documents in his hands. Daeon was glad to see at least one person and wanted to ask him where the restroom was. It was a spy from the neighboring kingdom of Eleon, who had copied the most important documents while the emperor was away and was dealing with a guest. He was very frightened and looked at Daeon with eyes round with fright. He asked Daeon how he could help. Daeon pulled a smile on his face so as not to scare the guy away, as he really needed his help. Suddenly, the stranger pulled out a knife and lunged at Daeon. He decided that suddenly attacking Daeon might save him. That it was Daeon Hart, he realized from the red eyes that everyone knew about. With that, the blade of the dagger managed to graze Daeon Hart's hand. The count couldn't understand anything after all. He only wanted to ask where the restroom was, and he was attacked by this crazy guy with a dagger. Because the guy lunged at Daeon with all his might, he suddenly lost his balance and fell forward. The documents he was holding scattered on the floor. The spy thought that he had definitely been figured out. After so many failed attempts, he had finally managed to copy the documents, and he should run into Daeon Hart at this time. Daeon shrugged his shoulders slightly as he had to make sure he was alive. As if time had stopped, He slowly shifted his gaze to the guy who seemed to be frozen in mid-air. The guy may have still had a chance to save himself, but someone's hand grabbed him by the throat. The man with dark hair took the spy by the throat and lifted him up. When Dayon followed the hand with his eyes to find out who owned it, he saw his brother, Cruel. Dayon looked at his brother and didn't understand where he was coming from. Cruel held the spy at arm's length and didn't understand either. Where did his brother Dayon come from? His green eyes looked at his younger brother. He wondered what his brother Dayon was doing here. Dayon Hart asked himself the same question, cradling his wounded shoulder with his hand. The face of the man he was strangling began to swell. Saliva flowed from his mouth. Documents fell out from under the spy's clothes. Dayon wanted to bend down to pick up the documents. At that time, he noticed that someone else, not Cruel, picked up the documents that the spy had dropped. It was Duke Illister. He picked up the documents and quickly reviewed them with his eyes. The Duke said it was a very important palace document. He said hello to the Earl and said that he had just met with the Emperor and didn't think he would run into Dayon Hart here. The Duke continued chatting with Dayon and asked if it was true that the latter had also come to see the Emperor. Dayon replied that he had something to ask the Emperor. Duke Illister said that Dayon had managed to catch a palace spy during the short wait. Now the Emperor would remain in his debt. Dayon realized that Illister was giving him credit, but the Duke said that he was sure Dayon would have handled the spy even if Sir Cruel hadn't shown up. At this time, the Crown Prince and Princess appeared in the hall. They were worried because Dayon hadn't returned for a long time. The Crown Prince noticed that Dayon's mouth was bleeding. He immediately ordered to call the palace doctor for the Earl. The Princess was shocked that Dayon was bleeding from his mouth. The Crown Prince asked what was going on here. Illister answered him that Dayon was injured while dealing with the spy. The spy's weapon might have been treated with poison. Dayon felt sick again and covered his mouth with his hand. The palace doctor was already running to the rescue with a suitcase in his hand. Gathered around Dayon were the prince, the princess, his brother Cruel, and Duke Illister. The doctor was the same man who had examined the Honorable Earl Dayon Hart when he had vomited blood in the banquet hall the other day. But it hadn't been blood then. It had been pudding. This time it was real, and it was Dayon Hart again. The situation this time was really dangerous. During the banquet, the doctor had rushed in, breaking his head, because he had heard that Earl Hart needed an ambulance. The Crown Prince asked the doctor what was wrong with Dayon. Had he been poisoned? The doctor replied that it was nothing. His wound was not deep. The Crown Prince couldn't believe it. After all, the Earl had literally just vomited blood. Dayon tried to explain to them that he was fine. He figured that, at this rate, the number of his enemies would only grow. The prince then decided that this was a manifestation of the Demon King's curse. At this time, General Nemesius approached, and the Crown Prince asked him what business he had come here for. The general replied that he had come to deliver a message, as His Majesty had summoned Earl Dayon Hart to him. Dayon did not like the way the general was looking at him. The Emperor could deliver the message through a servant if he didn't want to go himself. Aloud, he said that if His Majesty was looking for him, he would go to him. The Count turned and went to the Emperor's chambers. He was grateful for the concern, but he shouldn't have been so worried about him. The Crown Prince stood and watched Count Dayon Hart walk away. The prince took a long look after the Earl as he walked down the corridor. The Crown Prince thought that the Earl probably thought that there was no need to disturb others, since there was no way to get rid of the demon's curse. Dayon thought that the Crown Prince didn't look happy. Wasn't he acting too arrogant? We see Duke Illister getting into the carriage. He was escorted by Cruel Hart. The Duke was pensive. A faint smile played on his face. He was thinking about the document he had picked up from the spy. It was a budget for the war. Despite the Emperor's statement that there would be no war in the near future, he had prepared a budget for war. The Duke thought that great care would have to be taken to accomplish his goals. The Emperor sat at his desk and told Hart that he didn't look well. The Emperor heard that Dayon had caught a spy and had suffered a serious wound in the process. Dayon replied that it was no big deal, but the Emperor noticed that the Count was pouring sweat. The Count couldn't tell the Emperor that he was in such a state because he couldn't go to the bathroom. He tried to straighten his back and manage his expression more carefully. The Emperor had told the Count that he was one of the strongest warriors in the Empire. Dayon couldn't stand it anymore. He should have gone to the restroom first before going to see the Emperor. The Emperor asked what he owed to the pleasure of seeing the Count. Dayon replied that it was about the Hart estate. But the emperor immediately warned that if Daeon was going to return the estate, he would immediately refuse. Daeon was so confused by the emperor's refusal that he temporarily forgot that he wanted to go to the bathroom so badly. Daeon started to talk about bringing back the noble knights, but the emperor again refused. Daeon then said he needed a rest and asked for his resignation, but the emperor said he couldn't accept his resignation. The emperor smiled and said that if Daeon would fulfill one request of his, he would also fulfill the count's request in return, and handed him a document. The count took the document and read it. It concerned the Church of Redemption. The Church of Redemption was a religion that had become rampant in the slums. The emperor would like Daeon Heart to get rid of it. The emperor added that he had given the same assignment to Cruel Heart. If Cruel Heart completes the task, it would be only fair that the emperor grant the request of whoever completes the task first. Daeon said he agreed to fulfill the task. In a moment he was already remorseful because he had agreed on emotion. He had fallen for the provocation, but who could know what Cruel wanted? Daeon thought he had to stop him at all costs. The emperor decided that the request to remove the Church of Atonement had actually come from the Duke. The emperor summed it up. He would grant the wish of whomever completed the task first. Daeon decided that at any cost, he would be the first to complete the task. Since things had turned out this way, he was absolutely certain that he would defeat that bastard Cruel. Daeon sat in his chair in his office and looked through the papers. He told the steward that he had only been bringing him one kind of tea lately. The butler replied that since the earl had enjoyed this drink in the company of the crown prince, the prince had sent this tea to him as a gift. Daeon had bad associations associated with this tea. He wanted to go to the restroom every time because of the past incident. The manager reminded him that the earl also needed to drink the elixir. There was a teapot with the healing drink and a cup on the table. Rememberer persuaded Daeon to drink this drink as it would favor his body. This drink was handed over by the palace doctor. At this time, Miss Lian, whom Daeon had asked to investigate, entered the room. Daeon drank the bitter elixir and covered his mouth with his hand. He asked Miss Lian if she was able to find out anything about the Redemption Church. Miss Lian handed the count a document and said that it was a cult spreading its influence mainly in the slums. They gather believers and offer free food and water. Unlike many cults, they don't ask for allegiance or donations, but ask to spread faith in redemption. Daeon read the document and wondered if the concept of atonement was too vague. This church is suspicious on many counts. The free food distribution must cost a considerable amount of money. At the moment, they might be sponsored by a few nobles, but considering the scale of their activities, such sponsorship would be too expensive for an ordinary nobleman. Daeon finished his tea while Miss Lian reported that the church wanted neither money nor the helm of a religious leader. What is their goal? Daeon thought he was slowly starting to get closer to the edge. After that drink, Daeon felt the urge to go to the bathroom again. He apologized to Miss Lian and went out. Miss Lian thought that the count was going to do his own investigation. He wants to set an example instead of handing out orders to his subordinates. Lian decided to accompany Daeon Hart as it could be dangerous. Daeon didn't expect this from her. Instead of going to the restroom, Daeon ended up in the slums. Earl Hart and Miss Lian were standing in the middle of the slum. Miss Lian was showing the path leading to the main headquarters of the church. Miss Lian said that they shouldn't stay in their clothes. It was best to change into the poor man's clothes. She gave Daeon the cloak prepared by the butler. Daeon thought he had not had a chance to go to the bathroom since Miss Lian had dragged him here because of her overenthusiasm. But he was determined to have some privacy, and told her he would be right back. Miss Lian decided not to let the count go alone and went with him. But the count disappeared around the corner, and when she reached the corner he was nowhere to be found. Miss Lian thought the earl had a sickly look. He didn't look well. Where on earth had he gone alone? She decided that his sickly appearance, pale face, cold sweat, was all a consequence of the Demon King's curse. Daeon Hart had done his little business and was very happy. He was wearing a cloak and looked like a slum dweller. The count thought that someone had let him take advantage of their hospitality. He was so worried that Miss Lian would follow him. Suddenly, Daeon Hart ran into his brother, Cruel Hart. Cruel had not expected to see his younger brother Daeon here. Daeon didn't expect to see him here either, and was surprised by this unexpected encounter. Even though this man was right in front of Daeon, he couldn't express his unpleasant feelings to him. And then he started coughing up blood again due to the stress. Daeon immediately covered his mouth with his hands so that Cruel couldn't see his pathetic appearance. Cruel raised his sword and stared at Daeon without moving an inch. More accurately, he stared at the blood-drenched floor in front of him. Cruel watched his opponent's face calmly. He seemed unfazed. Cruel asked Daeon how his arm was. Daeon thought Cruel was talking about that wound the spy had inflicted on him. He remembered that incident in the Emperor's palace when he was attacked by the spy. Daeon had said it was just a small scratch. Cruel drew his sword but didn't fight his younger brother. Daeon thought Cruel wasn't talking about his right arm, but his left shoulder. That was the injury he got from an assassin while hunting monsters. But how would he know? Cruel Heart was sure that Daeon was injured, but could still move quietly. The assassins didn't fulfill their task properly. Daeon realized it was his brother who had sent those assassins. He decided that he had to kill Cruel here and now. At this time, Miss Lian appeared. She was very worried and was looking for Daeon everywhere. Daeon held the dagger in his hand. He thought it was a good thing Miss Lian hadn't found it a little earlier when he went to the bathroom. Miss Lian, seeing Cruel Heart standing across from the Count with a sword, immediately drew her sword. Daeon realized that she was about to fight and tried to calm her down. Miss Lian stood up, protecting the Earl with her body. How could she let him leave alone when he didn't want to trouble anyone? Cruel Heart looked at her and thought that this woman seemed familiar to him. He remembered that this was the commander of the Order of Knights under Daeon. Miss Lian thought that she would apologize to the Count later, but now she would deal with that guy. But to her surprise, the Count ordered her to back off. Daeon actually thought it would be great if Miss Lian killed Cruel, but his brother was considered a hero of the Empire. The advantage was not on Miss Lian's side. Cruel asked if Daeon intended to infiltrate the Church of Redemption. Daeon decided that he didn't need to answer that question. Since it didn't look like Cruel had any intention of continuing the battle, Daeon decided to end the communication at that point. Cruel told Daeon that if he got involved, he would be in danger. Daeon replied that how nice of his brother to worry about him when he had already hired an assassin. Cruel listened to Daeon's words with an impenetrable look on his face. He held the map of the slums in his hands and thought Daeon was a fool. He should have spent the rest of his days in peace. Cruel thought about his younger brother. There was no telling how long he had left to live. He was born with a weak body, and even received a curse from the Demon King. Although Cruel didn't know the details, but he was sure that Daeon didn't have long to live. Therefore, he had to hold out until his brother's lifespan was over. Daeon smeared his pale face and hair with mud because his white hair really gave him away. He suggested to Miss Lian to do the same thing and to wear mud because their old cloaks did not hide their noble origins. Miss Lian thought it was indeed worth getting dirty in the mud, but it wasn't the mud that embarrassed her. It was the smell. Since she was a born noblewoman, she had never done anything like this before. Daeon decided to play on her feelings and said that she wasn't going to leave him alone, was she? After all, she had said she would never leave him again, but apparently that was a lie. Miss Lian could not retract her words. She said she would do it and took 2 pieces of mud. Miss Lian began to smear her face with the mud. Daeon didn't care, but she was disgusted by the mud. But it couldn't be helped since they had to pretend to be slum dwellers. As they were leaving, Cruel gave Daeon the advice to stain his hair with dirt. Daeon was annoyed that this advice came from his hated older brother. Daeon was sure that Cruel was here for the same reasons he was, since he was assigned the same task of eliminating the Church of Redemption. Daeon couldn't complete it later than his brother. He didn't want to cross paths with him again. Daeon asked Miss Lian to hide the sword and head back. He said he would go inside first, but Miss Lian was against him going alone again. Daeon didn't listen to her, pulled his hood over his head and went. He didn't have time to wait. At the entrance to the church, he saw a woman. It was the minister of the Church of Redemption. Daeon was in such a hurry to finish the task faster that he tripped. He slipped on the muddy ground and fell on his back. Daeon lay on the ground with his face in the dirt. The woman standing near the entrance to the church and Miss Lian, hiding around the corner, opened their mouths in surprise. Daeon was lying flat on the ground. He felt a terrible sense of shame and he did not want to get up. An unfamiliar woman ran up to the boy and asked him if he was okay. The woman helped him up and thought that he must have been starving for so long that he didn't have the strength to even stand on his feet. She asked if he could stand up. Daeon's hands were covered in blood. It wasn't a good time to vomit blood. But Hart said it was because of the chronic disease he was born with. It's not contagious. A man came out of the church and took Dion away. Miss Lean watched from around the corner. She thought the Count was incredible. He played it so natural and entered the church naturally. It looked as if he really was a poor man. She decided to follow in his footsteps. But that woman came out of the church and said that they had run out of free seats for the day. Miss Leanne was very confused, but the woman gave her bread and water and told her to come back another time when there was room. Miss Leanne tried to enter the church, but the door was closed right in front of her. Miss Leanne's aura was such that no amount of dirt could block it out. She had a noticeably proud gait. She was mistaken for a spy trying to investigate inside the church. At the same time, Dayon had an unsteady gait that showed he hadn't eaten in days. Dayon was holding onto his wounded arm. The man was spitting blood. It was an obvious indicator that he was living in a slum. At the church, he was offered tea. The boy said he had heard as if food was available here. The woman, and it was the leader of the church, said she would bring him everything now and to make him feel at home. Dayon asked how much he had to pay. He was told that he didn't have to pay anything, he just needed to eat and rest. Hart didn't notice anything suspicious when he went inside. It was a place that looked like a typical temple. There were kind priests and impoverished but happy people. The guards resembled holy knights, but the fact that there was nothing out of the ordinary was already suspicious. Seeing the strangers scrutinizing everything, the church leader thought he was uncomfortable. Dayon replied that he was fine, but he was worried that his appearance might make others uncomfortable. He thought it was good that no one in the slum knew his face, but his eyes were distinguished by their red color. This is quite a rare occurrence. The church leader replied that he shouldn't worry about his appearance. She took off his hood and said that no one would judge him based on his appearance. Dayon didn't expect her to see his white hair and red eyes. The church leader was very surprised. She had never seen eyes like those. She reached out to the boy, taking both of Dayon's cheeks in her hands, and lifted his head up. His red eyes met the eyes of the woman who pretended to be kind. She saw Dayon's red eyes. Even though Dayon was prepared for this, he was still startled to see her doubt him. It was as if his mind had been completely erased, not a single thought appearing in his head. The woman looked into his eyes and asked why his eyes were red in color. The guy frantically thought of what to answer. He came up with the idea of saying that his eyes were disgusting. His family had rejected him because of his red eyes. Who could even like eyes like that? The woman waved her hands and said she didn't think they were disgusting. But did he know a man named Dayon Hart, since he was also rumored to have red eyes? Dayon asked if she was talking about the hero of the empire. The church leader replied that there were bad rumors about him, that he was a vampire or even an evil spirit. She was sure he was a horrible person. Hart chuckled inwardly. So that's what the rumors about him are. And the woman thought that there was no way that this frail fellow could be the famous Dayon Hart. The church leader asked Dayon if he knew about this place he came to. Dayon said, "Isn't this the place where they give food and shelter?" The church leader replied that this is how many people perceive the Church of Redemption. Dayon then asked her to tell how this church was able to spread its influence so quickly. The church leader said that this church was established to save the oppressed and suffering people from the rule of the tyrant Eduardo de Zera. The reason why people are suffering is because of the emperor. If he ruled the lands peacefully, the people would not be suffering. Dayon was surprised by the woman's words. He thought that it would be good for the emperor to hear them. The church leader said that even the emperor could be blamed for his downfall because he didn't make the road. Dayon thought that no one before Emperor Eduardo could save the poor, and this woman put all the blame on him. The church leader said that their religion is not like other religions. They don't believe in money or anything else, but only believe in redemption. Dayon thought she was talking sweet nothings, and if you spice it all up with rations, you can believe it all. He asked if his faith could really lead him to redemption. The boy thought it would be good to find out who was behind all this, but out loud he asked who would save him. Dayon decided to walk through the church and see how the place was set up. The leader of the church told him that once he became a believer, he would find out for himself. Dayon chewed the bread and thought. Everything here seemed suspicious to him, but he had no proof to back it up. And they didn't seem to have done anything to the bread. It was just regular bread. Dayon figured he'd have to dig through the whole church to get to the truth. Suddenly, a girl bumped into the guy from behind. She looked to be about 12 years old, and despite her pallor, her face was full of life. The girl thought he was a new believer and was very excited. She looked very happy. The girl asked if it was hard for Dayon on the street. The boy thought he had a haggard face. The girl told him not to worry, for he was now with the Church of Redemption. The girl said her name was Sia, and that he would get food here. Dayon was surprised to see that she hadn't been brainwashed yet. But why was she praising the Church of the Atonement so much? He stroked the girl's head and told her that he really wanted to believe in the atonement. Sia replied that he would certainly enjoy the church. Dayon thought there was nothing suspicious here. He decided to look into the neighboring closed rooms. At that time, the girl was called by someone. It was her brother Paul. He said they needed to pray and took the girl away. Paul looked unkindly at Dayon. Paul scolded his sister for talking to a stranger. And Dayon Hart wondered how he could get into the secure rooms. Dayon wondered where Miss Lian was, what she was doing, and why she still hadn't come to him. But it was only a moment. Since Miss Lian was not allowed into the church, she stood around the corner and watched the entrance. She thought she noticed some movement. Miss Lian walked around the church on all sides and went into the backyard. But she was unable to get into the church itself. She thought that if she couldn't even enter the church, what would she tell Count Dayon? At this time, the leader of the church was making her rounds and saw bread lying on the ground. She was surprised that the bread was lying on the ground. She said to call the head of security immediately because an intruder had entered the church. The church leader said that if the intruder was not a hero, she would have chopped off the guards' heads by now. Such incompetent guards need to be replaced. Miss Lian was hiding around the corner at the time and heard the conversation about Hero. She thought it was about Count Dayon Hart. She decided that the Earl had been caught. Miss Lian was shocked by those words. Her prediction had turned out to be correct. The Count's cover had been blown. She jumped out from around the corner and struck at the priests who came out of the church. As if gauging the distance between them, she narrowed her eyes and scanned the streets, stopping at one spot as if she had spotted something. Miss Lian's face turned deathly pale. Dayon got caught? Getting caught at a time like this was rather unpleasant in many ways. No, it wasn't just unpleasant, it was very dangerous. He quickly wiped his mouth and focused on the footsteps echoing behind him. Thankfully, the worried voice seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. The man who had called out to Dayon wanted to give him some bread. He gave several loaves to Dayon. Fortunately, Dayon was able to climb back in through the open window. Dayon entered a room that looked more like a long hallway. There were torches hanging on the walls. It was a prayer room. Dayon saw a strange purple curtain. It hung on the wall behind the stand where there was not a single window. Perhaps there was a passage behind it. But at the moment, only the wall was visible through the curtain. Dayon gingerly took hold of the curtain. At that time, a priest and a female church leader entered the room. Dayon quickly hid behind the curtain. With them, about 20 believers entered together. The woman noticed that the window to the prayer room was open. The priest said to check all the rooms. Who out there could be breaking into their Church of Redemption? The woman listened to the sounds coming from what she thought were curtains. At this time, the priest began to read a sermon. It was as plausible and boring as all sermons. Suddenly, someone covered Dayon's mouth with his hand. It was Cruel. He put his hand over Dayon's mouth and told him to stand still if he wanted to avoid getting caught. Dayon couldn't understand why he was confronting Cruel again. The priest offered a prayer for atonement. A woman approached the podium and said that today she had gathered only the most faithful and dedicated of the Church of the Atonement believers. Dayon realized that this woman held a higher position if even the priest stepped aside. The woman said she had prepared something that more strongly reflected true redemption. Seated among the faithful were the girl Sia and her brother Paul. The woman went to the curtain and pulled it aside, and everyone saw a brick wall. The woman said that they would now pass into a room that only devoted believers could enter. The church leader said that this wall might seem perfectly ordinary. In front of the devotees, she touched the wall, and half of her hand sank into the wall as if it had penetrated underwater. It seemed unreal. It was some kind of witchcraft. The woman said that the chosen ones could pass through this wall. The woman invited everyone to pass. After saying those words, she disappeared into the wall. Cruel was still covering Dayon's mouth because he couldn't hold back an exclamation of surprise. How was this possible? Dayon didn't think it was magic. Witchcraft, then? Was something like this possible with sorcery? The woman invited the girl Sia and her brother Paul to come inside the wall as well. Sia looked at what was happening with delight, and the boy with disbelief. Sia told her brother to hurry in. The woman stood and watched the believers go through the wall. She checked to make sure every last one of them entered. When there was not a single person left in the prayer room, the curtain closed. After everyone had entered, the wall returned to its original position. Cruel finally let go of Dayon, and he could breathe in peace. Dayon felt rather frustrated because he didn't know much about sorcery. He was terribly angry. He told Cruel to stay out of his business. He could take care of everything himself. Cruel replied that it would be more burdensome for him if Dayon was caught. Dayon touched the wall with his hand. He thought the woman had touched a certain spot somewhere in here. He fumbled for something solid. There was a gem embedded in the wall. As long as one paid a certain price, the witchcraft item could create an effect similar to magic. This method was created by humans to utilize magic that only demons are capable of. But not everyone is able to use sorcerer items, and the sorcerers themselves are not easy to come across either. Dayon thought that the Church of Redemption was able to find a use for incredibly rare items, and this item was of pretty high quality. So who was behind all of this? Dayon got a headache from thinking like that. He wished he could just pick up and leave. But if he gave up, his desire would fall into the hands of that bastard Cruel. At this time, the priest shouted that there was an emergency. Dayon hid under the podium, while the priest shouted that Madame Shaylin should be notified immediately. The priest started talking to Madame Shaylin through the gem. He said they had an intruder. Someone is looking for their my lord and making a disturbance in the building. When Dayon heard the word my lord, a vague suspicion crept in. Had someone else infiltrated the Church of Atonement? The priest stared in horror at the man who had entered the premises. In a trembling voice, he asked the stranger who he was. A woman with crazy eyes that glared like a she-wolf's asked, "Where is my lord?" It was Miss Leon who was looking everywhere for Earl Hart. Dayon was shocked. After all, he had ordered Miss Leon to secretly follow him, and she made such a scene. She piled the priest on the ground and asked where my lord was. The priest couldn't understand. What my lord was she talking about? Miss Leon realized that she couldn't say the Earl's name because it would give him away. So she called him my lord, even though she had no right to say so. But she decided to deal with that later, and now her purpose was to find Dayon Hart without mentioning his name. Miss Leon shouted again that it was her lord, and that she could not say his name. The priest had no way of knowing who she was looking for. He figured my lord was the name of the man this mad woman was looking for. Dayon sat hiding under the podium and thought, why is Miss Leon acting so recklessly? After all, he thought she was the only normal person. Now he understood how she found common ground with those crazy knights. Dayon realized that the connection through the gem wasn't complete yet, but he wasn't allowed to step out from under the podium, as he would be discovered immediately. The head of the church stood behind the wall and heard the entire conversation through the gem. She heard the priest tell the woman that he could not tell where the man was unless he knew who he was talking about. Hearing the woman's voice, the church leader realized that this was the same woman who had come with the beggar and whom she had denied shelter. This strange girl is a knight who is looking for her, my lord. By a strange coincidence, the beggar with red eyes and white hair is also here. Madame Shaylin was a shallow woman. She immediately realized that she was talking about Dayon Hart. Madame Shaylin knew that the Emperor had assigned the task to Dayon Hart, but she still let her guard down. The church leader asked Cruel how did he sneak in here since all the windows were closed. Madame Shaylin told Cruel that she knew what he was up to and was sure the Duke had sent him to check on him. She asked if he had gotten important information from the Duke. The Duke did give Cruel a plan and asked him to complete the game as safely as possible. Cruel Hart assured the Duke that he would not disappoint him. Madame Shaylin said since she serves the same master, she won't call in the guards. She suggested that Cruel figure out a way to leave on his own, since she's going to beef up the guards before Dayon Hart arrives. She said she hopes Cruel doesn't disappoint the master as he wishes him victory. Madame Shaylin had no idea that Dayon Hart could enter through the main entrance. She returned behind the podium and apologized for her long absence. She figured they had already accomplished the goal of the Church of Atonement, and now all that was left was to clean the place up. As if nothing had happened, she continued to recite the prayer, and thought to herself that she hoped Cruel, and not Dion Hart, would clean the place up. At this time, in the prayer room that Miss Lean had made her way into, the priest was already lying on the floor. Miss Lean wondered where else she could look for Count Dion, for she could find out from no one else where he was. At that time, Dion came out from under the podium, where he had been hiding all along, and called out to Miss Lean. The girl was shocked. It turned out that the Count was fine. He noticed that the gem was no longer glowing, which meant the connection was over. He told Miss Leon that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Miss Leon got down on her knee in front of Earl Hart. She apologized for calling him Lord since she couldn't use his real name. Dion said it was no problem. Miss Leon said she was willing to take responsibility for her words. She didn't know him well before, but now, having served him, she realizes how responsible he is on assignments. He was willing to wallow in the mud to complete a task and push his pride farther away. Miss Leon said he had plenty of courage to face the enemy. From that moment on, Miss Leon vowed to serve Dion Hart for the rest of his life. The girl got down on her knee and said she would serve Dion as her master with all her heart. Dion thought it odd that Miss Leon had taken the oath of knighthood here but didn't refuse. It might come in handy. Miss Leon had mentioned that she would be loyal to Dion only when it didn't conflict with the Emperor's interests. He figured she'd always prioritize the Emperor, though in principle they both served the same person. Miss Leon told Dion that it was time for them to head back. Dion also felt that they needed to retreat. After all, in order to uncover all the secrets of this church to the end, they need knights as well as a sorcerer who can unlock the secret of the gem. Dion returned to his Hart Manor. The Earl stood the window and thought. He knew that 99 out of 100 sorcerers came from the south. Would he not be able to find a single talented sorcerer in the north? It would take a long time to hire someone from the south. Dion was worried that Cruel had found a sorcerer before him. Remember came in and reported that they had found the sorcerer. Dion was overjoyed and ordered the preparations to begin immediately. The village where the sorcerer lived was a day's journey away. Finally, they arrived at the place. It was a small village, a very small settlement. Dion knew that sorcerers often lived in seclusion, but why did everyone else settle in such a wild place? Miss Leon wanted Dion to address her without formality, but he decided to be cautious. Who knows what might happen in informal interactions? Dion said they needed to find the sorcerer immediately, but no sooner had he uttered the phrase than he was half silent. He was shocked by what he saw. His brother Cruel was standing right in front of him. Dion swore out loud in surprise, but then apologized to Cruel. Dion thought the son of a bitch was stalking him. But then he decided that since they had the same mission, their paths would cross often. Suddenly, a rock hit Dion in the head. The blow was very strong. Blood immediately flowed from the wound and began to drip onto the ground. Miss Leon immediately ran up to Dion and asked if he was all right. People came out of the village. Among them was an old woman who was shouting that disaster had visited them, and they should throw everyone out of the village. This old woman tried to calm down. The old woman was angry. She shouted for the visitors to get out of their village. Miss Leon asked the old woman how dare she disrespect the Lord. Dion's head was smashed, a trickle of blood running down his cheek. He looked at the old woman and didn't think it was a disaster. Dion walked over to the group of people among whom this old woman was standing. He leaned over to the old woman and said that he was not a disaster, but rather evil. The old woman said that they should kill these people immediately. Dion held his hand to his shattered head. They tried to calm the old woman and called her a witch. When Dion heard that it was the sorceress, he was very happy. The sorceress came up to Dion and told him that he shouldn't hate everything. She said again that he shouldn't hate anyone or anything. The witch said otherwise there would be a disaster. Dion swung his fist at the old woman, but he was stopped. He didn't even notice when this old woman approached him. What kind of nonsense is she talking, and where did he get such power from? Suddenly, a girl came up to the sorceress and started to calm her down. It was her granddaughter named Ran. She put her hands on the old woman's shoulders and asked her to calm down. The sorceress told the girl that that bastard was a disaster and pointed at Dion. The girl replied that she could see it too, but still nothing had happened yet. After all, her grandmother herself had told her not to judge people superficially. The sorceress agreed that one should not judge a person hastily, and Dion thought that if this Marasmus was a sorceress, he would have to give up his plan to take her with him and look for a person in the south. Suddenly, Dayon heard the girl tell him that she was waiting for him. Dayon wondered why she was waiting for him. The girl said her name was Ron, and she was the granddaughter of the old woman. Ron apologized to Dayon. He said not to worry, he already wanted to leave anyway. The girl told Dayon that he wanted to find the sorcerer. Dayon was very surprised. How did she know that? Ran said that she was a sorcerer too, and she knew that he would come here looking for a sorcerer to settle the issue with the Church of Atonement. Ran said that if Dayon took her with him, he would settle his issue. The Count was very much surprised, for no outsider could have known of his purpose. He was suspicious of her because of her youth, but she clearly had talent. Dayon also thought if he didn't take the girl, that bastard Cruel would take her. Dayon shook the girl's hand and told her he was counting on her. Mentally, he was glad he was ahead of the bastard. Cruel stood there thinking that it would be okay if they couldn't get the sorcerer. After all, the Duke had ordered him to prove his worth, which meant he would find the sorcerer himself or come up with another plan. However, Cruel wanted to clarify something with the elderly sorceress. The sorceress, when she saw Cruel, smiled and was very happy. She walked up to Cruel and hugged him, calling him my child. Cruel did not understand what this behavior of the sorceress meant. The sorceress said that Cruel had been through a lot, but she would not hate him. If she was going to hate him, no one in the world would love him at all. The sorceress said that an unloved creature will live a short life, and after all, Cruel still has a battle to win. This battle is to see who will live longer. The old woman told Cruel that she hoped he would win. The sorceress told Cruel that he is a child who foreshadows destruction, but if he wins, the disaster will pass, and it will not happen. However, if Cruel wishes to die, or is on the verge of death, he must kill Dayon before he dies himself. Cruel drew his sword and pointed it towards the sorceress. He put the sword to the old woman's throat and asked her what she wanted. He told her not to cross the line and he would figure it out for himself, even without her saying anything. Cruel made the decision that he would only die after Dayon. Dayon stood there brooding. He turned to Ran and asked her if she was really seeing what her grandmother had said. Ran replied that her grandmother had spoken of his fate, and she too could see his fate. Dayon inquired how could she predict his future before she even met him. Ran replied that they had predicted the fate of a boy in the village and had seen Dayon's fate, as their fates were closely intertwined. Dayon asked who was she talking about. At that time they met a kid on their way. Dayon asked who was the kid had he been following them during that time. Miss Lean said she let this kid follow them since he wasn't doing anything wrong. Rand said that even though she is not allowed to talk about the future, there are some things she can report. Rand said that hate is like a fire to Dayon. It starts with a small ignition, and then it spreads and consumes everything. And this guy she's talking about is like a bomb that could go off at any moment. When a bomb explodes, it starts a fire. But if the fire starts first, the bomb will definitely explode. The guy who was following Dayon said his name was Dan. He asked for permission to join Dayon Hart. Dan said, and if Dayon Hart is a disaster, he will need Dan in the future. One day his destiny was revealed to him. A sorceress foretold him his future. She saw something unusual. The children who were sitting next to her came up to her and asked if she was okay. The Dan boy was terrified that something was wrong with his future. The sorceress screamed at him that he was a puppet. He was a creature who would serve disaster. She told Dan that he was a great supporter of disaster. From that day on, the village completely changed its attitude toward him. The boy was pelted with mud, stones were thrown at him. Children shouted at him that he was a puppet of the disaster and chased him out of the village. Dan didn't understand what was happening and couldn't get used to the changes. Ran would stop the kids and tell them they couldn't punish someone for something they hadn't done yet. But still, everyone was telling Dan to walk away from the village. The friends and neighbors he used to have fun with turned their backs on him, as if everything that had gone before was a lie. Everyone believed the witch's words and called the boy a proponent of disaster. People were afraid that he would drag them into the events too if they were around. And all this happened just because of one prediction. If everyone was so sure, Dan wanted to live up to their expectations. He would be the right-hand man of the disaster. Dan decided to wait, and so waited for the man who showed up after such a long wait. Dan realized it was his man as soon as he saw Dayon Hart. Dayon Hart is the catastrophe man, and Dan has finally found him. We see the Earl's estate again. Dayon Hart has returned to his estate. The steward Remember greeted the Earl. He asked who this guy was. Dayon didn't like that Remember was interested in Dan. Miss Leon said the fellow was a villager the Count had decided to take with him. The fellow told Remember that his name was Dan. Dan told the Count that he doesn't have enough education and doesn't know much, and also, he doesn't have much experience in battles. But he would not let his master Dayon Hart down. Dayon thought, what about bringing this guy back right now? Why is he calling him master? Dayon decided he would talk to the guy later. Dayon announced that they would be leaving the manor as soon as they made their preparations, and asked everyone to be ready. He asked Miss Leon to bring 10 volunteers from the higher knights. Dan asked the Earl if he could go with him, but Earl Hart said for Dan to wait for him here for now. Dan was upset, but the Count said he had guards, so it would be fine. The Count thought that since he had taken patronage of this guy, he couldn't let him die. Dayon noticed that the guy was really upset. Did he really want to go with him so badly? Dayon didn't know what this guy's goals were, but it all looked very suspicious. However, Dayon felt that he liked the guy. They approached the Church of Atonement. There were lights burning in the windows, and there were people there. The girls who were cleaning the church heard a suspicious smell of smoke. They thought something was burning. The knights set the church on fire. It was all ablaze with fire. The knights said that if the people present left the church building, then they would let them live. One of the knights watched as the flames spread farther and farther through the church. It was Dayon Hart who ordered them to set a fire in the Redemption Church building. Dayon had said that while he was infiltrating, the knights should set the fire, survey the surroundings, and kill every suspicious person. Not mere believers, but actual suspicious people. He asked them to keep their wits about them and not to take any drugs. The knights asked if it wouldn't be better to just cut out everyone present. They said their captain was too soft. How is he going to survive in this world? Dayon was taken aback by such a definition. He had never considered himself soft, so he told them to stop bickering and do as they were told. Suddenly Ran came up and said that was her request. Now was not the time for bloodshed. The knights wondered why now. Ran said she couldn't tell them everything, but it was all for Earl Dayon Hart's sake. When the knights heard it was all for the Earl, they said they would do what was right. The knights did not kill the common believers as they had promised, but the believers asked very much that the fire be put out. The knights ordered the disabled, the elderly, and children to leave immediately. The knights themselves were surprised at the excitement they caused in the church. People had heard before about knights in white uniforms being bloodthirsty, ghostly knights. People didn't understand why someone as powerful as Earl Hart was interested in this place. People only felt that life had gotten even a little better, only began to taste the flavor of life. It didn't matter even if it was an evil cult that only pretended to be redemption. The girl Sia asked the knights very much to leave. She couldn't understand why they were doing this to them. She screamed that if they were going to destroy this place, let them kill her first. It would still be better than starving to death. She clung to the knight and said that if this place disappeared, she would have nowhere else to go. She begged and pleaded with the knight to leave this place and go away. The knight thought that if the girl touched him while he was on duty, he couldn't get away with it. He wanted to use this as an example to others, so he drew his sword. Her brother Paul, seeing that the knight wanted to kill the girl, shouted for her to go to him immediately. The knight raised his sword and swung it at the girl. At that instant, someone else's sword got in the way of the knight's sword. The knight was confused. He couldn't choose who to kill and who to let live. It would have been better if they had been ordered to kill everyone here. Then they would have cleared this place of everyone without a twinge of conscience. The people in the church were so desperate, for this place was their last hope. Death was better for them than destroying this place. At that moment, the church was burning with fire. People looked at the burning church and said that Dayon Hart was the emperor's sword. It turns out that destroying the Church of Atonement was his order. Paul thought he would not forgive Dayon Hart for destroying their paradise, and someone else's sword was pointed at the emperor. Dayon Hart, Miss Leon, and Sorceress Ran stood near the gem. While the rest of the church was ablaze and bustling, Ran was examining the gem. She sensed something and assumed that they were using the gem as a means of casting spells. This stone has many functions. Its communication, space distortion. Ran didn't finish as she noticed something. Dayon asked, "What's wrong?" Ran looked at the stone and said that it was not a charm, but the magic behind the charm. Dayon was not ready to face magic. Magic in the realm of humans. What did that mean? The sorceress said that everything was based on the property of space distortion and activated by magic. Ran also thought, how could magic be in the realm of humans? Was the Demon King aware of it? She said aloud that she had figured out the structure and asked for some time. Daeon was surprised that sorcerers were able to pass through the space created by magic. Count Hart thought that Ran was an unusual sorceress. At that time, the space changed and Ran said they could enter. Daeon remembered how the leader of the church went through the wall and was glad that the sorceress was up to the task. Daeon went first and invited everyone to follow him. As he passed the wall, he saw a strong glow. The light was coming from somewhere in the depths. It was so strong that Daeon even covered his eyes with his hand. What they saw threw them into amazement. It was the same prayer room they had come from. In fact, it was something else. There were cracks all around. There were magical circles and a huge seal all around the room. The cracks led to this door. It probably had something to do with it, but what could be behind this door? Miss Lian volunteered to go first. She opened the door. Suddenly, they found themselves in a forest. This was also the result of spatial magic. Ran thought they had entered another space. It looked like the real room behind the door could be accessed if one only knew how to open it properly. Daeon said what they were looking for was in the real room behind the door. It appears that they will automatically be transported when they do the specific actions needed. Daeon asked how long it would take to figure out what those specific actions were. Ron replied that magic was uncharted territory for her, so 10 minutes minimum. 10 minutes didn't seem like much, but considering there was fire all around and the knights were killing people, it was a lot. Daeon thought that 10 minutes was already a lot. What if there was already someone behind that door? What if someone had finished their business first and fled through another passage? But Daeon Hart had no choice but to wait. He had only one thing on his mind, that he couldn't lose to Cruel. He paced back and forth in anticipation. In the meantime, Ron was sitting near the door and conjuring. Miss Lian thought Daeon was nervous. It was understandable, after all, this mission had been entrusted by the Emperor himself. Suddenly, Miss Lian saw a chair. She motioned for the Count to go sit down because he couldn't find a place to sit from excitement. Miss Lian could not believe her eyes. Just now, Daeon was here and wanted to sit on the chair, and now he was gone. She started screaming and calling out for Daeon. Ron paid attention and realized everything. At that time, Daeon Hart was moved to a completely different place. He found himself in the churchyard, and the first person he saw was Cruel. His brother was looking at him holding a torch. The church building was already catching fire. People looked at the raging fire and could do nothing. Miss Shailene sat and pondered. She thought that the church had been set on fire. They kicked ordinary people out of the church and selectively grabbed only those involved. But that wasn't the most effective solution. If it did, she would have blocked the entire burning building completely so that everyone there would die. After that, the church leader left through a secret passage into the woods. She thought that the most important thing for Daeon Hart right now was finding evidence. We need to preserve the evidence of who is behind the Salvation Church, and then a full sweep can be done. After all, she dreamed of being the one to win, and Daeon Hart would end up with nothing. Cruel stood, torch in hand, and looked at his younger brother. Daeon wondered where Cruel was getting his information from. Wasn't he figuring things out too quickly? In the torchlight, it was clear that there were papers lying on the ground. Daeon reached out his hand. He wanted to take the papers that were lying scattered on the ground. At that time, Cruel brought the torch to the papers. Daeon was horrified to see all the papers burst into flames and catch fire. He pounced with his fists on Cruel. Daeon screamed, how dare he do such a thing? More specifically, how did he even get here? Daeon reached out to grab the papers out of the fire. He yelled to save the papers. Cruel stopped him by grabbing his arm. Daeon was beyond furious. He yelled for Cruel to leave him alone. Why had he burned it all down? It was incomprehensible to Daeon. Didn't Cruel himself need them? Daeon was angry at his own infirmity. He couldn't even rip his arm out of the bastard's hand. And besides, he was hot from the fire. Then Cruel hoisted his brother onto his shoulders and carried him. Daeon yelled that Cruel was a psycho and an asshole and to put him in his place immediately. No matter how hard Daeon tried, he couldn't understand why Cruel was doing this. He carried him out of the room, which was already engulfed in flames. Who was behind this Church of Salvation? Daeon thought that there are not many people in the Empire who would be able to start an organization of this magnitude. Who is the most influential after the imperial family? And why was the symbol of the church the color purple? Who did Cruel report to? Daeon was given the same job as Duke Illister and Cruel. Suddenly it was obvious to Daeon that Duke Illister was behind all of this. This was a fight that from the beginning there was no other option but to lose, and Daeon had to endure so many hardships. Cruel still continued to drag Daeon on his back. Daeon began to pull away. He told Cruel that he must have enjoyed playing with him. Daeon's throat was bleeding from excitement. Miss Lian and Ran still kept looking for Daeon. Suddenly, they saw a man on their shoulders carrying the Count into the prayer room. Daeon fell right into Miss Lian's arms. He was quite weak. His mouth was bleeding. Miss Lian was very frightened for him. Daeon remembered the sorceress's words that hatred was like wildfire to him. He said he would kill Cruel Heart. Cruel had told him if he wanted to live, he had to keep quiet about what he had learned here. Daeon lay in his bed all bandaged up and remembered the words of the sorceress. He must not hate anyone. What were those documents Cruel had burned? It seems like it was all planned in conjunction with the Duke. It must have been evidence, and Cruel will be the winner now. Miss Lian walked into Daeon's bedroom and saw that he was awake. Daeon asked if the sorceress had left. Miss Lian replied that Ron had left. If she had known that the Count was already awake, she would have asked her to see him. The Count regretted that the girl had left. He would have liked to ask her something. Daeon wanted to ask the sorceress if it was possible to curse Cruel. He lied to Miss Lian that he wanted to know how Ron had gotten over the magic so quickly. Miss Lian said that if he was referring to breaking into the hidden room, it was only because of him. Daeon didn't understand, since he hadn't done anything at all. The sorceress said that turning 3 times to the left and then 2 times to the right in a circle would activate an automatic transfer to the hidden room. So while Daeon was circling the room in anticipation, he had accidentally performed the ritual. Daeon realized that he had accidentally activated the transference at that moment. Miss Lian was very surprised when the Count suddenly disappeared. She was very worried, but Daeon seemed to be lucky. He thought that one wouldn't live long with such luck. Before leaving, the sorceress asked for a note. The manager has it. At that time, Remember appeared on the threshold of the room with the note and a cup of flavored coffee. Remember said that Daeon had visitors. At this time, an imperial officer entered and said that His Majesty the Emperor summoned him. Daeon was not at all happy about this news. We see a very beautiful bedroom. In the center of the bedroom was a huge 4-poster bed. On the bed sat the Emperor with his eyes bulging. He grabbed the blanket with his hands. His entire appearance spoke of extreme excitement. After he ascended to the throne, he couldn't sleep properly. The people he had killed came to him in nightmares every night. They appeared in his bedroom as ghosts and called out to him. His relatives, his brothers, all the people he had ordered killed, all came in his dreams, and now they were coming in real life. It seemed to the Emperor that the ghosts surrounded him, and each one was saying that they hated him and wished him dead. The Emperor heard the voices of the ghosts saying that he had killed them. Why then was he alive? The Emperor sat on his bed and thought that he was not feeling well at all today. At this time, Crown Prince Elpidius entered the room. The Emperor saw the prince who said that the Honorable Count Daeon Heart and the hero of the Empire Cruel Heart had arrived. The prince looked into his uncle's face. He was very pale. The prince was worried about his health. The Crown Prince guessed that the Emperor was having nightmares again. He offered to call someone. Eduardo was annoyed with everything at this point, especially the Crown Prince. He looked at Elpidius and saw ghosts all around him whispering for him to die. The prince asked him where he was looking, because no one had entered the room except him. The prince realized that the Emperor was hallucinating, but Eduardo said he was fine. The prince thought he should do something about it or call a doctor, but the Emperor stopped him. He said he'd had a lot of work lately because of the preparations for the war and was a bit overworked. He had no desire to pay attention to these hallucinations. The Emperor continued to assure Elpidius that there was nothing wrong and not to worry. The prince did not relent. What do you mean there is nothing wrong with hallucinations? He asked the Emperor how long he would suffer more guilt. After all, he had given proper compensation to the families of the deceased. He had even memorized all the dead by name. The Emperor said that it looked like a disease, but if it wasn't for him, all these people would be alive. The Crown Prince tried to talk the Emperor into calling a doctor after all. Eduardo went on to say that even the 8-year war was entirely his decision. Enemies or allies, they were all victimized because of him. To become a monarch, a man must be able to bear this heavy burden. The emperor said the prince has nothing to worry about. He has too much responsibility on his shoulders to let such things break him. At this time, Count Daon Hart was standing in the reception room at the emperor's office. Standing next to him was his brother Cruel Hart. Daon was unhappy that Cruel kept looking at him. He had rushed here at breakneck speed because of the emperor's summoning, but he didn't think his brother would also be summoned along with him. The emperor sat on the throne as brothers Daon and Cruel Hart entered the hall. Cruel and Daon bowed to Emperor Eduardo Desire. Cruel greeted the emperor first, then Daon. The emperor ordered them to raise their heads and said that he had heard that the mission was neatly accomplished. But the emperor was informed that Daon Hart had behaved too gently. He saved everyone except those who were definitely involved. However, the emperor was told that Daon was proactive and was able to deal with them. It was unclear to the emperor how Cruel Hart acted, but now he knows who was behind it all since he has proof. Emperor said that the brothers were both good, but he has no choice but to give the right to wish to Cruel Hart, who played a crucial role. Daon stood very upset but did not show it. Cruel bowed and thanked the emperor. Cruel said that the Hart Manor was currently the property of Earl Daon Hart, and he asked that it be given to him. This was a bit of a surprise to the emperor. He asked what the owner of the estate himself, Earl Daon Hart, thought. Daon wanted to say that he would like hell to give the estate to that bastard, but instead he said that he would be happy if his brother accepted him. He did want to give the territory away after all, but not to that bastard. The emperor said that a title was required to receive the estate. But since Earl Hart already existed, no other titles were possible under that surname. He suggested that Cruel get rid of the Hart surname and take a new title with a different surname. Either there is a way to make him the real head of the Hart family. Daon thought that when he met with the emperor after the 8-year war, the emperor had suggested the same thing to him. Daon was sick of the Hart surname. He only tolerated it because of his thirst for revenge. Therefore, he refused to give up the title. Daon then said that he had no intentions of changing his last name until this was over. The emperor was then in a quandary. Daon didn't want to be the head of the family, but at the same time, he didn't want to change the family name either. Then what did he wish for? Daon said that he wished for only one thing, to destroy his family with his own hands. The emperor recommended that he take the title for what he wants to do after all. In the end, he gave him the title of Honorable Count. This title was simple, and it didn't cause any problems for either Daon or the emperor. But Cruel only had two options to get the title. Daon thought that there was no reason for his older brother to refuse. Why doesn't he accept the offer to become the head of the Hart family? Cruel replied that he didn't want to change his last name, just as he didn't want to become the head of the Hart family. Daon looked at his brother in surprise. Unlike the honorific Earl that Daon received, this title of Earl is a real one with a deep history. However, there are only two direct heirs of the family right now, only Daon and Cruel. In other words, the seat of the head of the Earl Hart family was currently vacant. Daon couldn't understand if Cruel was offered this seat, why did he refuse? Doesn't he care if his lineage is cut off? He doesn't want to change his last name either. The emperor said that both brothers were very stubborn. Daon wondered what the reason for his refusal was. Could it be that he longs for his family? No, more likely it's a thirst for revenge against him. The emperor offered to give the brothers' property to Duke Illister. He told Cruel that the Duke would be happy to appoint him as the steward of the estate. At this, the emperor ended the reception. He told Cruel Hart that he was free to go, and he asked Daon Hart to stay. Daon stood in front of the emperor and waited to see what the emperor would say to him. The emperor was looking at Daon from a small balcony where red-carpeted steps led up to it. Daon stood at the bottom of the steps. Daon thought that the emperor realized that he was a talentless man and of no use to him. The emperor looked at the count and thought that he looked very bad, probably because his estate had been taken from him. Daon stood detachedly, staring into the void. He thought he needed to be blunt about what he wanted. The emperor began to walk down the steps toward Daon. He walked right up to him and told him that he intended to start a war. The destruction of the church ended just in time. There is such a mess in the kingdom of Ilion that it is hard to let it go unchecked. The emperor asked Daon if he wanted to go to war against the kingdom and Ilion. This is just the beginning. Daon thought he was sick of war. Does the emperor really want to conquer the entire continent this time? The emperor asked Daon that he should go to the demon realm. After all, the demon king will not watch silently as the empire tries to take over the continent. Daeon is the only person who has won the Demon King's trust. The Emperor asked Daeon to stay by the Demon King's side and do his best to avoid his army from interfering in this war. The Count tilted his head and replied that he agreed, and he thought to himself that the Emperor was finally asking him to return to the demon realm. The Emperor looked at Earl Hart carefully. There was a demon seal on his shoulder. The Emperor pointed his finger at it. He said that he hoped that in the next meeting, that seal would disappear. Daeon replied that he would try his best. We see the palace of Duke Illusterstrabe. The Duke sat at the table and Cruel stood in front of him. Duke ended up solely receiving the Hart estate. He asked if Cruel Hart was okay with it. Cruel replied that he had nothing against it. Duke Illuster said that he remembered how he met Count Hart at the Imperial Palace. The Earl said he had come to give up the estate. The Duke asked Cruel why he didn't take the lands. Was it because of his brother? Cruel Hart replied that he didn't want anything. The Duke didn't understand this at all. What do you mean he didn't want anything? He was a little nervous about the upcoming meeting. Duke Illuster said that it was Cruel Hart's reward after all. Perhaps there was something else out of the ordinary? Cruel replied that there was nothing special. Cruel felt that Daeon had figured it all out, that Cruel and the Duke were playing him. Cruel hoped to win quietly and leave, but Daeon guessed that Duke Illuster was behind it. If the Duke found out about this, he would figure it all out. Cruel's musings were interrupted by Duke Illuster. He went to the door and opened it. The Duke told Cruel that he had to go or they would be late for the meeting. It was not for nothing that Cruel warned Daeon that everything he saw in the church he must keep secret. Because if the Duke found out about Daeon Hart, he'd want to kill him. The Duke's office was empty. He and Cruel Hart went to the meeting. Madame Shailene stood waiting for the Duke. She was holding a stack of documents in her hands. The Duke thanked her for her excellent work with the Church of Redemption. Madame Shailene said that she had done what she had to do. Besides, there were still many believers left in the church. At this rate, sooner or later, she will be able to achieve the desired result. Just because Redemption Church distributed bread and water to the needy wasn't the church's real purpose. It was all sponsored by Duke Illuster, so the purpose of the church was to make people blindly follow the Duke. The believers believed that such a wonderful man cared for them. In a lifetime, they wouldn't be able to thank him. But the Emperor is a sin. He does nothing for the people. He even destroyed the Church of Atonement. The Emperor has abandoned them. But the Duke is salvation. Illusterstrabe is salvation. The Duke told Madame Shailene to proceed with caution for a while. They can't be caught by the Emperor. However, the goal of the Salvation Church is just a springboard for the Duke's real plan. Madame Shailene has asked to provide all of this to her. She will by all means succeed for the Duke's sake. We see a hall in the Imperial Palace. In the middle of the hall is a table where the most important people of the Empire have gathered. It was an urgent meeting, but no one was aware of what it was about. But it seemed like it was something important. There was no way His Majesty would call such a large-scale meeting without a good reason. It was a sudden meeting that summoned the entire nobility. There is only one thing that can be announced in such a case: what the Emperor can do best, and what he has done before to demonstrate his worth as Emperor. These are wars of conquest. The door opened, and the Emperor entered the hall. Behind him walked General Nemesius. Those seated at the table stood up and greeted the Emperor. The Emperor motioned for everyone to be seated and expressed his gratitude to those attending this urgent meeting. Duke Illuster noticed that the Emperor was in a bad mood. Perhaps he was not feeling well. The Emperor got straight to the point. In 3 days' time, he is going to declare war. There was an unimaginable uproar at the table. After all, it had only been 2 years since the Emperor had declared an end to the last war, and now again. The reason why the Emperor had declared the end of the war then was because there were no more kingdoms to conquer. But in 2 years, there were places where the fear of the Empire had been forgotten. One of the people present said that if the Emperor was talking about the kingdom of Ilion, it was really outrageous. But there is another way to solve this problem. The Emperor replied that it wasn't just this kingdom. Other kingdoms had also relaxed in the face of the Empire. The people in the other kingdoms discussed amongst themselves that Daeon Hart was injured and called him a vampire of the Empire. They reported to their king that the demon of the Empire, Daeon Hart, was injured. The head of the kingdom of Ilion thought that the Empire would now be quiet for a while, and the other kingdoms would want to take this chance as well. In difficult times, heroes emerge. During the 8-Year War, many heroes emerged, but they all died. Only 3 survived. Despite being the least deserving, the most recent was Daeon Hart, who became famous. Just the mere presence of Daeon Hart breaks the morale of the enemy. He represents a large part of the might of the entire empire. The emperor said that Daeon Hart's name carries a lot of weight. But the empire wasn't based on Daeon Hart alone. The emperor asked, shouldn't they demonstrate that to the entire continent? The conquest of the continent was briefly paused, but that had long been his goal. The nobles present objected that it was too early to conquer the continent. Besides, the revolutionary army hadn't been completely eradicated yet. It was too risky to go to war without dealing with internal enemies. The emperor liked what he said. That was why he had summoned the nobles of his empire to think about the plan. His Majesty placed the teacup on the table with such force that the tea even spilled out of the cup. He said that they had forgotten something. The person in charge in the empire is the emperor. Therefore, what is good for him is good for the empire. If those present didn't want to offend the emperor, they should refrain from saying such things. Everyone present fell silent. No one dared to oppose the emperor. He said that the war was a done deal. Before the next meeting, he ordered to come up with a plan to deal with the army of revolutionaries. The meeting was over, and everyone began to disperse. In the end, there would be war. The Duke wanted to leave, but the emperor stopped him. The emperor said that the culprit behind the Church of Atonement had been revealed, and it seemed to be the man who had clashed with the aristocrats. The Duke lowered his head and said that he was sorry he couldn't see the conflict between the nobility. Eduardo drew his sword and pointed it at the Duke. The emperor asked the Duke if he thought he was an idiot. The Duke had no patience for those who opposed him. He looked at the emperor and replied that he didn't think so. The Duke didn't have the ability to openly go against the aristocrats. He probably had a spy from the nobility that he exiled to the Church of Atonement. The emperor said that he had recently heard a very entertaining story that the emperor was sin and the Duke was salvation. The sword was a few centimeters from the Duke's throat. The Duke replied that it was nonsense chanted by uneducated fools. His Majesty replied that of course it is nonsense because he is a calamity, not a sin. The Duke said that the emperor could not kill him. Droplets of blood were already showing on his neck. The emperor replied to the Duke that he would not hesitate at all just because he was the last Duke left. Illister replied that the emperor couldn't kill him anyway. The Duke said that the emperor wouldn't be able to start a war if the aristocracy resisted. The emperor laughed at the thought of being said to be a sin, but still, the emperor took his sword away from Duke Illister's throat. The emperor said that sin was different, and it was time for him to take his place. His Majesty released the Duke, who hurried away. Duke thought to take back the emperor's power. First of all, he must get rid of the emperor's dog, Daeon Hart. Duke thought that it was his time to be proactive. Daeon Hart was sitting in the crown prince's guest room. The prince was drinking tea and asked Daeon if he was going to the demon realm. Daeon couldn't understand how the prince knew all the news. The count got nervous. How does the crown prince know this? The prince said that he was the next emperor, and it didn't matter when he would become emperor, because to lead the empire, one must scrupulously prepare for everything. Daeon decided that the emperor was sharing confidential information with him. The crown prince told Daeon if the demon king decided to fight, he should return immediately. Prince Elpidius looked Daeon in the eye and said that he must definitely return no matter what happens. Daeon replied that he would keep that in mind. After these words from Daeon, the crown prince calmed down a bit. He said that he always appreciated Daeon's efforts. We see the imperial palace with beautiful towers covered with red tiles. The crown prince was walking and thought that Daeon was not only a hero of the empire, but also the commander of the Demon King's squad. What if the Demon King offered him something more favorable than the emperor? No matter what Eduardo thought of him, the prince decided that he had to be prepared for Daeon Hart's betrayal. Still, instead of having a strained relationship with him, one wants to be more friendly with him. It's difficult, given his personality. But if you create the right bond, which becomes shackles for him, it will help keep him in the human world. At this time, the princess came out and called out to the prince. She asked how did the meeting with Daeon Hart go. The prince replied that he needed to have a private word with Daeon about important things. The prince asked why the princess didn't want to be the crown princess. The position was too problematic for the princess, but the prince said that her uncle wasn't there for her forever. The princess asked why the prince was so impatient. The crown prince did not understand why he was impatient. The princess replied that the emperor had been talking only about war and the revolutionary army lately. The princess prepared tea for her brother who needed rest and dismissed the servants. The girl said that sometimes it is very good to rest like this. The prince told her that their uncle had started hallucinating. The princess was very upset. Not nightmares, but hallucinations? He's hearing the voices of people who are already dead? The crown prince said he probably shouldn't say such things, but what could he do? Eduardo Desire is a precious family member for whom the prince is willing to turn his back on the world. The princess asked if the uncle realizes the seriousness of the situation. The prince replied that no one can deal with his uncle's painful sense of responsibility. The princess said that you have to call things by their proper names. It's guilt, not responsibility. The prince agreed that it is. It is the fault of their uncle, Emperor Eduardo Desire. The emperor knew it was his fault, so he took responsibility. The crown prince told his sister that they didn't have time. Ever since he had noticed his uncle's hallucinations, he had been working hard to finish his preparations. He suggested that the princess concentrate on what she was currently studying. The prince thought, they were all young then. They had seen their uncle's bloody sword, but they didn't understand much. Being young in the imperial palace was a crime. Daeon sat in his chair and pondered over the crown prince's words. How much did the prince know and what did he know? And why did the emperor need to relay these words so that Daeon would surely return? While Daeon was pondering over the crown prince's words, the guy he brought with him from the village, Dan, approached him. He wanted to say something to the earl, but thought he was out of sorts. Daeon noticed the lad standing at the door and asked him what he wanted to say. Dan felt that the atmosphere was very tense, but if he didn't say anything, it would be even worse. He said he needed money. Daeon even raised his head in surprise. Dan said he wanted to invest the money somewhere and give all the profits to Count Dion. The count got up from his chair and walked over to the guy. Ever since the day he met Dan, he had been wondering what his purpose was. There was no way Dan would follow some stranger for no reason. Dan had said that although he wasn't very educated, he would never disappoint his master. Only two options came to Daeon's mind. Either Dan needed something serious from him and was trying to gain his trust first, or the second option was to just follow him. What was the main goal? Count Dion Hart had given a receipt to Dan. Dan took the receipt and read it. Daeon told the lad to show the receipt to remember, and he would lend him the money. The count said goodbye and walked out. Daeon didn't know what the guy wanted from him, but asked him not to piss him off. Remember, put everything he needed in his traveling bag. Daeon got on his horse. He said he would be gone for a while and asked the manager to keep an eye on the estate. The mad knights, when they heard that Daeon had left, rushed after him, for he had told them nothing. Miss Lian shouted at them to stop, but the knights rushed on and shouted for the commander not to leave them. Daeon never got to leave as the knights wouldn't let him go alone. Daeon asked Rembert to stop these idiots and keep them from leaving the estate. The count got on his horse and rode away, while Rembert stood blocking the knight's path. One of the knights tried to catch up with Daeon, for they too wanted to ride with him. An order is an order. Remember knocked the knight off his horse with one fist. The knight didn't expect such force from the steward. The abrupt stop caused the knight's horse to buck. Remember quickly tackled the knights and none of them rode out of the manor. A few minutes later, both knights and horses were all on the ground. Miss Lian said she couldn't stop the knights and apologized to the steward. Daeon was very pleased that the rabid knights were not following him. They shouted after him to make sure His Majesty didn't take them back. Miss Lian shouted at the knights and set them each 10 laps of a jog. The knights didn't want to run. They screamed that they were going to die. The butler saw a stranger watching what was happening. Miss Lian picked up the knights and led them away from the Hart Manor. Meanwhile, Daeon rode up to the entrance of the demon realm. Daeon got off his horse and walked forward. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were following him. We see the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. It was a low wooden building with a balcony. Duke Illister was sitting and drinking tea. He advised us not to take any action until the Emperor had captured half of the continent. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Daniel, asked him what reason the Duke had for making such a decision. He dared not question the Duke's decisions, but why should he sit idly by? The Duke replied, when the war gathers momentum, the Emperor will no longer be able to stop it of his own free will. That will be their chance. By then, the Emperor will try to make up for the army lost during the war, and will mobilize all possible troops, even including the Imperial Palace's men. That means they won't be able to fight back if the Revolutionary Army strikes at that time. The Duke remarked that Daniel was grasping everything on the fly. Daniel replied that this tactic was simply excellent, and he would do as the Duke said. A man entered the room where the Duke and Daniel were sitting and said that Daon Hart had secretly left the county after meeting with the Emperor. At this time, Daon was riding a horse through the forest. This forest already belonged to the demon realm. Duke said that this was a great chance. No one knows what role Daon Hart will play. It's better to send a watcher after him. Daniel told Duke since they owe him a debt of gratitude, they will send one of their men. Duke said he would appreciate the favor. Daniel had to leave as he needed to instruct the men. The Duke was very pleased with the outcome of the conversation. He thought that unfortunately, the men from the revolutionary army that would follow Daon Hart would die. Indeed, the person who had followed Daon all the way to the demon realm fell down, struck down by a sword. These were the knights of the Emperor, who had already foreseen this development, so he had sent men to protect Daon Hart. The Emperor's order was carried out, and the commander ordered everyone to return. But the Emperor's men were also in danger. They were overtaken by Cruel Hart, as Duke Illister had also foreseen everything and sent Sir Cruel. The Duke sat in the room at the table and pondered. If the men sent by the Emperor didn't return with news, he would be very upset. It was only a small joke to annoy the Emperor, but the Duke hoped to find out Daon Hart's purpose at the same time. After Cruel had dealt with everyone, he would have the opportunity to follow Daon Hart. The Duke ordered him to find out where Daon was going. Cruel went, leaving bloodstains behind him, to follow Daon Hart into the demonic realm. We see the burned-out Church of Atonement. There was a girl named Sia sitting at the gate of the church. Her brother Paul walked up to her. Paul asked the girl how long she had been sitting like that. The girl sat without lifting her head. The boy leaned over her. Paul thought he had better not tell the girl about the Church of Redemption. Living in constant hunger and fear, it would have been better if she had never known that such a warm and kind world existed. That world shattered just like that in an instant. Paul told the girl that he was joining the army of revolutionaries. He would take revenge on the Emperor for taking away their happiness. Paul asked Sia if she would go with him. He looked at the girl hopefully. Sia didn't react to his words and didn't answer anything. She was much younger than Paul, and she wasn't his own sister. He had met her in the slums. It was nice for Paul to feel as if he had a little sister. Paul reached out to the girl again, but she sat motionless. Paul despaired of bringing her to her senses and told her to get on with her life like this. If she didn't go with him, she would be the one to lose everything. Paul had been taught life in the slums. You had to be friendly, but not get attached to anyone. He should have not gotten attached to this girl from the beginning. Then he wouldn't be in so much pain now. But it was too late. He couldn't leave her anymore. We see a demon's castle in the demonic realm. There were 2 demons standing on the balcony of the castle. It was Miss Ririnal and another demon. They were on guard, but Ririnal kept waiting for Sir Arutus. Suddenly, she heard a signal from the west wall. She rushed to the sound of the signal. The demon shouted that the last time she heard the signal, it was just the commander of another corps. And the Demon King had told Ririnal not to use magic recklessly, but she had already rushed away. Ririnal slowed down at the western gate. Suddenly, she saw someone actually enter the gate. This time she was not mistaken. It was indeed Arut. He was wearing a cloak with his head uncovered. He entered through the west gate. Daon was walking with a serious look. He was thoughtful. But suddenly he heard a shout, someone calling his name. He saw Miss Ririnal, who, from all appearances, was very glad to see him. Daon was startled with surprise. Ririnal asked how his mission had gone. Daon replied that he was very tired. He said that he learned about people who create fake religions and those who blindly believe in them. It was no secret that Sir Arut had gone to the human world, so it was better to answer something. He felt a little uneasy. Ririnal didn't know what religion was, so she asked Arutus about it. He replied that if demons believed only in the Demon King from blindly following only him. Ririnal replied that was silly. Daon thought that the demons believe that too. Ririnal immediately said that you shouldn't believe in such things. It's better to believe in Arutus. Ririnal liked that idea, but Daon felt the need to end this conversation. Miss Ririnal asked, "Where is he going?" "If he is going to the king is now in the central garden." There was a gazebo in the garden, and in it the Demon King and a few other guests were sitting at a table. Among them were the Elf King and the Siren Queen. They said that the Empire had attacked the Ilion Kingdom. Moreover, it wasn't going to stop just there. Not only demons, but also other races reside in the abyss. The head of the dwarves said that the emperor's goal is to enslave the entire continent. The Ilion kingdom was only the beginning. The vampire queen sat next to him. She was very thoughtful. The demon king didn't know that they were so interested in the human world. In fact, demons occupied most of the territory, so this place was known as the Demon Kingdom. After the emperor enslaves the continent, he would surely target here. The people of the demon realm couldn't leave this unnoticed. The Siren Queen said that she hoped that the ridiculous actions of the demons would not damage her plan. The Demon King folded his arms and smiled. It looked like the Siren Queen had something to say. Suddenly, the Demon King saw Arutus. He opened his arms towards him. The king said that the informant who was sent to the human world had finally returned. He was talking about the demon Arutha. The Demon King stood up to meet Arutha, patted him on the shoulder and asked him how did he get there. The king said that he had many questions for Arut, but he was happy that Arut had returned. He immediately asked, what was the emperor's goal? To take over the entire continent? Daon replied that it was true. The emperor intends to enslave the continent. The people present in the gazebo had heard a lot about the demon realm informant, but they didn't think it was possible to trust this person. Arut looked at everyone with his piercing red eyes. The Demon King said that as long as Arut was here, he could be trusted. Arut was shaken by this phrase, as long as he was here. The Demon King wasn't that simple. Arut thought that the king was hinting that he would kill him as soon as he turned his back on the Demon Kingdom. The king asked Arut what was the emperor's order. Daon hesitated. Could he speak here? Arut thought that the king probably had a reason for asking him right here. He replied that he was tasked to keep an eye on the Demon King and prevent him from interfering in the war. If the Demon King decided to join the battle, he was ordered to return no matter what. The Demon King hesitated for a moment. In principle, this was to be expected. Arut added that there was one more thing. Magic had been discovered in the human world. He said that he had investigated the religion of the Salvation Church on the Emperor's orders. He had personally verified that it was magic and not sorcery that had been used. The Demon King listened to Arutus in a puzzled manner. The king said that he was investigating the matter and suggested that Arut go rest. Arut was surprised. After all, he said that demonic magic was used in the human world, but the Demon King didn't look surprised or angry. The Demon King said that before going to rest, Arut should show his left arm to the doctor. He moves it unnaturally. Suddenly, Ben appeared next to Arut, but Arut was so scared that he had another attack of bloody vomiting due to the stress he was under. Dr. Ben was terribly upset that Sir Arut started coughing up blood again. The Demon King told him to go rest because he was severely overworked. The Demon King personally escorted Arut to his room. The doctor kept pestering Arut to show him where he was hurting. The Demon King was very pensive the whole time. The Elf King asked if there was such a powerful demon that could use magic in the human world, in secret from the Demon Kingdom. The Elf King immediately realized that naturally it was the Demon King. The Elf King slammed his hand on the table. How can a demon use magic so carelessly? Doesn't he fear for the future? Their race, which is very sensitive to the currents of the world, is already feeling it. The world is already watching them, and sooner or later the world will send a hero. Unlike the previous ones, this hero would be a serious threat to the Demon Kingdom. The Elf King rose from the table, but the Demon King tried to calm him down, saying that there was no reason to be afraid. The hero would show up anyway, and the Demon King would welcome him with open arms, especially since the king was so bored. After all, everyone is aware of how long he has been living. The Elf King said that he didn't care if someone's sword pierced the Demon King's heart or not. The Elf King thought it was annoying, but the king is the head of the Demon King that defends this place from human invasion. So it's better to think of what to do on his own. The Demon King paced around the study. His guests were about to leave. They thought that if the Demon Kingdom fell, it was only a matter of time before humans learned of their existence. The Elf King was thoughtful. He decided that he needed to think of measures to deal with the human invasion. The Vampire Queen was beginning to choke from this strain of energy. The other guests asked to tone down the conversation a bit. The Demon King thought that the Elf King seemed to have no head on his shoulders. The Demon King's guests were leaving, bowing and thanking them for their welcome. The Demon King asked the departing Elf King what he would do with the younger ones. He knew that the elves hated demons. The Demon King asked the Elf King to hold back next time because he might not be as patient next time. Daeon was walking through the palace, and Dr. Ben was running after him. Daeon tried to impress upon him that all he needed to do was rest, but Ben was adamant. He thought Sir Arutus wasn't looking after his health, and the people around him only had to worry about him. Ben thought that it would be good if Sir Arut took care of himself the way he took care of others. Suddenly Ben cried out alarmed. He remembered how Aruth's throat had once bled. Back then, the Demon King had been terribly angry that the Zero-Core physician was so tardy. Arut clamped his hand over his mouth that was bleeding. That was when Dr. Ben thought he was finished. Even though he knew that Sir Arut was not feeling well due to the effects of the hero fight, he couldn't come to his aid in time. He was sure that a doctor who failed to fulfill his duties would not be left alive. Then Sir Arutus lay in bed and told Ben that he wasn't going to kill him. Ben could not believe that he would be left alive. Arut then asked Ben, "Does he want to die?" Sir Arut then told Ben to go and work, for he had done nothing wrong to kill him. When the doctor left Arut's room, the demons couldn't understand why he was still alive and how Sir Arut forgave him. Ben was very proud to be Sir Arut's doctor. He knew that Arut was much more generous and merciful than all the other commanders, but he never thought that Arut would protect someone who even failed in his duties. The doctor had made a decision that day that it wouldn't happen again. He insisted that he wanted to examine Sir Arut thoroughly. Ben showed Arut a pendant that hung around his neck that glowed with a bright red light. It was a mana stone with Sir Arut's blood and the Demon King's magic. Arut thought, when did Ben manage to steal his blood? Ben told him that if there were any problems with Sir Arut's blood circulation, this pendant would signal him about it. It even lets him know Arut's whereabouts, so Ben can find him before it's too late. Ben said that if Sir Arut gets hurt outside the castle, it will be difficult to find him. But if you ask the Demon King, he will improve this pendant. Arut said there was no need for that, but Ben kept up. He said that the king would also agree if it concerned Mr. Arut. Standing by the door was Assistant Ed. He was very happy to see his master again. Ed inquired what the doctor was doing here. Ben replied that it was natural for him, as a doctor, to be around Mr. Arut. Ed figured that if Ben was here, it meant that Sir Arut had suffered in the human world. Ben said that Sir Arut is very tired. Moreover, his shoulder and arm were injured. There was no one in the human world who could protect him properly. Weak and useless humans. Daeon thought that he was probably the weakest of them all. At that time, someone entered and called his name. It was the gardener Hien. He asked if Sir Arutha had a spare moment. Hien was very surprised to see Ben and Ed in Sir Arutha's room. Ed threw the gardener out of the room by the scruff of his neck. Ed apologized to Sir Arutus and said that he would be gone for a while. Ben and Arut couldn't understand why Ed was suddenly so angry. Ed grabbed the gardener by the neck and lifted him up. He asked how dare an incubus talk to Sir Arutus. Ed was beyond angry. After all, this wasn't the first time. Wasn't this gardener acting a little too brazen? The gardener cried and said that Sir Arutus liked his garden. When he was there, he said it was a great place to relax. Hien wished Sir Arut could feel the same relaxation in his room. He said that he only wanted to give this baby to Sir Arut and held out a potted flower. It was a demonic plant. Ed said that Arut-san couldn't like this strange plant, but the gardener replied that he liked this flower last time. Ed took the pot with the flower and said that he would give it to Mr. Arutha. The gardener was very upset. He wanted Mr. Arut to praise him, and Ed wanted the gardener not to go near Mr. Arut again, but he would hardly like it if the gardener died. Some time ago, when Ed had held the gardener by the scruff of his neck, Arut had told Ed not to kill him. After all, the gardener had done nothing wrong. Ed thought very hard. He told the gardener not to approach Mr. Arut so carelessly again. If he didn't, the gardener would be dead by now. Ed picked up the flower pot and carried it into the room. He thought that in any case, Mr. Arut was too kind-hearted. The flower at this time opened its mouth and showed its teeth. Ed placed the flower on Arut's bed. The flower made some sounds and sang songs. Arut sat with his legs tucked up and looked at it. Arut thought, why did he need this flower, and what the hell is it anyway? The flower was yelling songs at the top of its voice. He was getting into a frenzy. His teeth had grown big. He let out a loud growl. Arutus recoiled from the flower because he was terribly afraid of it. His fear even made his throat bleed. Ed told him that the gardener had trained the flower well and it would not attack Arut. At this time, a dagger whistled near Arut's head and stabbed right into the wall next to his head. Arut was shocked. Where did the dagger come from and who was aiming it at him? A girl came into the room and said Arut was able to spot her dagger and dodge instantly. It was the girl with blue hair, the commander of the 2nd Corps of Devalania. She was surprised by Arut's calm reaction and introduced herself that she was the commander of the 2nd Corps, specializing in stealth, infiltration, and assassination. Arut couldn't utter a word out of fear. The 2nd Corps commander didn't understand what he was saying. Arut's throat was bleeding, and he was mentally screaming for someone to help him. He was in such shock that he couldn't utter a single sound. Devalania had no way of knowing what Arut wanted to say. Finally, she thought she guessed what he was saying, that right now he didn't feel alive. But how could she dare to take Arut-san's life? Arut sat with his head down. He didn't have any strength. He thought that the moment he was so eager to live, he might have lost that life. Devalania had told him not to get angry. The thing Arutus didn't want to cross paths with in the Demon King's castle most of all was her, because she was too annoying. Devalania said that she had prepared many gifts for Arutu. Arut was uncomfortable refusing the gifts, and Devalania insisted that he try on everything she brought. Arut tried on an outfit just like the Demon King's, but he didn't like it. Then Devalania made him wear another outfit from the southern regions of the human world. The next outfit was too revealing. When Devalania wanted Arut to try on another outfit, he resisted and said that he was very tired. At this time, a ghost showed up in the doorway. It was Corps Commander Hell. Arut was just changing his clothes at this time. Hell saw that there was a girl in Arut's room and apologized. Hell heard that Sir Arut had arrived and came to greet him. Hell had a sword at his back. When Hell tried to go through the door, the sword wouldn't go through the doorway. The 8th Corps commander was terribly upset to see that he couldn't get through some poor door. Hell was about to commit suicide. But then his aide Nain came running to his aid and said that everyone makes mistakes. Hell just had a lot of weapons on him. Arutus and Devalania. I stood and watched the scene. Hell wailed that he was trash who didn't even deserve to breathe. After all, he's carrying a bunch of weapons he can't handle. At this time, he accidentally hit his assistant on the head. Arut thought they were having some kind of contest there. Devalania, taking advantage of the moment, decided to leave. Hell was still on his knees and couldn't get through the doors. As they passed Hell, Devalania said she heard what sounded like some type in the first city telling all the gawkers about Mr. Arutha. Why would Hell be chillin' around here? Hearing someone talking badly about Arutha-san, Hell immediately disappeared. Nain was very upset, as Mr. Hell had just been able to muster up the courage to come say hello to Mr. Arutha, and Mrs. Devalania had sent him back. Devalania didn't want to tolerate a mere assistant commander daring to arrogantly shout in her face. Arut grabbed his head. He had a terrible headache, and all he could think about was getting everyone out of the room. He just didn't understand where 8th Corps Commander Hell had rushed off to. The 8th Corps Commander is a demon born by the shadow forces of the Demon King. He was originally ordered to guard the major cities, but the moment Arut joined the demon army, he was secretly assigned another mission. He acted to avoid leaking information about the demon Arut to the human world. When the castle servants talked about the appearance of the demon Arut that his red eyes were frightening, or when he went on a mission in the first city and his face was seen by ordinary demons, and even during the battle against Hero on the border of the human world, Hell had chased down all witnesses and silenced them forever. He had been entrusted with an important mission. He couldn't make a mistake. That's what he thought as he wiped out everyone. It was no coincidence that the Empire, and indeed the entire world, was in the dark as to who was in command of Zero Corps. Suddenly, Hell returned to Aruth's room. Aide Nain rejoiced I said that Hell had done very quickly. The aide said Mr. Hell had done a great job on the cleanup. Hell asked if he was good enough to greet Mr. Arutha. Nain told him that Mr. Arut was waiting for him. Arut sat on the bed and assembled the cube. At this time, the flower was humming some songs to him. Arut was pensive. He was thinking all the time. At this time, Hell showed up in the doorway again. Arut dropped the cube out of surprise and blood spurted from his mouth. Hell said that he only wanted to greet Sir Arutus as he could not do it before. Ben, who had gotten a signal from his pendant that Arut was bleeding from his throat, was already running to his aid. He asked where did Arut's throat hurt. Hell wanted to say that Sir Arthur was bleeding because of him. Hell said that if Sir Arut bleeds because of him, he will pay for it with his life. Hearing this, Arut shouted that he was happy to see Hell. He thought, If Hell extinguished here, who knows how Hell's assistant Nain would avenge him. Hell was happy that Sir Arutus had been kind to him. The aide kept cheering him up all the time. Arut said that Hell had done well. His work was done. He should go home and rest. At first glance, Hell looked calm, but he was radiating such fierce energy. It was stronger than anyone else's. His gaze, looking down from above in a completely natural way, worried Arutus. He said he wanted to rest and sent the doctor as well. Hell thought Arut was amazing and asked if he could come again. Dr. Ben said he was leaving as well. Finally, Arut was all alone. Only the flower stood next to him and said something to him in its own language. Arut thought that this is the demon world, and people live in the human world. He has orders from the emperor, and he has to play the role of a double spy. Arut must sniff out the affairs in the demon world. He came to the library. It was a huge room. There were lamps on the tables and books lying on the tables. Demons were sitting and reading newspapers and studying books. Arut too decided to take some book for himself. A demon sitting at the table and reading a newspaper turned his attention to Arut. Then he shouted that Mr. Arut had come here. Everyone bowed to Arut as he walked through the library. Arut was already used to this attitude, but it still scared him. He should hurry up and find what he came for and get the hell out of here. Arut walked over to a rack filled with books. One book on a shelf caught his attention. He picked up that book. It was an analysis of the Empire. The title of the book was An Actual Analysis of Current Imperial Heroes. The authors of the book were Adelia and Devalania. Arutus opened the book. The first hero was General Nemesius. His portrait was on the first page. On the next page was the second hero, Stigma Premier. He was given the title of Marquis for his great contribution to the 8 Years' War. He concentrated on destroying the barbarians on the southern border of the empire. Arutus leafed through the book further. He thought, then it must say something about him here, too. He opened the next page. There was written about the third hero, Dion Hart. Fortunately, there was no portrait of him in the book. All information about him was forbidden by decree of the Demon King. Arut was glad that nothing about him was mentioned in this book. The Demon King doesn't act rashly. But the book talked about the fourth hero. The fourth hero, Cruel Heart, is blood related to the third hero, Dion Hart, known to be the Duke's man, who is currently in conflict with the Emperor. Arut slammed the book shut in fury. The demons saw that Sir Arutus was very angry. He was infuriated by the information about that bastard Cruel. Arut walked over to the rack and picked up another book. The author of this book was Kaur, the Demon King. The book was about a hero, a man chosen by the world and gifted with the power to kill the Demon King. The hero has talent, strength, intelligence, longevity, all of which are far above standard human stats. Arut thought he already knew that. Hero particles can be absorbed by humans without special conditions and are called fragments. It wouldn't make the person who absorbed the fragment as strong as a hero, but their abilities would be higher than a normal human. There was too little information. Arut knew all of this already. He thought that there must be something about the Demon King in the book as well. Suddenly, the voice of the Demon King himself sounded. He asked what Arut was doing here. Arut dropped the book from his hands in surprise. The Demon King said that his book had fallen. Arut apologized. The book fell, unfolding in the middle. Arut bent down to pick it up. He noticed that the book said that the hero and the Demon King were proof that the world was immature. Arut couldn't understand what this book was saying. He showed the king that the book was intact. Arut asked the Demon King, what is he doing here? The Demon King laughed and said he had come to get something to read. The king took the book from Arut's hands. He apologized to Arut for taking the book he was reading. The Demon King said goodbye and told Arut that he could continue doing what he was doing. Did the king really notice that Arut was sniffing out information here? Everyone in the library at this time bowed to Arut as he left the library and thanked him for visiting. Arut decided to go back to his room. No more spying. As he walked through the palace, he noticed some kind of party going on in one of the halls. 2 girls were standing around discussing that the commander of the 5th Corps had returned. Up until now, she hated all kinds of parties, as she was obsessed with the things she found outside the realm. They were talking about the 5th Corps commander, Owl. Even the Demon King himself couldn't handle her inquisitive nature. It was a party to celebrate her return. The girls were discussing that 5th Corps Assistant Commander Durnovan and Miss Owl were dating. The girls noticed Arut and got very scared. Arut was very serious. He thought that it turns out that demons could also date each other. Although what was so strange about that? The girls thought that for gossiping about the commander of the 5th Corps, they would be killed by Mr. Arut. The girls started crying and begged to be spared. While they were crying, Arut had already disappeared at that time. He didn't care who was dating whom and went on with his thoughts about the party. Then a great thought occurred to him that he could try the unique demonic wine at this party. When Arut entered the hall, he saw only empty bottles and leftovers on the table. The party was over. Arut was very upset by this circumstance. There were empty bottles lying around, but the demonic wine was not there. It was wine, but only from the human world. Arut examined the bottle. It looked like Oella had brought it since she was interested in alcohol from the human world. At this time, the demons who came to clean the hall noticed Sir Arut holding the bottle. Arut did not realize what had happened as the demons started screaming and shaking with fear. They asked Arut, did he drink all these drinks himself? Arut did not understand the question. He was sober and they were joking around here or something. The demons scattered with cries that there was an emergency. It was announced throughout the Demon King's castle that the commander of the 0 Corps was drunk out of his mind. A special alarm was triggered. The demons were frightened when they heard the special alarm. It meant that 0 Corps Commander Demon Arut was drunk. Ed was hanging a painting. The doctor was sitting next to him. Everyone was minding their own business when the alarm went off, but everyone was called to defense positions. The Demon King was surprised. When did Arut manage to get drunk? After all, he had just seen him sober. The demons ran to the hall where Arut was. Everyone stood around Arut, taking him in a ring, and covered themselves with shields. Arut remained standing like that, holding the bottle in his hands. He couldn't understand what was even going on here. Arut stood there, confused. After all, he had come when the party was already over and had not even taken a sip. The situation was not pleasant. It had been a long time since he had felt like this. If, in the demon realm, if he said that he wanted to have a drink, everyone would oppose him. It was the Demon King who had given the order to not give Arut alcohol. He didn't understand why only he was forbidden to drink. The Demon King said because Arut is an alcoholic. But this time, he couldn't understand why the demons were behaving so strangely. Covered themselves with shields, drew their swords. The demons thought that, after all, Sir Arut had been calm lately, but ended up getting drunk. They didn't think it would go easily, just like that day. 2 years ago, at the welcome party for the 0 Corps commander, Arut had walked up to the first squad leader, pulled out a dagger, and started asking him if he was an enemy or not. He asked this an infinite number of times. Thanks to this incident, the demons would forever remember who Arut was. In the end, the first squad leader couldn't stand it and boiled up. How many times could he ask the same thing? He shouted that he was the enemy and asked what could Arut do to him. The demons were infuriated by the fact that the king had put Arut in a made-up position that didn't even exist before, commander of the 0 Corps. The commander was shouting that this position was above the commander of the 1st Corps. He wanted to see if Arut had the strength to stand above all the commanders. They tried to calm him down by saying that it was a party in honor of the 0 Corps commander. Arut silently walked over and plunged his knife into the first squad leader's chest. Arut asked him again, is he an enemy or not? So one of the commanders was stabbed to death before he could even offer the slightest resistance. Since then, new rules had been established in the demonic castle. If a 0 Corps commander asks you if you are an enemy, you must immediately answer no. This is his first degree of intoxication. The second degree is if he doesn't stop and asks why. You need to explain it as clearly as possible. Why not the enemy? Because we're from the same army of the Demon King. Third degree. Third rule. If he does show signs of some doubt about your answer, immediately defend yourself. The demons whispered amongst themselves. Why are they defending themselves? In order to survive, isn't it better to attack first? But if anyone even laid a finger on the 0 Corps commander, he would die at the hands of the Demon King. Arut stood still and didn't understand what was even going on. The demons said that Sir Arut would be calmed down by the Demon King, and their task was to survive themselves and last as long as possible. Arut smiled amiably, hoping that his smile would serve as the best proof that he was not drunk. The demons were even more frightened. They thought his smile was very malevolent. Arut couldn't understand why the demons were afraid of any innocent move he made. It was actually one of his most innocent smiles at all. At this time, the Demon King appeared in the hall. The king said he was nearby and walked in. Along with him were Arut's assistant Ed and Dr. Ben. Arut thought they were making a big deal out of it. The king turned to him. Could he hear him? Arut trembled. He heard the king, but he didn't know what to say or how to get out of this absurd situation. The Demon King thought that Arut was contentedly calm for now. Perhaps he was only in his first phase right now. He told Arut to listen to him. Everyone here is not an enemy. No one is going to attack him, and he has no need to kill anyone here. The king suggested that Arut put down the bottle. Arut listened to the king and put the bottle on the floor. He told the Demon King that he didn't want to fight. He decided to do what he was told first and then say that he had not been drinking. Everyone was surprised that Arut used a polite form of address. But Arut always uses respectful address as it is. Why are they surprised then? The king asked him directly if he was drunk. Arut replied that he was not drunk. Here was alcohol from the human world, and he was just examining it as he was curious. The king said that Arut must be bored. The Demon King grabbed his head. He should have realized it even when Arut went to the library where he usually doesn't show his nose. The Demon King suggested that Arut visit with Devalania to visit the second city. The war would start soon, but until then Arut could take a walk while he had the chance. The Demon King stood in the middle of the hall and thought, why did things turn out this way in the end? Arut went to his room. Ed ran after him to get everything ready for the trip. The doctor wanted to give Arut a full examination of Arut before he left. But the Demon King stopped the doctor. He suggested that he go somewhere with him for a moment. The Demon King was sitting in the hall reading a newspaper. The newspaper said that the kingdom of Elion had surrendered, that the empire was gaining victories one after another. The king thought that the empire had already absorbed half of the continent, and something should be done. He thought that he had less time than he expected. The king took the communication gem and announced to the entire demon kingdom that from now on, the use of magic was forbidden in the entire demon realm. The king ordered that magic should not be used except for the magic already on items of daily use. However, in front of a life-threatening situation, magic can be used. Devalania stood and listened to the Demon King's message. He said that the commanders of the 2nd and 4th Corps and the commander of the 8th Corps should find and punish whoever would use magic without reason. Hela, along with his aide, listened to this announcement. The king had given them the right to kill. Devalania listened attentively to the Demon King's message and smiled. The 4th Squad commander also thought that she would soon have a lot of work to do. Hel was very happy that the Demon King had entrusted him with an important mission. Normally, the Demon King wouldn't pay much attention to the appearance of heroes. But the ones that appear during the war are different. Delaying the appearance of the hero as much as possible would be the best solution right now. Ed was very unhappy that Sir Arut would go to the second city alone, but the doctor decided to go with him. Arut said that a member of the Zero Corps didn't need to go with him. The Demon King stood at the large window and thought about how to anticipate and stop the typhoon. The Elf King was sitting at his home at his desk. A message had come to him. In an instant, the use of magic was banned throughout the kingdom, but it was still too late. The Elf King felt that the moment of the hero's appearance was inexorably approaching. The Elf King felt that the world had already made its move and was now only waiting. The moment when the world would reveal the hero would be the worst time for the Demon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Emperor Eduardo sat on his throne and pondered. Duke Illister Strabe sat in a chair and drank tea with a nonchalant look. Standing next to him was his assistant Cruel Heart. Daon Hart, who was called the Demon Arut in the demon realm, rode in the carriage, brooding. The Emperor sat on his throne and listened to the report. He was told that it was quite difficult to continue the war any further. Eduardo squinted his eyes and asked what made him think that. He had the Marquis of Amiable at his reception. The Marquis replied that unlike in the 8-year war, in this one, the conquered nation capitulates. The Emperor preserves the lives of both the people and the royal family. But as long as the royal family remains alive, the spirit of the kingdom will not be broken. A soldier subdued in battle will never be loyal to the empire. The Marquis continued that if the war continued, there would inevitably be a shortage of troops. For the sake of the country's future, the Emperor must stop the war. The Marquis lowered his head as he said his speech. He thought he was finished, but for the sake of the empire, he had to say it. He didn't regret anything, but he dreamed of a quick death. The Emperor thought very hard. He didn't seem to be angry. The people present at the meeting objected to the Marquis that it was possible to make up for the lack of troops with the ordinary townspeople of the empire. "We need to take the poor people from the slums. What's the problem?" His Majesty pounded his fist on the table. The Emperor stood up and everyone present squirmed in their chairs. The Emperor's eyes glittered with a bad glint. He asked that the lack of soldiers could be made up for by the townspeople. The Emperor suggested using their personal soldiers, or offered to go to war themselves. The aristocrats spoke of sending men who had never held a weapon to war. The Emperor asked if those present at the meeting knew why the townspeople pay taxes. "Because it is the price of protection and well-being. It is the choice of the people of the empire. It is the duty of the empire to protect those people." The Marquis fell silent. He was very frightened. The Emperor said he wanted to make a very important point. He will not stop this war, and when there are no troops left, they will be the first to go into battle. The standards will be the same as they were during the 8 Years' War. If there are 2 or more men in a family, one of them will participate with half the soldiers. Otherwise, nobles would give more than half of their soldiers. Recruitment of townspeople into the army will only be done as a last resort. The Emperor flashed his eyes and asked, "Why is everyone sitting down? If they understood, let them go and prepare for war." In a moment, the meeting hall was empty. The Emperor realized that he should be calm, but if he stood by, his subordinates would make a mess of things. Eduardo thought he was as disgusted as they were. He's standing knee-deep in blood. His hallucinations were getting worse and worse. Before, they hadn't interfered with his daily life so much, but now the ghosts haunted him constantly. They accompanied him everywhere. The ghosts were calling the Emperor to them. They followed him everywhere. The Emperor was telling them that he didn't intend to enjoy 1,000 years of life, so why were they rushing him? Somewhere in the south of the empire, mired in war with the barbarians, there was a territory that had been given to the second Stigma Premier hero to rule. The Emperor had tacitly authorized the slaughter of this territory. Stigma Premier sat reading a newspaper. The Empire had declared war on its next opponent, the Kingdom of Shragan, so His Majesty the Emperor had ordered preparations for war. Stigma Premier gathered his knights. He said that good news had reached him. Battling the infestation in the wild south, Stigma had inexorably built up his power by slaying his enemies, and had become strong enough to lead his own army. He said that fighting against barbarians was fun, but in the end it was nothing compared to real warfare. His soldier asked if he really liked war. Stigma replied that it's not war per se. After he assists His Majesty in the war, he will be rewarded for his help. War in itself is a terrible thing. Needless deaths to serve someone else's interests. Stigma continued that there was something he wanted to ask of His Majesty. At the end of the 8-Year War, he received the title of Marquis and vast southern territories. He also received a large amount of gold and jewelry, and at first he was very pleased. Until he learned that what Daeon Hart had asked the Emperor for was permission to destroy his family with his own hands. How had he come up with such an idea? Stigma wasn't just surprised by it, he was pleased. The soldier asked, would Daeon Hart also be involved in the war? Stigma replied that he thought Earl Daeon Hart would join later. The second hero, Stigma Premier, hoped to meet the Earl soon. Considering it was a long-awaited war, they decided to prepare well. Stigma Premier thought that he, like Daeon Hart, would ask for the destruction of his family in exchange for his accomplishments in this war. The commander of Devalania's Second Corps was riding in a carriage. She expected to ride with just the two of them and Mr. Arut. Riding along with them was Dr. Ben, who said that it was the Demon King's order, and even if he didn't go with them, they wouldn't be alone. Devalania had taken many people from his corps with him. Compared to Mr. Arut's abilities, the corps members are just a drop in the ocean, Ben thought. Why drag so many people here? It's just a trip to the second city. The Demon King was also talking about the border. Why does everyone emphasize it so much? Arut couldn't understand why he was being sent there so insistently. If you think about it that way, he was provided with a pendant with a protective function. Ed was very excited regarding his weapon. It was quite possible that it was needed to prepare Arut in case of an unforeseen situation. Arut's panic played out. He wanted to get out of the carriage immediately. He felt sick. But then a soldier came and told him that the situation was very serious. Monsters have appeared and there are a lot of them. The soldiers had already engaged in battle with the monsters. Although the members of the Second Corps fought well, but there were too many monsters. Monsters were coming from every crevice. They were of different kinds. Devalania used invisible threads to entangle the monsters. Arut thought that it was impossible to stand and watch. Something must be done. Dr. Ben got out of the carriage. It was going to be a very nasty day. Devalania said that the corps commanders in each city had placed defenses, but none were here. Arutus looked at them and thought, why were they so calm? Like they were expecting monsters to show up. Moreover, there were enough monsters to invade not only the demon territories, but also the lands of other races. Arut realized what it meant to set off along the borderline as the Demon King had asked him to. It happened because of him. In order to avoid monsters invading the territory of other races, it was necessary for someone to destroy them. The Demon King had purposely set things up so that Arut would walk along the borderline with the territories of the other races. Arut grabbed his head. After all, he had so naively believed the Demon King. Devalania said that she would go first and deal with the monsters. Arut didn't know what he should do. Ben called out to him. Arut thought Ben was worried because he was coughing up blood again. Ben stood and looked at Arut carefully. Ben asked him directly, doesn't he want to go fight? Arut thought that it probably looks suspicious that he is deliberately avoiding a fight. Ben is always friendly with him, but still, he's a demon. If he notices that Arut is weaker than him, he will kill him without a second thought. Ben tells Arut that he often drinks, putting his life on the line, or avoids battles for no particular reason, so a normal demon would think Arut was weak. Arut mentally confirmed this. He thought that the hour had come when the demons had exposed him. Ben told Arut that he understood everything. It doesn't matter how many monsters there are. Ben knows that the enemy is so insignificant that Sir Arut doesn't even want to move for it. Ben has decided that Sir Arutus thinks that way. Arut's inner feeling was that his soul was on fire. He was caught flat-footed. Ben took out a bottle of demonic wine from his bag and said that he had prepared it for Sir Arut. Arut couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really demonic wine? But he couldn't understand why he wasn't allowed to drink just a little while ago, and now suddenly Ben was giving him alcohol himself. In a situation like this, it was very suspicious, especially since Ben had said he didn't care how much Arut drank. Arut hesitated even more. This whole thing looked extremely suspicious. Ben said that all he had to do was drink as much as he liked and relax. Arut took a glass of wine in his hands. He drank the wine. No matter how dangerous this suspicious alcohol might be to him, Arut felt a familiar sensation. He had already drunk 2 bottles. He decided that since he would have to die, at least he wouldn't do this one sober. This time he decided to drink differently so that he wouldn't remember anything. Arut drank glass after glass. Ben stood quietly by his side. Eventually, Ben couldn't take it anymore. Before leaving, the Demon King called Ben over and told him if Arut was going to avoid fighting, to give him a drink of wine. Ben asked in surprise, should he be given alcohol? The Demon King said that Arut is used to holding back. He is restrained to the point where he can be called weak. But when Arut drinks, he becomes freer. Although Arut enjoys battles, he is often calmer than he needs to be. The Demon King is determined to dispatch Arut before he explodes. The Demon King takes advantage of anything that can be used. But isn't it absurd to give alcohol to someone who isn't feeling well? Ben apologized to Arut-san. Arut lunged his dagger at Ben. Arut stuck the dagger next to Ben and asked if he was using his brain well. Alcohol and drugs are kind of keys. They weaken the walls that have been built up. Ben never thought he would use the key so shamelessly. Arut put the dagger to Ben's throat and said that this time he probably didn't have much time to think. The Emperor is moving faster, bolder than expected. The monsters are also rapidly increasing in numbers, so procrastination is dangerous. Arutus stood like that, sticking his dagger next to Ben. He said that he understood the urgency of the situation. But that didn't mean he liked being used. Ben asked for Sir Arut's forgiveness. Ben didn't think Sir Arut was like that just because he got drunk. Arut said that for all of Ben's merits this time, he would forgive him. But it won't happen again. Arut put the dagger away and told Ben to think hard about whose doctor he is. Arut turned and walked away. He hadn't expected this. Ben was very upset. Mr. Arut's words were fair. He is Sir Arut's physician, not the Demon King's. But then, one of the monsters burst forward and flew straight at the Zero Corps commander. It was a huge bear with fangs and claws. Arut stood completely cold-blooded. He somehow now remembered how he had tried to survive at all costs as a little boy, how many tears he had shed before he became what he was now. He wasn't going to let anyone shake him up. he preferred to do it himself. It was up to him to decide when to get out. The defeated monster lay on the ground, all covered in blood. Arut stood calmly while the monster with its severed head lay at his feet. Arutus ordered Ben to contact the Demon King with an image. Ben recalled that the Demon King had forbidden the use of magic, but immediately said he would contact him right away. He remembered in time that he was Arutus-san's physician, and his orders took priority. The king made contact immediately. He realized that if magic was being used, it was a matter of life and death. Arut said that the monsters were bigger than expected, and they couldn't handle it on their own. The Demon King thought 2 commanders would be enough. He asked Arut to hold out for another 15 minutes and promised to send reinforcements. Arut promised that he would give it a try. He turned around and went to fight the monsters again. The Demon King realized that Arut was very angry. There were a lot of monsters, and it was not an easy task to last even 15 minutes. If Arut surrendered, he wouldn't survive this 8-year war. Other than the fact that this time the opponents were monsters, there was no difference from that 8-year war anymore. Arut ordered himself to think again. He had to win, had to survive no matter what. Time dragged on for a very long time, and still no reinforcements came. Arut managed to climb onto the shoulder of the huge monster and plunged his dagger right into its heart. The guy's strength was running out, his throat was bleeding again. Ben grabbed his medical case and raised it above his head. Arut was not trying to kill his opponent, but to instill fear in him. He climbed on the back of the fallen monster and continued to finish him off with his dagger. His eyes glittered madly, blood spurting in all directions. The demons were noticeably fewer, and those that were still alive stood and watched the blood of their kin pouring down. Monsters, driven by their instincts, run as soon as they feel overwhelming terror. Of course, not all monsters are vulnerable to this. Arut stabbed another huge monster with 2 daggers. Arut's goal now was not to make the monsters escape. If the monsters escaped, they could survive now, but the consequences for the future couldn't be ignored. Arut called out to Devilania. She looked back at him. He said that he would trap the monsters. They should kill as many monsters as they can, here and now. Devilania wove thin, invisible threads. The monsters' bodies would be cut if they made reckless movements. The monsters didn't realize what was happening. They saw the group of demons and tried to approach it. These monsters didn't see the threads that protected the demons. Not even all of Arut's team saw those threads. The monsters came close to the fence of invisible threads. Devilania said that they stopped the monsters, but it didn't last long. A fish-shaped trap was set by Arutus. But even though the monsters were caught in it with no way to get out, the demons were also restricted because of those threads. Ben told Arut that he had put a temporary splint on his arm, and that arm could not be moved. Arut only laughed in response. How would he not move his right arm during the battle? He decided to walk between the threads, walk into the trap, and single-handedly deal with the monsters. Devilania had said that only the very experienced could figure out where the cutting threads were set up. Of course, she didn't doubt Sir Arut's ability, but still, one must be careful. Arut said that he would deal with it himself. So far, he had been lucky. Arut deftly passed through the cutting threads without touching any of them. He was chopping left and right with his dagger. Blood was gushing out of the monsters. Furthermore, when the monsters wanted to attack Arut, they would bump into the cutting threads. Arut was so skillful at passing through the threads that sometimes he had to crawl through. The threads were so sharp that they cut off the monsters' arms, legs, and heads. Devilania couldn't understand how this was possible. Arut lured the monsters to where the threads are and kills them. Does he really see those threads? Arut was indeed luring the monsters close to the threads, and when they rushed at him, the threads cut off their limbs. Arut's spirits lifted, the number of monsters noticeably reduced. He could see every single thread, so they didn't harm him in any way. The moment the threads were reflected in the moonlight, Arut saw them very clearly. Perhaps it was because he was naturally weak to light and lived his life avoiding its effects. He was used to darkness and moonlight. It was probably because of his physical condition. The guy thought he was lucky. A few more monsters were approaching, but they were already a few, not dozens and hundreds like before. The course of the battle had changed. The monsters had become so frightened that they were no longer advancing recklessly, but there were still a lot of them. Ben was very worried about Sir Arutus's health. His physical condition must have reached a breaking point by now. So far gone was he with his wounded arm. Arut was exhausted. One dagger he dropped, the other he could barely hold. Ben wanted to help him and shouted, calling his name, but Arut told him to stay back. Ben was very upset, for Arut needed urgent treatment. Arut told Ben not to be a fool and to keep himself to himself. Devalania and the other squad members also fought the monsters, but the entire brunt of the workload still fell on Arutus. He was fighting with his last strength and felt like he was about to pass out. Even though he avoided the head-on collision as best he couldn't do anything with his body. In addition, he could no longer move his injured right arm. Ben fought off the monsters with his medicine case. Arut stood there with no strength at all, but then a huge monster swung a curved sword at him. Arut realized that he had to endure a little longer. Another batch of monsters were lying dead on the ground. Arut sat on his knees, unable to get up. At this time, he heard a joyful greeting. It was the commander of the 7th Corps, Silua. She heard that there was a party here, so she came running in with all her legs. Arutus bellowed at her that there was a terrible battle here, not a party. His wounded arm was very sore, and he groaned at the pain in his shoulder. Arut looked around. What is even going on here? All around him, the ground was covered in blood. There were slain monsters lying on the ground. Arut came to his senses. It looked like he was in a battle, but he didn't remember anything. Silua looked at Arut and told him that he was not Sir Arut. A second ago, he was the very same Mr. Arut, but now it was a completely different person. Silua tried to encourage Arut. She grabbed a wounded monster and slipped it to him, saying that there were more monsters here. Silua was saying to quiet this monster. Arut looked at her and thought she was crazy. He decided that it was the commander of the 7th Squad who was insane. Silua cheerfully said that perhaps Arut-san was scared, or maybe the surroundings got noisy and the mood went away. Devalania grabbed her shoulder roughly and asked what she was doing on the outskirts. Silua said her subordinates would clear the mess quickly. Arut stared at the crazy woman. Turns out she was the backup the Demon King had sent. Devalania asked, what would happen to the border that Silua had abandoned? After all, she had brought her entire squad here. The commander of the 7th Squad replied that because of that, they had a good backup. Indeed, the members of her squad were killing the remaining monsters. Silua said that this solved the problem to some extent and smiled radiantly. Arutus didn't have any strength. He sat on the ground, clutching his injured arm. Ben had said they would take care of the mopping up and for Sir Arutus to rest. He was dizzy and had lost too much blood, but he didn't remember exactly what had happened a few minutes ago. Silua still couldn't settle down. She wanted to see the Arutus he was before she came. Devalania and Silua finished off all the monsters except the ones that escaped. Dr. Ben said the treatment was complete and Arutus could now move his arm. Devalania asked the leader of the 7th Squad, why isn't she leaving? After all, isn't the job finished? Silua was upset that she had been used and now she was being chased away. Then Devalania suggested she go to the 2nd city with them. The 2nd city was guarded by the commander of the 10th Corps, Gaishitel. Silua said that rather than meet a commander who didn't even look like a commander, she would rather go about her business. She said goodbye to Arut and said that they were leaving. Arut asked who is the commander of the 10th Squad. Is it Gaishitel? Why does she hate him so much? When they came to the 2nd city, they were personally met by the commander of the 10th Corps, Gaishitel. Arut was puzzled when he saw this city. He understood why Silua hated the 10th Corps commander. All the demons were celebrating and shouting, hurrah! They were playing pipers and waving their hands. Arut was put on a palanquin carried by the demons. The palanquin was decorated with roses. There were ropes with flags. All in all, it was very festive. Arutus had sweat rolling down his face, so uncomfortable was he. Gaishitel said that as soon as he heard rumors that Arut was coming, he prepared what in the human world is called a palanquin. He had heard that only high-ranking persons could use it. Therefore, he thought it would be perfect for Arut. Arut thought he was crazy. Arut felt so bad that he lowered his head and leaned over. Gaishitel still didn't calm down. He decided that Arut had a headache or something was annoying him. Arut hid his face. He thought that he was annoyed by everything, and most of all by the commander of the 10th Corps. He realized why Silua hated the 10th Corps commander so much. Gaishitel asked Arut to tell him what annoyed him. He would fix it right away. The demons gathered in the streets of the city and looked at the palanquin carrying the 0 Squad commander. No one had ever seen him in person, so the demons were very surprised. The demons laughed. Who would want to ride on such a device? But the 0 Squad commander looks great on it. The demons did not feel any magical power from Arutus. Therefore, they thought he was human. What was the Demon King thinking when he put a human in the Zero Corps commander's place? Why did the proud squad leaders accept it so easily? Everyone gathered to see the Zero Corps commander's face, which was hidden by the cloth. Everyone who managed to see him in person claimed with one voice that he was strong enough to be on par with the Demon King. Geishatel heard Sir Arut say something to him. The Zero Squad commander was asking him to get rid of all of this. Geishatel understood it all in his own way. He ordered that everyone be taken away from here because Sir Arut was annoyed with the crowd of demons gathered around. Daeon was very angry with Geishatel. He asked that they get rid of those stinking flowers. He was sick of the pollen and the smell, and this jerk kicked out the innocent demons and made a scandal. At this time, the soldiers were dispersing the demons and yelling that the Zero Corps commander needed to pass and they were pissing him off. If they don't want to die, let them get out quickly. The demons were clearly enraged. They were being kicked out so rudely while constantly mentioning Arut's name. That was how he became the #1 enemy of the demons in this city. Some resisted because everyone wanted to see the Zero Corps commander's face. Devalania thought that Hell would have a hard time removing everyone who saw the Zero Corps commander's face. Suddenly, Arut saw a peaceful procession of demons carrying a banner that had his portrait on it. The demons were marching and praying for Mr. Arut. They were chanting his name and wishing him long life. Arut recalled his conversation with Ririnel, who jokingly suggested religion in the name of Mr. Arut. She said that it would be good to come up with a religion to honor Sir Arut. Arut immediately realized whose work it was. He just didn't understand why she did it. A rock rode on his ridiculous throne, covered in flowers that made him sick. At this time, Commander Geishatel approached. He bowed and said he was sorry if he had upset Sir Arut. Arut noticed a strand of Devalania around his neck. She saw that Geishatel was annoying Arutus and put the thread around his neck. Devalania asked with a look, to kill him or not. Arut thought that there are rules that corps commanders can't kill each other. But in the end, if they want to kill, they do it with their own hands. He told Devalania to stop and not to kill Geishatel. Is it so necessary to kill a corps commander? Arut suggested that she go shopping to distract her from thoughts of killing. The threads disappeared from Geishatel's neck in an instant. He was happy to be alive. Geishatel said that he would give his life to be able to be useful to Sir Arut. At this time, Arut, Devalania, and Ben continued on their way. Arut thought that there was some kind of limiter to prevent commanders from killing each other. But that wasn't the case. He would need to be on his guard. They entered the streets of the town. It was an ordinary town, with cafes lining the square. The people of the town were walking down the street. Devalania was happy. She had bought a lot of beautiful clothes today. Arutu also had to be a dress-up doll, but at least he changed his blood-stained clothes. At this time, Geishatel brought mango fruits that grow in the southern part of the human world and offered a taste. Devalania pushed him away and asked him not to interfere, but he offered refreshment after the walk. At this time, riders approached Sir Arut. Arut, seeing the riders on horseback, became alarmed. The demons brought news that the monster attacks had intensified, but it was strange that the gates in the castle were still open. Geishatel had confused all his mangoes that he had brought to treat Arut. Arut thought that there was a border with the south nearby. Geishatel sensed Arut's thoughts and was frightened. The 100 guessed the border. A great number of monsters were killed. When Arut drove up to the place that Geishatel had indicated, they saw that the entire road was littered with monsters. This was the place where the border of the southern part of the human world had recently been discovered. Arut thought that this was a place where day and night were neighboring but clearly separated. They stood in the demon world and saw the human world. This was the real boundary between the demonic and human worlds. Ben pounced on Geishatel. Why was he hiding it? Geishatel replied that when demons visit the human world, they stop in the city. He had discovered this boundary only recently. Arut took hold of his head. What trouble awaited them now? Geishatel reassured him that they had made rules. To prevent people from spotting them, they go back and forth in complete secrecy. They are doing their best to prevent the monsters from invading the human world. Arut thought that this was the southern part where his empire wasn't, and he didn't have anything to worry about yet. But on the other hand, he's still human after all. Arut said that he had no choice but to inform the Demon King, but before that, he has to check everything himself. Once it is confirmed that the border is indeed connected to the south, he needs to find out which kingdom is there. And so Ben, Arutus, and Devalania set off on their journey. At this time, in a small kingdom in the south, we see the palace of the ruler of that kingdom. It was reported to the Sultan who ruled this country that demons, all covered in blood, had infiltrated the human world. This was a big problem for the small country. If they showed up at the palace, it would lead to no good. The Sultan knew that demons were going back and forth thanks to the sudden border. He turned a blind eye to it, as everything was calm. All of the Sultan's attention was on the empire, and he didn't need any problems with the demon realm at all. The servant reported that there was another problem. The servant said that they had seen the commander of the second corps, Devalania, and another unusual demon. Judging from the way the other demons treat him, he is extremely respected. It might be the rumored commander of the Zero Squad demon Arut. Sultan was shocked. Is the Zero Corps commander really here? The Sultan tilted his head and pondered. His servant humbly waited for a decision, and so the Sultan finally said to keep it all a secret. It didn't matter what they were doing in the human world. The fact that the Zero Squad commander with his group entered their country must be classified. Arut and his group were walking through the forest. The doctor asked Arut to use a cloak as the sun was shining much more intensely in this human world. The sun was indeed scorching mercilessly. Arut pulled the hood over his forehead. Devalania asked Arut what he preferred, a busy street or a deserted area. Arut thought that he could perfectly well travel alone as well. He doesn't really care. Arut wondered, how did Devalania know the human world so well? He thought it would be a good idea to go where he could meet the locals. After all, one needs to figure out where they are. Devalania suggested going to the marketplace. Suddenly, people appeared in front of them. The local knights bowed and apologized for suddenly blocking their way. One of them said that they had come to send greetings to the warriors who had stopped the hordes of monsters that had swarmed here. Thanks to this, the people of this country were able to overcome a severe crisis. On behalf of all the knights, they thanked Arut and his comrades. Arut had been afraid that they were in trouble, but now he breathed a sigh of relief. The knights held out clothes and a pouch. They said that they had prepared clothes for them, since those who came had gotten dirty in blood while fighting the monsters. Devalania and Ben looked at each other. They were indeed all covered in blood. Only Arut stood clean. He had completely forgotten that these two were all covered in blood. Arut thought that Ben and Devalania hadn't even bothered to cover themselves with their cloaks. One look at them showed that they were not human. The doctor and Devalania put on their cloaks. It was incomprehensible to them why the knights were being so nice to them instead of killing them immediately. The knight held out a sack to Arut, which looked very heavy. Arut was a little scared. It was unclear what could be in this sack. The knight bowed, holding out the sack. It had been a long time since the southern kingdom had discovered the border. Apparently, when they found out about it, they didn't inform the emperor. Arut thought that these people wanted to hide the fact that demons were going back and forth through their territory. He covered his face with his hand and started laughing. The knights involuntarily backed away. They were scared and couldn't understand why he was laughing. The knights bowed to the demons and Arut and his group moved on. He received an unexpected reward even though he did nothing. The knights still stood there, bent in bow. They noticed that this guy was the only one whose clothes were clean and not stained with blood. He had a very unusual aura. As expected, this was the one and only Zero Corps commander. The knights returned to the Sultan and said that they had done as he had ordered. At this time, Arut, his physician Ben, and Devalania came to the marketplace. Arut bought some food for himself. He was surprised at how many people were here. He enjoyed walking through the streets, but he needed to gather information now about what this place was like. At this time, a person walking by caught Arut's shoulder. It was Arut's right shoulder. The wound on his shoulder still hurt. Arut bent down and grabbed his arm. Devalania wondered why Arut was so bent over from the collision with the man. Arut had been injured recently, so his shoulder still hurt. Devalania realized this. Ben immediately pounced on the man who had snagged Arut. If even Devalania remained calm, why did Ben get so heated? Ben walked up to Arutus and asked if he was okay. Devalania walked up to the man who had hit Arutus and wanted to smash his face. At this time, men in uniform came up and asked what the commotion was all about. A knight gave the command to stop what was happening. The others ran to fulfill it. These were the Sultan's knights. Arut was very angry at Ben and Devalania for making a mess here. He said it was a small misunderstanding. The knights had already grabbed the man who pushed Arut under his arms and arrested him. The man didn't understand what he was arrested for. He was charged for picking a fight in the middle of the market and taken away. The man never realized what kind of fight we were talking about. He had only accidentally pushed the stranger in the shoulder. Arut thought that security in the human world was above reproach. After this incident, when the street kid wanted to snatch money from Arut, Ben quickly grabbed his arm. The Sultan's knights shouted that they would take care of it. They grabbed the boy and carried him away while bowing to Arut. As soon as there was any incident looming, the knights would appear in a flash, as if out of nowhere. Arut bit into a mango. It was rotten. The seller was immediately seized and arrested. Arut didn't understand. The fruit was slightly rotten, so why grab it right away? The fruit vendor shouted that he would no longer sell rotten fruit and there was nothing to arrest him for. Arut wondered why the Sultan's knights were in the market. It seemed as if they were trying to hush up any incidents before Arut caught the public's attention. People were already whispering that these three shouldn't be approached. If one touched them with even a finger, the knights would immediately come running and grab the one who did it. Arut grabbed his head. Is this called not attracting attention? There was no point in continuing the investigation. He decided to go back. Arut heard a conversation about tea leaves that were not sold in any store. This place was called a shopping center and seemed very lively. It was a new guild. The vendors were telling that someone wanted to open a chain of Deus tea leaf stores. Arut approached one of the vendors. The vendor was very scared, but Arut said that he wanted to buy some Deus tea leaves. The vendor heaved a sigh of relief that it was a customer and ran to prepare tea. The vendor noticed that the customer had out-of-this-world clothes, but why is he so intimidating? Perhaps it is an aristocrat hiding his identity. Arut was very fond of Deus leaf tea. Due to the limited growing area, they were hard to get, and among the aristocrats, this tea was considered very expensive, and in the Southern Kingdom, this tea was simply sold in the market. The seller brought a box of tea and handed it to Arut. Ben paid the seller with the gold they had gotten from the knights and told the seller to keep the change. Arut finally realized that they were in the kingdom of Tekon. The knights sighed as Arut and his group left. Nothing serious seemed to have happened. Arut, Ben, and Devalania went to the border of the demon kingdom. We see a military camp. It's the imperial barracks. There is a big tent in the middle and there are people near it. The emperor was sitting in the tent, and Duke Illister was standing in front of him. The emperor said that the duke came suddenly and asked for an audience. So what does he have to say? Duke Illister asked the emperor if he remembered the death of the first prince. He was the father of the current crown prince and princess, as well as the emperor's older brother. The emperor ordered everyone out. He looked at the duke thoughtfully. Of all the family members, the first prince was the only one who truly cared for Eduardo. He was a man with a good heart. The one who killed him was Duke Gratus. This was the case where murder was committed. Duke Illister smiled widely and said that he could see that the emperor knew about it as well. The emperor's eyes flashed angrily. I wonder what the duke was getting at. Only after the destruction of the Gratus duchy, after the assassination of the first prince, did the emperor find out that Illister Strabe was actually behind it all. However, due to the danger of aggressive reactions from the aristocracy, the emperor had no choice but to hide it. But this man himself came to reveal the truth. The duke said that he would begin the story of why he got rid of the first prince. It was all about climbing to the top. If the first prince disappeared, would the princes and princess go crazy to take the empty throne? He tried to choose between them to put the one he could control on the throne. But suddenly, the ninth prince, who had never been heard or seen before, stepped forward. If you are a duke, there is only one person above you, and that is the emperor. The emperor's eyes narrowed. Duke Illister Strabe had planned everything from the beginning. The emperor remembered how his older brother, the first prince, had called him to his room and told him he would be back soon. His children were sleeping on the bed, and the first prince had asked Eduardo to take care of Elpidius and Alethea. Eduardo loved his nephews very much, so he gladly agreed. But when he sensed something wrong, he had to stop it right away. The first prince gave his little brother a pat on the back and said he would be back soon. If only Eduardo knew this was the last time he would see him. The first prince smiled and thanked his nephew. When Eduardo learned that his brother had died, he had to investigate. However, a rumor spread that made him take up the sword. A rumor that his other brothers had killed him to seize the throne. The emperor fell silent. Ghosts appeared in the room. He saw them as clearly as he saw the duke. The ghosts held out their hands to him and called to him. The emperor thought he was very tired. The murder of the first prince, the Salvation Church, and even Dion Hart's involvement in the 8-Year War. Duke Illister was behind it all. Years ago, Dion Hart's father and mother tried to right a terrible wrong. After all, the Hart family wanted to send their oldest son, Cruel Hart, off to war, but by some horrible mistake, Dion was taken. Dion's father sent paperwork to correct the error, but each time they were told they had not received any paperwork. Dion's mother was desperate. His father didn't know what to do, but they tried. His mother cried that he was so sick that she was even afraid to hug him. If only she had known that her son would be taken away to war. Dion's father demanded a personal meeting with the emperor. Perhaps after talking to the emperor, he would be able to meet Dion. But he was told that His Majesty was not at the palace at the moment. Dion's parents came again and again, but each time they were answered that the emperor was not at the palace. His mother forgave at least to give Dion a letter, but Duke Illister heard this. He realized that everything had to be done to prevent the letter from reaching Dion. The Duke ordered the letter to be burned and thrown away, and the request from the Hart family to send Cruel Hart into military service. He ordered it redone and hidden, so that the emperor wouldn't find out that Dan Hart had gotten into the war by mistake. The emperor sat with his head down. Duke told him that when he found out the truth, he saw Dion Hart kill his family. What the emperor didn't tell Dion was that his parents had spent all these years seeking his release from the service he'd gotten into by mistake. The emperor couldn't assuage the pain Dion Hart felt at the thought of his family. Duke said he couldn't wait to see Dion's reaction when he heard the truth. The emperor calmly asked Duke if he really wanted to die that badly. Duke replied with a smile that the emperor can't kill him. After all, if he killed him for no reason, his honor would remain pure and the emperor's reputation would be strengthened even more as the reputation of a mad tyrant. The emperor looked at the Duke and said that he was not afraid of being labeled. However, the authority of the entire imperial family and the heirs would be trampled. The crown prince would not forgive the emperor for this. The emperor sat there, brooding. He remained silent. The Duke continued that even though the emperor was already aware, he was pretending not to know anything. The emperor had turned a blind eye to everything, so he was now Duke Illister's accomplice. The emperor's eyes flashed with hatred. He told the Duke that he was talking too much. Duke walked out of the tent and thought that he was looking forward to the day he would massacre the emperor with his own hands. Duke smiled. Now, to accomplish what he needed to accomplish, the emperor would not have to die. The emperor sat at the table with his arms folded. He thought, he will not die until he kills Duke Illister. The Duke, on the other hand, thought that the emperor would not die as long as the Duke lived. He mounted his horse and prepared to leave the camp. As a matter of fact, that was the purpose for which he had come to see the emperor. While the Duke was standing by his horse, the members of the Revolutionary Army were watching him. One of the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army was holding a sword. Everything was ready. The emperor got on his horse and rode forward through the forest. Suddenly, armed men jumped out of the forest. Out of the corner of his eye, the emperor noticed people with daggers and swords. With a sudden movement, the emperor stopped the horse. The horse stopped in the middle of the clearing. Eduardo sat motionless in the saddle. He went out to air his head a bit, but some annoying gnats kept following him, so he couldn't relax. Hearing the emperor's words, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army came out of the forest. They approached the emperor sitting on his horse, holding their swords at the ready. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Daniel, came to his home. His mother was sitting in an armchair knitting something. She said hello to her son. His mother took his face in her hands, examined him, and said that, thank God, he was not hurt. Daniel knelt down beside his mother and said that he only had minor wounds that he didn't need to worry about. Daniel put his hands on his mother's hands. The mother told Daniel that she had faith in him. But anyway, she asked Daniel to take care of himself. The person who suggested getting rid of the throne and creating a world where everyone was equal was Daniel's mother. His mother was a noble lady who ran away to marry a commoner, even as she enjoyed a simple life, even when his father was captured by mistake and was killed. Even as her body weakened from ailments, his mother told him of her dreams. She dreamed of a world without kings and aristocrats, where everyone is their own master and works for the good of their homeland. That world would come someday. Little Daniel saved up these stories in his head. His mother dreamed of her son seeing such a world. He swore he would do anything to make sure his mother saw the world of her dreams. But because of his orders, many people died. Besides, they would start a battle in the future that would put their lives in danger. His mother asked him if he wanted to retreat. Even though Daniel's comrades were dying, he was going to go all the way and achieve his goal. His mother told him that she believed in her son and only asked for one thing, that he return alive. The mother pulled out a bottle she carried around her neck. She said that if he died, she would use the poison to go after him. Daniel asked his mother to tell me so. At this time, a soldier from the Revolutionary Army came running in and said they were in big trouble. They say that Aiden is leading a squad to attack the Emperor. Daniel was shocked. Aiden was one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the Emperor was sitting on his horse. He asked the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who came out of the forest to meet him, did they really want to see him? The Emperor looked into the distance and said that they didn't seem to be the only guests. The soldiers couldn't understand what the Emperor was talking about. There was no one besides them, but the Emperor also saw ghosts that accompanied him everywhere. The Emperor asked if the soldiers knew how he ascended to the throne. Do they know who brought victory in the 8 Years' War? Who was the main character of that war? The Emperor suddenly snatched up his dagger. His eyes burned with a mad glint. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army couldn't understand what the Emperor was doing. Suddenly, blood spurted from the Emperor's hand. With a dagger, he cut his hand. The Emperor was distracted by the ghosts and came to his senses. He felt a little better now. He said that he had driven the ghost away in his path. The Emperor went back to his question. Do they know who was the real hero of this war? And did they know why he had no escort? The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army couldn't understand what they were talking about at all. They didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. The squad leader ordered everyone to attack the Emperor together. The Emperor drew his sword, which he wielded very skillfully. Eduardo said to be careful of the forgotten hero. Squad leader Aiden lunged at the Emperor with his sword and yelled for him to die. Eduardo said that whoever forgot the mistakes of the past would repeat them again and again, if they knew the burden of betrayal. If they remembered the 8-Year War, then, at the very least, they would have known that the Emperor was very active on the battlefield. With those words, the Emperor plunged a dagger into the chest of squad leader Aiden. If Aiden knew all this, he wouldn't have attacked the Emperor so recklessly. Aiden's squad leader's blood rushed from his throat. The ease with which the Emperor wielded his swordsmanship was incredible. One of the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army grabbed the Emperor by his robe. He said that it was so frivolous to wear a robe during a battle, but he didn't have time to say it. The Emperor abruptly turned around and struck him with his sword. It was a frenzied power capable of turning not only mountains but even the heavens. One should never underestimate an opponent, even if it was the Emperor. His talent was hidden behind the titles, Emperor and Tyrant. The Emperor stood calmly, not the least bit tired after the battle. A soldier of the Revolutionary Army sat on the ground. In front of him stood the Emperor. This was the last of the attackers. This garment and symbol were very familiar to the Emperor. Eduardo was surprised. The leader of the Revolutionary Army wasn't that stupid. He had raised his sword above the soldier's head, and now he would have no need to worry about the Revolutionary Army. Among those who carried the fragment of a hero, Eduardo de Zera's name particularly stood out. The Emperor stood beside his horse. Around him were scattered the corpses of soldiers. He bandaged his wounded arm. The Emperor pondered. These soldiers had been sent by the Duke. He had to assume that they were no threat to the Emperor. He is using the army of revolutionaries to get rid of the Emperor, but he doesn't really want the Emperor to die at their hands. The goal of the Revolutionary Army is to create a world where everyone is equal. The Duke, on the other hand, wants supreme status and power, so in the end, this revolution must be undone. While the Revolutionary Army was gaining new power, in Ilion Kingdom, the Duke was trying to control the invading forces by making them fight the Emperor. How dare he use the Emperor? Daniel sat back, propping his head up with his hand. 1/9 of the Revolutionary Army had been killed. Their plan must be put on hold due to the lack of men. Paul stood next to him and didn't understand. What were they thinking, deciding to attack the Emperor? Daniel thanked Paul for the information he had gathered. He was crushed. They had been gaining strength for so long, but in the end, they were back to square one. Although Aiden wasn't happy with the postponement of the battle, he wasn't the kind of person who would act hastily. Then why was he acting like this? Ever since the Emperor started entering the battlefield, It was difficult for the Revolutionary Army to track his exact location. Then how did Aiden know where the Emperor would be at this time? The only person who could know such things now was the Duke. Daniel sat at the table and pondered. All the puzzles were coming together. There was a witness who had seen Aiden with Madame Shailene. After all, Madame Shailene was directly related to the Duke. We see the imperial palace, the sun reflected on the roofs of the palace. The Emperor returned to his palace. A servant took the horse under the reins. The Chancellor saw that the Emperor's robe was covered in blood. He had returned at dawn. Was he attacked? The Emperor said that if he died over such nonsense, that would be his fate. The Chancellor was shocked at the Emperor's words. But the Emperor pretended it was a joke and accused the First Minister of not being able to distinguish between jokes and serious conversation. Eduardo remembered the day when everyone gathered at the same table in the Emperor's garden. There are many sweets and drinks on the table. Young Eduardo, the princess and the princes, his sister and brothers, were sitting at the table. The princess tells us that her brother wished for a kingdom that no one would dare ignore. One of the princes said that, in other words, he wanted the kingdom to become an empire. They could talk all day long about what they wanted to do, and they always didn't have enough time. However, because of what Eduardo had done, neither his sister nor his brothers were able to accomplish their goals. The Emperor thought he was responsible for their unrealized desires. Because of them, he would never be able to get off the path he was on. He had many things that needed to be done. Who would think of such meaningless things like death when he is so busy living his life? The wound on the Emperor's arm was still not healing because a new wound was added each time. The Emperor turned around and went to the palace. He placed no value on a body that no longer had a soul. The Emperor said that he hoped that many people would not die just because of his useless piece of meat. The First Minister was dumbfounded by the Emperor's words. This was something he had never heard before. But Eduardo told the Chancellor not to worry, as he intended to stand firm until the very end. Besides, thanks to someone, he now had no desire to die at all. A new demon took the vacant seat of the commander of the 9th Squad. It was a demon named Trover. He could create an earthquake. Even though demons claimed that magic was their specialty, they fought using their bodies trained to the limit. Trover fought one of the demons and attacked it. The demon responded as she attacked Trover's attack. The commander of the 3rd Squad, Asild, and the commander of the 1st Squad, Jakar, watched the fight. 2nd Squad Commander Devalania stood watching the fight as well. Arut sat next to Ririnel, with his aide Ed standing behind him. Aruth wondered why he was sitting here, and how did he get to this point. As soon as he got back to the castle, Trover challenged him to a duel. By some miracle, Arut was able to refuse, citing fatigue. Trover then asked to be his referee, but it was Arut who he wanted to fight next time. The demon who fought Trower had a girl who said she believed in his victory. It was the commander of the 5th Corps, OL. She wanted her demon who fought Trover to dedicate his victory to her. Trower's opponent was the assistant commander of the 5th Corps, Durnovan. Trower was surprised that his opponent was embracing a girl. He said that this was a duel, not a place for kissing. Arut stood pensive. What words to start a duel in the demon realm? He thought for a long time and said not to let the demons kill each other. Thus, Arut announced the start of the duel. All the demons gathered in the court. Arut was worried. Had he made a mistake by saying this? They were so much angry. Arut thought it was an appropriate phrase for violent demons. At this time, someone approached Arut. It was the commander of the 12th Squad, Myers. He was said to be sullen and taciturn. It seemed to be true. He wanted to say something but changed his mind and finally said that Assistant Dagar would speak for him. Dagar, the assistant commander of the 12th Squad, came and asked Arut's permission to relay what Mr. Myers had said. He said that Mr. Arut's words were awesome. Usually a duel ends when one surrenders or becomes unable to fight further. With these words, Mr. Arut shows that he is against opponents giving up quickly. Everyone thought that none of the commanders were as cruel as Mr. Arut. Our hero was at a loss for words at the absurdity of what was happening. The squad commanders thought that thanks to Mr. Arut it had become more fun. Now they couldn't give up so easily, and so the duel began. Since Trover had been given the position of the 9th Squad commander, their abilities should be equal. Devalania said that the offer to become Corps commander had been rejected by quite a few demons, including Ed. Arut didn't know about that. Turns out Ed had such an amazing opportunity but turned it down, remaining his assistant. The second to decline was Durnovan, and the third was Trower, but he accepted the position. Trower used the tactic of blinding the enemy. Many people wondered why Durnovan refused. He said he didn't want to lose his girlfriend, Squad Leader OL, as he loved her. Squad Leader OL was suddenly beside Arut. He didn't even expect to see her. OL asked Arut, "Is it true that when you fall in love, there are certain chances of a baby growing in your belly?" Arut thought she was talking about pregnancy, but he didn't know much about it. The girl went on to say that she had heard, as if a child created in this way was called a blessing. Arut knew nothing of such a thing. He didn't even know what to say to her. At this time, Trover grabbed a huge piece of meteorite and raised it above him. He threw that meteorite with all his might. Durnovan was sitting on the platform, unsuspecting. So the girl said that she really wished she had a blessing in her belly. Miss Ririnel was surprised too. Arutus clenched his hands into fists. A memory came to his mind. We see the family portrait of the Hart family splattered with blood. If a child is a blessing, then who is Arut? The duel continued. The demons were using their magic. Everyone sitting nearby noticed that Arut's mood had suddenly become very bad. Miss Ririnel thought, why did he suddenly change his face? Isn't dueling something that Sir Arut should be interested in? Ririnel wanted to distract him a little from his sad thoughts. She asked if he knew that Trover used magic, but Arutus was not interested in that. He asked why Trover wasn't using magic now. It turns out that he used it all up. Since magic power doesn't regenerate, you have to be very careful about using it. The problem is that because of his gambling nature, he used all of it rashly. So now the commander of the 9th Squad won't be able to use magic for the rest of his life? But it turns out that there is one magic that can only be used once in a lifetime, or rather the last time. Ririnel said that it is the power of a demon that their bodies possess. They, the demons, are all descended from the Demon King, and their bodies are also formed with his power. Their bodies are formed with his power. It can be said that they are the most powerful and pure magic imaginable. In other words, it is magic at the cost of a life. Miracles were happening on the set. Arut thought, it's not like Trover would use this power purely for fun. Stones were flying from under the feet of the fighting men. Trower thought that this wolfman was good at dodging. Durnovan suggested that Trower surrender. Trower was furious at such words. There was no way he wanted to give up and used his signature throw. There was an earthquake, blinding, and an increase in physical strength all at the same time. Such a dust rose up on the platform that it became impossible to breathe. Arut was sitting on the balcony when suddenly a stone flew towards him. When he saw the stone, it was too late. He didn't have time to dodge it. His assistant Ed stopped this stone block like some gnat. Arutus felt sick. The stress made his throat bleed. Again, his body reacted like that. The duel had been stopped. Trover couldn't believe that the stone flew straight at Sir Arutus. Ed began to apologize to the Zero Corps commander. He didn't immediately realize that such a dusty place wasn't suitable for Sir Arutus, and also that idiot Trower had attacked him so stupidly. The demons were frightened. They realized that they had angered Ed. Arut said he was fine, so there was no need to punish anyone. He took advantage of the moment and said he wanted to rest and declared a draw. The participants of the fight stood puzzled. What does a draw mean? Just then, Dr. Ben came running in, who had received a signal from the pendant. We see the Demon King's office. He summoned Arut urgently to him and told him to pay a visit to the Empire. Arut felt the seal on his collarbone. He wanted to know what had happened. The Demon King showed a map. From the looks of it, the Empire was expanding. Arut saw that the Empire had already conquered almost half of the continent. The king said that at the moment the Empire was trying to conquer the kingdom of Esperanes. Arut began to think back. He was familiar with the name. Where had he heard it? He remembered asking his steward, remember who he was and what he did before he came into his service. Remember was too powerful and suspicious for an ordinary steward. Remember then replied that he was from the kingdom of Esperanes. Now Arut remembered the words of the steward. In the end, he never found out anything except the story of Rember's homeland. Arut thought that the Empire was now fighting against Remember's home kingdom. The Demon King had said that if the Empire didn't stop conquering other kingdoms, it would soon point its sword at the Demon Kingdom. Arutus was absorbed in his thoughts. The Demon King said that from now on, he too is involved in this game. He wants to turn the game that is currently going in favor of the Empire in his favor. The king said that he will start a game where the existence of either the kingdom of humans or the kingdom of demons will be at stake. Arut thought that chaos was indeed coming. The Demon King said that Arut could advance to the Empire immediately. Arut bowed and said that he would go pack. The king told him in return that when he returned, he didn't need to bring any gifts. He added that if Arut wanted to give something as a gift, let him bring him the information. The Demon King stood and looked after the departing Arut. A smile played on his face. The king sat in his castle and drank wine. He didn't want to let Arut go, but otherwise it would be a violation of the rules. This game is a fight between the Demon King and the Emperor for the reward called Dion Heart. There is only one rule in this fight. If you try to hold or kill him, you lose the game. You have to follow the rules and use Dion Heart very carefully. Ed found out that Sir Arut was going on a mission and said he'd make all the arrangements. The king put his glass on the table and thought that Arut was very useful but dangerous. The king decided that Arut would be very tired from now on. Ed was packing Sir Arutus his room for the journey. Arut thought that situations would arise where he would have to go to war himself. He remembered how, in the war, when he was spitting blood, one of the soldiers gave him his handkerchief. That soldier told him that it was a massacre between ordinary soldiers and the weakest were attacked first. He suggested that Dayon swallow the blood or spit it out into the handkerchief, that is, to hide his sickness in any way he could. Arut put his hand on his head. Ed was worried that he wasn't feeling well. Most likely what happened in the training room had not gone away. Arut said it wasn't that, but he kept thinking, who was that kid? Now that everyone knew about his condition, there was no point in hiding it, but it had definitely helped him at that moment. Ed was very concerned. On the table was the demonic flower that Hien had given him, and that flower was ready to jump into the bag. Arut got on his horse and rode to the Empire. He rode with the bag over his shoulders, and a chanting sound came out of the bag. A flower stuck out of the bag and was making heartbreaking sounds. It was the gardener Hien who brought the flower and asked him to protect Arut in his place. Arutus rode through the forest on his demonic horse with the flower singing over his shoulders. We see the estate of Count Dion Heart. The count was sitting in his study, with Remember standing beside him. He was pleased that the earl had returned safely. Dayon told the steward that he was working hard keeping an eye on the estate. Remember replied that he was only doing what he had to do. Dayon's bag was standing right next to him. Remember asked why the count hadn't given the bag to the servant. Dayon's cup trembled in his hand. He said the bag was very valuable to him. He would handle it himself. He thought it was impossible for that bag to be touched by anyone but him. Dayon couldn't understand how this abnormal flower ended up in his bag. Dayon choked on his tea when he heard the sounds the flower was making. He thought that if word got out about the flower, he would be in big trouble. Remember asked if the count was all right. He thought Dayon coughed because he was in a hurry. Dayon grabbed the bag with his hand and pressed the flower to quiet it. To turn the conversation and distract the steward from the sounds from the bag, the earl said that the tea was quite pleasant. Remember replied that he had made it from dais tea leaves that the count had brought with him. A large quantity of this tea had recently been supplied to the empire. It was said that the Dana Trade Association had started supplying them. Dayon was very surprised. What trade association is the steward talking about? Although before Count Dion left for the Demon Kingdom, Dan had asked him to borrow money. Dayon recalled that he had given a receipt to Dan and said that Remember would give him the money. The manager said that Dan's trade association had grown very quickly in a short period of time. Dayon remembered that he had been to the kingdom of Tehon. He heard the merchants from Tehon talking about the Dana Trade Association. So that was the same organization that was founded by Dana. The manager smiled contentedly and said that Dan was a very capable fellow. He suggested that the earl take a walk and look at the association with his own eyes. Dayon drank tea and thought that the war between the demon realm and the empire was about to start. Does he have time to walk around and look at the association? Dayon asked. Remember if everything was all right? The manager confirmed that everything was fine, but Dayon said that his homeland was about to be invaded by the empire. The manager put the cup on the table. He realized that the count was talking about his home kingdom of Esperanes. Dayon thought that because Remember's homeland was in danger, he must be feeling depressed. Remember replied without blinking an eye that everything was fine. Esperanes is a small kingdom in the center of the continent. It is also called a natural fortress due to the fact that it is surrounded by mountains on all sides. In other words, if someone wanted to conquer Esperanes, they would have to deal with not only internal forces, but also external forces. There would be more losses than gains, and His Majesty would be sending troops there very soon. Remember said that Esperanes would not be an easy prey. Daeon thought that his steward had great faith in his country and decided to look for information about this kingdom. Suddenly, the stone lying on the table that served as a communication stone glowed with a bright light. It was the communication stone that the Emperor had given to Earl Daeon Hart. Daeon took the stone and greeted the Emperor. The Emperor said that since Daeon had already returned, for him to report on the situation. Daeon told the Emperor about the situation in the Demon Kingdom. He said that the Demon King had started to act. The Emperor pondered over the Count's words. To be able to resist the Demon Kingdom, people need to unite urgently. He decided to put an end to the takeover of the territory. The game had changed. It was time for the Emperor's psychological duel with the Demon King. The Emperor had no intention of retreating. The Emperor asked if there was any more information. Daeon asked if he needed information about what was happening on the border at the Demon King's place. The Emperor was sure that the Count didn't keep useless information in his head. But if he wasn't asked first, he wouldn't say anything. Daeon stood near a table laden with gifts. He said that monsters had become active on one of the borders. He went on to say that a passage to the demon realm had been found in the kingdom of Taehan. The Emperor listened to Earl Daeon Hart's report. He thanked him for the information and said that it was an excellent job. At the end of the conversation, the Emperor added that they would see each other at the hunting competition in a week. Eduardo had already sent the Count an invitation and clothes as a gift, and asked that Daeon be sure to wear them that day. There were many boxes on the table, and on one of the boxes was a letter sealed with the Emperor's seal. We see Cruel Heart sitting at the table. He was reading some document. He crumpled the sheet and thought, why still no orders? He was sure the Duke had already been informed that Daeon Hart had returned from his mission. Cruel stood by the window and thought that as soon as the Duke heard the news, he would immediately give orders to send a revolutionary army or an assassin. At that time, someone called out to Cruel. Standing behind him was Duke Illister himself. Cruel turned around and said hello to the Duke. Illister asked him if he knew about Daeon Hart's return. The Duke ordered Cruel to take care of the matter personally this time. The Duke said it was time to execute Daeon, and the hunting competition would be just the right time for that. A week later, Daeon was already dressed for the competition. He was also going to go to Dan's trade association. He didn't really like the clothes the Emperor had picked out for him. He needed to go to the competition right afterward, and he had no other choice. Since the clothes were personally given to him by the Emperor, he couldn't show up without wearing them. The manager said that the suit suited him very well. Besides, the Emperor would be pleased to see Daeon wearing his gift. When Daeon and Remember entered the trade association's premises, it was full of people. The scale of the organization was much larger than Daeon had anticipated. It wasn't easy to find Dan here, but Daeon saw Dan standing on the balcony, giving instructions to his subordinates. He was telling his employee that the number of crooks had increased and to be careful. Finally, Dan saw Earl Daeon Hart. Daeon stood with his manager and waited patiently for Dan to finish giving instructions. Dan smiled happily and said that this trade association is very big thanks to Earl Daeon Hart. As soon as he mentions his name, everything is solved very easily. Dan noticed the Earl's clothes and asked if he was going somewhere. Daeon replied that he had stopped by here on his way to a hunting competition. Dan had heard that you could take an assistant to the competition. He asked the Earl to take him along. Earl Hart turned Daeon down rather harshly, but Daeon said that while the Earl was off the estate, he had learned how to handle a sword, so he could fend for himself and wouldn't be a burden. Daeon didn't know what to say to him. After all, Dana wasn't the problem at all. He'd hoped to get rid of the crazy flower on the way to the competition, and with Dan around, he wouldn't be able to do that. Daeon had already tried to get rid of it countless times. He wanted to cut it off with a knife, but the flower wouldn't let him do it. Then he wanted to burn it in a fire, but the flower screamed so much that Daeon gave up on that idea. He wanted to just throw it away and spray it with poison, but that didn't work. It was a failure on all fronts. So the hunter's competition was the last chance to get rid of this demonic flower. If someone went after him, it would be problematic. But Remember began to ask the Count to take Dan with him. He saw that Dan was training very effectively for him. Daeon grabbed his head. Was this about trust? This was about that stupid flower. But Remember was keeping up. He was so urging Daeon to take the guy with him. Eventually, Daeon gave in and agreed to take Dan with him to the competition. Remember was very pleased. Daeon scolded the hell out of you. Why did he show weakness again? What's he supposed to do with that flower now? If he throws it away with the bag, the flower might jump back with it. Dan watched the Count carefully. The carriage with the Count arrived at the venue. Dayon couldn't stop thinking about the troublesome flower. This problem annoyed him, but the hunting competition annoyed him too. Dan gave Count Dayon a hand and he climbed out of the carriage. The Mad Knights standing with Miss Leon were surprised by the behavior of the new assistant. Dion Hart stepped out of the carriage, leaning on his aide's arm. He didn't pay attention to anything around him. He only thought that there were too many problems piling up. He urgently needed to get rid of the flower that gave away his connection to the demon realm. Miss Leon stood in front of the knights. She thought that Dayon Hart was not a lady in an uncomfortable dress to help him, nor was he an invalid who needed support. Miss Leon thought that perhaps the boy knew that the Demon King's curse had weakened the Earl. Dan, unknowingly himself, had insulted his lord's honor and tarnished his dignity as a hero. Count Dion didn't pay any attention to what was going on at all. He was only thinking of his own. But he told Dan that he had a keen eye. He noticed today's physical condition and helped the Count. Dayon thanked him for his help, but warned him not to do it next time. The Mad Knights thought their commander was being condescending as always. They thought their commander, Earl Dion Hart, was simply incredible. Even in a situation where anyone would be angry, he was calm. This shows that you can't believe the rumors about him. Miss Leon also thought the Earl was magnificent. She thought it was the magnanimous tolerance of a great personality who condescended to the mistakes of his subordinates. Dayon, because of his brooding, almost gave himself away. In the demon realm, they did all this for him as if it was something natural. Therefore, he didn't notice that it was considered something strange in the realm of humans. He decided to let the situation go and not say anything to Dan right now. Dan followed the Count in silence and thought about his own things. Miss Leon asked the Earl if he was tired after the long journey. Dayon said hello to Miss Leon. One of the knights offered to help Dayon carry the bag, but the Earl began to strongly resist. The knights looked at him in bewilderment. Dayon got angry and asked where were all the other competitors. But then Crown Prince Elpidius appeared. He walked towards Dayon. Earl Hart bowed and greeted the prince. The Crown Prince greeted him kindly and asked if Dayon had heard that they were going to hunt monsters in this competition. Dayon thought that the real reason was to demonstrate that even in the middle of a war, the Empire had enough power to organize hunting competitions. In any case, the number of monsters had increased recently. Therefore, as a preventive measure, it was decided to first clear the competition area of monsters. The Crown Prince said that the Rofteg Order, as well as the Imperial Knights, would help them in this task. The prince announced that if Dayon didn't like it, the Imperial Knights would take care of everything themselves. While he was talking to the Crown Prince, the frenzied knights were laughing, singing songs, and chatting. Dayon bowed and told the Crown Prince that he was grateful for his generosity and was happy to hand over command of his knights. He wasn't sure how the prince would handle these lunatics, but that was no longer his problem. He was glad that he would now be able to rest until the competition began. But the Crown Principal wasn't so simple. He told Dayon that he was the one who should take command over them. Dayon's eyes went wide with surprise, and already the Imperial Knights were standing in threes, and monsters of various sizes were coming at them. The Imperial Knights are well-disciplined, while Earl Hart's Knights are unbridled savages. Everyone knows that these are unique knights. They rush fearlessly at monsters, slashing and stabbing them with their swords. But just because of their ignorant battle tactics, the prince offered Dayon Hart to lead them. The Imperial Knights thought that the commander of the Mad Knights was the same as his subordinates. Dayon Hart had no choice but to accept the prince's offer. The thoughts of being able to go home soon made him very happy. Dayon and his knights rode towards the location of the monsters. But suddenly, a huge, ferocious monster with sharp claws and huge fangs rushed at the Count. The Count was riding his horse, brooding, and did not notice the monster. When the horse reared up out of fear, it was too late to dodge. Then Miss Leon sprang out to meet the monster. Her eyes were burning with such a glow. She resented the monster for daring to attack her master. Miss Leon dealt with all the monsters that were near the huge monster that wanted to attack the Count. Dayon didn't expect this from Miss Leon, but her guarding ability impressed him. Miss Leon was very flattered by the Count's praise. The girl said that there was no need for the Count to bear his sword. She would take care of her master's safety. The frenzied knights were finishing off the surviving monsters. Dayon had hoped to hurt himself in the fight against the monsters, so he wouldn't be able to participate in the hunting competition. But he didn't succeed. At this time, the strap on the bag that held the flower tore. The bag with the demonic flower fell to the ground. Daeon's horse began to behave very strangely. It became nervous. Suddenly, Daeon heard his assistant Dan apologizing to him. Dan said he tripped and touched the horse and screamed. The horse was frightened by this. Dan looked at the Earl with such eyes that he wondered if he was really apologizing. Daeon ignored it and said it was fine. Dan just needed to be more careful next time. The Count got off his horse and picked up his bag. It was strange to him that the flower had gone silent. Had it really died? He opened the bag, and suddenly the flower screamed from there. Daeon figured something as nonsense as falling from the saddle wouldn't have finished him off. Daeon quickly slammed the bag shut and ordered the flower to shut up. At that minute, Dan called out to him, but the Earl said they would talk later. His aide stood behind him and waited. Dan asked the Count why he didn't get angry. Daeon, sitting with his bag on the ground, was very surprised at such a question. Dan said he'd been rude, but the Earl hadn't gotten angry at all. Dan thought Daeon Hart was a calamity, a disaster, and so he followed him. He kept hoping to make him angry, but all he was getting in the end was a friendly attitude. A doubt crept into Dan's mind. What if Daeon isn't actually a disaster? Daeon, for his part, couldn't understand what Dan wanted. It appeared that Dan was trying to make him angry. Suddenly, the monsters reappeared. They came back in larger numbers. The Earl spurred his horse and shouted to Dan that they would see each other after the hunt. Dan remained standing, looking after the Count as he rode away. Daeon rushed headlong toward the monsters. He had high hopes of getting maimed this time and returning home. A huge monster in the shape of a bull came at Daeon. It was just a solid pile of muscles. Daeon thought it was the right monster of the right size. If he does it right, it shouldn't hurt too much. Just as Daeon was about to fight it, Miss Lian leapt out towards the monster. In an instant, she slashed the monster with her sword. Daeon decided that nothing would work with this monster, and he needed to look for another one. Finally, he found a horrible monster with fangs. But then the Mad Knights intervened. They slew this monster, and also quarreled among themselves because everyone wanted to kill him and save the Count. Daeon was very angry. Even the knights noticed how scary his face was. Daeon was furious. Why did these idiots keep interfering? Then where he decided to come in from the other side where the other monsters were. But there the Imperial Knights were also fighting monsters. Finally, Daeon spotted a suitable monster and rushed to attack it. The frenzied knights looked at the Count and realized that their commander was now using a pain technique. They shouted in horror that they shouldn't use this technique for the sake of some monsters. Daeon rushed faster and faster towards the monster. He longed to get wounded and go home. But all the Mad Knights stood in a wall in front of the monster. They rushed over to stop the commander who was about to injure himself. At that time, there was a huge explosion. The knights hugged their commander sitting on the ground. They were very worried about him. Daeon was swearing hard and yelling for them to get off of him. The knights said that he had put himself in danger and wanted to use the pain technique. With this technique that increases hand speed and strength, one's physical limits are raised, and one becomes faster and stronger than others. But this hard method ends up hurting the bones and muscles after the battle. The knights said that on the battlefield, they survived because of the commander's sacrifice, but now the situation was not critical, so why use this technique? Daeon only wanted to go home and wanted a light wound. The hunt was over and they decided to head out. The Imperial Knights said to leave some monsters for the hunting competition. Daeon sat with his hands propping his head up. The knights comforted him that the hunting competition would start soon and to be patient. Then Daeon could kill as many monsters as he wanted. Dan stood in the same spot where the Earl had left him. He still couldn't decide if he had done the right thing to leave with the Count, following his fate as foretold by his grandmother, the sorceress. At this time, we see a tent near which the contestants have gathered. In the tent, Daeon Hart was lying on a bed, wondering if he would have to train for the hunting competition. When the competition began, the Emperor would arrive. Daeon remembered how the Emperor had told him that he had sent him a gift and an invitation to the competition. If the Emperor wants him at the competition, then he must have something to say to Daeon. Perhaps it had to do with the war. Daeon hated war. He didn't want to go there. He lay on his bed, turned on his side, and thought that he especially didn't want to go since it was a war against the demonic world. Suddenly, the flower began to show concern and started making noises. Daeon got out of bed and told the flower that he had asked it not to touch him. At this time, the tent opened and Daeon saw one of the Mad Knights. The knight looked at the commander in amazement. The Count was doing strange exercises and waving his arms. The knight asked him what he was doing here. The Count replied that he was warming up for a competition. The knight asked Dayon if he could take another man to hunt. The Count asked him what would that be for. Knight replied that he felt uneasy that the Count was going alone with Dayon. He said he remembered the look in Dan's eyes while fighting the monsters. There was a strong tension in the look. Perhaps it was some kind of doubt or burning anger. There was something like that in his gaze. The knight said that he didn't trust Dayon and asked him to take another person with him. But Dayon smiled and ordered Miss Lian to lead the knight away. Miss Lian came and grabbed Knight by the ear and led him out of the tent. The knight did not relent and shouted that he had better take another aide with him. If only the Count himself had seen the look in this Dan's eyes. But Dayon didn't care about that. All his thoughts were occupied with the demonic flower causing a lot of trouble. At that time, Miss Lian turned to Dayon. She said that she agreed with the knight's opinion about the aide. Both of them, the knight and Miss Lian, had asked to be taken as an assistant, but the earl replied that he would not take either of them. Dayon gathered himself and went with his bag over his shoulder. He had said his last word that he didn't need an assistant. The knight followed him for another long time. He asked why Dayon was acting like a child and refusing to keep himself safe. The earl thought of Dan. He was indeed acting a little suspicious. Dayon felt uneasy, but because of the flower that was in his bag, he didn't take a helper. At this time, Dayon held the Count's horse and mentally reasoned that if the Count attacked him, he would be able to handle him. All along the path, the Count walked to his horse. The knight whispered in his ear that Dayon was suspicious and asked him to take him with him. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of Dayon and called him by his full title, the Honorable Earl Dayon Hart. Dayon saw the man dressed like a real earl, wearing a hat with a feather. The knights wanted to rush at him, but Miss Lian held them back because that would get the Lord Earl in trouble. Dayon looked at this man and thought, what kind of a fool is this? The people around him were also puzzled. Who was this guy? But in all likelihood, he was a fool. So, as only a fool could address Dayon Hart in such a disrespectful manner. Without raising his head, Dayon asked who he was. The stranger replied that he was the head of the Hart family, and he was the real Earl Hart. Dayon was very surprised. This was a turn he had not expected. The real Earl Hart called Dayon a fake. All the people around were discussing the incident. The knights rushed at him saying, how dare he insult the Earl? The newly minted Earl said that he had heard that Cruel Hart had given up on the head of the family. As a result, a stupid bastard from a side branch took the position. Dayon glared angrily at him and said that he congratulated and wished good luck to the new Earl. Pretty soon the clan would be completely erased from history. Dayon was so happy about it that he even got goosebumps. The new Earl Hart had not expected that he would be able to prove his position so easily. Dayon thought that the greedy vassal had put a dumbass who was easy to manipulate in the place of the head. Such a head could be easily eliminated at the right moment. All the competitors had already gathered in the clearing. At this time, the Crown Prince arrived. He thanked everyone for agreeing to participate in the competition. The prince hoped that no one would be disappointed, and everyone would enjoy their time. It was a tradition in the empire to give ribbons and handkerchiefs to lovers and family members with the hope of a safe return. When a woman gave a handkerchief to her friend, he knew she cared about him. It was an incentive to prevail. Dayon asked his knight if he was going to stick him with the handkerchief. The knight replied that Dayon was not the kind of man to worry about such things. Miss Lian appeared. She remembered her childhood. Little Lian used to give the handkerchief to her brother so he wouldn't hurt himself. When she grew older, she would give the handkerchief to her brother so that he would return safely from the 8-year war. Dayon was surprised. It turns out Lian's brother had been in the 8-year war. She said her parents wouldn't let her go to war. She was healthier than her brother and more capable at fencing, and her weaker brother had gone to war. Lian couldn't accept the fact that her sick brother went to the battlefield and became a knight. Now her parents could not prevent her. Dayon listened to Miss Lian and thought it was an incredible story, although the story seemed very familiar to him. There were 2 brothers in his family, too. One weak and sick and the other strong and healthy. The ending in this story was completely different, though. The parents he had slaughtered with his own hands. Dayon shook off the memories. They got on the horse with Dan and set off. In the woods stood Cruel Hart and his comrade. Already their bows were prepared and the bowstring was drawn. Cruel watched the archers who were preparing to meet Dayon Hart. So many weapons and so many assassins awaited the Count. The assassins thought that even Dayon Hart wouldn't be able to handle it all. This was the best moment to kill Earl Dion Hart. Not long before, Duke Illister and Cruel Hart were sitting in the Duke's palace. The Duke said that he planned to send assassins and crossbowmen to the hunting competition. If the operation failed, Cruel was given the task of ending everything. Duke told Cruel that Dayon hates crowded places. If Cruel went away from the others in the direction of the monster tracks, he would find Dion there. Cruel thought that Duke knew Dion very well. The Duke said it was time to put an end to this. Not knowing who the prey really was, Dayon took part in this hunting competition. The new Earl of Hart followed along with them. The four of them walked. Dayon, his assistant Dan, the new Earl Hart, and another knight. Now that they were nearing the border, Dayon decided to pretend he was catching some monsters and deal with that annoying flower. Suddenly, Dayon lunged at the Count and knocked him to the ground. Several arrows stuck into the spot where the Count was standing. Dayon was shocked. Where did the arrows come from? Dan knocked Dayon down so swiftly and covered him with himself that they fell to the ground. Dan was very worried about the Count because he started coughing suddenly. Dayon couldn't understand what was going on. Where did the archers with arrows come from? The arrows fell again and stuck into the ground. Dayon and his aide barely had time to bounce in different directions. Dayon cursed. He didn't want to be killed by someone else's arrow. At the same time, men in gray cloaks came into the clearing. The man who called himself the real Earl Hart hid behind a tree. They were swordsmen. They bared their swords and rushed at Dayon with shouts. Dayon and his assistant Dan began to fight the men who had come with the express purpose of killing them. Dayon fended off one blow after another. He really wished he had listened when they suggested he take more escorts. Dan fought as hard as he could to protect the Count, though he had only recently learned to use a sword. A man was attacking Dayon from behind, preparing to chop him with his sword. Dayon dodged the blow, but he didn't have the strength alone to deal with them all. There were too many opponents. Dayon was surrounded. He leaned his back against a tree and suddenly saw thousands of arrows flying in the sky. Dayon looked at these arrows with horror and thought, how could he dodge so many arrows? Seeing how many arrows were flying at the Count, Dayon screamed fearfully. At that moment, someone pushed Dayon aside and covered him from the arrows. The arrows rained down on the clearing, creating small explosions. Suddenly there was an explosion near the tree Dayon was near. The cloaked man covered Dayon from the explosion with his body. There was still smoke coming from the blast, and Dayon coughed. Dayon thought it was Dan who had saved him and thanked him, but suddenly he saw from under the cloak the face of the man who had covered him. It was Cruel Hart. Dayon grabbed Cruel's arm. He said that if Cruel wore that stupid hood, he wouldn't recognize him. Dayon couldn't understand why his brother was here and why did he save him. At this time, something incredible began to happen. Huge vines with thorns began to pierce through the people who were trying to kill Dayon. A demonic flower came out of the bag and grew to a huge size. It attacked the people in gray cloaks, strangling someone and piercing someone through. Its size was unbelievable. Its fangs became huge. He was very strong. This demonic flower was so strong that it had gotten rid of all the assassins. His fangs were covered in blood and they were huge. It seemed like it would swallow anyone who fell into its jaws. Seeing Dayon, the flower waved happily at him. Dayon was of course grateful for the rescue, but now he was getting dangerous for another reason. At this time, the Imperial Knights appeared. They had received the distress signal. They couldn't believe their eyes. An enormous-sized flower was standing in the middle of the clearing. It was a monster! It was the first time they had seen such a monstrous plant. The man who called himself the real Earl Hart said that he had seen this monster come out of Dayon Hart's bag. If this monster saved Dayon from the assassins, obviously it was controlling him. Dayon was sitting on his knees on the ground and the flower was beside him. Everyone could see that the flower was a monster obeying Dayon Hart. Dayon got up from the ground and walked with his back turned to the flower. He walked up to the so-called Count and asked him what he was yapping about. The man who called himself the real Earl Hart trembled. He knew of Dayon's reputation. Dayon thought that Cruel had also disappeared as soon as the Imperial Knights appeared. Either way, the situation had turned against Dayon Hart. What should he do with this flower now? Suddenly the flower came closer to him and opened its mouth as wide as possible as it rose up. Dayon was not afraid of the flower, but he wondered what he should do with it. Should he kill it or something? Suddenly, the flower stretched its vines towards Dayon while making horrible noises. It struck Daeon with such force that it seemed like a bomb had exploded. Daeon was lying on the ground, wrapped in the vines of this flower. It seemed as if the flower was going to strangle him. The Imperial Knights froze with their swords at the ready. They couldn't move from their seats. After seeing the flower attack Daeon, a knight asked the so-called Earl of Heart, why did he lie that Daeon and the flower were on the same side? Daeon tried to get rid of the vines that were choking him and thought, how come? After all, the flower had been on his side before. Why did it attack him so suddenly? The flower opened its mouth, and Daeon found it hard to breathe. Daeon dodged and swung his dagger to chop the flower. At this time, the flower loosened its vines and began to die. Daeon freed himself and crawled away from the demonic flower. The flower made such pitiful sounds as if it was saying goodbye to Daeon, and then it fell and died, bleeding its flower blood. The knights were delighted. They had not expected this from Daeon, and thought he was finished. A happy Daeon ran to him screaming. No one could believe that Daeon could defeat such a powerful monster with one blow. Dan asked the Count if he was okay. Daeon sat with his head down. He had lost a lot of blood. Daeon sat and pondered. How come he defeated the flower with one blow and remained completely unharmed? Although he was spitting blood because of his weak body, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. From the outside, it looked as if Daeon was fiercely attacked. A moment before, his head would have hit the ground. This flower protected him with its vines and put them under his head to make it soft. And when Daeon instinctively used the weapon, the flower set its vital part down and killed itself. The Imperial Knights came closer to the flower and said it looked intimidating. Dan led the Count away from the place. Daeon thought that the plant realized that he would be in trouble if it turned out that Daeon was on the same side as him. The flower attacked him to get suspicion away from him. What Daeon had tried to destroy the flower, but it had always survived for him. Dan silently carried the Earl on his shoulders and thought about something. Dan saw that this monster had come out of Mr. Hart's bag. No matter how one looked at it, it was suspicious. But because of the monster's attack on the Earl and the subsequent destruction of the flower, all suspicions disappeared. This was the perfect way out of the situation. The knights dragged the flower with them. The man who called himself Earl Hart tried to convince everyone that it was all a setup, and he was the real Earl Hart. Dan walked and thought, how is it possible that a man could control a monster? Daeon asked his assistant if he was satisfied now. Dan, from the moment the monster came out of the Earl's bag, had been purposely watching without doing anything. He was now convinced that Daeon Hart was a disaster. Daeon was very happy. Who else could control a monster? This was undeniable proof, after all. Only a catastrophe could have such an ability. Now he would never doubt Daeon. We see the people who came in after the hunting competition. They sat at tables and drank drinks. At one of the tables sat the imposter Earl Hart and kept muttering. One of the knights approached Daeon and asked if it was true that when he was attacked, this man who calls himself Earl Hart hid and wanted to escape alone. This man thought that it was urgent to escape from this place, or else he would definitely die. Who knew that the rumors about Daeon would turn out to be true? Daeon walked over to him, took him by the shoulder, and asked if the Count was going to stay in the Hart family's estate. He said that the Earl could probably clean it up. There was blood all over the place, after all. The man who called himself Earl Hart asked Daeon with horror, was the rumor that all his relatives had been killed really true? The Earl answered him, if any help is needed with the mopping up, that he shouldn't hesitate to ask him. Like a soul that can't rest after being unjustly killed or something like that. The new Earl looked at Daeon with horror. Daeon continued that if this person didn't want to be mopped up himself, then it was better for him to moderate his demands. After those words, the newly minted Earl Hart was blown away like the wind. Daeon said that perhaps he had gotten scared on the hunt. At this time, the Emperor and the Crown Prince and Princess walked onto the stage. Everyone greeted them. The Emperor asked if those present had enjoyed the hunting competition that the Crown Prince had helped him with. The Emperor said that there was an uncomfortable situation, but he was glad that it ended well. Since the Emperor had something important to say, he quickly announced the results. The Emperor said that third place went to Cruel Heart, who caught 4 beasts. Second place went to Elpidius Desert, who caught 5 beasts, and first place went to Daeon Hart. The Mad Knights began to congratulate their captain. Daeon really wondered why he was in first place. Daeon thought that he had only nailed one monster, but if it wasn't for the assassin, things would have been different. The Emperor said that defeating a plant monster wasn't easy. It was the first time he had ever seen one. He gave special points for that. The Emperor announced that the hunt was over, and before the banquet began, he had news for everyone gathered. As everyone present knows, the Empire is currently at war with numerous countries, but something important has happened. The Emperor has announced that from this day forward, all wars in the human kingdoms will cease, and the war against the Demon Kingdom will begin. The Emperor said that the Demon King has announced his intention to participate in the war. The Empire has no way to avoid it. The people were outraged. It wasn't enough to have warriors in the kingdom. Now the demons had joined. The Emperor was asked if the other kingdoms involved in the war had accepted this. The Emperor replied that their country was the only one that could handle the Demon Kingdom. Daeon listened with astonishment. Wasn't the possibility of humans joining the Demon Kingdom being considered? The Demon King had no doubt accepted him as a human, and even gave him a position as the commander of the Zero Squad. Demons don't have any prejudice towards humans, or hostility. In other words, even if you are a human but stay on the side of the Demon Kingdom, you are well rewarded. Wouldn't many people positively accept the Demon King? Why didn't the Emperor think of such an obvious thing? The Emperor and Earl Hart were walking down the path. Eduardo said that Daeon was uncomfortable because he had summoned him so suddenly. They were walking past the tent camp. His Majesty said that Daeon looked good in a red cloak. In the cowardly eyes of the aristocrats, he must look intimidating in blood red. The Emperor said there was an accident at the competition arranged by the imperial family. He will send an extra reward to the Count's estate, in addition to the prize that was presented. Daeon didn't listen to the Emperor very carefully as he noticed that he was wearing gloves. He had never worn gloves before. The Emperor noticed that the Count was not listening to him, but was somewhere in the clouds. His Majesty said that Daeon is also involved in this war. Daeon's ability to hear only what was important to him was top-notch. The Emperor said that Daeon must make a decision. Whose side would Count Daeon Hart take? The Emperor had given the Earl ample opportunity, so he thought Daeon would make the right decision. Daeon, who was sent to subdue the Demon King, returned with the body of a hero. It was a great achievement, but it turned into a disaster as a result. The Emperor was immersed in memories. Then Daeon came to him, and he saw that Daeon had a branding mark near his collarbone. It was the curse of the Demon King. The Emperor asked if there was a way to get rid of the branding. To do that, Daeon needed to go to the Demon Realm again, but the Emperor couldn't even imagine having to send him back to the Demon Realm like that. The Earl had provided the Emperor with information about the Corps commanders, but since he hadn't found a way to get rid of the curse, he needed to return to the Demon Realm. Daeon Hart met with the Demon King to break the curse but was unsuccessful, but eventually returned safely. He could still be used as a spy. The Emperor didn't understand how a person like the Demon King didn't notice anything and leave him alone. If the Demon King found out that Daeon Hart was a spy for the Empire, what could he gain from that? The information that Daeon Hart leaked about the Demon Kingdom is very detailed. It's something that only a Demon King's crony would know. The rumors about the Zero Squad commander quickly spread when Daeon Hart went to the Demon Realm. The Emperor realized that Daeon wasn't just working for the Empire. The Demon King is using him as well. But Daeon Hart maintains neutrality between the demon world and the human world. He works as a double agent. Even after the Emperor realized that Daeon was leaking information about the Empire to the Demon Kingdom, he still didn't get rid of him or expel him from the Empire. What more opportunity does he need? Daeon said that there was no lie in his words, and that was why the Emperor and the Demon King didn't touch him. Although Daeon Hart is not on the Emperor's side, he is also not on the other side. He never speaks first unless asked directly, and obediently answers a specific question. Although Daeon does not act alone, he faithfully follows orders. Other than that, he has outstanding talents. The Emperor thought that if he could attract him, he would be the most useful tool of all. The sword is held by the wielder. The game against the king with vague rules had begun. The Demon King must have thought so too. Who would be able to use Daeon Hart? Who would poach him first? If Daeon Hart chose the other side, how quickly would the other party realize it and act? The participants in the party are the Demon King and the Emperor. The main character of the game is Daeon Hart. The beneficiary of the reward is also Daeon Hart. It is possible that he is also the party. The Emperor put his hand on Daeon's shoulder. This stigma and curse will disappear if you kill the Demon King. Everything Daeon Hart has achieved is here in the Empire. There must be a reason he was born and raised here. He can't live his whole life in a place without sunshine just because he's sensitive to it. Daeon Hart is human. The Emperor had suggested he stay here. Daeon knew that someday that moment would come. His Majesty had given him time to think. He hoped that Daeon would think things over carefully before giving his answer. Also, as a token of Daeon's hard work, the Emperor raised his title to the Honorable Marquis. Daeon Hart thanked the Emperor. He had seen right through him. At this time, tables were set up in the tent, and a banquet was going on in honor of the winner of the competition. The princess thought she had made a mistake. She should have presented the ribbon to the count before the hunting competition began. Princess saw that Daeon Hart had returned. She wondered what he was talking to the Emperor about. She walked up to the Earl and greeted him. Daeon Hart bowed to her in return. The princess thought it might not be too late, and said that she had heard that he had had an accident while hunting. She should have paid a little more attention to him. Daeon suggested that she move away to a more private place. They went out into the garden. The princess inquired about Daeon's well-being and said that she was sorry that she had not been able to give him the ribbon to keep him safe. Daeon replied that he was fine, but he still wasn't comfortable with the situation. Earl said that it was okay that she forgot to hand him the ribbon. He said he knew full well what the princess didn't like. Daeon grinned strangely, looking at the princess. It was another mockery. They stood in the garden. The princess was very confused. She thought that Daeon knew everything. It was all a game. The princess didn't lie and said that the count was right. Well, if they work at the same time, they can give each other mutual help. It's beneficial for Daeon as well. Daeon gave the princess his hand. It was a complete failure on the part of the princess. He told her not to waste her precious life in this way and left. The princess wept bitterly. She was ashamed and a little hurt. Daeon was so determined that there was no point in going on any further. Daeon was upset. He felt that the princess had misunderstood him. At this time, Daeon was touched on the shoulder by some man. This man asked Daeon where he was going. It was the Marquis of Stigma Premier. Daeon once again had a bout of memory failure. He remembered that he had spoken to the Emperor, but when did he have time to come here? Stigma asked Daeon what had happened. Daeon couldn't remember anything. His memory failed him again, but he replied that he was fine. He frantically tried to remember what the Emperor had told him. Sort of something about him giving him time. Daeon decided he would think about it later. Marquis Stigma Premier was standing in front of him and needed to talk. Stigma smiled and said he was glad to meet his junior. At this time, another man came up to them and asked Stigma Premier who is this other junior he is talking about. Stigma Premier and the man who approached began to argue with each other. The man who approached didn't seem to like Stigma calling Daeon Jr. Stigma put his arm around Daeon's shoulders and said he liked the guy. Daeon couldn't understand why these two were picking on him. The man who approached later said it was their first time meeting. He introduced himself, saying his name was Tenter Emblem. Stigma Premier recalled that he didn't introduce himself either. He said he was a marquis and gave his name. Daeon bowed and said he was honored to meet them. Stigma Premier said that he and Tenter had a difference of opinion on one issue. They wanted Daeon to decide which one of them was right. Stigma said that the savages living along the border with the southernmost regions of the empire are called barbarians. And these barbarians periodically invade the territory, stealing food and killing people. It's a long-standing problem in the south. So Stigma suggested to His Majesty that before going to war with the Demon Kingdom, he would get rid of these barbarians personally himself. But here, Tenter thought that was foolishness. The Emperor wants these two who have territories prone to barbarian attacks to decide together what to do. Daeon finally realized what had happened. Deal with the barbarians before the war starts, and then recruit them to fight against the Demon Kingdom. Daeon replied that Amable seemed to be absolutely certain that the barbarians wouldn't side with the demons. Tenter Amable confirmed that. Aren't they the same race? Even if they're against the Empire, at least they're not on the side of the demons. Daeon said that there was no guarantee that someone would side just because of the same race. This was very surprising to Amable. Stigma Prime laughed and said that it was very cleverly said. Stigma put his hand on Amable's shoulder and said that other people's opinions are influenced by overwhelming power and hatred. If the demon realm is strong, it's people who will join him in order to survive. And if it's about getting rid of those they hate, those people will sell their souls to the Demon King. Stigma said that the barbarians have a bad relationship with them, and it is likely that they will side with the demon kingdom. He smiled and said that he thought his youngest had sided with him. Daeon replied that he wasn't taking sides, he was just stating his opinion. Tenter Amiable left, and Stigma Premier said he needed to talk to Junior. The two of them were left alone, standing in the garden by torchlight and talking. The women looked at them, and Daeon wanted to get out of here as soon as possible, as those looks bothered him a lot. Stigma said they were attracting a lot of attention, but he could see that the younger man didn't like that sort of thing. Stigma Premier was the second hero of the Empire. He asked Daeon, "Is he still uncomfortable?" Daeon didn't know what to say and said that Stigma had brown eyes. Although it was the most common color, Stigma said his eyes were like his mother's. Daeon was surprised that Stigma said that, since he was the illegitimate child of a servant girl. Stigma took the bottle of alcohol in his hands. Daeon rushed toward him. He thought Stigma wanted to hit someone, but he said their conversation would be long and offered to drink and talk. Daeon thanked the Marquis. Stigma poured wine into the glasses. Daeon hadn't had wine in a long time. Stigma held the bottle in his hands. He said that Daeon could just call him Stigma. He laughed and said that rumors couldn't be believed. He thought Daeon Hart was a cold-blooded man and had no way of knowing he had such a naive side. Stigma had said it was very cool to have a junior in your life. Now he understood perfectly why His Majesty loved Daeon so much. The Prime Minister said that His Majesty loves those who rose from the bottom just because of their skills. Since their status is not recognized, they are obsessed with proving it. Daeon, a man who killed his own family with his own hands. Stigma says that he likes Daeon for that too. It's really amazing. How did he come up with such a brilliant idea? The second hero said that after the 8-year war, Daeon asked to kill the family. Daeon didn't want to remember it. It was unpleasant for him to hear. But the memories came into his head on their own. He remembered how Cruel had sat writing something, and little Daeon had come to him, and they had read the book together. How his father had taught him how to hold a wooden sword. How Cruel offered him sandwiches when they were on a picnic as a family. As Cruel grew older, he said that no one expected anything from Daeon. Cruel was the pride of the family, and Daeon was the shame of the family. Daeon remembered his mother coming to him at night, adjusting his blanket. His mother had said that Daeon should die in Cruel's place. The memory made Daeon feel quite sick. Stigma didn't understand what had happened to the younger man. He's not normal. How could a man who made such a ridiculous request to the Emperor be normal? Stigma said it was best to leave the subject and have something else to drink. He had brought a fine liquor from the south. He figured that if Daeon soberly didn't want to talk about the subject, why not cloud it with alcohol? Outside the tent, there were still people at the banquet. The guards were standing at the entrance to the Emperor's tent. The Emperor was about to leave, but Duke Illister came to pay him a visit. The Duke asked the Emperor if by any chance he was hallucinating. The Emperor was surprised at such audacity. He asked the Duke what it all meant. The Duke asked for a private meeting, and he's talking nonsense. The Duke said that the Emperor's left arm hasn't healed for a very long time, despite having a hero fragment in it. It's also impossible not to notice the Emperor's habit of staring into the void. The Emperor is a man who should always be looking and moving forward, and he only focuses on the past and what has been lost. The Emperor is steeped in guilt, and that is why he is easily destroyed. How can someone who has to pay with his life for the weight of the imperial crown be called Emperor? The Emperor interrupted the Duke and asked him what exactly he wanted to tell him. The Duke replied that he felt that the Emperor's crown was very burdensome. Then, in that case, why not gently give the crown to him? The Emperor asked, why go to all that trouble? It would be easier to take that crown along with his severed head. The Duke chuckled. Why would the Emperor say such a scary thing? He just wants the crown to be in the right place for it. The Duke said, thinking things through. Duke Illister was the head of the aristocratic faction who has one of the heroes of the Empire under his command. He can incite people with the Church of Redemption. He also has connections with the Revolutionary Army. The Emperor folded his arms and looked at the Duke. He asked why the Duke was so covetous of this place. The Duke asked the Emperor in response, does one really need a reason to covet power? And because then the Duke could raise a rebellion and get the crown. The Emperor grinned. He had said that someone other than him had something to protect. Illister smiled enigmatically and replied that perhaps not. The Emperor wanted to end this conversation. The Duke must realize that he would not give him the crown just on words. They stood side by side and looked at each other. The Duke bowed and said that this was the end of his visit. Illister walked the parka and thought that the Emperor had no premonition of the coming crisis in this war. Nor did he think that the Duke's defiant words might be a bell of betrayal. The Emperor doesn't even consider the possibility that the nobles would betray him and side with the demons, and the other kingdoms would side with the demon kingdom. The Emperor decided to go to the banquet hall. The Chancellor followed him and was very worried as His Majesty was very pale. The Duke of Illustria walked over to his horse. He told his men to tell Shaylin to spread bad rumors about demons. They could be any kind of rumors. Treachery, cannibalism, anything would do. The Duke was telling his men to prevent people from trusting demons. The Duke rode his horse and pondered. The Emperor wants to enjoy playing war while he sits on the throne. The Duke wants to help him. Duke Illister couldn't lose the empire he thought was already his. A bottle fell from the table and shattered. It was Dion Hart swinging his sword in every direction. People scattered from him. Stigma Premier tried to calm him down. Stigma drew his sword just in case, but he didn't use it. He had a scratch on his cheek from Daon's sword. Daon was drunk and pestered Stigma with his favorite questions. Daon asked Stigma Prime, "Is he an enemy?" Stigma answered him that he was an enemy. In fact, Stigma lied. He just wanted to see Daon's reaction. He had now repeated for the 100th time that he was not the enemy. It was no use. Daon lunged at him with daggers. Stigma barely had time to fend off Daon's blows. He was no longer glad he had said that. Daon was finally exhausted. Stigma walked over to him and asked if he was okay. Stigma saw that Daon was dead drunk. He'd gotten him drunk himself, trying to get him to talk honestly. But now Daon was in no condition to even speak. He kept repeating the same phrase. "Are you the enemy?" Daon's eyes burned with a mad glint, and he asked the same thing. Daon lunged at Stigma again with his dagger, but he skillfully deflected all his blows. If Stigma had known this would happen, he would not have said those words so rashly. Stigma was a little confused at first, but in the end, it wasn't the attacks of a person possessing the hero shard, but the drunkard's riot. So Stigma was confident that he would never lose and deftly deflected all the blows. Daon would stop because his strength was leaving him and then rush back into the attack. If Daon hadn't been so drunk, Stigma would have had a much harder time. Stigma Premier decided to calm Daon down a bit after all. He said it would hurt a little and swung his sword. Daon stood there not understanding anything and looked on with crazy eyes. At the same time, someone was running as fast as they could toward the fight. And just as Stigma's sword was about to come down on Daon, someone's sword blocked his path. It was Cruel Heart who came running to his little brother's rescue. At this time, the Emperor appeared beside them. He said that he wondered why the place was such a mess. Heroes who should be fighting together for the Emperor are trying to kill each other. Daon at this time pounced on Cruel and knocked him to the ground. His face was red from tension and alcohol. He said, "This is the enemy." Daon grabbed Cruel by the throat and put a dagger to his chest. The Emperor tried to stop him, but Daon had one thought, that all enemies must be killed. In his eyes was a lust for the enemy's death. The Emperor ordered Daon Hart to stop and grabbed his arm. He told Daon to surrender as there was nothing he could do now. At that instant, Daon's arm, which the Emperor was holding in his hand, crunched. The Emperor quickly let go of his hand, but it was too late. Daon's arm was twisted in a completely different direction. Daon just wouldn't stop. He said he had to kill the enemy. Daon kept saying the same thing over and over like a maniac, that he must kill, must kill, must kill. Even though Daon's other arm was injured, he continued to choke Cruel with his healthy hand. The Emperor couldn't take it anymore and felled Daon to the ground, pinning him to the ground. He was angry. After all, he had ordered Daon to stop. And on top of that, Daon sprained his wrists when the Emperor grabbed his arm. At this time, Cruel stood up, relieved to be free of Daon. He coughed as his brother gave him a good choke. The Emperor told Daon to take care of his body. Cruel thought Daon was a real jerk to break his wrist. Daon used his conscious and subconscious personalities as his advantage. The Emperor was trying to shout that this wasn't a battlefield. His Majesty was trying to heal Daon's wrist with his energy. This treatment made Daon wake up. Daon finally came back to reality. While Daon came to his senses, the Emperor stood beside him. His Majesty set his wrist but told him to see a doctor. Cruel told the Emperor that he would leave because he thought Daon was still out of his mind. Cruel kept holding on to his neck. He looked at his brother. There was so much pain in his eyes. Cruel Heart walked over to the horse, accompanied by his assistant. He thought it was a mistake on his part, but his body reacted before he realized it. But how dare Stigma swing his sword? To swing his sword against his little brother, whom Cruel couldn't hate because he loved him. Cruel told his aide to stay here and deliver a message to Daeon as soon as he started to come to his senses. He relayed the message for Daeon not to wander the streets today and go straight home. Daeon lay in bed all covered in band-aids and slept. When he opened his eyes, Stigma, the Emperor, and the doctor were standing beside his bed. Daeon didn't realize where he was, why his whole body was aching, and what was the Imperial Doctor doing here? Since the Emperor had already set Daeon's joint, the doctor had nothing to do here. He recommended that he refrain from putting any stress on his wrist. The Emperor told Stigma that he had forbidden any hard liquor at the banquet. Stigma apologized and said that he had personally asked his subordinates to bring it. The doctor was still continuing to feel his wrist. The Emperor walked over to him. Daeon said he was fine but apologized for what he had arranged just in case. Stigma Premier apologized too, as he got carried away and offered too much alcohol to Daeon. Daeon replied that he hoped he hadn't become too much of a problem while he was drunk. Daeon tried to remember what had happened, but from what His Majesty had said, it hadn't been just drunken tomfoolery. Daeon was having auditory and visual hallucinations with extreme aggression. Everyone he saw was perceived as the enemy. It's a disorder common among those who have been injured or killed others. Stigma remembered being told that Daeon had been sent to war at the age of 14. The Emperor had offered to rest him a little longer. Stigma thought that Daeon Hart admired him even more than he had expected. The fact that it only showed when he was drunk meant that he suppressed it in himself by a tremendous effort of will when sober. Daeon sat up on the bed, his throat bleeding again. The Emperor urgently called back for the doctor. The doctor listened to him again, but could not determine what was wrong with him. Daeon had a sprained wrist and bruises all over his body, but not enough to cause his throat to bleed. Stigma asked what was causing this bleeding then. The Emperor replied that it was the curse of the Demon King. It causes Daeon's body to weaken. The Emperor told the doctor that he had done enough and let him go. Daeon sat on the bed and the Emperor and Stigma stood beside him. Stigma scolded himself as he had forgotten his youngest had the demon curse, but he loved him even more now. Daeon wanted only one thing, to go home and rest. We see the palace of the Duke of Illister. Night has fallen on the palace. Cruel Heart entered the Duke's study. In a chair, leaning over a chessboard, sat the Duke. He told Cruel that he was late. The Duke had a pawn in his hand and was thinking about his next move. He ordered Cruel to kneel down. Cruel looked at him with bewilderment. At that instant, someone plunged a dagger right into Cruel's leg. From surprise and pain, Cruel fell to his knees. Behind the Duke stood men in gray cloaks. Cruel thought that they were not bodyguards. They were assassins. Cruel sat in front of the Duke on his knees. Duke Illister told him that he had heard an interesting story. The Duke said he was a busy man and would get right to the point. He angrily threw down the chess horse and asked that did Cruel think he wouldn't find out anything? The Duke said that he knew that Cruel was protecting his brother Daeon. At this time, Daeon came out of the tent where he was resting and walked over to his horse. The deputy relayed to him his older brother's words to him not to wander the streets but to go straight home. Daeon was angry. The aide confirmed the words and said that was exactly what Sir Cruel had said. Daeon got on his horse and rode off. He had absolutely no intention of listening to Cruel. Knowing his younger brother's character, Cruel said those exact words. He told Daeon not to wander the streets today and to go straight home. The deputy asked why tell Daeon that. Cruel replied that Daeon wouldn't listen to him anyway, and as soon as he saw him, he would immediately try to run away. If he was sick now, he'd only hurt himself. Daeon decided that he would not listen to his brother. He got on his horse. Miss Leon and his assistant Dan were standing by the carriage that was waiting for the Earl. Miss Leon said she had prepared a carriage for the Earl and invited him to sit down. But Earl Daeon Hart rode off in an unknown direction on horseback. Miss Leon said she would go with him as it was dangerous to ride alone. Dan also said his master had forgotten about him. Daeon announced that he was going alone. He said he was going to get some fresh air and that they wouldn't follow him. Dan suggested that he bring his cloak with him, as it wouldn't be good if he was recognized on the street. Dan asked permission to help him put the cloak on. Daeon allowed him to do so. Dan reminded him of his assistant Ed in the demonic realm for some reason. Daeon ended up in a nearby town that held a festival even during the war. Due to the crowds outside, the horse remained tethered aside and Daeon walked. Much like the hunting competition, The festival was meant to show that all was well in the empire. Normally, when Daeon was this tired, he didn't go to such crowded places. But his brother told him not to wander the streets and go straight home, so Daeon decided to do the opposite. Daeon walked down the street and thought, what was Cruel up to? He knew his brother wouldn't listen. Why would he tell him that? Daeon thought that maybe it was a trap. He remembered that they had often played chess with his brother as children. Cruel had taught little Daeon the correct way to move the pieces. He kept pondering. Was the phrase really a decoy, or was it just his imagination? He couldn't figure out where was the truth and where was the lie. If it was imagination, that was bad, and if it was bait, that was bad too. Daeon walked and pondered the whole time, not paying attention to the crowd of people. Suddenly he felt sick and stumbled and caught the injured shoulder of a man who was walking ahead of him. Daeon's throat was bleeding. Cruel was still sitting on his knees in front of Duke Illuster. Did Cruel really think that the Duke wouldn't know that he was protecting Daeon Hart? The Duke said that Cruel didn't even suspect a thing. Earlier, when he ordered Daeon killed, Cruel hired assassins for money. But in doing so, he changed the terms and conditions that said the assassins would get money anyway, even for a simple wound. The next time Cruel saved his brother in a hunting contest. Then he saved him from the sword of the Stigma Premier. Cruel sat with his head down. He had nothing to say. Then he did gather his thoughts, and said that instead of giving Daeon to others, he would like the chance to personally kill him with his own hands. The Duke was satisfied. He asked Cruel why didn't he say that before. The Duke said that Cruel had wasted a lot of money. Now the Duke can't trust Cruel like he used to, so he offered to make a bet. He can kill Daeon however he wants, but the Duke is also involved. Whoever kills Daeon Hart first wins the bet. Cruel sat with his head down. The Duke said that as a reward, the winner could ask for anything he wanted. Cruel bent down to pick up a piece the Duke had thrown in anger and said he had a question. Cruel asked Duke Illuster why he wanted to kill Daeon Hart. Cruel's younger brother was born an albino. He was born prematurely. He was like a little white rabbit. Even though the baby was too small and weak, Cruel loved to play with him. Cruel's parents were glowing with happiness that he was born. Little Cruel was also touched by the warmth emanating from the baby. However, when Daeon got a little older, he started coughing up blood. The doctor said that young Daeon's body is very weak. He is vulnerable to stress and also needs to be careful with sunlight. The parents were devastated. How was it possible? How was it possible that a child like that could be born in the family? Cruel came to see his little brother all the time. He kept him safe and told him that Daeon could do nothing at all. All Daeon needs to do is just stay in his room and just be with them. His parents told Cruel that his little brother really scared them when he was born. This will probably happen a lot in the future. Being different from other people is very difficult in life. The parents decided to communicate with Daeon as usual. His father said that if you carry a child around like he's weak, won't he then wallow in self-destruction, thinking he's useless? Cruel's parents decided to keep a certain distance with their youngest son, so that no one would suspect anything, and Cruel was asked to take care of his brother. Cruel happily agreed to take care of his younger brother, but little Dan got it all wrong. As a result, anxiety, mistrust, and misunderstanding of his family settled in him. Daeon tried to work out, but Cruel forbade him. Daeon tried to increase his stamina. Daeon forbade him from working out and told him to just rest in his room. When Daeon was taken away by an imperial officer, he looked at Cruel with eyes full of tears and waited for protection. Cruel thought his sick little brother had built a wall around his heart. In the end, he couldn't protect him when he was thrown onto the battlefield. After an 8-year war, Daeon returned with hatred. Cruel remembered the day he came home and saw Daeon kill his parents. He felt his world shattered. Seeing Daeon suffer made his heart break. Even though Daeon hated Cruel to death, it was the Hart family's fault for making him suffer so much. The reason they couldn't protect him was because it was the family that had changed him. So how could Cruel hate the little brother he holds dearer than life? As Cruel investigated, he learned that there was only one reason for all of this. He bribed people and read the documents. That reason was called Duke Illuster. The Duke smiled. An inexplicable anger towards Daeon Hart was emanating from him. Cruel thought, how did the Duke know about Daeon, who never hung around social circles at all? Then Cruel decided to become the man's tool. He came and asked the Duke to be his patron. The Duke wondered why Cruel was asking for such a favor. In fact, he did it to protect his brother, but he said aloud that he was doing it for protection. To protect his little brother from Illuster. So why is the Duke trying to kill Dion Hart? The Duke replied that he had a reason to kill Dion. By being close to the Duke, Cruel was able to block the orders to kill Dion. However, Cruel never found out why he wanted to kill this child. The Duke's explanation was that it was to take out this loon of an emperor. The real reason was revealed in the contract with the Demon King, a huge versatile power that could defy the rules of the world. If desired, even a fraction of the magic power obtained from the contract with the Demon King is incredibly powerful. In the past, the Duke believed that the more power and strength, the better. Wanting to climb to the top, he wanted to make a contract with the Demon King. The Duke obtained a forbidden book, sacrificed several lives, and summoned the Demon King. But unexpectedly, the Demon King was not interested in the contract. Suddenly, the Duke had an amazing idea in his head. Duke Illister proposed a bet to the Demon King. The Demon King was immediately interested. It was a way to interest a bored demon. The Duke said that he had met an aristocrat with a strange appearance. Despite being human, he had red eyes and white hair. It was at the same imperial reception that the only time Dayon was at. He was born with a weak body, and other than at one of the imperial banquets, he had never appeared anywhere else. But that day, Dayon Hart caught the Duke's eye. The young Duke thought that this boy did not look like a human being. The wager was to see how long Dayon would last if he went to war. It was a tough proposition that had no room for even a drop of conscience. The Demon King laughed. He kept thinking, who dared to summon him? He never thought it would be such a cruel person. The Duke said that if the Demon King wasn't interested in the contract, he would offer him another entertainment. The Demon King had bet on his survival. The king said survival instead of the time he can last. The chances of Dayon Hart surviving are extremely slim. Why, then, would the Demon King choose an obviously disadvantageous position? The king told him that there was no point in thinking that way. It's only interesting if you bet on the disadvantageous side. A deadline has been set for the end of the war. If this child dies, the Duke wins. If it survives, it's the king's. And so began the bet with the Demon King. Why send Dayon Hart to an 8-year war? Because he had to die. A 14-year-old boy with a weak body, unable to tolerate sunlight. Why was the aristocrat Dayon sent to the battlefield and made a commander on the front lines? Because Dayon Hart had to die. Why couldn't the Hart family enter the imperial palace? And the documents were switched because the Duke could only win the bet with the Demon King if Dayon Hart died. However, Dayon Hart didn't die on the battlefield. A commander who leads brutal assassins. The hero of the Great 8 Years' War, Dayon Hart continued to survive while accumulating honors. If this continues, Duke will lose the bet. How would he then be able to make a contract with the Demon King? The Demon King himself came to the Duke and said that he was changing the terms. He ordered Dayon Hart to be sent to him. Then he would give the Duke some of his magic power. It's not a contract. It's like some kind of gift from the Demon King. After the Demon King had watched Dayon Hart for 8 years, Duke assumed he would be interested, but he never thought it would be this good. The Duke sat in his office and consulted with Cruel. Sending Dayon to the Demon King's castle would be possible, but how to leave him there? Cruel replied that it was up to him. It would be enough for the Duke to send Dayon to the Demon Kingdom. The Duke then suggested that the Emperor engage Dayon Hart to subdue the Demon King. The Emperor asked him what he had in mind. The Duke replied that it was nothing of the sort. The Empire was still thrown into chaos. More talented people were needed. The Duke suggested turning Dayon Hart into the Emperor's sword. His Majesty accepted the offer. He summoned Dayon and said that the hero of the Empire would go to kill the Demon King. He invited Dayon to join him, so Dayon Hart left the Empire. Duke read the reports and thought he had done enough already. He thought it would turn out just as he expected. But one day a servant ran into his office and told him that Dayon Hart had returned. The man he thought he would never see again had returned, bringing Hero's body with him. The Duke was beyond furious. What had happened? Why would the Demon King easily let go of what belonged to him? The Duke asked Cruel if he had noticed anything suspicious during the last mission. The Duke ordered Cruel to check where Dayon was going. Cruel replied that when he arrived, Dayon had already left the place, so he didn't see anything. The Duke left Cruel standing alone, and as he left, he said that killing Dayon could not be avoided. Cruel looked after him. He hoped the Duke would win the bet. There was no place in the Empire where the Duke's eyes would not reach. The Zero Squad commander who appeared in the demon realm and the hero of the empire who enjoyed the emperor's favor were one and the same person. Duke sat in your office with his arms around his head. Daeon Hart was a double agent, a man who held a high position of the demon kingdom and an important figure in the empire. Now both the demon king and the emperor are using Daeon Hart for their own purposes. One day he will have to choose one side. It will be very bad if he decides to choose the demon king. Duke has to kill him before that happens. At this time, Daeon was lying on a bed in someone's room. A strange man was sitting beside him. Daeon Hart's life was in no danger. He didn't need treatment, he just needed rest. Bleeding is also a result of stress. That's what the healer at Daeon's bedside said. The healer asked Daniel, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, if he knew who he had brought into his house. Daniel didn't know. It was an accident. He himself was dumbfounded. Because Daeon was wearing a cloak, Daniel couldn't get a good look at his face. All he thought at that moment was that this man urgently needed medical attention. The healer had said he had something going on with his memory lately and would soon forget all about it. Daniel stood at the bedside of Daeon Hart, who lay unconscious, and looked at him. Daeon was slowly beginning to regain consciousness. Daniel thought that in front of him lay the man he, as leader of the Revolutionary Army, must destroy. He decided he could kill Daeon Hart with ease and began choking him. Daeon began to cough. Daniel's face contorted with anger. He wanted Daeon Hart to die. Daeon Hart was one of the main enemies of the Revolutionary Army. Daeon was still unconscious, and as Daniel was choking him, he heard him call out for his mother. The leader of the Revolutionary Army recoiled from Daeon. He couldn't recover from the shock. Tears were rolling from his eyes. He said that Daeon Hart was lucky. It was today that there was a split in the Revolutionary Army. Some people said that now was not the right time for a coup. The war between the kingdom of humans and the kingdom of demons was about to break out. How can you stage a coup at this time? Daniel said that they had been preparing for it long and meticulously. The leader pounded his fist on the table and said that he thought it was a strange idea last time, too. At this moment, before the war with the demon realm, people's survival depended on it. Should they send themselves to their deaths so recklessly? Their raison d'etre and the legitimacy of their actions comes from the people of the empire. Without the support of the people, can they exist as a revolutionary army? Sitting next to Daniel was Paul, the same slum boy. Paul said it would be a gathering of traitors, convincing the people of the empire of the ideology of creating a world where everyone is equal. They want to kill members of the imperial family with honor and dignity. Daniel said that in this way they exist as a revolutionary army. In other words, they need to get to the emperor through the main gate of the imperial palace. Daniel asked his comrades if they had such a force now. Everyone was silent. Recently, there was someone who had undercut the Revolutionary Army's forces by independent actions. Who knew about the mistaken plan to attack the emperor and didn't stop it? This is someone who contributed to undermining the cause of the revolution. Daniel said that if they thought this person's actions were right, then let them leave the leadership positions of the Revolutionary Army. Almost everyone at the table got up and left. Paul was the only one left. Daniel felt terrible. Paul asked if he was okay. Daniel flicked Paul lightly on the forehead and said he should go too, but Paul stayed. Daniel smiled and said that Paul had grown a lot. Daniel knew that he would be at his side. Paul wished Daniel a good journey. The army leader wondered how he knew that Daniel wanted to go somewhere. Paul replied that when he was upset about something, he always visited his mother. Daniel laughed. It was true. We see a small house standing on the outskirts of town. Daniel opened the door and told his mother that he had come. But the world turned out to be a cruel place. His mother lay unconscious on the floor. He lifted his mother up. She had been suffering from an incurable disease for a long time. But how had it happened that she had fallen? Daniel was angry at the guards he had left by his mother's side. Why hadn't they informed him that his mother was sick? The mother's mouth was bleeding. She told Daniel not to get angry at the co-workers. They did that because she asked them to. Daniel realized that his mother didn't want to hurt him, so she hid the illness. Because it's important to keep the spirit of a revolutionary army leader elevated. When Daniel saw the blood on his hands, he realized that his mother would soon die before he could even see the world she dreamed of. So when Daeon Hart came across Daniel, he stopped. He saw a man bleeding from his mouth. He couldn't pass it by. He remembered his mother, who had the same disease. So Daniel could not leave and help the man. He took him in his arms and carried him home. At that moment, He thought the man looked like his mother, and he reacted overly emotionally. But even now, knowing it was Dayon Hart, he couldn't kill him. Once Daniel knew his identity, he would have killed immediately without thinking. But he couldn't do that now. Daniel saw the very branding, the curse of the Demon King that had been so rumored. He realized that Dayon Hart was cursed by the Demon King. He was vomiting blood, and there was no point in killing him. He would die soon enough himself. Daniel grabbed the doorknob with his hand and got ready to leave the room. He thought that if Dayon Hart was cursed by the Demon King, then Daniel's mother must have been cursed by the whole world. The world had always been cruel to that poor woman. At least before she died, Daniel wanted to show her utopia. Dayon was left lying on the bed in the room all alone. When Daniel left, Dayon got out of bed. His neck was very sore from Daniel's fingers. Dayon realized that the man had tried to strangle him. He decided he had to get out before the bastard came back. He couldn't figure out where he was. It was some sort of hospital. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man appeared on the threshold. Dayon couldn't tell if it was the man who had strangled him who had returned, or if it was the doctor. The stranger gave Dayon a cloak and a blindfold. He said he would lead him out of the building, and to prevent him from memorizing the route, he was blindfolded. Dayon put the cloak on and thought, "What is this place that they are hiding it like this?" Duke Illister asked Dayon what he was doing here at such an early hour. He had shown up without even giving prior notice of his arrival. Daniel replied that they needed to seriously plan for the coup they were about to stage. The leader of the Revolutionary Army asked, "When will they start acting already?" Duke replied that as the war against the demon realm draws closer, the Empire's forces are essential. An internal split would be devastating to the human kingdom. Danielle said that the top of the army has been demanding active action all day long. The Duke thought that Daniel's demeanor had suddenly changed. He most likely learned the news about his mother's condition. Duke suggested that Daniel suspend whatever he was doing and rest for a while. He approached Daniel and said it would be best if he took it easy. He was too impatient. The Duke tried to calm Daniel down and warn him against making a mistake. He was afraid lest Daniel make a mess of things during the war. The Duke needed Daniel to be focused only on the war and nothing else. Thanks to the Duke's words, Daniel calmed down and realized the whole situation. He remembered the Duke's words about Daniel not doing anything until the Emperor had taken over half of the continent. He also remembered that before Aiden left and decided to attack the Emperor on his own, someone had seen him talking to Shailene. Did the Duke and Madame Shailene really plan to clash the Revolutionary Army and the Emperor? The Empire will not fall. A person in the position of a Duke would not willingly forfeit his status. Daniel was suspicious of him from the beginning. The reason why the Duke got involved with the Revolutionary Army was to keep them under control. Daniel realized that he was a fool and a puppet in the Duke's hands. From now on, he should be more careful when accepting support from a higher power. At that time, Paul entered the room. Paul looked at Daniel with his big eyes. There was a mute question in his eyes. Daniel couldn't understand what was confusing Paul and why was he looking at him like that. Paul asked if it was true that Daniel had brought Dayon Hart here. Daniel asked Paul how he knew that. It turns out that he saw Dayon Hart leaving. Daniel became very nervous. He shook Paul by the shoulders and asked if anyone else had seen Dayon Hart. Paul said he was the only witness. He was wearing a raincoat and a blindfold, but Paul could make out his head. His white hair was unmistakable. Paul beat Daniel's chest with his fists and asked why he didn't kill Hart, or at least take him hostage and get information out of him. Since Dayon Hart is the Emperor's dog, if something happened to him, it would be a blow to the Emperor. The Emperor himself would also be affected. After all, it was because of him that the Church of Atonement was destroyed. It was because of the Emperor that little girl Z had to suffer. When Paul came to the Revolutionary Army, Daniel asked him where his sister was. After all, he was going to bring his little sister with him, wasn't he? Paul burst into tears and said that Sia didn't want to go anywhere. And the last time he saw her, she didn't even look at him. Daniel tried to calm Paul down and said that his little sister just needed some time to think things over. Paul's face was all in tears. Daniel told him that they would go after her later and look for her, and Daniel would go with Paul too. The leader of the Revolutionary Army told Paul that he must become strong and protect his little sister. Not long ago, Paul was so little, but now he is all grown up. But Paul said that when they met, he was already an adult. He was just depressed. Still, Paul waited for an answer to why Daniel had done that to Dayon Hart. Daniel replied that he knew what he did was wrong, but it was for a personal reason. In this world, no one is perfect, and Paul will see more flaws in the future. You just have to ignore anything that defies logic and absorb knowledge and important things. Danielle wanted to teach Paul a lot in a short period of time. Paul shouldn't take the position of successor to the leader of the Revolutionary Army lightly. Paul couldn't believe his ears. This can't be happening. So that's why Daniel had taken him everywhere with him. He couldn't understand why him. After all, he's just a slum boy with no education. Daniel said he would teach him everything he knew. Daniel's mom had told him that education was important. Paul thought he was too young. Daniel reminded him that he had recently said he was an adult. While Paul is young, his mind is flexible, and he is not afraid of change. Paul is a child who survived in a slum without the help and support of his country. He has known the orphan life. The Revolutionary Army is made up of people from different countries. The fact that Paul is not tied to the empire will only reinforce people's belief in his justice. That was one of the reasons Daniel decided to make Paul his successor, but the second reason is that Paul knows what love is. The boy said that he had never been in a relationship. He couldn't define what love is. But if someone worries about someone else like Paul does, what else could it be if not love? Paul said that would become his weakness, wouldn't it? Daniel is also very attached to his mother. Daniel couldn't deny that. It takes someone who knows what humanity is to create a world where everyone is equal. A person who is capable of being considerate and understanding of others. Someone like Paul. Even after hearing all this, Paul didn't think that choosing him as his successor was a good decision. But it's funny to hear from a young man like Daniel about a successor. Nevertheless, Paul said he would try his best. The leader of the Revolutionary Army laughed at Paul's words. To make a revolution, they need to overcome huge obstacles like the emperor and the duke. But they can do it. Daniel brought a huge stack of books and told Paul that he could start learning right away. Paul was shocked at the number of books, but Daniel said it was a good idea to start with human rights first. We see a huge wolf being struck by an arrow. The emperor sat on a white horse and held a bow and arrow. Next to him was his minister. The emperor said that the duke looks down on everyone and thinks he knows everything. Arrogance is his weakness. The duke doesn't realize that someone else may look down on him as well. There have been times when the emperor has been taken advantage of like an idiot. But this means that taking advantage of your opponent is a tactic that not only the duke can use. The day the emperor announced the end of the war in the empire, he announced that he would start a war against the demon realm. There were countries feeling joy that they had survived. There were countries feeling annoyed and angry. But all were in agreement that they couldn't stay away because if the empire fell, it would mean the fall of the human race. None of them even thought of joining the demon kingdom. The emperor and his two servants were riding through the forest. The duke made it so that even those who had no information about what was happening were negative towards the demon realm. This was a credit to the duke. It was convenient for the emperor that the duke was handling it himself. It was even easier that way. Eduardo put on a show in front of the duke to make him believe that people would side with the demons. That was why he had stepped in to take action. Eduardo raised his bow and drew the bowstring. He only politely allowed the duke to fulfill his role while he pretended not to understand. Another monster lay slain. In the end, thanks to the duke acting on his own, the emperor solved the problem without lifting a finger and saved the troops. It was a bold move to hand over the solution to an important problem to the enemy. That was why the emperor entrusted the duke with the solution. Duke Illister will not let the empire fall, because the empire is what he wants to get his hands on. In the end, the duke himself fell into the trap. The emperor was returning from a hunting trip. One thing was certain: one day the duke's arrogance would catch up with him and cause his downfall. We see the estate of the Marquis d'Eon Hart. The crown prince stood on the doorstep with a bouquet of blue roses. d'Eon Hart was sitting in an armchair, and when he received the bouquet from the crown prince, he was completely bewildered. The crown prince greeted Marquis Hart and said that he had stopped by the estate to give him the bouquet. d'Eon couldn't understand. What was the purpose of giving him flowers? The crown prince smiled stupidly. He thought he needed to bind d'Eon as tightly to the empire as possible. Giving d'Eon a bouquet had been his sister Alethea's advice. She had told his brother that d'Eon Hart didn't get particularly close to women, and his entourage was mostly men. At all the balls and banquets, the Marquis Hart shows no interest in women. For some reason, only men are in his entourage. The prince said that d'Eon received a higher title from his majesty at the hunting competition. After all, he is now a marquis, and he himself thought he would use every opportunity to pull Daeon Hart to his side before the war with the demons first. The prince said that Daeon had received the title of Marquis and Cruel Heart was now an honorary earl. He brought this bouquet to congratulate Daeon on receiving the title of Marquis. The prince said that since Daeon's status had been elevated, he was interested in his political views. Daeon thought that the emperor had instructed the prince to talk to him about the war. But the prince, very shyly, for some reason asked about Daeon's views on same-sex marriage. Daeon suddenly remembered that he had an urgent matter and wanted to leave the living room. He told the prince that he understands that there are different orientations, but he likes women. The prince, afraid of being misunderstood, shouted that he preferred girls too. He shouted so loudly that it echoed throughout the estate, and birds flew off the roofs where they had been sitting peacefully before. As the prince left, the maids bowed to him. They looked after him and thought that the prince had just shouted like a madman about being attracted to women. He must really like them a lot. Then there would be no problem with the heir. The prince got out of the carriage and walked quickly into the palace. He felt very embarrassed that he had made such an oversight. Daeon walked down the hall, followed by Dan. Dan giggled and covered his mouth with his hand. It made Daeon terribly angry. The Marquis shouted at him to go and run his own trading company, for he only accompanied him to the hunters' competitions. Dan replied that the most important thing to him was to serve his master. Dan asked if the Marquis was going to go to fulfill the emperor's orders. Could he accompany Mr. Daeon? Daeon replied that he was much more comfortable being alone, so there was no need to accompany him. Dan said that after the hunting competition, the Marquis had gone somewhere alone and didn't return until near morning. Daeon remembered the day he had decided to go against Cruel's advice. Dan added that Mr. Daeon had returned wounded. Daeon remembered the night that could have ended miserably. At first he was helped, but then a man began to choke Daeon. When those men decided to let him go, they put a blindfold over his eyes. Be that as it may, he was very lucky to be alive. However, he didn't want to take Daeon with him. Daeon said that Dan would die if he went with him, since anyone who sees him crossing the border of the demon realm must die. Dan didn't understand the reason for such a harsh refusal. Dan stared after Daeon Hart. He would never have thought that Daeon would be able to threaten him under normal circumstances. So his master really was a disaster. Daeon couldn't understand why Dan looked so happy. When the Marquis entered the living room, the frenzied knights were already dining there. They were cheerfully greeting their commander. Daeon looked at these idiots and asked the manager if everything was ready for his trip. The knights shouted that the count should now be called Marquis. 10 minutes later, the knights fell asleep right at the table. The commander of the Mad Knights, Daeon Hart, said that these mad dogs were never normal. Daeon thanked Remember for slipping sleeping pills to the knights, and now Daeon could ride in comfort. He remembered the last trip and didn't want a repeat of it. Daeon approached a border that only he alone knew about. The two rulers had tacitly agreed not to divulge the location of the border. This was for Daeon's safety, until he chose a side. Therefore, the attendants would not go any farther than the mountains with him. Daeon walked and pondered. Would the Demon King remain silent after learning of the Emperor's intention to start a war? The Demon King would not remain quiet. Now was indeed the time to make a decision. Suddenly, Daeon noticed some movement. His brother, Cruel Heart, had finished off 2 people with his sword. That was unexpected. Where did his older brother come from here? Why was that bastard here? Had he been following Daeon? He came to see where Daeon Hart was going. They stood across from each other. Cruel stood holding a bloody sword. Daeon pulled out a dagger. He was determined to kill the witness, especially if it was the Duke's subordinate. Daeon Hart swiftly rushed towards his brother Cruel. Daeon's eyes were burning with hatred. In Cruel's eyes there was only bewilderment. Daeon wielded his dagger masterfully, but Cruel fended off all his attacks and dodged the dagger all the time. Daeon realized that Cruel didn't want to fight him, but could he at least try to attack Daeon? Despite his anger, Daeon felt confusion. Cruel stood there and didn't move. Daeon realized that Cruel must hate him. He was a useless and annoying little brother to him. Cruel should hate him, the man who had taken his entire family from him. Yet Cruel had saved him from the sword of Stigma Premier. Daeon wanted to leave, but one of the assassins Cruel was fighting woke up and grabbed his leg. Why did Cruel keep acting like he was trying to save Daeon? Daeon dealt with the man who grabbed his leg. His older brother ran away like a rat. Duke slammed his fist on the table in fury. Why exactly now had Daeon Hart decided to leave? Right at the moment when the Duke had made a bet on who would kill Daeon the fastest, him or Cruel. The Duke needed to eliminate him before the war started. Illister was angry because he kept losing to him. It seemed as if the world itself was protecting him. But that was probably impossible. Still, the world had gifted him with the cruelest fate. The Duke hoped that Cruel Heart would return soon. Daon crossed the border of the demon realm and saw that the Demon King had prepared a horse for him. The king could track him with the seal that was on Daon's shoulder. Daon had a bag full of medicines that Remember had packed for his journey. Daon decided to get rid of the heavy bags and dumped all the medicines off the cliff. He decided to dump them here so they wouldn't get in his way since the bag was already heavy. We see Daon pull up to the Demon King's castle. Daon stopped as soon as he entered the castle gates. When Arut entered the castle gates, he was greeted by the demons with loud shouts. They were holding welcome banners in their hands. The demons chanted, "Long live Sir Arut! Long live Sir Arutus!" He couldn't understand what was going on here. Then Miss Ririnel showed up and congratulated Arut on his return. It turned out that Ririnel had invented a cult of Arutus and gathered everyone who respects him in it. That's roughly half of the inhabitants of the Demon King's castle. Miss Ririnel gathered this cult using the concept of religion she heard about from Devalania. Arut asked to disperse everyone immediately, but Ririnel was against it. Arut then threatened to disband everyone permanently. Ririnel ordered everyone to disperse. The demons dispersed, taking the placards with them and saying goodbye until their next meeting. Arut was greeted by the Demon King. He was glad that Arut had returned. The king had the same brooch as Ririnel on the lapel of his jacket. Arut turned his attention to the brooch. The Demon King said that he had gotten it from Ririnel. After all, he couldn't miss something that concerned Arut. The Demon King put his arm around Arut's shoulders and they headed to his office. The king asked what important things Arut had learned in the Empire. Arut remembered how the Emperor had admonished him. If he was human, he should stay in the Empire. The Demon King realized that that cowardly Emperor had finally made up his mind. Arut wasn't going to say anything to the Demon King if he didn't notice anything. The Demon King grabbed Arut by the throat. The king held him by the throat and asked him what he was tempted with. The king asked Arut if he was worried about how he might react to such actions. His life could be given up in danger. Arut could barely breathe. The Demon King's hand squeezed his throat. Finally, the king let go of Arut and he could breathe in peace. The Demon King asked Arut, "He knows which side he should be on, right?" He pointed his finger at his seal on his shoulder. Arut held his throat. He was still having trouble breathing. The Demon King thought, was it worth fighting for Arut? He was bored of going back to his old life. The king told Arut that in this world, all demons except him would bow down to him, which meant he could do whatever he wanted. The Emperor, in turn, told Daon that everything he had achieved was in the Empire. The Demon King opened the window and said that here he didn't have to worry about the sun at all. It may be eternal night here, but there are 3 moons. The Demon King said that he would not hold Arut back if he wanted to visit the human world as he had done before. If Arut wants their lands, he can conquer and give them to him. The Emperor said he was human and asked to stay here. Whatever the Emperor offers, the Demon King can offer a better deal to win this game. He said he could fall on his knees before Arutus again like last time. The king thought that Arut might run away if he pushed harder. He gave him time to think. He didn't want to lose his toy just to win. A few days later, Daon came out of his room. He was so anxious and annoyed that he couldn't sit in his room anymore, so he went for a walk outside the castle. Rumors spread between the demons that Sir Arut had gone outside the castle walls. Everyone took notice of his clothes. There are a few conditions when the Zero Squad commander should be avoided. The first is when he has consumed alcohol, and the second is when he is dressed in all black. Today, Arut was dressed in all black to be inconspicuous. He figured demons didn't like the color black. As he walked down the street, the demons scattered in different directions. It was better to die at the hands of the Demon King or other squad leaders than at the hands of Arutus. He was followed by his assistant Ed. He could see that Sir Arut was very irritated. Normally, when Arut is in such a state, Ed gives him time to be quiet and calm, but the Demon King had ordered him to keep an eye on him. Ott was sure that his presence was making Aruth uneasy. The long walk had left Arut sweating profusely. Ed wanted to cheer him up somehow. He noticed that Arut kept touching his head as if it hurt. "Where is that Dr. Ben?" Ed made up his mind and walked over to Arut. He offered him a place where he could freshen up. Ed walked over to the place and started banging on the wall so that cracks started to form. The demon did not agree to give what Ed demanded, so he pounded the column with his fist. Arut couldn't understand what was going on here. What kind of drama was Ed putting on? Ed was shouting to the demon that he had something to show Sir Arutus, and that he should bring these things. The demon refused, and said he didn't have the authority to do so. Ed assured him that he would get authorization and that the demon would bring what he demanded quickly. The demon wouldn't agree. Ed threatened the demon that he would kill him. Arut thought that all he wanted was some fresh air, and now he was standing there threatening to kill someone. Arut approached Ed and the demon. He wanted to clear up this misunderstanding before things got worse. As he walked down the steps, his foot twisted. Ed and the demon opened their mouths in surprise and fear for Sir Arut. Arut fell with such a rumble that there seemed to be an explosion. At that moment, Dr. Ben appeared. He said that the signal was just bursting, so he came running. Arut's arm was red and was probably broken. Ed scolded Dr. Ben. Why did he just show up now? Ben said he came as soon as he heard the signal. Ed said that Sir Arut has not been feeling well for a long time, and now is not the time to fight. The doctor said there was no signal of ill health. Did the pendant break? Ben said that he had tried to replace the pendant several times, but to no avail, although the stone itself was fine. Arut thought that was strange. Wouldn't that require his blood? Ben asked if Arut felt any changes in his body. Arut wondered. Indeed, he was no longer vomiting blood over nothing due to stress. Ed was very excited. Were the effects from the battle with the hero finally starting to pass? The doctor replied that that was not the case. Sir Arut's body was still a time bomb. Arut didn't understand what Ben meant, but he explained that over time, the signal from the magic stone was starting to weaken, and it was probably due to some changes in Sir Arut's body. Ben stitched up Arut's arm, only he forgot to inject him with anesthesia. He fell on his knees in front of Arutus, and said that this mistake could not be atoned for even by death. Arut replied that it was okay. He was already used to the pain. Demons who heard the conversation, surprised that Sir Arut tolerated the pain of sewing up the wound, and yet he does not intend to punish the doctor who made such a mistake. What a magnanimous Zero Squad commander. At this time, the demon who refused to bring what Ed asked for finally came with a bucket. In the bucket were some red-colored sticks of some sort. They were snowflower sticks. When the demon mentioned that Sir Arut wanted to use them to improve his mood, the Demon King immediately gave his permission. Arut took one wand and thought, why else would the king's permission be needed? And how to use them in the first place? The wand had to have its top torn off. As soon as the tip was torn off, a beam of light soared into the sky and scattered like fireworks. Snow sprinkled from the sky. The snowflakes were very large. Arut couldn't believe it. Was it really snow? Ed was very pleased that Arut liked it. Unlike the human world where it snowed sometimes, there were no seasons in the demon realm. Ed felt that this would cheer Sir Arut up. Arut liked snowflakes. It was really beautiful. It had been a long time since he had last seen snow. Ben and Ed enjoyed watching the snow too. The other demons didn't like it because the debris falls right out of the sky. But it couldn't be helped. It's for Sir Arutus's sake. We'll have to clean it up later. Suddenly, Arut opened the red wand and the sky lit up with a red light. Red snowflakes started falling from the sky. Arut couldn't believe that red snow was falling from the sky and there was such a strange smell. He felt that it smelled like blood. At this time, the Demon King himself appeared. The king asked Arutha, how did he like the snowflower sticks? Did they cheer him up? Arut asked, why is the snow red? The king replied that the snow looks like real snow, but he added the scent of blood to the red. He said it would be useful when they went to war on humans. That's why he created it. It would be scary with the smell of blood flying around. Arut confirmed that it would be useful because the weather and the mood of the troops greatly affects the course of the war. Just being in a place where there is a persistent odor of blood can instill terror in the enemy. The Demon King said that Arut not only has excellent fighting skills, but also knowledge of battle strategy and tactics. He is truly one of a kind. The Demon King said that he was glad that Arut was on their side. Arut's mood was not very good. The king, seeing this, extended his hand and invited him to follow him. Ed and Ben remained on the platform. The whole of it was covered with snow. The king brought Arutus over and told him they were in position. They were in the land of the elves. It was beautiful here considering this place was in the middle of the demon kingdom. The king of the elves came out to meet them. The elves were always disgruntled. They couldn't stand the demons. Arut thought that although the demon king had brought him here to cheer him up, it was more like a business meeting. The elf king asked the demon king why he had brought this man here. A tree of enormous size was growing nearby. Its trunk went far into the sky, and its branches swayed somewhere under the clouds. It was a world tree. It seemed to be agitated. The world tree was showing excitement towards Arutus. The whole world's attention was drawn to it. The demon king told the elf king to get down to business. The elf handed the demon king a large seed and told him to take charge of it. It was the seed of the peace tree. Because the demon king had spread the demonic aura when he broke in here, the seeds that were sensitive to it became sick. The demon king snapped his fingers. In the same instant, the gardener Hien appeared here. Hien couldn't understand where he was or how he got here. He saw the demon king and Sir Arut. Arut thought that magic was forbidden and the king uses it very often. The demon king asked Hien if he could restore the seed that the elf king was holding. Hien looked at the seed and said that it was covered in mold. The demon king impatiently asked again, could Hien fix it? He replied that he could make the seed sprout, but there was hardly anything that could be done about it being infected with the demonic aura. The elf king was very upset after all. This was the seed their race had been given to be responsible for. And now it was gone. The demon king, looking at the elf king's despair, said that he was a loyal dog of peace. While the demon king and the elf king were arguing with each other, Arutus and Hien stood and watched their quarrel. Hien listened to the conversation. His eyes grew larger and larger with surprise. The elf king began to lay claim to the demon king that they weren't doing anything about the magical beasts swarming around. Hien asked, did they no longer need that seed? He was allowed to take it. Hien was very pleased. Arut saw the mermaid queen walking towards them. Instead of legs, she had a tail and on her head was a crown. Suddenly, the mermaid's tail turned into a beautiful dress. She walked up to Arutus and said that she was glad to meet him here. They had seen each other in the Demon King's castle, after all. Arut remembered seeing her at the table with the other guests of the king. She approached Arut and said that she needed to talk to him. It was strange to Arut that the mermaid was looking at him with such eyes. Her favor was somehow repulsive to Arut. The mermaid took his hands in hers. She said that she had seen the not-too-distant future. Soon there would be a new hero. He would be incomparably more formidable than the previous ones. The Demon King and the Elf King listened attentively to the mermaid. She said that this hero would decide the fate. He would decide the fate of the Demon King. Everyone listened to the mermaid and did not understand who she was talking about. The Mermaid Queen said that the world didn't really like the Demon King. He replied that this was no news to him. The Demon King said that the world didn't like their race from the beginning. A little more hatred wouldn't change the picture. Besides, the future the mermaid saw could change. The mermaid said that it might. But the future she saw was something special. It would be a miracle if it changed. The Elf King said that the ban on magic has lost all meaning. The world is going after the Demon King's soul. The king replied that he did not ban magic out of fear of the hero. But if the hero showed up during the war, it would be troublesome. The Elf King grabbed Arut's hand. It is said that the more demons use magic, the sooner a hero will appear in the world. Arut realized why the king couldn't heal him properly. He had used a primitive method of healing. The Elf King called Arut with him and began to treat his wound. He took Arut's hand and used his aura to heal it. Arut couldn't understand why all of a sudden the Elf King was favoring him. He was sure they didn't like him very much when they first saw him in the Demon King's castle. The more Arutus looked at the Elf King, the more he reminded him of Jakar. It was as if the elf read his mind and said that he was talking about the commander of the first detachment of the Demon King's army, Jakar. Arut thought he accidentally said it out loud. He thought that the Elf King hated demons, and he had compared him to the squad leader. But the Elf King calmly asked how Jakar was doing. It turns out that the first squad leader, Jakar, belongs to the race of elves. The king let go of Arut's hand and said that the treatment was over. He would not be sick again. He said that Arut must be puzzled by his gratuitous kindness. He felt uncomfortable during the treatment. The Elf King said that he doesn't show favor to just anyone. The reason for his favor is because the world is centered on Arut. Arut did not understand what the Elf King was saying. But the Elf King understood the will of the world even when he first met Arut as the leader of the elf race. He immediately realized that the world was expecting something from this man. But the Elf King had more and more questions. What was so special about him? Red eyes, sensitivity to light, they are more of a weakness. In addition, he has a small body with nothing special about him. Is the person standing in front of the Elf King the one who has the world's attention? The Elf King said that usually Arut was lucky, but Arut said that it wasn't all the time, but sometimes it happened. The Elf King even grabbed Arut by his jacket and told him to think hard about situations where he should have died, or where he should have been fatally injured, but got off with light scratches. The world, which normally does not interfere with the course of events, protects his life. For example, when he suddenly has tremendous strength, or the ability to withstand a severe blow. Didn't Arut's body move in a way favorable to him, especially when his life is on the line? But after checking the body for improvement, it turns out that nothing has changed. Arut recalled Ben's words about something permanent changing in his body. The Elf King had said that the reason Arut was able to live to this point was because of the blessing of peace. The world is supplementing his body, but it is not a change that makes the body strong or healthy. Augmentation allows him to better accept the powers of the world. In the not-too-distant past, there was a hero who worried about his companion. Even on the brink of death, he asked the world to save him. The world responded to the hero who gave his soul for his wish. The world had long looked out for Daeon Hart. The will of the world is adamant. The next hero is Daeon Hart. The Elf King said that even though they are many, they are not so strong. We must not retreat and fight. Suddenly, monsters began to advance on the kingdom of the elves. The elves fought desperately, launching arrows from their bows at the monsters. Hien asked Arut, shouldn't he join the fight and join the elves? Arut didn't think he needed to join the battle personally. The Demon King and the leaders of the other races were here. Why had the monsters attacked at such a time? Because of them, his conversation with the Elf King was interrupted. It was said that the reason why the monsters became stronger was because of the pouches they found. The monsters had gotten stronger and scarier. They had lost all sense of self-preservation. The Elf King looked at the brown sacks. This happened to the monsters after they ate the mysterious liquid from those pouches. Arut looked at the pouches and they seemed familiar to him. Someone had distributed these pouches of brown liquid. It had the odor of coffee. The Elf King decided that this could only be done by someone who had the ability to come here freely. He pretended he wasn't interested, but he actually wanted to fight. Arutus had to engage in battle with the monsters. The Elf King and the Mermaid Queen thought that if Arut's plan was to strengthen the monsters, he wouldn't have fought them so hard. They felt embarrassed that they had doubted him. Drops of sweat ran down Arut's face. He had never had such a hard time fighting monsters before. They were huge, not like they always were. Arut realized that the pouches were the medicine he had thrown away, and the monsters had eaten it. Why did the monsters suddenly eat this medicine, and how did they become stronger from it? He was now battling with guilt since things had turned out this way. The Demon King walked over to Arutus and touched his shoulder. There was no time to talk. The king said they would talk later. Arut, of course, seriously screwed up. Suddenly, the Demon King stood in front of the monsters and ordered Arut to step back. He wanted to get this over with quickly and go back. He ordered everyone to retreat. A blob of energy appeared in his hands. The king threw this blob into the thickest of the monsters. In a moment, all the monsters were lying dead on the ground. The Demon King had destroyed the monsters with just one blow. The king grinned and said that they were coming back. We can see the Demon King's castle. There were 3 moons shining in the sky, as always. The Demon King said that he hasn't been taken by surprise like this in a long time. Arut apologized to him. He said that the pouches were nothing strange, just medicine to help him recover. The Demon King couldn't believe it. Was it really just medicine and not some dangerous substance? The Demon King wanted to know more about the healer who had created such a medicine. The court physician would die of fright if he heard this. The Demon King asked why Arut threw away this medicine. Arut replied that it had no effect. The Demon King thought it would be a good idea to enhance Arut's body with this medicine, but apparently it doesn't work on him. The king let Arut go and said since it wasn't done on purpose, he can go. The Demon King added that this time Arut didn't have to come to the commander's meeting, and he had the chance to relax and rest. Arut rejoiced at such a suggestion. After a while, Arut showed up at the corps commander's meeting. Miss Ririnel was very surprised that Arut came. He was resting after fighting monsters. Jakar was also surprised. Oella, the commander of the 5th Corps, asked what the reason was for Arut to attend the meeting, even though he always said he hated going to meetings. Durnovan walked over and covered Oel's mouth. He said this was not the best place for such comments. Arut came and sat in his seat. The king asked, why is he here? After all, he had said that Arut could rest. But since Arut came of his own free will, it was not against the rules. Arut thought that there was no telling what the Demon King would do if he really didn't come. The king thought that Arut had guessed his true intentions to reduce the information leakage. If Arut returned to the Empire without any information, he would fall under the Emperor's suspicion. Arut himself just wanted to kill time here. Arut sat in the meeting and played with a die. Devalania thought that Arut would have mixed feelings since this was a war against his race. The Demon King suggested to start since everyone was gathered. He asked those present if they guessed the topic of the meeting. Asild, the commander of the 3rd Squad, asked if they were really going to war. They had always wanted to attack human territory, but it would be a defeat for the Emperor. The king thought that if Arut agreed with this point of view, he would turn the die smoothly, and if not, then sharply. Arut didn't understand why the Emperor would do something stupid. He could just guard the border and fight from time to time. That might have strengthened his place on the throne. The Demon King said that the Emperor wished for his death. He must be feeling deep guilt for killing his brothers, guilt clogging his responsibility. But he can't die even if he wanted to, since he has obligations, an emperor who cannot die of his own free will. So he decides to go to war. If he ends up taking over demon territory, great. On the other hand, if he dies in battle, it can be seen as a fact that he did his best. He's a pathetic yet selfish person. After all, he gave up so many lives in the war for such a negligible reason. The Demon King stood up and asked, what choice do they have? They would just kill him since that was his wish. Strangely enough, the Demon King could understand the Emperor, being the leader of a long-lived race. Living because you can't take your own life was something he was familiar with. The Demon King envied Arutus for having an enemy capable of killing him. The king told Arut to think simpler. This isn't a full-scale war after all. Just think of it as a little warm-up for your body. The humans will most likely attack when Arutus goes on his mission. The Emperor can't attack while Daon Hart is in demon territory. Asild said that the humans will try to choose a moment when they don't have their strongest weapons with them. The Empire's actions can be seen as a rejection of Daon Hart. The Demon King decided to leave things as they were, as it betrayed the flavor of the game. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound. The demons turned their heads, looking at Arut. It was Sir Arut's cube that had folded. Everyone present thought that Arut thought that this was the best solution. From now on, there was no turning back. Arut decided that he would go on a mission as soon as the meeting was over, and the fateful war between the Demon Kingdom and the human world would begin. The Emperor sat on his throne. Daon Hart was kneeling in front of the Emperor. He reported the situation in the Demon Realm to the Emperor. Only 5 corps of the Demon Realm are going to take part in the war. The 1st Corps and the commander of the 1st Corps, Jakar. The 3rd Corps led by Commander Asild. The 7th Corps led by Silua. The 8th Corps led by Commander Hell, and the 9th Corps led by Commander Trover. The Emperor grinned. There's not even enough for the entire army, and they're only sending 5 squads against the entire Empire. His Majesty thought that he needed to do everything he could to make the demons regret their decision. The Emperor's eyes flashed angrily. Sweat was streaming down Daon Hart's face. The Emperor wanted to say something to Daon, but then changed his mind. Instead, he suggested him to go rest. The Demon King thinks that he won't be able to hold back, and he's waiting for the Emperor to put the pressure on Daon Hart. But his plans are not destined to come true. Daon got up and wanted to leave. At that time, the Chancellor ran into the hall. He said that the Demon Kingdom had launched an offensive. This was unexpected. Neither Daon Hart nor the Emperor thought it would happen so soon. The Emperor thought for a moment. He stood up from his throne. At this time, screens appeared throughout the Empire with magic, and a message from the Demon King arrived. Jakare read the Demon King's message to the people. The Demon King reported that from the perspective of their kingdom, which was eager to preserve the peace, they believed that the Empire's takeover of the continent had gone so far as to threaten the safety of the demons. In order to protect the Demon Kingdom, The king declares war on the empire. The emperor orders the chancellor to bring the court magician. The chancellor ran to fulfill the order. Daeon saw Jakar. Was this really the Demon King's order? The message said that as long as the empire promised not to advance further, the Demon Kingdom would consider retreating. All the people in the empire had heard the message and seen Jakar. They said it means that the Demon Kingdom doesn't want war. Then why is the emperor trying to get everyone into a war? The emperor replied that they heard their message. Using a magic ball held by a court mage, the emperor addressed the entire empire and the demon realm. He said that the entire world was aware of their cruelty. How do they have the nerve to lie like that? Ron continued to hold the magic ball. The emperor said that the demon realm had always desired the sunlit lands of the empire. Ran had interfered with demon magic so quickly. She had a very high level. In other words, the demons had always looked towards the human realm. And why should they believe the words of some demon? The Demon King thought, why not pretend to be deceived and retreat? He said that it wouldn't be too late for the humans to make their move if they saw that the demons didn't keep their words. The humans saw the Demon King for the first time. He was smiling and looked completely normal. The people looked at the image of the Demon King. They thought that he would look like a monster, but he looked completely normal. Perhaps the demon race wasn't as scary as rumored? The Demon King continued his address. Duke Illister was also listening to him. The king said that the emperor was sacrificing his people out of greed. The emperor replied that he didn't start the war because of greed. It was about selling the future for a temporary peace. The emperor suggested taking advantage of the fact that the empire was at its peak and using it to secure the future. The people supported the emperor's speech. They wanted to ensure a better future for their descendants. Daniel and Paul also listened to the verbal duel between the Demon King and the emperor. Daniel said that the emperor instantly turned the war into a noble cause for the sake of future generations. Daniel said that the emperor is good at eloquence. That's how one influences people's hearts. The Demon King applauded the emperor and said that it was a great speech. But no matter how much the emperor embellished, it still meant that he would seek domination without caring about human sacrifices. The emperor didn't have an answer. It looked like this battle was won by the Demon King. The emperor was defeated by the Demon King's words. The atmosphere changed drastically. People listened to the Demon King's words more. Paul asked Daniel if this meant that the emperor had lost. Since the citizens are wavering, the scales are tipping in favor of the Demon King. If it gets to the point where people stop trusting the emperor, the empire will fall into chaos. The damage done will be decisive for the loser of this debate. The morale of the soldiers, the difficulty of gaining the trust of the people, and one's own image in the eyes of the people all affect many things. Since the emperor has known this for a long time, there is only one thing left for him to do: drag the Demon King to the bottom with him. Is the demon realm acting like righteous people for the sake of confusing people's hearts for opportunities to invade their own realm? If the Demon King invades these lands, he will ruthlessly throw the humans out and take everything they own. The people who were listening to this debate thought again, now at the emperor's words. Paul laughed. Now neither side had a just cause for war. The Demon King recognized that the emperor was great. He would have wanted to pull him to his side if he hadn't met that guy. In that case, it seems like the negotiation has failed. The war between the Demon Kingdom and the Human Kingdom has begun. There were only minor battles to test each other's strength. Daeon stood in the camp. Finally, things had calmed down a bit. After the war started, Daeon was as the Zero Squad commander in the Demon Realm and the third hero in the Human Realm. He had to dart back and forth to the point where it made him nauseous. The Knights wanted to take out the Zero Squad commander, and the Zero Corps wanted to destroy the hero of the Empire. They had no idea that the hero of the Empire and the Zero Corps commander were all the same person. Daeon Hart thought that he would die from overwork. Not only that, the heads of both sides also increased their pressure. Through the communication stone, the Emperor was giving him orders. Daeon didn't remember the details of the battle this time either, but since somehow he survived, it was all right. His Majesty praised him for his good command. The Emperor asked if he felt any guilt for those who died. His voice doesn't sound good. The Emperor said that Daeon was his sword, and the sword does not feel guilt. Daeon would then cross the border and end up on the side of the demons. He realized that each of the heads were waiting for him to make a decision, whose side he would take. Daeon was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Is it so bad to live quietly and alone? Why this war? Then let the Emperor and the Demon King fight one-on-one. Immediately, the Demon King would address him through the magic crystal and ask him if he had rested well over the past few days. Daeon thought he was a scumbag who bowed to power. The king ordered him under the guise of asking him to go to the northeast and deal with a group of demonic monsters. The northwest is just about near the front line. The Demon King said that it would be best to mop up that area in advance considering how important it was. Arut didn't have to walk too far. The monsters were already heading in his direction. They were huge monsters and ferocious beasts. Arut didn't understand why he had to do the most difficult tasks. The Demon King's hand rested on the table. The wager of who would kill Daeon Hart first with Duke Illister was postponed until after he returned to the Empire. Cruel Hart had been reported to his man that despite a number of attacks and attempts at poisoning, Daeon Hart had foiled most of them. Cruel's aide thought that Daeon was a hero after all, but a couple of failures wouldn't make the Duke stop. Cruel ordered his man to keep an eye on Daeon, remove any dangers and guard him until he received instructions from Cruel. As he left, he thought to himself that a certain guy from the Assassin's Guild had been ordered to kill Daeon Hart. One pays to kill, the other pays to protect. Cruel is stuck in the middle and doesn't know what to do. Daeon Hart was supposed to leave today. Cruel's servant hoped his underlings were guarding him well. In the woods, the assassin had sprung Daeon Hart. But there turned out to be too many demonic monsters here. What to do in such a situation alone? But the man he was supposed to kill stood in front of the monsters without fear. How could he stand like this? Daeon thought that he only needed to kill one monster. Beat just one bastard to death. The Emperor sat at the table. General Nemesius suddenly put down his sword, and the Emperor stabbed his dagger on the sword blade. The Emperor boiled up. He couldn't understand how the general dared to raise his sword at him. The general apologized for pointing the sword towards the Emperor, but the Emperor was aiming at his wrist, not the back of his palm as usual. The Emperor said that it was hard for him to keep his sanity lately. The Emperor felt the unfamiliar anger all too clearly, but it was not a hallucination conjured up by his imagination. The Emperor ordered the general to summon the shaman immediately. The general was surprised that His Majesty wanted to see the shaman and not the court physician. The Emperor confirmed this. It was rumored that the fighting style of the Zero Corps commander of the demon army and the hero of the Empire Daeon Hart were very similar. Eduardo ordered the general to deal with it without attracting attention. At this time, the stone on the table that served as a communication device glowed. The Emperor said he had urgent business to attend to and postponed his meeting with the shaman until his return. The general dared to ask the Emperor if Daeon Hart and the Zero Corps commander were really connected. Meanwhile, in the demon realm on the border with the human realm, Daeon Hart was finishing off a monster. His eyes were flashing with crazy fire. Normally, monsters would be frightened when they saw Daeon Hart taking out one of them, but not this time. Could it be that the monsters were so hungry that they had gone completely insane? But if that wasn't the reason, maybe he was too easy prey. Arut rushed at the monster with 2 daggers. He couldn't allow himself to be looked down upon. His daggers flashed like lightning, blood splattered in all directions. But the monster did not give up. He raised his huge fist and struck Arutus. Even if something else was added to this extraordinary body, it wouldn't change anything. From the monster's blow, Arut flew off like a cork. He definitely couldn't let someone put himself in nothing, so after gathering his strength, he once again rushed with his dagger to attack the monster. For the first time in recent times, he was unable to deal with the monster. He stabbed the dagger into the monster's body almost to the hilt, but the monster threw him aside again. Something snapped in his wrist. It turned out his arm was broken, his legs ached, the muscles in his whole body whimpered with pain. But he couldn't stop now. If he stopped, he would die. Aruth plunged the dagger into the monster's forehead. The monster lay there, defeated. Arut decided to leave no living spot on the monster's body. The monsters chasing him from behind stopped. Arut's hand was blazing with fire. It turned out that there was poison in the monster's claws. It was as if the monsters were waiting for the moment for Arut to weaken. Arut thought to cut the affected area before the poison spread all over his body. Suddenly, the monsters rushed to flee. It doesn't matter what race you are because you can always recognize a madman. Arut didn't realize what had happened. He was lying in a pool of blood with the slain monsters lying around him. He had to get out of here quickly. He had no strength. It hurt a lot. Arut thought that he wouldn't be able to leave on his own. Arut took the communication stone and summoned the Demon King. He said that he needed reinforcements at the northern border. Otherwise, the monsters would come back here looking for food. Daeon felt like someone affectionately placed a hand on his head. He heard a voice telling him it was time to wake up. He saw his brother Cruel putting his hand on his head. Someone was shaking him by his shoulders and telling him to pull himself together. Cruel was yelling at him to open his eyes. When Arutus opened his eyes, he realized that he had dreamed or imagined it. A huge monster was already bending over him. There were many of them, and they had come back for easy prey. Arut remembered that he had fought monsters under the orders of the Demon King. But when did he have time to pass out? Arut realized that he couldn't dodge the monsters this time. Too late. Suddenly, an unknown emperor appeared from nowhere and rushed towards the monsters. Daeon couldn't understand. Where did the emperor come from? Daeon's body didn't obey him at all. There wasn't a huge piece of meat on his right arm. The emperor told him that he seemed to have mistaken the communication device for a communication stone. And when he thought he was summoning the Demon King, he was actually summoning the emperor. Daeon realized that he had mistakenly contacted the emperor when he lost consciousness. The emperor said that he couldn't help but come to the rescue if Daeon Hart asked for his help. But through this, the emperor sees the Zero Corps commander for the first time. Daeon was in shock. He had been so shamefully exposed, he was speechless. The emperor said that he shouldn't be so nervous. He didn't intend to do anything right now. He left some clothes and medicine for Daeon and told him to come back. The emperor will send a knight since Daeon can't walk normally. Daeon was relieved. He really couldn't even stand up now. The emperor got on his horse, and as he rode away, he told Daeon that since he had acted according to the Demon King's will this time, he would have to act according to his will next time. Daeon sat under a tree and healed his wounds. Whether it was the Demon King or the emperor, they all wanted to use him for their own gain. He bandaged his arm. Daeon just wanted to go back to heal and rest. It was at this time that Daeon saw Dr. Ben. The doctor ran over to him as the pendant signaled him. But he hadn't counted on him popping up on the border of the demon realm. When Arut asked why Ben had come here, he replied that he was very worried about Sir Arut and secretly escaped. At this time, an imperial knight appeared and said that he had come by order of the emperor. The knight saw Ben and immediately realized it was a demon. Dr. Ben was very frightened. He realized that he had been exposed. The knight, upon seeing the demon, immediately grabbed his sword. Daeon was terrified at the thought of Ben being killed. He held him by his cloak. The knight came closer and closer. Daeon thought feverishly about what to do. The knight approached with a menacing look, intending to stab the doctor with his sword. Daeon drew his dagger, but then he had a great idea. He knocked Ben to the ground and stuck the dagger next to his head. Daeon leaned over the demon and told him to push him off and run. Ben was still fighting back as he was worried about Sir Arutus, that he needed treatment. But there was no way out as the knight was already close. Then Ben pushed himself up and pushed Daeon away. While Daeon was recovering, Ben jumped up and ran away. The knight tried to chase after him, but Ben was much faster. The knight still tried to chase Ben, but he was unsuccessful. Arut at this time stood up. He was coughing up blood. The knight went back to Daeon and helped him up. Arut thought that with his coughing he had managed to get the knight's attention and thus save Ben. Daeon's wounds were more serious than the knight had been told. And besides that demon, there were more than 10 monster corpses lying around. How did the Honorable Marquis manage to deal with so many monsters in such a state? The knight said that he prepared a carriage near the road and put Daeon on his back. The knight carried him as he was unable to walk on his own. At first, Daeon tried to resent it, but then he realized that it was much easier for him that way. The knight carried Daeon and thought to treat his wounds first before taking him home. It was the first time Ben had ever seen his pendant react so strongly. It had even snuck in here in the human world to save Sir Aruth, but it had only become a nuisance. Ben thought that Sir Arut was playing the role of a spy as a marquis in the human world, but he almost exposed him because of his carelessness. Thanks to Sir Arut, he was able to get away, but he was worried that he had pushed him hard. Ben thought he would have accepted his fate if Aruth had killed him on the spot, but he had found a way to let Ben live. Daeon crouched on the knight's back. His wounds were so sore, but it was very uncomfortable to ride on his back. Finally, they reached the carriage and Daeon could go home. At this time, in his palace, the emperor was sitting with the palace shaman. It was Ran. She told the emperor that he was cursed. She wasn't very comfortable saying it, and she coughed violently. General Nemesius was outraged. How dare she say such a thing to the emperor? The curse must have been very strong to have caused Ran to cough. She said she could neutralize the curse. But the karma and offense His Majesty carries is so great that Ran wondered how he keeps his sanity. The emperor wondered. Well, that was to be expected. But he told Ran to tell her more about the curse. Ran replied that an evil spirit had attached itself to him, testing his mind and sucking the life force out of him. Such a curse is placed on those they want to kill, and it requires the use of a dead person. Ran said that the curse was over a year old, but it had only recently begun to have a noticeable effect. The emperor almost dropped the cup from his hands. The emperor said that a man who uses a corpse rather than his own hands to kill someone is not worthy of even a mention, let alone a manhunt. Ran thought the emperor had both a curse and karma. Any normal person would have gone insane by now. She said she would burn the talisman to temporarily suppress the evil spirit. The customer couldn't expect his victim to have such a strong will. Once the talisman was burned, the emperor would feel a little better. A servant came in and said that the Honorable Marquis Daeon Hart had returned. Daeon came in and greeted everyone present. He bowed to the emperor and said that he had come at his summons. Ran covered her mouth with her hand and coughed. She couldn't stand it and stepped aside as the coughing choked her. The emperor grinned. Daeon must have been carrying a lot of resentment too if Ran had escaped so quickly. The emperor reminded his words to Daeon that he would now act on his instructions. He needed Daeon to do something for him. Daeon had expected that the emperor had already forgotten about him, but that turned out not to be the case. The emperor placed the cup on the table and said that by now Daeon should have recovered by now. The emperor said that there were rumors among the soldiers that Daeon was the commander of the Zero Demon Squad. Now he needs to prove on the battlefield that he's on the side of the humans. We see tents pitched at the foot of the mountain. This was the Empire's camp. Daeon stood on the tower and surveyed the terrain. He was back on the front lines. He was approached by the Marquis of Stigma Premier, who was nearby with his army. He said hello to Daeon. Daeon greeted the second hero. Stigma said that if two heroes were sent here when there were not enough people everywhere, this place must be very important strategically. Daeon hated it. He wanted simple hard work like killing monsters. Daeon heard familiar voices. They were the frenzied knights from his estate. They were once again scuffling with the Imperial Knights. Even in the short period of time Miss Lian was gone, they had managed to get into trouble. Daeon decided to go talk to the captain of the Imperial Knights so they could interact better. One of the knights named Milan walked over and pulled the knights apart. But the verbal altercation between Daeon Hart's knights and the Imperial Knights was still going on. Daeon stood on the tower and watched. Stigma had told him that his squad should have been taught a lesson before letting them go into battle. After all, the greatness of a leader could be viewed through the prism of the behavior of his subordinates. Stigma pointed to the slender ranks of his knights. The Premier's knights were all like our selection. They were completely different from the other knights fighting over nothing. This is what the elite look like. Stigma told Daeon that he was saying all this because he didn't want to be looked down upon. He hoped Daeon would heed the advice. Yes, he decided that mad knights need proper training. The knights continued to argue amongst themselves. The subject of their argument was how a person without the hero fragment could be a hero. The mad knights decided that the Imperial Knights were just jealous of their captain. In the 8 Years' War, they were the advance unit. A motley group gathered from farmers, beggars, and similar people. Many of them didn't even hold a sword. They were pawns that no one hoped would survive. None of them thought they would come back from the war alive. Suddenly they saw a boy who was beating and stabbing with a dagger, a corpse lying on the ground. Even the soldiers who had seen him could not understand what he was doing. They took him by the shoulder and asked him to stop. That's how they met Daeon Hart. The commander they saw for the first time was very young. At first they didn't even realize it, but it was just a kid. Daeon said that you can only stop when you don't have the strength to move. The soldier told Daeon that the man he was hitting with the dagger was long dead. Daeon grabbed him by his shirt and told him that this is a battlefield. The weak will be left behind. If you think about morals and other people, you can't survive in this war. For the weak to survive in this terrible place, you have to instill fear in your opponents. No one could contradict him, because everyone realized he was telling the truth. It's a battle of psychology. You have to make your enemies afraid so that they think twice before attacking. We need to make those involved in this war afraid. The predator must remain calm for the hunt to succeed. The madness must consume them. If there are still idiots left here that allow themselves to honor the dead, they should just die instead of getting in Daeon Hart's way. In the end, it was those words that saved the soldiers who later became the Raging Knights. Do everything in your power to survive. They survived because they relied on each other. Hart is not only their captain and benefactor, but also a hero of the Empire. Taking advantage of the tension on the front lines as a distraction, the demon army invaded the human world through a different route. The Emperor, who noticed the Demon King's intentions, quickly sent his army there. But the defense was difficult, so he gathered the main forces. Thus the second hero stigma premier. Third hero Daeon Hart. All the hero candidates possessing the fragment were summoned to one place. Thus unfolded the battle with the demons, which was gradually coming to an end. The demons were being defeated in battles. The hero of the Empire, Daeon Hart, fought on the side of the humans. The Imperial Knights were mercilessly killing the demons. The Knights couldn't stand it when Daeon Hart began to abuse a dead body. Yet Daeon Hart didn't think they would win, even with the fragments of heroes. Even as he feared for his life, he couldn't look away, as if he had met a predator but unable to look away. The Mad Knights, having finished off the last of the demons, thought that the demons were acting as if they were ready to fight at any moment, but were now scared to death. The demons' fighting spirit had been greatly shaken by Daeon Hart's actions. They were no longer throwing themselves around like before, so it was easier to fight. But this constantly agitated state, it seemed like Daeon still couldn't control himself. He couldn't control himself on a battlefield where he had to give in to madness to survive. Daeon kept kicking and kicking the corpse of the unfortunate demon until one of the knights grabbed his arm. He looked up and saw the premier Stigma. Stigma said that his side was finished, so he had come here. But the fight was over on this side too. Stigma thought this squad was only known for their brutality. But it turns out they don't lack courage either. No wonder, otherwise they wouldn't have survived the 8-year war. Daeon was covered in blood, he could barely stop himself. Stigma told him that his barbaric antics were ruining his credibility. Daeon replied that he didn't much care what anyone thought of him. Stigma ordered him to straighten up, to square his shoulders and lift his chin, to look his interlocutor in the eye, and as for his gait, to walk straight and confident. Simple changes in posture can improve a lot. Such was the advice given by Stigma to Daeon. Gestures will be communicated more clearly if they are supported by words. Stigma advised Daeon to stop rushing headlong into battle. Daeon thought that Stigma felt it was his duty to look out for him as a junior. His advice was helpful, but always ended with the one phrase that Daeon just needed: overwhelming power. As if he could get it. To him, those words made no sense. Suddenly, a monster with a spear swooped down without anyone noticing. It was too late to dodge. Stigma and Daeon froze. The frantic knights shouted to Daeon to be careful. The monster lunged at Daeon, stabbing him in the shoulder with his spear. The only thing Daeon had time to do was grab the spear with his hand. Daeon was completely unable to move. Therefore, in order to survive, he couldn't settle for a choice. Daeon's eyes filled with rage. This monster would pay for his wounded shoulder. Daeon, despite his wound, lunged at the monster. With his spear in his shoulder, overcoming the pain, he snatched his dagger and stabbed it into the monster. We see the tents of the Imperial camp. The man in the gray cloak was pinned face down on the ground by a strong arm. Stigma Premier caught the assassin. He thought, when people found out Daeon Hart wasn't at his best, he started attracting so many flies. Stigma asked the killer who sent him. There are brainless people who don't even realize the importance of war, and they send assassins. Stigma got very angry as the assassin remained silent and punched him with his fist. He wondered if Daeon knew about this, that his life was being hunted for. Stigma thought, even if Daeon has a lot of enemies, it's not normal for an assassin to come after his soul even here in a war zone. Surely the one protecting him had to show up here as well. Stigma spotted a man hiding around the corner. He asked if he knew who had sent the assassin here, who gave him the assignment to come here. The man was shocked, for he had concealed his presence perfectly. How could Stigma Prime have spotted him? Stigma said he hoped this man would do a good job protecting Daeon. Both the assassin and the protector were sent by the same man. The feeling that something was amiss here kept Stigma Premier on his toes. The man Stigma had discovered was hiding behind crates and thought he would die from his bloodlust alone. So why was it so dangerous around Dion Hart? The knights saw their captain and took their heads. Who in their right mind would run at an enemy with a wound like that? The healer bandaged his shoulder. Dion Hart couldn't even remember what had happened. At that time, Stigma Premier came into the tent. He asked Dayon how he was fighting using himself as bait. Dayon couldn't understand why the Stigma was asking that. The knights thought that the captain had been acting like this since the beginning of the 8-year war. He had gone to war as a child. At times he acted like a child. Sometimes he couldn't even button his shirt properly. But when it came to fighting, he was second to none. He was the cruelest and most ruthless of them all. Even when his body was ravaged by wounds, worn down by alcohol, he survived every time. And now, sitting in his tent with a bandaged shoulder, he thought he had no other choice. He'd been told he'd run after the enemy commander without thinking of the consequences. Stigma told Dayon that since he had actually killed the commander, the enemy forces had scattered, allowing most of the Empire's soldiers to get away. He needed to leave at least the little things alone and focus on his own safety. Because of this incident, the opposing scout had also learned of Dayon's injury. Stigma Premier tried to disarm him, but he failed. Accordingly, the information that one of the Empire's top commanders was injured would spread among the demons. This would lead to the return of the retreating army. Dayon realized that Stigma Premier was right and could not object to anything. Stigma suggested that Dayon take care of himself, but remember that he had not done the best thing. A knight entered the tent and reported that the demon army was returning. It was faster than they had anticipated, and it was becoming problematic. Dayon figured it was his fault due to his injury. Stigma ordered Dayon and his knights to retreat and said he would hold them back with his knights. Dayon asked what about him, but Stigma laughed and asked if he looked so weak that he needed to worry about him. His men are more than enough to fight back the regular soldiers of the demon army. Dayon, although injured, he should be able to escape on his own. The horses were rushing along the road. According to the intelligence, most of the demon army had been sent to another place. Riding on the horses were the Mad Knights and Dayon Hart, along with Miss Leon. Hence, the battle here should be the last battle. Once the returning army is destroyed, then the mission to eliminate the enemies will be accomplished. We see Duke Illister's office. Sitting opposite him was Cruel Hart. There was a chess set on the table. Cruel and the Duke had a strange relationship, even though Cruel had volunteered to be the Duke's subordinate. The Duke treated Cruel with respect. It was a relationship in which, although they were not equal, they were not superior and subordinate. This game of chess Cruel lost. Duke said that Cruel is having trouble concentrating today. Perhaps Cruel is worried about his younger brother? The Duke said he sends one assassin after another, with almost all of them not even being able to get close to him. Cruel listened intently. Their relationship suddenly became tense. Suddenly, the Duke grabbed Cruel's head and slammed his face against the chessboard. Cruel Hart couldn't answer anything to the Duke. The Duke said that he found out that Cruel had been protecting his brother all this time. He put a dagger in Cruel's hand and said he would leave it at that. He normally doesn't give second chances to traitors, but Cruel is so valuable to him that he has no other choice. The Duke leaned over Cruel and asked if he had forgotten that Dayon killed his parents. Doesn't he grieve for them? Weren't his parents dear to him? Cruel remembered it all as clearly as if it were yesterday. And yet Dayon Hart had killed his parents. Even if there was a reason, even if there was a misunderstanding between them. Duke asked, "Is that an excuse for Cruel to lose his parents?" Tears flowed from Cruel's eyes. Choosing between such a brother and his own life, which is more important? The Duke still had Cruel's face pressed against the chessboard and the dagger was stuck in his hand. Cruel didn't even squeak. The Duke said he would give Cruel one more, this time one last chance. He decided to put a watcher behind Cruel so that he couldn't do anything stupid. Finally, Cruel raised his head. His hand was covered in blood. The Duke told Cruel to bring him Dayon Hart's head if he didn't want to die. The Duke left and Cruel continued to stand in his office. He remembered the sorceress telling him that if he ever felt he was close to death, he should kill his brother before he died himself. The Duke also asked which life was more important to Cruel, his brother's life or his own. Cruel took the sword and thought that the time had come. It was time to put an end to all of this. Cruel's hand was not working well. The Duke must have cut a nerve in his arm with his dagger. Cruel clenched his wounded hand into a fist and thought he wasn't going to let something like that stop him. Cruel Hart walked out of Duke Illister's palace. He had long thought about this man who was captured by the Duke. He belonged to the guild that Cruel hired to protect Dayon. But these people move very stealthily. Most people wouldn't even be able to notice their presence. The man in the gray cloak followed Cruel. Cruel forbade the man to follow him. He told the man to stay here and do what was required. The man said his job was to protect Cruel. Cruel realized that Duke Illister had ordered him to do so. This was Cruel's aide, but since when did he become the Duke's eyes? If you think about it and remember, at some point the aide stopped calling Cruel master. He started reporting his actions to the Duke. After all, he was Cruel's trusted subordinate. He had been with them even before working for the Duke. Cruel said it didn't matter now how long it took this guy to report everything to the Duke. He said the aide was no longer allowed to follow him. Cruel was not so kind as to keep a traitor by his side during an important mission. This was the last time. So no need for applause, the curtain is closing. This mission is not for prying eyes. Better to end the performance without anyone finding out about it. Cruel got on his horse and rode through the forest. When Dayon Hart is with the demons, he's the Empire's most wanted. When he's with the Empire, he's the most wanted by the demons. Dayon just killed them, and there's no end to them. Now Dayon was on the Empire's side. Where did those demon bastards come from? The Mad Knights shouted to their captain that there was someone out there. Dayon looked in the direction the knights were pointing. He saw a wagon and a few demons that were accompanying it. It was the first squad of demons. The wagon contained weapons and supplies. It was a supply route for the demons, but the demons screamed that they had been exposed. And when Dayon turned to face the demon covered his mouth with his hands. He recognized Sarah Ruth. But now it was Dayon Hart. With crazed eyes, he picked up his bloody dagger. The demons looked at him with a mute question in their eyes. Suddenly, he tore towards the demons. The knights shouted to stop Dayon Hart. The demons couldn't understand what was happening. Dayon thought that if the demons were deprived of supplies, it would be over much faster. One of the demons covered the wagon with himself. He said that Arut couldn't do that, but Hart shouted that he could. This mission would be definitively over. The impact made an explosion and rocks began to fall from the cliff. When the war with the demons began, the humans began to build up their strength by uniting. Eventually, the four countries joined forces. During the brief lull caused by both sides' fatigue from the long war, the inevitable storm of the Empire began. The entire Imperial camp was covered in snow. Stigma Premier came upon hearing that Marquis Hart had returned to the camp, now resting in his tent after his treatment. He had heard that Dayon had found the demon supply route during the retreat. While getting rid of the supply squad, he caused a landslide, and as a result, this supply route was blocked. Because of this, the morale of the demons had dropped greatly. Stigma thought that it was necessary to give Dayon credit. He had done a heroic deed. At this time, 2 knights fell right by the walls of the tent. The knights sat with their heads down, another knight encouraging them to pull themselves together. When Stigma went into the tent, Dayon wasn't there. All he saw was an empty bed. Stigma thought, thinking, I think Dayon Hart seems to have gone. At this time, Dayon, covered in band-aids, was pacing in the snow. He tried to break free, but Cruel's strong arm dragged him forward. His grip was so strong that Dayon couldn't break free. Cruel led him through the forest. Dayon screamed that he had nothing to talk to him about. Cruel appeared in the tent suddenly and clamped his hand over Dayon's mouth. He told his brother to follow him. He had something to tell him. Whatever the reason, Dayon didn't want to follow him. What if Cruel was planning to take him somewhere far away and finish him off? Dayon's wound is very serious. There's no way he's going to win if it comes to a fight. Dayon asked Cruel if they could stop and talk here. Dayon felt Cruel's bloodlust. He figured Cruel would try to kill him, but his brother kept dragging Dayon forward behind him. Finally, Cruel stopped and told Dayon to keep going where they were going. Dayon didn't understand a thing. Ahead was the demonic realm. If he continued in the same direction, he would come to the front line adjacent to the demon realm. Cruel turned around and walked backwards. He said that he didn't have time to explain. They had come for Dayon's soul. They'll be hard to get rid of this time. Since the Duke had sent Cruel, it must be a unit capable of killing heroes. Cruel drew his sword and covered Dayon with it. Dayon looked at this crowd. All these people had come just to kill him. Cruel put his hand on Dayon's head. He said it was too dangerous on this side now. He should go to the other side and never come back. Dayon was puzzled. Did Cruel really know about him going to the demon realm all the time? Several dozen assassins stood in front of them. One of the assassins realized that Cruel had taken Dayon's side. and now they would have to face the two heroes. He called Cruel a traitor who forgot his orders. The order to kill both Cruel Heart and Dayon Heart sounded. Cruel drew his sword and began to fight. His sword flew like lightning. He killed many of the squad. One of the arrows hit him right in the eye. Cruel was so fast with his sword that he fended off all the arrows that were thrown at him. Telling the Duke that he didn't see anything, Cruel actually followed Dayon deep into the forest. He ended up in a land with 3 moons, in the realm of demons. When a short time after Dayon went missing, he fought the Zero squad leader. He already knew who it was. It was his younger brother Dayon Heart. The assassins came close to Cruel. The demons had honored Dayon with the position of Zero squad leader. His life there would be better than here in the human world. Dayon thought it would be impossible to deal with so many thugs. Even if he ran, they would easily catch up with him. He didn't know why, but Cruel seemed to want to help him. There was nothing left to do now but join forces. Dayon joined the fight as well. Cruel fought like a man possessed, for behind him stood his little brother. Cruel thought he had made a bad choice. He shouldn't have brought Dayon at a time like this. He wanted to send Dayon back to the demon realm, since it was dangerous for him to be here. He didn't expect the assassins sent by the Duke to show up here so quickly. He must find a way to bring Dayon to the border. At this time, 2 arrows flew towards Dayon. Both arrows stabbed into Cruel's chest. He covered his little brother with his body. Dayon couldn't believe how this was even happening. He asked Cruel what this meant. He acted like he was worried about Dayon. In that moment, Dayon's entire life passed before his eyes like a movie clip. Did Cruel have a reason to act like that at that moment? Here's Cruel stopping the sword of Stigma Premier. Dayon's memories are starting to show mistakes. It can't be, can it be? Didn't Cruel turn his back on him? Here's little Dayon telling Cruel that he wants to see the world outside. It seemed to him that Cruel was hiding his disgust for him under a mask of indifference. Dayon liked to read books like this and play chess with Cruel. He liked it when his brother put his hand on his head and told him he wanted to go somewhere as a family when he was older. His brother's hand was on Dayon's head. Cruel told him not to look for underlying reasons. Cruel put his hand over Dayon's eyes. Just accept everything and forget it. The assassin lunged at Cruel and Dayon once again. The Hart family died at the hands of a confused Dayon. It was all due to a misunderstanding. Cruel's sword flew like lightning, striking more and more opponents. If it wasn't for that misunderstanding, if it weren't for Duke Illustra, the friendly and kind younger brother would never have done something like this. Cruel had already laid down several men beside him, but there were too many. He thought back to the Duke's words that his brother was the one who killed his parents. Whose life was more important, his brother's or his own? The day his only brother's hands were covered in blood, he had already made up his mind. And the day the Duke plunged the dagger into his hand, he already knew his answer. Then why was he in so much pain now? One by one, the assassins fell, struck down by Cruel's sword, to protect his only family, his little brother. When Cruel dies, sooner or later, Dayon will learn the truth. If Dayon learns the truth, he will go mad with guilt and thoughts of revenge, which will make him kill everyone around him and eventually kill himself. He told his last request to Dayon to just leave. He wouldn't want Dayon to find out the truth. There were still too many opponents left. Dayon was leaving. Damn assholes, unable to overpower one man. The squad leader ordered Cruel Heart to be killed first. Covered in blood, wounded, he took this last fight. No need to think about his participation in the 8-year war and what happened. Just focus on hating the enemy, just to feel relief. Blood rushed from Cruel Heart's throat. Dayon ran with all his legs towards the demonic realm. His strength was running low. He began to cough. What he had done was unforgivable to the world, but his parents would forgive him. Dayon took one last look back at his brother, who was still fighting the last 2 assassins. Cruel fell to his knees, standing in a pool of blood. This was the end. People could laugh at his worthless, pathetic life, at the fact that he couldn't stop the murder of his parents at the hands of his brother. How high he'd climbed to protect his little brother, put so much effort into becoming a hero of the Empire. People might laugh at the fact that he was working for his enemy. Still, Cruel was happy. After all, hadn't he lost his life protecting his brother? Dayon held out his hand in Cruel's direction. Cruel didn't care if he died or not. But if he had a chance to fulfill one wish, he wished that Dayon wouldn't be in too much pain after he learned the truth. He hoped that Dayon would live a life full of love from the inhabitants of the demonic world. Cruel worried that after his death, Dayon would be left all alone, loved by no one. He sincerely wished his dear brother happiness. The assassin approached Cruel Heart. Even after death, he will keep his little brother safe. The three assassins stood by Cruel Heart's body. He had finally been finished off. The snow around Cruel was all red with blood. He didn't wear the title of hero for nothing. The assassins had lost many men fighting him. Until the very end, he hadn't made a sound. Now it was time to finish off Daeon Hart. He stared, unable to believe his eyes. Cruel was dead. Daeon had wanted to kill him for so long, so he thought he would be glad he did. So why were the tears choking him? Why was it so hard to breathe? Why had Cruel done this? Did he have any reason to do it? Daeon's head was splitting apart. He wasn't worthy. Daeon saw Cruel Heart in his mind's eye. His parents and brother stood and told him not to think about it. His mom reached out to him and told him if he really wanted to know the truth, need to accept reality, face everything he had done up to this point. Daeon only now realized what he'd done. The pendant around his neck glowed with an unusual light. The two assassins chasing Daeon didn't realize what it had just been. Their attack should have hit the target, but something went wrong. Daeon should have moved, but he didn't want to. He had worked himself out of his skin to get to this point. What was he supposed to do now? Cruel's smile stood before his eyes. Daeon hid behind the trees, and there was no way the assassins could find him. Suddenly they saw where he was hiding and rushed after him. Suddenly a snowstorm arose. Snowflakes were flying and spinning in some wild dance. When the snow calmed down a little, Daeon was gone. They had lost him. Daeon ran and thought Cruel had died for him before his eyes. What he believed in had crumbled in an instant. If you suppress the memories that come out, there's a limit. Had his parents really sent him to the front? Had Cruel Heart really tried to kill him? Why did Cruel serve the Duke? Daeon was on the run, and these questions plagued him. Was what he believed true? Most likely somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew, but avoided it, thinking he wouldn't be able to turn back once he accepted it. Afraid he would break, avoiding the truth with all his might. Daeon couldn't keep turning a blind eye after what Cruel had done for him and for his sake. Just need to take it all in. We see the Demon Kingdom and the palace of the Demon King. Dr. Ben was rushing with all his legs because the pendant showed that Arutus was not well. Ed grabbed Ben's arm. He asked what was going on. Where was he going in such a hurry? Ben showed how the pendant was glowing. The magic stone in Sir Arut's pendant has never glowed like that before. That means only one thing: he's in danger. Miss Ririnel rushed out of the palace. She too thought Sir Arut was in danger. Arut was kneeling in the forest and screaming with all his might. His heart was bursting with pain. The wall he had built over the past 10 years had completely collapsed. Once he stopped resisting, it was only a matter of time. All the memories that Daeon had chased away from him began to return. Daeon fell to the snow, covered in Cruel's blood. He called out for his mom, for his dad, for Cruel. Why had this happened? He thought he should have just killed Cruel. The emotions of that time flashed so vividly it became hard to breathe. Why hadn't Cruel just killed him? Suddenly Daeon saw Ririnel running towards him in the snow. Upon seeing Sir Arutus, Ririnel was horrified. He was all battered. He was lying on the red snow. His body was a solid wound. The old sorceress in the village began to prophesy again. She said that the wall had fallen, and disaster would soon awaken. It woke up all the people in the village. People came out and could not understand what was going on at such a late hour. Someone came up and said that they should listen to the words of the sorceress. It was Ran. She said that this place was now in danger. Preparations must be made to leave. They're going to Esperanza. At the Marquis of Heart's estate, the butler was answering questions. Everyone asked if he really didn't know where Mr. Daeon Hart was now. The third hero of the Empire, Daeon Hart, had disappeared. Butler and Dan said that there were rumors that he had been kidnapped, or that he had killed Cruel Heart and defected to the demon realm. The knights missed him without him. They hoped he was at least eating well there. They were very bored. All the knights missed him. Miss Leon said there was nothing to worry about. They should focus on training. All they have to do is believe and wait. She was sure that the Emperor would issue a decree for him to find Daeon, but she was still worried about him. Altogether they wondered, where is my lord now? The Emperor asked the general why Cruel and Daeon Hart had not been found yet. The general replied that according to the latest reports, they had been seen in the northern territory. However, they had not been able to find any trace of them. The Emperor thought that for now, they should focus on defending the Empire and finding the two heroes. The Duke patted someone on the shoulder and said that he had done a good job. It was Cruel's former aide. As a reward, the Duke promised to spare his life. The Duke was told that Cruel Heart had sacrificed himself for his brother. He was sorry that it was not possible to kill Daeon Heart. The Duke was sure that he had fled to the demonic realm. Daeon lay in the Demon King's castle on his bed, all bloody. It was hard for him to breathe. Ririnel sat by his bedside and saw that Mr. Arut was crying. Standing next to his bed were Ben and Ed. Ben had already treated all the wounds. His condition was due to his deteriorating mental health. What did he see if he was crying so bitterly now? The Demon King walked into Arut's room. He realized that Arut had decided to accept the truth comparable to hell. The king thought that if he left things as they were at this rate, Arut would die. This was a good opportunity to test his fate. The Demon King placed his hand on his forehead. Everyone looked at the Demon King, hoping that he would cure Sir Arut. The Demon King ordered everyone to get out. It might affect the future related to life, and might require something huge in return. The king placed his hand on Arut's head and used his demonic abilities. The king smiled and said that Arut now needed a good and long sleep. A healing magic light was coming from his hands. The Demon King's castle was glowing from the energy that the Demon King used to heal Arut. The tears were drying, the blood disappearing from Arutus's face. His last thoughts were thoughts of Cruel.